Li Xianyuan traverses the realm of cultivation, languishing as a mere fish out of water, devoid of spiritual roots. The peach tree he cultivates surprisingly bears heavenly peaches, and consuming one grants him a divine spiritual root. His master, upon hearing a melody of Songhai Xianxia, unexpectedly ascends to sainthood. A casual poem he penned inadvertently manifests divine power, vanquishing the demon tribe. A wooden figure he carved contains the formidable technique of the sword of breaking heaven. Strumming a tune of Feng Qiu Huang, he summons the divine beast, the phoenix. Little master uncle, stop pretending. I know you are an unparalleled master. Li Xianyuan, I truly am not pretending. Chapter 1. Playing the qin and blowing the shao. Li Xianyuan. Xianyuan continent, southern region, Xuantian sect, thought-reflecting cliff. Li Xianyuan, you rascal. I teach you the path of cultivation, and you are utterly engrossed in music, chess, literature, and the classics. Wouldn't you be struck by lightning if you forsake cultivation for study? An elderly man with flowing white hair berated a remarkably poised young man. Hee, master, I actually possess quite a talent for gardening, Li Xianyuan retorted with a cheeky smile. You, Xianxia nearly spat blood in his fury. Meditate on your mistakes at thought-reflecting cliff for a month. Seeing his master in a fit of rage, Li Xianyuan dared not speak further. Contemplating his misdeeds was akin to a child receiving a spanking. If it became too stifling, he could always sneak away. The plants on my Xianyuan peak need not be tended, after all. Useless disciple, Xianxia lamented, frustrated, as he departed from thought-reflecting cliff. As the foremost sect in the southern region, Xianxia held significant authority. Li Xianyuan inadvertently joined the Xuantian sect while tending cattle, where he was discovered strumming his qin beneath a tree, shattering Xianxia's worldview. How could such an ethereal being exist in this world? At that moment, Xianxia employed secret methods to discern Li Xianyuan's spiritual roots, only to find a chaotic void, as if a mysterious force concealed the heavenly secrets. This revelation startled Xianxia, who hurriedly inquired about Li Xianyuan's name. Upon hearing Xianyuan, he felt a tightening in his chest. Xianyuan, my goodness, a celestial being. He promptly brought him back to the Xuantian sect and made him his direct disciple. As a time traveler, Li Xianyuan came equipped with a system. However, this wretched system taught him a hodgepodge of nonsense, neglecting the art of cultivation. He had just broken through to the realm of Qin Saint when he collided with Xianxia. Looking back, it has been 7 or 8 years. His senior brother has become the sect leader, while he remains a failure. Li Xianyuan feels quite helpless. Wasn't it promised that with a single sword strike, he could slay celestial beings and cleave the stars? Yet he had made efforts. He once wielded the sword gifted by his master, only to tire himself out. His master could only shake his head in resignation. Thus, Li Xianyuan became the blemish of the Xuantian sect. To this day, only Xianxia and his senior brother, Zhang Quandan, are privy to his cultivation issues. Such disgrace is intolerable. Li Xianyuan slumped before thought-reflecting cliff, devoid of vitality, wishing for death. Whoosh! A sound of tearing air echoed as the void split. The sect leader, Zhang Quandan, emerged from the ethereal realm. Little junior brother, look at you. You've angered master again. Li Xianyuan shot him a glare. Quandan, are you here to mock me? Li Xianyuan showed no fear of his status, for they had grown up together, and Zhang Quandan had only entered the sect 2 years earlier. However, due to his extraordinary talent, he was quickly chosen as the sect leader. The leader's face darkened as he scolded. Little junior brother, I am now the esteemed sect leader of Xuantian. Do refrain from calling me by my name. Li Xianyuan nodded. Understood, Quandan. Zhang Quandan held his breath. Are you serious? Li Xianyuan smiled. All right, Quandan. You truly are a lazy fish, squandering your days away instead of cultivating. What use is it to learn music? Do you wish to enter the path through song? That is merely a legend. As the sect leader, he felt compelled to guide his younger disciple down the right path. Li Xianyuan smirked disdainfully. Brother, when will you return Jin Ping Fingyue to me? At this remark, Zhang Quandan broke into a sweat. His previously stern countenance began to wear a fawning expression. Little junior brother, are you tired of sitting? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Li Xianyuan relished the moment. Thank you, Shizhuan Xixiao. Zhang Quandan feigned anger. What are you saying? What is our relationship? If you keep saying thank you, I might just get upset. As Zhang Quandan pounded away, he grumbled. You know, Shifu is quite something. Our Xianyuan is nearly invincible in the southern realm, so why get so worked up? Li Xianyuan shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps Shifu has high hopes for me. Zhang Quandan sighed in response. You too, you can't even pretend to put in some effort. always teasing those flowers and plants. If you just make a bit of effort, Shifu wouldn't be disappointed. After all, the way of heaven rewards diligence. As long as you've tried, even if you fail, I believe Shifu will support you. Xianyuan shook his head. In this lifetime, I am fated to be without cultivation. Once my lifespan is up, I will return whence I came. Xianyuan felt helpless. A mortal's lifespan is only about 100 years, and by then, Shifu would be sending a white-haired man off with a black-haired one. Just thinking about it was sorrowful. Xianyuan knew well that although Shifu spoke sternly among so many disciples, he cherished and lamented Xianyuan the most. Did you know? Last time I went to find Shifu, I saw him reminiscing with the puppet you gave him as a child. Another time, he laughed so hard at your drawings that tears streamed down his face. Little shitty, just put in a little effort. Don't let Shifu down. Hearing his senior brother say this, Xianyuan, as a modern individual, understood well that Shifu had a heart of gold beneath his sharp tongue. Yet, he possessed no spiritual roots, and the system offered no assistance. Unable to channel energy into his body, how could he cultivate? However, recalling Shifu's amiable demeanor in his childhood softened Xianyuan's heart a bit. Then I shall make a little effort, lest I cause Shifu to worry about his health. Observing his little junior brother reinvigorated, Xianyuan felt a sense of relief. Little shitty, you practice first. I am busy with sect affairs and will come to see you when I can. Xianyuan paid no heed and began to wield the sword techniques imparted by the system. The void tore apart, and Xianyuan stepped through. Chapter 2. Gratitude to the Little Master Uncle. Swordsmanship, at its essence, is merely a performing art, visually captivating yet practically ineffective. However, the fluidity of its movements is undeniably impressive. Xianyuan once demonstrated his skills for Xianxia, who was equally astonished, yet found the techniques lacking in offensive power. The swordplay was flamboyant, a mere facade of artistry. With his eyes closed, Xianyuan seamlessly connected each stance and movement. Although he had practiced this set of techniques countless times, as an artist of swordsmanship, he preferred to perform with his eyes shut. It was nothing but a matter of temperament. The fierce winds of the thoughtful cliff billowed his garments, and with each strike, he seemed to merge with nature itself. Coupled with Xianyuan's ethereal presence, it was as though the celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. At that moment, a young boy clad in white approached, carrying a tray. He was Chun Pingan, the direct disciple of Xianyuan. Chun Pingan felt quite dejected. As the personal disciple of the sect leader, he found it rather disheartening to deliver meals to this seldom-seen little master uncle, who seemed to have a penchant for mischief and frequently faced the master's punishment of facing the wall. Were such tasks not meant for the sect's errand boys? How could it possibly fall to him, the direct disciple? With a bowl of rice and a wine flask in hand, Chun Pingan carefully ascended the thoughtful cliff. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing him, a prodigy at the nascent soul stage, to stagger back 2 steps. The wine flask and utensils clattered together. With one hand holding the tray and the other shielding against the tempest, he squinted to discern the figure of a young man in azure garments dancing with a sword. The young man's every movement seemed to stir the surrounding environment into a frenzy. The fluidity of his techniques was exceptionally captivating. Chun Pingan furrowed his brow. Was this his little master uncle? The sandstorm obscured his vision, but it appeared that today, only the little master uncle was present on the cliff. It must be him. Although Chun Pingan was the direct disciple of Xianyuan, he had little knowledge of the little master uncle's cultivation level. Whenever he inquired of his master, he would merely shake his head, exuding an air of profound mystery, something not to be disclosed. Finding refuge behind a stone wall, Chun Pingan positioned himself for a better view of Xianyuan's movements. He lifted his gaze and noticed the sky above darkening, with ominous clouds swirling. Within those clouds, flashes of lightning danced as if in fury. With a sudden thrust, Xianyuan lunged forward with his sword. It was a deceptively simple move. Chun Pingan observed as the surrounding winds coalesced around the sword's blade, drawing down the lightning from above. Wind and Thunder Sword Technique. A fitting name sprang to Chun Pingan's mind. Withdrawing the sword, Xianyuan pulled back the winds and lightning that had accompanied the blade. At this moment, Xianyuan resembled a sword saint, enveloped by swirling winds and crackling lightning. This sight left Chun Pingan profoundly startled. Was this not an immortal descending to the mortal realm? He recalled his master's reaction to his junior uncle, along with the ignorance of the sect regarding this extraordinary figure. Chun Pingan began to comprehend the situation. It was not that his junior uncle was lacking, but rather that he was astonishingly extraordinary. No wonder such secrecy was maintained. The commotion would be overwhelming. Xianyuan sheathed his sword, his hands hanging at his sides, and his eyes firmly closed, yet the tempestuous winds and thunder remained unabated. Incredible! This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the unity of man and sword. Though he held no sword, the essence of the sword resided within his heart. Amidst his astonishment, Chun Pingyan regained his composure. It appeared that the sword technique had not yet reached its conclusion. Why had his junior uncle paused? Xianyuan was gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted. Had his junior uncle sensed his presence? It must be so. Chun Pingyan adjusted his attire, approaching with utmost reverence, devoid of his initial grievances. At this moment, he began to appreciate the benevolent intentions of his master. "Master, I love you," he thought, as he advanced toward Xianyuan with focused determination. As he approached within 10 meters of Xianyuan, a wave of oppressive force immobilized him. Despite being at the late stage of a nascent soul realm, he found himself unable to advance a single step. He gazed in horror at the luminous aura surrounding Xianyuan. Goodness, it was sword energy encircling him. What immense cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? Chun Pingyan sensed his own sword vibrating, as if responding to a call. The notion of all swords returning to their origin or all swords yielding flooded his mind. The seed of swordsmanship within him began to stir restlessly as he observed the sword energy emanating from Xianyuan. He understood. Cautiously, he set down the plate and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was in search of the momentum and sensation that Xianyuan had just displayed, striving to merge himself with the environment and intertwine the sword with his being, achieving the unity of man and sword. Suddenly, the seed of swordsmanship in his dantian erupted like a cracked egg, manifesting as a round golden orb in his dantian. A resounding surge of sword intent and a breakthrough in his realm radiated outward, remaining unshaken by the winds and thunder surrounding Xianyuan. Chun Pingyan opened his eyes, and Xianyuan did the same. The imposing aura dissipated, and the tempest subsided. Turning to glance, Xianyuan noticed that his junior nephew had approached him unannounced. "Dogsheng, is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired, recalling the name Chun Pingyan held before entering the sect. Chun Dogsheng from Chun family village. Chun Pingyan, who typically harbored a deep aversion to his own name, found it unexpectedly endearing when uttered by Xianyuan. With a thud, he knelt down. "Disciple Chun Pingyan pays respects to my esteemed junior uncle. I am grateful for your guidance in the sword arts." Chapter 3. The Transformation of Gosheng. Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. "Guidance in sword arts? I merely demonstrated. There is no talk of teaching." Chun Pingyan was stunned. His junior uncle truly was an extraordinary individual, possessing a gentle and kind demeanor. It was merely a casual suggestion to a junior. There was nothing to commend. Chun Pingyan felt a sense of relief. If he continued to dwell on it, he would only appear pretentious. "Junior uncle, my master has sent me to bring you a meal. I apologize for the wait." Chun Pingyan lifted the plate and presented it to Xianyuan. Awkwardly, he noted that the rice was covered in sand, and he had no idea when the vegetables had been blown away. The esteemed disciple of Xiantian sect had failed to deliver a proper meal. In fright, Chun Pingyan immediately knelt again. "I am despicable. I have not fulfilled my duty. I am useless. Please punish me, junior uncle." The thought of Xianyuan's status within the sect filled him with dread. If Xianyuan were to become displeased, his title as the sect's top disciple would surely be revoked. Chun Pingyan envisioned himself falling from grace before his master, being supplanted by Su Chongqing, his junior uncle's disciple, who had always contended for the title of first seat. He feared being cast aside, growing old in solitude, forgotten by the world, and meeting a melancholy end. At this moment, Chun Pingyan's heart quaked with fear, and he dared not even breathe too loudly, lest he provoke Xianyuan's displeasure. Observing the dish before him, Xianyuan chuckled. "Gosheng, it is quite all right. I'm not hungry. A drink will suffice." Upon hearing these words, the weight on Chun Pingyan's heart lifted. His junior uncle, truly an extraordinary figure, effortlessly forgave his blunder. His master had once said that those with great cultivation possess great magnanimity. It was indeed true. "Please, take your time, junior uncle. I shall not disturb you further." Chun Pingyan bowed deeply. "Indeed, Gosheng, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Do not emulate your uncle." Tears brimmed in Chun Pingyan's eyes as he bit his lip and nodded earnestly. A once proud prodigy had finally been humbled. His mind was filled with the image of his junior uncle's smile, which enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, immersing him in a warm sea of comfort. How could there exist such an ethereal being in this world? As Chun Pingyan descended from the cliff of reflection, he experienced a newfound understanding. He chuckled to himself. A once lofty prodigy was nothing but a triviality. He began to gradually relinquish his identity as the foremost disciple, transforming into a more affable and cultured individual. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. A few disciples approached, respectfully greeting Chun Pingyan. Greetings, everyone. Xianyuan, your progress seems to be rather slow. Is there something troubling you? If you have time, come find the senior brother to discuss and reflect together. Jiangwo, have your internal injuries improved? I have a bottle of rejuvenating elixir here, which is highly effective for injuries to one's true energy. Chunhua, regarding your previous inquiry about swordsmanship, I have given it some thought. Please meet me at the training ground shortly. I shall demonstrate it for you. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Senior brother Pingyan, with an air of superiority, hardly deigned to glance at them. It was as if, under normal circumstances, he would not have paused for a greeting. Yet, he now seemed to take an interest in the cultivation of his junior disciples. There must be something unusual about the senior brother. How long has this behavior persisted? They hesitated to trouble senior brother Pingyan, who was already burdened with the responsibilities of managing affairs within the sect. Observing the bewilderment of the three junior disciples, Chun Pingyan smiled gently. Junior brothers and sisters, what are you saying? He grasped their hands and spoke in a soft tone. As members of the Xianxian sect, is it not perfectly natural for us to support and care for one another? As the eldest disciple of Xianxian, I bear a responsibility and obligation to assist you with any issues regarding daily life and cultivation. As long as we offer mutual support and camaraderie, any difficulties can be surmounted. United in purpose, the Xianxian sect is destined to forge a brilliant new future. Releasing their hands, Chun Pingyan added, well, I have matters to attend to. Remember, should you encounter any problems, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he stepped into the air and made his way to the training ground. Have you noticed that senior brother seems different today? One asked. Is that even a question? He is clearly transformed. Chunhua waved her hand dismissively. Why ponder so much? Isn't this the best outcome? Senior brother is willing to set aside his status to assist us. Just look at any other sect. How many can achieve that? Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Chunhua is right. I initially thought the Xianxian sect was one that judged status by cultivation level, but I see now that I was mistaken. Xianyuan also nodded. Indeed, I now feel that the Xianxian sect is like a big family. No matter where I go, I'm a part of Xianxian. I shall dedicate myself to its honor and sacrifice for its glory. Xianxian is my home, and peace and friendship rely on us all. The three exchanged glances, clearly inspired by Chun Pingyan. With newfound understanding, they resolved not to confine themselves. Xianyuan, Chunhua, and Jiangwo vowed to become guiding lights of unity within the sect. At the training ground, Chun Pingyan stood amidst the vast expanse, holding his long sword. In that moment, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Senior brother, you arrived just in time. Shall we spar? A familiar voice called out, and Chun Pingyan slowly opened his eyes. Just in time, junior brother Changqing. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you, he replied. Su Changqing, having just grasped the technique, felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to share his newfound understanding with the world. He is an unparalleled genius. The hallmark of a genius's rise to fame is to ascend step by step upon the shoulders of stronger talents. Clearly, within the Xianxian sect, Chun Pingyan embodies this genius. Oh, it seems you have also gleaned some insights? Su Changqing chuckled, his eyes brimming with excitement. Such are the prodigies. There exists no animosity between them, only a mutual respect among rivals. Their cultivation levels are closely matched, and their contests are evenly poised. Therefore, Su Changqing does not regard Chun Pingyan with any disdain. For in his heart, he believes he may not necessarily triumph, but he certainly will not be defeated. Ah, the senior brother and the second brother are at it again. What do you mean by at it? Isn't this entirely normal? Hurry and call others to witness. The duel between the two prodigies of the Xianxian sect offers much to learn. I support the senior brother. Of course, you dream of the senior brother, even while sleeping. Your support is a given. Ignoring the chatter of the junior disciples, Chun Pingyan and Su Changqing simultaneously closed their eyes. To the onlookers, it appeared as though neither had moved. Yet in reality, the two had already commenced their confrontation within the realm of consciousness. Momentarily, both retreated half a step, leaving the audience bewildered. What has transpired? They did not witness any strikes exchanged. If you ask me, how would I know? No one could fathom what had occurred. A boy clad in a deep blue robe, wielding a long sword, smiled as if mocking their ignorance. In a duel of masters. The clash begins with an exchange of momentum. From what transpired, it seems that the two senior brothers are evenly matched. Has a duel already taken place? Is this a novel approach? Third senior brother, whom do you favor? A junior disciple inquired. It turns out he is the disciple of the third elder of the Xianyuan sect, Dugu Wulei. Dugu Wulei shook his head, finding the question somewhat perplexing. Had the senior brother maintained his previous level of cultivation, the victor would undoubtedly be the second brother. For I recently dueled with the second brother, and before I could draw near, I was sent flying by his sword-s aura. Dugu Wulei's words ignited an uproar among the crowd. In truth, the cultivation levels of the three senior brothers are not far apart. Should they engage, they could exchange several blows. Yet, the third senior brother claims he could not withstand even one strike from the second brother. It seems the senior brother is destined for defeat. However, Dugu Wulei captured everyone's attention once more. How could the senior brother possibly fall behind? Thus, the outcome of this contest remains uncertain. Instantly, brows furrowed in contemplation. Prodigies are indeed prodigies. When one believes they have made progress and feels triumphant, others are advancing in equal measure. Such is the nature of prodigies. They strive and chase each other, ascending to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. In the end, you will discover that those standing atop are precisely the ones who enter the arena to face each other, while those merely spectating will ultimately be eliminated. Su Changqing let out an angry snort. He never expected that his senior brother had secretly advanced in rank without his knowledge. Chun Ping'an smiled and replied, Second junior brother, you are also quite impressive. I did not realize you had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Drawing his sword, Su Changqing laughed. It seems I can no longer keep my abilities hidden. Chun Ping'an, unfazed, felt a flicker of relief for having just delivered a meal to the little master uncle. For otherwise, he would surely have been defeated by Su Changqing. Su Changqing raised his sword to the heavens, his aura soaring. Senior brother, observe closely. Here comes my strike. The Lingxi sword. It was a straightforward thrust, yet it carried an overwhelming momentum. This sword strike from the second junior brother seemed to lock onto its target, leaving them with no choice but to await their fate. Why isn't senior brother striking? What are you waiting for? But then, they noticed Chun Ping'an, who had closed his eyes. Why is he still closing his eyes at this moment? Hurry and draw your sword. Even Dugu Wulei began to feel anxious for Chun Ping'an. Seeing Chun Ping'an's passive demeanor, Su Changqing chuckled. Senior brother, you are rather arrogant. Though I possess but a single sword technique, it is a culmination of my hard work. At that moment, Chun Ping'an flicked his right hand, sending the sword sheath flying away. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shot forth. What? Su Changqing paused, his heart shaken. Chun Ping'an's gaze felt like a sharp sword, piercing directly into his soul. At that moment, Chun Ping'an resembled a razor-sharp blade, fraught with peril. With an aura surging, Chun Ping'an uttered two words, Jinghong. Su Changqing was taken aback. What is this? Sword intent. When did Chun Ping'an comprehend sword intent? Dugu Wulei was also astonished. It truly is sword intent. Senior brother has actually grasped it. Impossible. Yet, such an overwhelming pressure was something he had only witnessed from his master. If it were not sword intent, what could it be? The younger brothers gasped in astonishment. Sword intent. Third junior brother, are you suggesting that senior brother has comprehended sword intent at the nascent soul stage? Good heavens. It is said that sword intent must be captured in the void refinement stage. Indeed, but there is still a gap to the Dharma aspect stage between nascent soul and void refinement. Senior brother is truly a prodigy. We are not worthy in comparison. Amid their astonishment, the two figures began to move. Chun Ping'an transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving in an instant. They crossed paths, leaving behind a flash of white light. The two figures froze in place, and silence enveloped the arena. The victor and the vanquished were already determined. Dugu Wulei murmured, his heart filled with awe. Chun Ping'an's sword strike had indeed dazzled him. Clutching his sword tightly, he slowly exited the training ground, his gaze resolute. Suddenly, Su Changqing's upper garment tore apart. Senior brother, I have lost. Su Changqing shattered the tranquility of the martial arts arena, igniting a wave of excitement. The second senior brother was surprisingly defeated in a single move. Master brother's prowess is truly remarkable. It appears he has been concealing his true abilities. Chun Ping'an wore a serene smile as he sheathed his sword and approached Su Changqing. The latter clenched his teeth, anticipating the customary humiliation that Chun Pingan was about to bestow upon him. He closed his eyes, recognizing that any attempt at rebuttal would be futile in the face of his superior skill. He braced himself for the scornful words, only to be met with an unexpected question. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 5. The System's Reward. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Su Changqing was left utterly speechless. Where was the promised humiliation? Master brother, at least scold me a little. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Observing the sincere and friendly gaze of his master brother, Su Changqing was overwhelmed with guilt. He had once viewed his master brother as a rival, determined to unseat him from his position as the foremost prodigy of the Xianyuan sect. Yet, years of failures had clouded his judgment. Jealousy and embarrassment had caused him to lose sight of himself. So this is where I faltered. Su Changin din enlightenment. Realizing that it was not a matter of cultivation, but rather an awakening in his attitude towards life. He bowed deeply to Chun Pingan, proclaiming, as disciples of the Xianyuan sect, we should take Master Brother Pingan as our exemplar. He is our model. The crowd was taken aback. The two who had competed fiercely for years had, on this day, laid aside their grievances, all due to Master Brother's simple invitation. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. The other disciples also came to a realization. Fellow apprentices are akin to brothers, regardless of the disparities in their cultivation levels. They're bound as siblings. While mutual competition and progress are commendable, harboring feelings of enmity is not. Master Brother indeed set a splendid example. A sense of admiration filled their hearts, and they instinctively bowed deeply in Master Brother's direction. As disciples of the Xianyuan sect, we shall take Master Brother Pingan as our model, supporting and loving one another, united in life and death, and never betraying. Chun Pingan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deeply moved by the unfolding events, a manifestation of the celestial fortune bestowed by the little master uncle, who was truly an extraordinary figure. The junior brothers rushed forward to congratulate him, while others sought to comfort the second senior brother, Su Changqing, usually prideful. He smiled and shook his head to those offering solace, indicating that he was fine and did not require consolation. Master brother, I recall that when we sparred last month, the contest was fiercely contested. How have you made such remarkable progress in such a short time? Su Changqing inquired, filled with curiosity and disbelief. In the past, Chun Pingan would not have been forthcoming with such information. At this moment, Chun Pingan felt a sense of tranquility in his heart, for they were all fellow disciples. What was there to conceal? In truth, my recent breakthrough stemmed from a visit to the Cliff of Reflection. Chun Pingan feigned profundity, creating a sense of suspense. The Cliff of Reflection? What is it, senior brother? A secret manual on swordsmanship? Chun Pingan shook his head. No, there's a little Uncle Master at the Cliff of Reflection. Little Uncle Master? Chun Pingan nodded. Meanwhile, far away at the Cliff of Reflection, Xianyuan was inebriated, lost in a state of blissful drunkenness. A tremor rippled through the space, and an elderly man with white hair stepped forth from the void. It was Xianxia. Observing Xianyuan's intoxicated demeanor, Xianxia remained silent. He crouched down and gently wiped away the drool from the corner of Xianyuan's mouth. You rascal, Xianxia chuckled. One cannot know how long I can accompany you. Forcing you to cultivate is merely for future considerations. With a sigh, Xianxia continued. What will you do if I am no longer around? The egg may not be able to protect you. If you were cast out of the sect, how would you survive outside? I hope you can comprehend the good intentions of your master. Taking the wine jug from Xianyuan's hands, he took a sip. Wine is truly a wonderful thing. I envy you, as you can indulge until you are senseless. When drunk, dreams may come, and I hope you never awaken. With that, Xianxia set down the wine jug and vanished into the void. The corner of Xianyuan's mouth twitched into a faint smile. That old rascal, even at over 1,000 years old, still speaks such touching words. Xianyuan lifted his head, gazing at the hole in the cliff opposite, and chuckled once more. Master, I have finally discovered the path to cultivation. Just moments ago, Chun Pingan had shared his sword dancing experience with the other disciples. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon seeing the tattered remnants of his clothing, their doubts evaporated. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of over 100 individuals, achieving a B-level evaluation. Everyone unanimously regards the host as a sword saint, rewarding the host with the realm of Sword Dao Master. It turned out that the system had not abandoned him. Everything he accomplished relied on a facade of grandeur. The teachings imparted by the system were intended to endow him with an aura of immortality, elevating his status. Each move and stance could evoke phenomena of the heavens and earth. Although lacking in true power, the audience was deeply convinced by his performance, ultimately leading to the system's evaluation and subsequent rewards. System: how many levels of evaluation are there? Host: the system categorizes evaluations as C, B, A, S, and SSS levels. Just now, the host garnered belief from 100 individuals, hence the B level. To attain an A level, one needs 1,000 believers. For S level, 5,000. For SS level, 10,000. And for SSS level, 100,000. I see. System: if I were to achieve S, SS, or SSS levels, what rewards would I receive? Host: Grade A Grandmaster. S Grade Sword Saint. SS Grade Sword Immortal. SSS Sword Tao Supreme. Essentially, acquiring the title of Sword Immortal grants one invincibility in this world. Thus the host must exert greater effort and display more prowess. Xianyuan rolled his eyes, questioning the necessity of such complications. Why not simply grant me the title of Sword Tao Supreme? The system abides by its own regulations. To bestow upon the host a power far exceeding what this world can sustain would endanger both the host and the realm itself. Consider, if the host were to cleave this planet with a single stroke, what fate would befall its inhabitants? All beings possess a spirit, and the system adheres to principles. Xianyuan found some merit in the system's reasoning and nodded in agreement. Regardless, gratitude was due. Xianyuan smiled, unsheathed his sword, and resumed his practice. Each move seemed more fluid than before, and with every swing and thrust, the heavens responded with thunder. Xianyuan felt fatigue begin to creep in. Time flew, ushering in a new day. On Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuanzi inquired, puzzled. Quandan, have you sensed that the disciples of our sect seem to be different lately? Chapter 6, 108 Sword Intent. Zangquanzan notet tao gufun. Master, indeed, the usually reticent disciples have suddenly become quite enthusiastic. They are fostering camaraderie, and the atmosphere is harmonious. Particularly, Goxing and Changqing, who were once at odds, were found discussing swordsmanship together this morning, which truly startled me. Listening to Zhang Quandan's account, Xianyuanzi concurred. Although the cause remained unknown, it appeared that the sect members were progressing positively, which was a commendable development. Quandan, your contributions are undeniable. Zhang Quandan was taken aback. Master, these achievements are a result of your guidance. I dare not claim undue credit. Xianyuanzi shuklat, nuting Zhang Quandan's sincerity. Let be. Among your 13 fellow disciples, you and the 13th are the closest. The others, as you see, are practically strangers. In this regard, I must concede to you. Mentioning the 13th disciple, Xianyuanzi recalled Xianyuan. He is the 13th disciple, the 13th granduncle of Xiantian's sect. Master, I have made a discovery. Zhang Quandan shifted the conversation. Speak. Xianyuanzi sipped his spiritual tea. Master, I found that Goxing broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage yesterday and has also comprehended a sword intent. Xianyuanzi remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. Indeed, he is worth cultivating. Hearing his master's words, Zhang Quandan, as Goxing's mentor, felt a surge of pride. It was natural for his master to exhibit such calmness. After all, those who trained alongside him were all exceptionally talented, yet ultimately, they had all been surpassed by their master one by one. The master is, after all, an unparalleled genius. What could possibly astonish him? Master, yesterday I disobeyed your command and secretly asked Dogsheng to deliver food to junior brother. Xuanjizi's expression remained placid, seemingly acquiescing to this act. Indeed, Xianyuan is but a mortal. Without sustenance, he would perish. According to Dogsheng, he experienced a breakthrough after witnessing junior brother's sword dance. Junior brother also imparted some profound life lessons to him. Following this epiphany, Dogsheng seemed transformed, as if he were a different person altogether. As you can see, the disciple's ability to unite stems largely from junior brother's merit. Quandan did not keep this to himself. He revealed Xianyuan's situation in one breath. Clang! Xuanjizi's hand suddenly trembled, causing the cup to fall. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he pondered that such occurrences seemed implausible for Xianyuan. It was merely Dogsheng's heightened perception, gleaning truths from the mundane. What was there for him to be so grandiose about, being merely a mediocre player? Zhang Quandan was momentarily taken aback. The master's old habit had resurfaced. Xuanjizi fell silent for a few moments. Recently, please ensure that meals are delivered promptly. Despite being an elder, he is in truth merely an 18-year-old child. As soon as Xianyuan finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Zhang Quandan chuckled softly. The master was indeed tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. Observing the disciples across the peaks, treating one another with respect, Zhang Quandan smiled with satisfaction. At the cliff of reflection, Xianyuan continued his sword dance. The fallen leaves on the cliff had been swept away by the aura of his sword, causing even the flight of birds to become unstable as the air currents shifted. On the opposite cliff, Xianyuan sat concealed among the rocks, meticulously observing Xianyuan's movements. When did 13 become so adept? Witnessing the surrounding disturbances in nature, Xianyuan realized that Xianyuan had likely reached the realm of a sword master, albeit his personal cultivation remained at 0, though he could not ascertain this through investigation. Xianyuan possessed an innate sense of it. Seeing Xianyuan's progress filled Xianyuan with immense gratification. How many years had it been? It was likely that Xianyuan had not practiced his sword here at the Cliff of Reflection for over 2 days. Why had 13 suddenly gained such enlightenment? Xianyuan found himself baffled. Suddenly, Xianyuan frowned. What the? Is the young man disregarding martial ethics, launching a sneak attack on me? A surge of sword energy came hurtling toward him, nearly unbalancing his form. The sword energy struck the mountainside instead. Xianyuan glanced at the rock face, utterly stunned. The entire cliff was etched with a multitude of sword marks, as if they had formed naturally. 108 sword scars. 108 sword intentions. Why was it that 13, devoid of any spiritual energy, could unleash such powerful sword energy? Although he had attained the master level, his might surpassed that of an ordinary master. As the Grand Master of Swordsmanship, Xianyuan was acutely aware of the implications surrounding these marks. He refrained from examining them closely, for he needed to suppress certain aspects. Should he inadvertently break the seal while observing, it would spell disaster. A glance at Xianyuan revealed that the 13th had indeed harbored profound secrets, and it was perhaps best not to delve further. Having finally managed to redirect his focus towards cultivation, Xianyuan felt a sense of indifference towards the matter. No sooner had he spoken than the winds and thunder at the Cliff of Reflection came to an abrupt halt. Xianyuan settled into a meditative posture and retrieved an ancient zither from his spatial ring. Xianyuan, incensed, found himself in disbelief, just as he began to articulate his thoughts. Fate dealt him a sharp rebuke. Well, perhaps a balance of labor and leisure is also beneficial. Xianyuan concocted a flimsy excuse for Xianyuan. Master brother, is that your junior uncle? A group of over a dozen children approached. Xianyuan noticed the throng of disciples ascending the Cliff of Reflection, with Chun Goshing among them, seemingly the leader of this assembly. They approached Xianyuan, bowed, and then seated themselves in meditation. Could it be that the 13th was imparting wisdom on the path of swordsmanship? Chapter 7. A Laughter Across the Vast Sea. Xianyuan was momentarily rendered speechless. What had come over these disciples of the Xianxian sect? Initially intent on departing, he found himself seated once more, quietly observing the unfolding events. Hey, Goshing, what brings you here? Xianyuan's fingers pressed down on the strings of the zither, abruptly halting the music. Goshing? The disciples appeared utterly bewildered. It seemed their master brother possessed such a humble name. They stifled their laughter behind their hands. However, Chun Ping'an showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he respectfully replied, Junior uncle, I visited the Cliff of Reflection yesterday and gained immense insights. Upon learning of this, my fellow disciples implored me to bring them along. I hope you do not mind. Upon hearing Chun Ping'an's words, Xianyuan realized that these were his devoted admirers. Yet, he felt he had little to offer them. Despite having reached a certain level, he remained woefully ignorant. Feel free, he gestured dismissively, preparing to play the zither once more. Chun Ping'an clasped his hands in response. Please, Junior uncle, do not concern yourself with us. We merely wish not to disturb your tranquil cultivation. In the midst of their antics, they completely overlooked the fact that Xianyuan was here as a form of penance. Chun Ping'an sensed an unusual aura emanating from his junior uncle. Merely being near Xianyuan seemed to enhance their cultivation, as if understanding the nuances of swordsmanship came as a complimentary gift, contingent upon one's innate talent. Master brother, look. Su Changqing nudged Chun Ping'an with his elbow and whispered. Following Su Changqing's gaze, Chun Ping'an felt as though he had been jolted by an electric shock. Everyone, do not look, he exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. The cliff face across was marred with a multitude of sword marks. Within the gorges, The sword scars harbor an infinite essence of swordsmanship, profound and elusive. The allure is irresistible, drawing one into its depths. A mere glance had nearly ensnared him. Even though he had grasped a fragment of sword intent, he still refrained from indiscriminate observation. At the sound of Chun Pingin's shout, his junior disciples immediately bowed their heads in deference. "Brother, it seems your words ring true. Our little master is indeed an unparalleled sage. Indeed, I am convinced that our little master is undoubtedly a sword saint. Not merely a sword saint. I suspect he might be a sword immortal." Chun Pingin, more astounded than the rest, perceived what they could not. The 108 sword scars etched upon the cliff, each encapsulating a distinct nature of sword intent, some fierce, others gentle. Some indifferent, others fervent. Anxiety gripped their hearts, yet they dared not seek assistance from Xianyuan. The comprehension of swordsmanship is an innate journey. External guidance proves futile. Thus, the only one who could gaze for a few seconds, Chun Pingin, began to offer guidance to his juniors. He commenced observing the sword scars on the opposing cliff. What a magnificent sight! The sheer precipice was adorned with an abundance of sword marks. What level of mastery must his master possess to inscribe such profound sword intent? Following Chun Pingin's method, his juniors each selected a sword intent to contemplate. Though the seemingly ordinary scars encompassed astonishing sword intent, their realms and thoughts had not ascended to that echelon, leaving them empty-handed. Truly, I overestimate my own capabilities. Chun Pingin mused with self-deprecation. On the opposite peak, Xianxia was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. It turned out this group of disciples sought to learn the sword path from 13. They were in the process of comprehending swordsmanship. A smile of relief graced Xianxia's face as optimism blossomed regarding Xianyuan's future. It appeared that even in his absence, 13 would find a foothold within the sect. Xianxia stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing into slits of mirth. Suddenly, a melody erupted from the direction of the thought-reflecting cliff, causing Xianxia to furrow his brow. 13 never forgets this indulgence. With a huff, Xianxia expressed his irritation. However, when Xianyuan began to sing, Xianxia was left in a state of bewilderment. A voice like laughter from the vast sea, tides roll along both shores. Floating and sinking, the present is all we know. The exquisite artistry of the Qin, coupled with Xianyuan's masterful vocal prowess, gradually conveyed the lyrics. The song resonated upon the cliffs, echoing through the entire thought-reflecting cliff mountain range, grand, majestic, and bold. As the melody gradually dispersed, it spread throughout the entire Xianyuan. The disciples in the martial training grounds were drawn by the enchanting voice, halting their activities. Where does this song come from? On the misty peak, the second brother, Sun Ru, furrowed his brow. Is it our junior disciple? The song continued to soar through the air. Lin Hua Peak, Gao Yuan Peak. Xuanxia was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts, inexplicably, spiraled into a torrent of memories. The heavens laughed while the tides of the world ebbed and flowed. Who triumphs and who falters is known only to the heavens. In his youth, he joined the Xiantian sect, diligently honing his skills, ascending to the position of the sect's leader by stepping over his peers. As he ventured into the realm of cultivation, he forged friendships, indulging in merriment and camaraderie. During the war against the demon realm, he fought valiantly, wielding his sword for the sake of humanity. He inherited the position of sect master, elevating the Xiantian sect from a second-rate sect to the foremost sect in the southern region, becoming the main force of humanity against the demons. The paths of humans and demons diverged. The one who understood him best was, ironically, the holy son of the demon clan. He had 13 disciples, each a paragon among men, with only 13 remaining. Looking back, how many of those old friends were still around? Who determines right from wrong? Life and death, the pursuit of fame and fortune, merely a drop in the ocean. Why not laugh heartily and live freely, unburdened by worldly concerns? Ha ha ha! Xuanxia shook his head, his form materializing. The disciples at the Cliff of Reflection were drawn out of reality by his robust laughter. Some disciples, enchanted by Li Xianyuan's song, were submerged in the world of sword intent, unable to extricate themselves. If it were not for Xuanxia's laughter, their hearts of sword might have shattered. A few disciples who had grasped the sword intent remained entranced, tantalizingly close to enlightenment. Master, the awakened disciples hastily knelt before him. Li Xianyuan continued to sing, undisturbed by Xuanxia's laughter. Ha ha! Xuanji zi atainet enlightenment. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Xuanji Zi's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he gazed at the heavens. I had long been confined by the mundane world, burdened by too much. Today, my 13th disciple's song has pierced through my fog of confusion. I have been an old fool, carefree for a lifetime, yet hesitant in my twilight years. Xuanji Zi pointed towards the heavens. I raise my sword and laugh at the sky, asking who among today's world is deemed a saint? Come forth. Xuanji Zi sat cross-legged on the ground, his aura surging. The seals that constrained his realm were lifted. In the tribulation stage, Xuanji Zi's entire being erupted with a formidable aura, soaring into the clouds. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, accumulating various energies, forming an immense pressure. Within the black clouds, lightning crackled, as if to tear apart heaven and earth. Figures emerged from the void. Eldest brother, what is happening? Sun Ru inquired of his companion. Zhang Quandan shook his head, glancing at the still, singing Xianyuan, then at their master atop the mountain. It seems master is about to face his tribulation. What is destined to come will always arrive. Chapter 8. The entire sect enters Level 1 combat readiness. Zhang Quandan's concerns mirrored those of Xianxia. With Xianxia successfully navigating this tribulation, Xiantian sect was poised to ascend to the rank of a holy sect. Yet, should failure ensue, leading to utter obliteration, Xiantian sect would struggle to maintain its footing among the elite sections. After all, even at the pinnacle of Dongshu, Zhang Quandan alone could not uphold the sect position. Huh? What are these disciples? Chongqing is present too? Senior brother, what is happening? Sun Ru furrowed his brow, observing the 7 disciples seated on the ground. Zhang Quandan shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, he gestured towards the sword marks on the cliff wall. Sun Ru was taken aback, as were the other 10 disciples. Senior brother, did Master carve this? I sense an irresistible pull, as if I might be drawn in. It is likely not Master. Could it be the junior brother? Amused by the astonished expressions of his fellow disciples, Zhang Quandan chose silence, inviting them to speculate. He then turned his gaze towards the ominous tribulation clouds above, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Disciple brothers 2, 3, 4, and 5. Form a sword formation to protect Master. Disciples 6 through 12, take your positions at the 7 focal points of the sect and activate the protective formation. Zhang Quandan's demeanor transformed from jovial to serious. Senior brother, why must we initiate the protective formation during Master's tribulation? Sixth Sister Duan Chunli inquired, puzzled. Zhang Quandan's eyes narrowed with alertness as he surveyed the distant sky. There are always those who cannot bear to see our Xiantian sect thrive. Dear disciples, we stand at a critical juncture for Xiantian sect. In the name of the sect leader, I hereby issue a decree. All departments of Xiantian sect, immediately cease your current tasks and prepare for action. I declare that Xiantian sect has entered a state of heightened readiness. Move swiftly, Zhang Quandan commanded with poise, unwavering amidst the turmoil. Perhaps this is the very quality that qualifies him for the role of sect leader. Yes, senior brother, the disciples responded in unison, promptly vanishing to take their places at the 7 designated sites within the sect. The protective formation was activated. A translucent, dome-like barrier enveloped the entirety of Xiantian sect, with a singular opening left at the thought-reflecting cliff. Should one wish to intervene during the tribulation, they would enter through this breach. The atmosphere was tense, with all present on high alert, save for the lingering echoes of Li Xianyuan's song resonating through the valley. Zhang Quandan and his 4 companions formed a protective circle around Xianxia, serving as the last line of defense. Zhang Quandan paused, sensing something amiss. If any esteemed guest is visiting, please reveal yourself, he called out into the void. Suddenly, the air above the thought-reflecting cliff tore asunder, and 3 figures emerged. All 3 were silver-haired, and Zhang Quandan instantly recognized their identities. Ling Shuzi of the Xiaoyao sect, and Jun Changshao of the Wangu sect. In the Qinglian sect, Li Taibai observed the arrival of visitors, and Zhang Quandan exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Though these 3 sects stood alongside the Xiantian sect as the 4 major sects of the southern region, their relations were amicable. They were once old comrades who fought side by side with Zuanjizi in the demon realm. The Xiantian sect was a strategic partner among friendly sections. Ling Shuzi chuckled, Quandan, your vigilance is remarkably high. Jun Changshao nodded in agreement. But there is no need for concern. We are here to support our elder brother Zuanjizi. Do not mind us. Focus your energy. Although we may not assist our elder brother directly, we can certainly ensure he remains undisturbed. Zhang Quandan nodded and offered a respectful gesture towards the trio. If not for the protective formation of the sect, he would not have noticed them. Why is there someone singing? Ling Shuzi inquired, puzzled. You must admit, it is quite melodious, Li Taibai responded, momentarily taken aback. 108 sword intents? The Xiantian sect's foundation is indeed profound. The clear breeze seemed to provoke a sense of solitude. Li Xianyuan continued to sing, becoming increasingly engrossed in the performance. His voice growing bolder. Above, the calamity clouds brewed, ready to descend. At that moment, Xuanjizi opened his eyes. Xiantian sword. Draw atop Xiantian peak. A massive stone gradually crumbled, revealing a radiant long sword that shot forth towards the cliff of reflection, hovering above Xuanjizi's head. My old friend, it has been a long time. Today, I must trouble you to assist me. Xuanjizi brimmed with confidence, bolstered by Li Xianyuan's spirited song, which seemed to imbue him with boundless courage. Comme fort. A thunderous roar erupted. Brilliant flashes of light accompanied a massive lightning bolt that struck down. Xuanjizi's previously murky eyes now gleamed with battle intent. Instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. Isn't this a bit too reckless for our elder brother? In the face of adversity, the brave prevail. For a swordsman, the greatest defense lies in offense. Inaction is hardly a viable choice, as Olbai knows all too well. Li Taibai remained silent. Jun Changshao glanced at him and noticed that Li Taibai had closed his eyes. Olbai? At that moment, the two noticed the sword marks etched upon the cliff face, their expressions shifting to one of shock. 108 sword intents? Could it be that Olbai has begun to comprehend the sword? How stingy. Even when seeking assistance from another sect, he wishes to gain an advantage. We cannot benefit from this. However, the singing of the disciple below was rather intriguing, captivating their attention. Before he could finish speaking, Jun Changshao shut his eyes. Ling Shuzi, too, found himself unable to resist closing his eyes. To come here to help, and yet seek to gain advantage. As the Xiantian sword emerged, who could contend with it? The tremendous thunder could not deter Xuanjizi, who surged forward, nearing the cloud layer. In their initial confrontation, Xuanzi emerged victorious. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Yet at that moment, ominous clouds surged once more from all directions, converging with an overwhelming sense of annihilation. Chapter 9. Successfully transcending the tribulation, ascending to sagehood. Could it be that the remaining tribulation lightning would descend all at once? Upon witnessing the roiling storm clouds, Xuanzi promptly returned to the ground. Comme fort, he declared, his fighting spirit unyielding. Even if deities hovered above, he was prepared to engage in battle. Master, Zhang Quandan gazed at Xuanzi with concern. Just then, a magnificent sword intent erupted simultaneously from the 7 disciples, their sword energies piercing through the dark clouds with a cacophony of 7 resonant sounds. Even Li Taibai, immersed in contemplation, furrowed his brow, momentarily distracted. He quickly composed himself, channeling his energy to regain focus. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xuanzi discerned the unfolding situation. Indeed, the disciples of Xiantian sect possess extraordinary talents. Quandan, relay my command. Zhang Quandan clasped his fists. Yes, the mountain upon which I stand shall henceforth be known as Wujian Peak. From this day forth, Shursan shall serve as the mentor of swordsmanship for the Xiantian sect and the master of Wujian Peak. Anyone wishing to seek enlightenment, there must first obtain his consent. Xuanzi felt a sense of release, as if he were preparing for the eventualities of the future. Zhang Quandan's heart swelled with excitement. His junior disciple finally had a position within the sect. Sun Ru and the others were finally enlightened to the truth. These sword marks were indeed the handiwork of their junior disciple. It was no wonder he had always remained low-key. His master had intentionally concealed his prowess. A thunderous roar resounded, snapping everyone back to the impending tribulation. It was here. Xuanzi's expression turned grave, vigilance overtaking him. This was no ordinary lightning. This was the desolation tribulation. Surviving it would elevate him to sagehood, while failing would mean certain death, reduced to mere ashes. Disciples of Xiantian sect, I shall borrow your sword intent. Xuanzi spread his arms wide, channeling numerous sword intents into the Xiantian sword. Comme fort, tribulation. Today, if I do not vanquish you, I shall not be deemed a man. With a mighty roar, Xuanzi charged forward. The gathered sword intent formed a colossal sword, yet it appeared diminutive against the desolation lightning, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Xianxia gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, yet he could scarcely withstand the onslaught for even a moment. His body was gradually pressed down by the weight of the tribulation. By the heavens, am I truly to castrate myself? Xianxia's heart raced in terror. Master. The disciples were filled with anxiety. Xianxia was the steadfast anchor of the Xiantian sect. He must not falter. And at that moment, the ominous sound of footsteps echoed. A melodious tune resonated through the vast expanse of the sky, overpowering even the distant rumble of thunder. The enchanting song once again filled the air, drawing the attention of all present. There stood Xianyuan, laughing and singing, exuding an aura of carefree joy. Beside him emerged a magnificent bagua, upon which the immortal-like Xianyuan sat cross-legged, embodying the Tao, as if he were one with it. The sword scars on Wujian Peak began to tremble, unleashing an awe-inspiring array of sword intent, 108 in total. These formidable energies gradually coalesced into a singular, overwhelming force. Zhang Quandan gazed in terror at the commanding sword intent soaring in the sky, unable to fathom that it was conjured by his junior disciple. His own sword vibrated, seemingly compelled to ascend into the air, as if paying homage to that formidable intent. This radiant sword intent flew towards Xianxia, merging seamlessly with the Xiantian sword. In an instant, countless swords from all directions converged around the Xiantian sword, ultimately unifying into a singular entity. The sword's form now bore an uncanny resemblance to the cataclysmic thunder of obliteration. Are the myriad swords paying homage? Xianxia marveled, casting a glance back at Xianyuan before gathering his resolve and charging upward. The Xiantian sword surged forth with unstoppable momentum, shattering the obliteration thunder into fragments. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, reverberating in a deafening cacophony. The thunderstorm dissipated. Xianxia cleaved through the calamity with his blade, and the dispersed sword intents returned to their original positions. Slowly descending, he resumed his meditative posture, preparing to embrace the rewards of triumphing over the heavenly tribulation, transcendence into the sacred realm. As the dark clouds parted, a radiant beam enveloped Xianxia, visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing rate. Had he emerged victorious? Did Master succeed? Would our Xiantian sect henceforth be known as the Xiantian Holy Sect? The awakened disciples erupted into jubilant cheers, and soon 5,000 disciples gathered to witness the spectacle. The colossal sword that had previously materialized, along with their own swords that had inexplicably taken flight, compelled them to investigate further. Between the cliff of reflection and Wujian Peak, throngs of onlookers floated in anticipation. Has the Grand Master succeeded? Has he attained the status of a sage? Zhang Quandan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. To him, Xianxia was both mentor and father. Yet, there remained matters that required his attention. The disciples of the Xiantian sect returned to their posts, each assuming their responsibilities. The specifics will be communicated through the sect's announcements. Zhang Quandan took a deep breath and called out assertively, yes. 5,000 disciples responded in unison. In an instant, only a few remained between the two peaks: Xianyuan, Zhang Quandan, Xianxia, and 3 esteemed elders. It was uncertain how long they would have to wait. The Master seeks to consolidate his realm. The 3 venerable predecessors are engrossed in the sword path and moments of enlightenment. Zhang Quandan is rendered speechless. At this moment, he is the one who has gained nothing. In the martial practice arena, the disciples surround Chun Pingyan, their foremost inquiry being, what just transpired? Chun Pingyan feigns profundity. Just as the Grand Master was on the verge of failing his tribulation, Chapter 10, My 13 is the Sword Saint. What? One disciple exclaimed. Senior brother, are you suggesting that our little master uncle's furious shout summoned a myriad of swords to pay homage? Does that not imply that our little master uncle is a sword saint? Good heavens! I heard that the Grand Master is merely a Grand Master. Our little master uncle is truly enigmatic and remarkably powerful. Chun Pingyan offered no reply, merely turning his gaze toward the direction of the cliff of reflection, his eyes brimming with admiration. At the cliff of reflection, ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of over 5,000 individuals, earning an S-rank evaluation. Everyone unanimously believes the host to be a sword saint, rewarding the host with an elevation in swordsmanship to the sword saint realm. How exhilarating! Xianyuan cursed softly, gradually emerging from his state of reverie. The skill of the holy grade requires one to enter a state of fusion with the universe each time. The external world fades away unnoticed. Although his cultivation level remains stagnant, he is still deemed a waste. However, his prowess in the sword path has ascended to that of sword saint. A sword saint, indeed, is a rarity across the continent. Alas, the crux lies in the lack of cultivation. A sword saint without power is but a paper tiger. Essentially, when Xianyuan strikes with his sword, it only possesses magnificent effects. Despite containing sword intent, it cannot inflict harm. It suffices merely to intimidate others and create a facade of grandeur. Xianyuan opened his eyes and immediately spotted a beam of light on the peak opposite him. Xianxia was seated in meditation beneath the beam. Xianyuan fronat. Sensing that his master seemed different from before, there was a significant change in demeanor. Previously, he always bore a visage of profound suffering, particularly when gazing at Xianyuan with a look of disappointment. Observing the trees surrounding Xianxia, all charred, Xianyuan recalled certain passages from books. He confirmed it. His master had just undergone the tribulation to attain sainthood. In an instant, Xianyuan comprehended why his master had said those words to him. It turned out that the master was concerned about his potential failure in the tribulation, fearing that there would be no refuge for him within the sect. Given the relationships with his senior brothers, he knew well that it might not be Quandan who could offer protection. After following Xianxia for so many years, Xianyuan began to understand his master's good intentions. Junior brother, you have awakened? Jean Quandan flew over. Xianyuan nudda. Senior brother, about master. Jean Quandan smiled and said, it's all right. He has safely passed through. By the way, junior brother, how did you suddenly become so formidable? You may not be aware, but just a moment ago, your singing unexpectedly invoked a myriad of swords in reverence. Pray tell, what is your true level of cultivation? The prowess of Xianyuan remains shrouded in mystery, even eluding the insight of Xianxia. Naturally, Jean Quandan is oblivious to this. Xianyuan shook his head. Quandan, to be frank, I possess some skill in the way of the sword, but as for my cultivation level, let's not speak of it. Jean Quandan, of course, was incredulous. You rascal, even your senior brother you conceal it from. Xianyuan felt helpless. At this point, even if I speak the truth, no one would believe me. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Just as Jean Quandan was about to say more, a sudden commotion caught their attention. A hum resonated. They turned to look at Xianxia, who had risen with a smile, radiating a golden light. Jean Quandan felt that his master's aura bore a resemblance to that of Xianyuan moments ago. At that instant, an incomprehensible chant echoed from the heavens. What is this? Jean Quandan furrowed his brow. In his understanding, this seemed reminiscent of a harmonious omen. The celestial hymns, heralding the emergence of a sage? It must be so. Is not my master a sage now? Witnessing his master's transcendence, Jean Quandan instinctively felt compelled to kneel. Thud! He dropped to his knees. Seeing Jean Quandan's reaction, Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. Is this what it means to be a sage? There's a profound sense of reverence that wells up from the heart. But why does Sure San remain so composed? Indeed, considering Xianyuan's cultivation level, if Jean Quandan kneels, how can Xianyuan seem unfazed? Xianxia, from a distance, raised his hand, prompting Jean Quandan to stand naturally. With a single step, he felt as though he had traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving before the two with ease. Master, both bowed respectfully. Xianxia acknowledged. Sure San, you have done well this time. I did not expect such great power from these unorthodox methods. It seems I have misjudged you. Xianxia patted Xianyuan's shoulder, his tone imbued with gravity. Xianyuan felt a lump in his throat, words unspoken. Meanwhile, the three figures in the sky gradually awakened. Phew! Ultimately, it was still a narrow escape, sidely tied by. We too, echoed Jun Changxiao and Ling Shuzi in a chorus of sighs. Xianxia, seeing his friends, laughed heartily. I see your energies have significantly improved. Are you not satisfied? The three chuckled as they descended. Xianxia, no, I should now refer to you as Xuanji Sage. Li Taibai Gesta. Old friend, your Xuanji sect truly conceals its depths. Is there a sword saint among your ranks? Their earlier failure to notice Xianyuan's myriad swords in reverence naturally left them with questions. Having already attained the status of a sage, Xianxia no longer concealed the truth. My family S13 is undoubtedly a sage. However, Li Taibai remained skeptical. He employed secret methods to probe into Xianyuan's essence. To his astonishment, He found himself unable to discern it. What cultivation level could this be? Why was the aura so restrained? Yet there existed an inexplicable order in his every gesture. Li Taibai was taken aback by the enigma surrounding Li Xianyuan. Xianxia interjected, "Brother, your disciple is extraordinary. Just from listening to a song, both Ling Shuzi and I nearly succumbed to the urge to transcend. Indeed, brother, your disciple appears unremarkable, yet he possesses an indescribable charisma. It resembles the aura you carry." Xianxia beamed at his three old friends, laughing heartily. "I told you, yet you wouldn't believe me. He is the sword saint. Otherwise, how could he exude the aura of a sage?" Yun Xiangshu. Oh, Ling Shuzi. Li Taibai, my heavens. Li Taibai paused for a moment. "I have cultivated for 2 millennia, yet I am merely a grandmaster of the sword path. Your disciple, at most 18, is a sword saint?" Xianxia shot him a glance. "I've already said it, yet you refuse to believe. Who do you think carved out those 108 sword intents?" Li Taibai remained unconvinced. "Really? Nephew?" Li Xianyuan scratched his head. "If we were to assess it by the sword path, I should be regarded as a sword saint. However, I am merely a superficial sword saint," he added silently in his heart. Chapter 11, Senior. Could you offer some guidance? Senior. Li Taibai Sudanlinel. Grasping Li Xianyuan Esatib. Senior. I, Old Li, have been trapped at the Grandmaster level for many years. I have comprehended much about sword intent, yet I cannot ascend to the sword saint realm. Please enlighten me. Li Taibai, infatuated with the sword path, could hardly contain his joy upon encountering a sword saint. Li Xianyuan and Xianxia felt a twinge of awkwardness. Here was an elderly man of over 2,000 years, beseeching an 18-year-old youth as a senior. Yun Xiangshu moved closer, gently tugging Li Taibai's sleeve, whispering, "Old Bai, get up, this is embarrassing." However, Li Taibai brushed aside Jun Changshao's hand. "Get lost, you who are full. Know not the hunger of the empty. As a sword cultivator, how could I not seek counsel from the sword saint?" Li Xianyuan glanced at his master, wishing to provide guidance, yet uncertain of where to begin. He had reached a certain realm, but lacked theoretical understanding. Xianxia shook his head, advising Old Bai, "Do not act this way. How about we first have a cup of tea and discuss it in detail?" Li Taibai thought it wise not to rush and wiped his nose, rising to his feet. "Very well, let us go now." Seeing everyone preparing to leave, Li Xianyuan returned to his original seat. "Senior, what are you doing?" Li Taibai asked, puzzled. Li Xianyuan spoke in Akadimton. "I have been punished by my master to face the wall for a month. Today is merely the second day." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. "Xuanji, do you believe that because you have become a sage, I would refrain from disciplining you?" Li Taibai glared furiously at Xianxia. Embarrassed, Xianxia turned to his old friend and chuckled. "Oh, come now, Shursan, let us depart. I still have to face this wall. A sage is indeed a sage, capable of uttering fierce words with ease." It was only then that Li Xianyuan rose to his feet. "Thank you, master. If you wish to have tea, please visit my Xianyuan peak. I have just brewed some exquisite tea." Xianxia nodded. "All right, let's go to your place." With that, he tore through the void, bringing several people along with him. At Xianyuan Peak, Li Xianyuan welcomed everyone to take a seat. It had been quite some time since Xianxia last visited Xianyuan Peak. Had it not been for Li Xianyuan's reckless decision to take his zither to the martial arts arena for a performance, Xianxia would not have punished him to face the wall. Shursan, why is the spiritual energy at your Xianyuan Peak so dense?" Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. With a casual wave of his hand, he could feel the palpable essence beneath his palm. Li Xianyuan smiled. "Master, you flatter me. My senior brother is present." Xianxia cast a glance at Quandan, noticing a hint of grievance on his face. "Master is indeed biased, putting on an act. It is perhaps due to my ascension to sagehood that my sensitivity to spiritual energy has heightened," he continued. Ling Shuzi, not fully grasping the reason, remarked, "Is that so? I perceive it to be significantly more concentrated than in other places." Jun Changshao nudged Ling Shuzi with his elbow, giving him a knowing look. Ling Shuzi quickly understood. It seems to be roughly the same. Everyone, please sit for a moment. I shall fetch some water." Li Xianyuan took a ceramic jar and went to the spring behind the house to fill it. He then retrieved a handful of tea leaves from the jar. As the water boiled, Li Xianyuan filled the teacups, gently sliding the lid to skim off the foam. He then added tea to each cup with delicate precision, his movements flowing seamlessly like a graceful stream. Indeed, the art of tea was formidable. The guests raised their cups and inhaled gently. A refreshing aroma wafted through the air, evoking a delightful sensation. Excellent tea. Yuan Xianxia pleased. Ling Shuzi nodded in agreement. Setting aside the tea leaves, even the water used for brewing seems extraordinary. Observe. They noticed the white steam rising from the teacups, resembling spiritual energy. This should not merely be steam. It appeared to take on the form of spiritual essence. Quite remarkable indeed. Originally, Xianyuan had not paid much attention, but hearing his three old friends praising it fervently, he lifted his cup to take a closer look. The white vapor rising from the tea was evident. As a sage, he understood. This was not mere spiritual energy. It was the essence of Tao. A cup of homemade tea, surprisingly imbued with the resonance of the Tao. 13. How have you managed to remain a failure all these years? One must understand that even an ordinary person would likely experience a breakthrough after just a sip of this tea. Xianxia refrained from making a fuss, for he had his own plans. Without attaining the sage realm, one cannot even begin to grasp the existence of the Tao. Hence, the three old friends had yet to realize this. Xianxia gulped down the tea. The scorching liquid brought a refreshing sensation to his belly. The sacred energy from his recently ascended sage realm, surprisingly, felt soothed. The once restless sacred energy was instantly calmed by this cup of tea, gradually merging with his essence. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. Ling Suzi chuckled. Xianxia, you're making quite a fuss over nothing. It's merely tea brewed from spiritual water. As if you've never had it before. Jun Changxiao also felt that Xianxia was being a bit exaggerated. Xianxia smiled and remained silent. Jun Changxiao and Ling Suzi gently lifted their teacups, their lips barely brushing against the liquid. In an instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. Without hesitation, they downed the tea. Both immediately closed their eyes, savoring the tea's enchantment. What a delightful sensation, as if swimming in an ocean of spiritual energy. Indeed, within this ocean, there seem to be fish leaping about. At this moment, I feel my resolve toward the Tao has become even more steadfast. It feels as though my spirit has been thoroughly cleansed, pure beyond measure. These fish are adorable. Let's try to catch one. Simultaneously, they reached out in their minds to touch the leaping fish. At the very moment of contact, they both opened their eyes in astonishment. In unison, they stood up. Xianxia, 13's disciple, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Oh, by the way, thank you for the tea. After saying this, they vanished into the void, leaving the Xiantian sect. Li Taibai appeared bewildered. What had gotten into those two? Why were they leaving so abruptly? Xianxia stroked his long beard, smiling silently. He did not explicitly explain to Li Taibai. Some things must be experienced personally. If made too explicit, the essence of that feeling might dissipate. Li Taibai was not in the mood for tea. He was preoccupied with sorting out his questions, as he would soon seek counsel from Xianyuan. He had yet to clarify the doubts within his heart, and thus remained silent. Xianxia glanced at Zhang Quandan and said with a smile, Quandan, you've worked hard today. Have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Zhang Quandan was taken aback. Thank you, master, but I rarely drink tea, primarily due to my poor digestive health. Damn, how did I end up with such a disciple? Xianxia inwardly cursed. Although Zhang Quandan had devoted himself wholeheartedly, he had gained nothing, leaving Xianxia with a sense of guilt. However, such feelings could not be openly expressed. The Tao is an elusive and ethereal concept. If one pursues it with obsession, it will inevitably remain out of reach. Yet, should one accidentally touch upon it, that is a fortuitous encounter. Thus, it is what everyone refers to as the Tao affinity. Xianxia turned to gaze at Li Xianyuan. Instantly petrified, there stood Li Xianyuan, downing cup after cup, each drained in one swift motion. He had consumed 7 or 8 cups in succession, the tea bowl never leaving his hand. After singing for a considerable time, he was parched. How could San remain entirely unaffected by this enlightenment tea? Had he grown accustomed to it? Was his realm truly so elevated? Or was he utterly devoid of Tao affinity, unable to grasp the truths of the Great Way? Xianxia leaned towards the latter belief, for even he would not dare to drink so recklessly, setting aside the matter of familial wealth. His body simply could not withstand it. Take it easy, San, Xianxia advised. Li Xianyuan chuckled innocently. It's fine, master, it's not hot. Such a simpleton, utterly lacking in any noble celestial demeanor. Chapter 12. The Way of Observing Books. Li Taibai achieves sanctity. Taibai, you two take a seat. I must take my leave. Xianxia announced as he rose to depart. Li Taibai did not insist on keeping him, recognizing that having just ascended to sanctity, his own realm remained unstable. Safe travels. Master, Li Xianyuan said, rising to see him off. Xianxia waved his hand, taking Zhang Quandan with him as they departed from Xianyuan Peak. Zhang Quandan felt quite glum. Master, I wish to converse a while longer. Why did you pull me away? Xuanji Shengren clenched his fists, tempted to strike him. Yet, recalling Zhang Quandan's diligence, he softened. Well, let us conclude here for today. You should visit Shursan more often. It will be beneficial. With that, he pushed Zhang Quandan midway through the void. On Xianyuan Peak. Noticing that Li Taibai had not partaken of tea, Li Xianyuan ceased boiling water. Senior, what exactly is the essence of the sword path? Li Taibai's mind was a tumult of confusion, utterly unable to pinpoint his own dilemma. This query left Li Xianyuan perplexed. Do you wish for me to elucidate the sword path? I am adept in swordsmanship. Seniorly, I am at a loss on how to articulate this. Li Xianyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Clarity was preferable. Upon hearing Li Xianyuan's response, Li Taibai became displeased. Xianyuan, this is not befitting. I have shared life and death with your master for centuries. It would not be an exaggeration to call us brothers in life and death. Look at the sheer cliff face of your family's Xuantiangong, riddled with sword marks. Did you not leave those? Li Xianyuan nudda. Indeed, that was my doing. Li Taibai slammed the table. Then it is settled. Xianyuan, you must not hide your talents. You wield sword intent with such ease. How could you possibly not comprehend the sword path? Seeing Li Taibai's persistence, Li Xianyuan had no choice but to steel himself and explain. I cannot fathom how it happens. I merely wave my hand, and sword intent emerges. If pressed for a reason, I can only say it is a matter of feeling. The sensations within one's heart, or perhaps a certain state of being. Indeed, it is only by entering such a state that one can manifest the essence of the sword. Sensation? State? Li Taibai found himself perplexed. Since he began his sword practice, he had never pondered this question. Could it be that this was the missing link? Yet, what precisely are these sensations and states? They seemed rather elusive. For someone of Li Taibai's caliber, when faced with an incomprehensible concept, he would exert all his effort to unravel it. Closing his eyes, he began to contemplate the words of Li Xianyuan. Observing his deep reflection, Li Xianyuan chose not to intrude. Having not practiced calligraphy for a considerable time, he felt somewhat out of practice and thus retrieved his writing implements to engage in some exercises. These items were provided by the system. Otherwise, he would not have the means to acquire them. He decided to start with the character one as a warm-up, preferring to begin with the simplest yet most challenging characters. Li Taibai, sitting nearby in contemplation, gradually awakened from his thoughts. Being overly fixated could trap one in a cyclical pattern. He hesitated to delve deeper, opting instead to allow his thoughts to settle before reconsidering Li Xianyuan's inquiries. Noticing Li Xianyuan practicing calligraphy, he curiously approached for a closer look. So, my esteemed nephew, you have an interest in calligraphy? Li Xianyuan nudda. I have always been fond of these unconventional pursuits, which often lead my master to chastise me for neglecting my primary studies. Li Taibai furrowed his brow and retorted, he knows nothing. The paths of Tao are interconnected, much like the Eastern Realm's Qingyin sect, which utilizes music to aid in cultivation. Xianyuan, how did you come to be swayed by that mysterious figure? Li Taibai Musa, lamenting the fortunate circumstances of that enigmatic being. Li Xianyuan chuckled lightly, but refrained from responding. He had a particular fondness for the slender gold script, appreciating its strength and subtlety, a quiet display of sophistication. Upsharabing Li Xian's charakte, Li Taibai fronat. Nephew, what kind of calligraphy is this? I have never encountered such a style before. I have dabbled in calligraphy myself, yet this sharp execution is a first for me. The character was executed with a single stroke, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, its conclusion sharp and revealing. Li Taibai felt a surge of astonishment. The art of calligraphy and the art of swordsmanship are indeed intertwined. With each stroke, it seemed Li Xianyuan infused the essence of the sword within. How could I have overlooked this? The character one encapsulates all sword intent. Is it not a means of elevation? My dear nephew is not merely practicing calligraphy. He is illuminating my understanding. The Tao is difficult to articulate, yet its manifestation is most evident, is it not? Xianyuan, I comprehend now. Li Taibai felt as though he had grasped that elusive sensation. Clarity dawned upon him. He immediately settled into a meditative posture. At that moment, Li Taibai's mind was filled entirely with the character one that Li Xianyuan had inscribed. One gives rise to two gives rise to three. and 3 gives rise to infinity. Yet, after the cycle of 99, it returns to 1. If all the sword intent within me could be synthesized into a singular entity, would it not imply that I could unleash the power of countless swords with a single strike? My dear disciple of celestial fate, you truly embody the essence of an immortal, unraveling such profound and intricate truths of the Tao with but a single character. Li Taibai felt an exhilarating surge within, as he formed a gesture to summon his sword intent. Within his sea of consciousness, 18 strands of sword intent gradually coalesced into one. A hum resonated through the air, and the entire celestial fate peak seemed to transform into a sharp blade. A singular sword intent, capable of piercing the heavens, shot forth from the pinnacle of the peak. It is done. I have truly succeeded. Li Taibai was on the verge of jumping for joy. However, Li Xianyuan furrowed his brow. What have I done? This unexpected breakthrough caught me utterly off guard. Clad in holy light, Li Taibai rose to his feet. In this moment, he could genuinely be called the Sword Saint. My dear disciple of celestial fate, you are indeed an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Li Xianyuan felt a twinge of frustration and coldly chuckled before returning to his writing. Li Taibai, a tad awkward, approached him. Celestial fate. Might I request that character as a gift? Li Xianyuan Baoja. Did he truly desire this casual warm-up scroll? Well, if the esteemed Taibai wishes to take it. Who am I to question? Upon hearing this, Li Taibai promptly treasured the scroll. Celestial fate, today your calligraphy has illuminated my path in swordsmanship. Li Taibai drank his tea in one gulp, tearing through space and vanishing. Ah, this esteemed Taibai is indeed genuine in spirit. Chapter 13, Saints Abound. What is happening? The enigmatic figure atop the enigmatic peak frowned as he gazed at the cloud, pierced by an unseen force. Could it be that Li Taibai has broken through to the Sword Saint realm? It must be so. He slapped his thigh in frustration. Blast it. If only I had not rushed away so quickly. Sighing deeply, he lamented, such is the nature of fate, elusive and fleeting. A moment's inattention, and slips away. Curse it all for deceiving me. The Sword Saint embodies a state of mind. Attaining such a status requires no tribulation to cross. However, the power of one's sword techniques multiplies exponentially. This young rascal, Li Taibai, has seized the opportunity for me. Next time, I shall make sure to teach him a lesson. Gazing toward Celestial Fate Peak, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. I have not misjudged. For 13 indeed possesses celestial fortune. It is high time I find a direct disciple to share the burden. How can the esteemed leaders of the Sword Enlightenment Peak and Celestial Fate Peak remain without a disciple? It is simply unbecoming. Quietly returning to his abode, he took out the wooden puppet gifted by Li Xianyuan in his youth. 13 always had a penchant for these whimsical creations. One must admit, they are rather charming. The puppet was crafted by Xianxia when he first brought Li Xianyuan back to the Xiantian sect. As Li Xianyuan observed, he meticulously sculpted the figure. The puppet's long hair flowed gracefully, exuding an air of majesty. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, it emanated an innate authority without the need for anger. One hand stroked its beard while the other wielded a sword, embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. Gazing at the striking puppet, Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It must be said, it bore a remarkable resemblance, at least 7 parts handsome. Xianxia became captivated by the puppet's stance and the manner in which it drew the sword. Wait, I have gazed upon this puppet over 1,000 times. Why did it not evoke such feelings before? Xianxia was perplexed. Having cherished Li Xianyuan since childhood, he had kept everything gifted by him with great care, yet he had never perceived anything extraordinary before. Why did it now feel different? As if it were steeped in some inexplicable insight? Was this stance a sword technique? Am I overthinking? Or is it that I lacked the cultivation to comprehend it before? Xianxia was taken aback. By heavens, it must be that I did not possess the requisite realm to grasp it. 13. Are you truly a celestial being descended to our world? Could it be that the creations from years past are imperceptible to those below the sacred realm? Xianxia was bewildered. Immediately placing the puppet on the table in the courtyard, he casually broke off a branch and began to imitate the pose. No, that is not right. Incorrect. There is still something lacking. No, the momentum is off. Xianxia continued to mimic the puppet's stance, repeatedly attempting to draw the sword. Finally, after executing the sword technique 999 times, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth, cleaving the majestic mountain peak across from him in two. By heavens! Another bout of exclamations escaped his lips. Xianxia stared at the split mountain peak and suddenly entered a peculiar state. That last strike seemed to possess the power to split the heavens themselves. Do those who cultivate the Tao not defy the heavens? Ha! I understand now, I understand. 13. This technique shall be named the heaven-splitting sword. Buzz. Xianxia's entire being erupted with sword energy, and the sword intent from his consciousness coalesced into a colossal sword. To the naked eye, it resembled the Xianyuan greatsword used during tribulations, identical in appearance. Sword Sage. I have finally ascended to the rank of Sword Sage. Ha ha! My destiny is ineffably profound. Xianxia could hardly contain his exhilaration. In a single day, I have attained the sacred realm in both cultivation and swordsmanship. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? 13. Oh, 13. Master truly did not err in his judgment of you. You are indeed a celestial being. As Xianxia's words faded, 12 figures emerged from the void atop Xianxia Peak. Master, you have attained the Sword Sage realm? Xianquan was astounded. It was indeed hard to believe. Sun Ru also shook his head. Although he was aware of Master S' extraordinary talent, he had not anticipated such a miraculous achievement. The 12 disciples knelt in unison. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the dual sanctity. The Xianyuan sacred sect shall endure through the ages, its name resounding throughout history. The disciples' praises made the enigmatic Xianxia, with a mindset befitting the sacred realm, swell with pride. My dear apprentices, the day for recruiting new disciples approaches swiftly. Observe keenly and assist 13 in selecting a worthy student. However, heed 13's opinions above all. Do not impose your will upon him. The 12 disciples gazed at their master in astonishment. It was well known that the master favored 13, yet witnessing it firsthand made them feel as if they were the stepchildren in the family. How could they be specifically tasked with aiding 13 in finding disciples? Nevertheless, the master's command was absolute, and they dared not voice their dissent. Wait a moment. I have just comprehended a sword technique gifted by 13. I shall document my insights. You are to deliver this to the elder of the martial arts hall for safekeeping. It is not for non-direct disciples to learn, understood? The 12 disciples exchanged glances. 13. The eldest disciple pondered. Was it true that 13 had bestowed a sword technique upon the master? Xianquan shook his head, equally bewildered. The master would not speak falsely. It must indeed have been a gift from 13. The master had declared 13 a sword saint. The old impression of Xianyuan in the hearts of the senior disciples shattered completely. The image of Xianyuan grew ever more mysterious among them. Ha ha, not just a sword saint. I would believe he is a sword immortal now. Xianxia tossed a map and a wooden puppet to Xianquan. To be frank, it was the sword technique from the puppet that enabled my ascension to the sword saint realm. This technique is named breaking the heavens with a sword. Xianxia settled upon a table, sipping tea. Xianquan felt the weight of the map and puppet in his hands, as if they bore 1,000 pounds. Sun Ru approached him, saying, Senior brother, your sex affairs are demanding. Allow me to handle these trivial matters. With that, he attempted to snatch the map and puppet away. Yet, as the eldest disciple, Xianquan swiftly evaded, vanishing from sight. How has this eldest brother suddenly become so astute? Sun Ru muttered inwardly, while the other junior disciples echoed his sentiments. You few, who previously looked down upon 13, find yourselves embarrassed to approach him now, do you not? Sun Ru and the others lowered their heads in shame. Indeed, they had not held Xianyuan in high regard before. In their pursuit of cultivation, they rarely engaged with him, often preferring music or tending to flowers. The Cliff of Reflection had become their second home, far more frequented than Xianyuan Peak. Now, asking them to grow familiar with Xianyuan felt somewhat awkward. Let us discuss and arrange times to visit. 13 is not so petty. Just ensure you do not disturb him. Hearing the master's permission, they all brightened, forming a circle to schedule their visits. Xianxia, sipping tea, smiled as he watched Xianyuan Peak, his heart swelling with contentment. Once the wind and clouds gather, one transforms into a dragon. Qinglian sect. What is the sensation? Returning to the Qinglian sect. Li Taibai sits cross-legged atop his designated peak. A feeling of ethereality envelopes him, as if he yearns to reach out and touch it. It feels akin to floating in water, with fish gliding around him. How peculiar these fish are, one black and one white. As Li Taibai extends his hand to catch them, they vanish upon contact. I have brushed against the path of sanctification. A powerful aura erupts from within the Qinglian sect. Simultaneously, the Wangu sect and the Xiaoyao sect experience the same phenomenon. The aura dissipates, and dark clouds gather ominously above. Three colossal tribulation clouds form above the three sections. The Xianyuan sect. Xuanjizi hovers in the air, gazing in the direction of the three sections. You three truly possess remarkable fortune. Had you not come today, it would have been a lifelong regret. All of you have latched onto the affluent, basking in the celestial aura of my 13. Let us see how you express your gratitude to my 13. Tapte 14, li Xianyuan sax discípulos. In the early morning of the cultivation realm, the spiritual energy is abundant. Li Xianyuan rises early to engage in physical exercise. Although he cannot cultivate, maintaining physical fitness can still extend one's lifespan. Observe how adeptly Li Xianyuan executes the 8th set of National Primary School Calisthenics. Whoosh! The void tears open, and Zhang Quandan steps forth. Good morning, little junior brother. Li Xianyuan smiles and nods in acknowledgement. Zhang Quandan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, observing every movement of Li Xianyuan. Truly, the junior brother appears as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Each motion flows gracefully like water. It seems as though he has merged with nature, becoming one with the Tao. Coupled with Li Xianyuan's ethereal demeanor, he resembles a veritable immortal among mortals. After completing his exercises, Li Xianyuan ceases his movements. Quandan, what brings you here? Zhang Quandan chuckles. Little junior brother, do you desire a disciple? If you do, simply utter the words, and I shall promptly bring one to you. A disciple? Li Xianyuan furrows his brow. I can barely grasp the essence of cultivation myself, let alone take on a disciple. I wouldn't want to lead someone astray. Senior brother, I have long stated that I am but an empty vessel, a mere facade. Acquiring a disciple would only invite ridicule. Hearing Li Xianyuan's response, Zhang Quandan smiles slightly. Little junior brother, you are truly modest. If you are an empty vessel, then what are we? Are you aware that our master has once again broken through to Sword Saint? Sword Saint? This is news to Li Xianyuan. What insight has the master attained now? It is the puppet you gifted to the master in your childhood. It surprisingly contains a remarkable sword technique. What do you think? Li Xianyuan rolls his eyes. That was merely a model sculpted based on the sword play the master himself practiced. Has he forgotten? It is absurd to think such a thing could yield a sword technique. Li Xianyuan intends to dissuade his senior brother from believing this, but observes Zhang Quandan lost in thought while gazing at the puppet. Perhaps it is best to explain later. Senior brother, what did you just say about accepting disciples? Upon hearing this, Zhang Quandan stowed away his puppet and replied with a smile, Come, follow me. He then led Li Xianyuan to the martial arts arena, which was now teeming with a multitude of individuals. There was an evident order. Xianyuan sect was the foremost sect in the southern region. Everyone had come with aspirations akin to those of fish leaping over the dragon gate to participate in the entrance examination. The Xianyuan sect was indeed that dragon gate. Master, senior brother, upon the appearance of Zhang Quandan and Li Xianyuan, the members of Xianyuan sect promptly turned to pay their respects. Is this truly the sect master? He has a rather naive aura about him. You fool, close your mouth lest misfortune befall you. Compared to the individual standing beside him, the sect master did appear somewhat simple-minded. Given their keen senses, both Zhang Quandan and Li Xianyuan naturally overheard the murmurs of the newcomers. Zhang Quandan's expression darkened immediately. Although he was aware of the truth, as a sect leader, he needed to maintain an air of authority. You, and you disqualified. Zhang Quandan pointed at the individuals who had spoken. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent the 4 down the mountain. Those who speak ill of the sect master shall be stripped of their examination qualifications. He withdrew his sleeves and issued a solemn warning. Instantly, the newcomers fell silent, and Zhang Quandan was quite pleased with their reaction. Second junior brother, bring forth the names on the list for our junior brother to see. Sun Ru nodded and replied with a smile. Junior brother, you are fortunate indeed. This time, you have received some excellent candidates. Perhaps even better than Shen Pingyan and Su Changqing. Li Xianyuan chuckled. Thank you, second senior brother. Lin Pingyi, Xiao Huohua, Yin Li Fei stepped forward. The 4 emerged in unison, each exuding remarkable presence and grace, truly the children of destiny. The list indicated that Lin Pingyi possessed a supreme spiritual root, while the other 3 were endowed with high-quality, multi-attribute spiritual roots. Any of them would be the focus of intensive cultivation in any sect. The 4 were led into a training room, and Zhang Quandan and Li Xianyuan observed them from below, clearly satisfied. Junior brother, Which one will you choose? Although the four believed the sect master was selecting a personal disciple, it appeared rather that he was allowing this ethereal Xianyuan to make the selection. However, being given such importance was no small matter for this uncle. Xianyuan glanced at them, initially inclined to choose Lin Pingyi, but suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. If I select a genius who remains stagnant for 10 or 8 years, much like myself, that would surely expose my own shortcomings. Moreover, these children, while extraordinarily gifted, tended to be rather proud, which did not sit well with him. Usually on Xianyuan Peak, he often found himself overwhelmed with tasks, feeding fish, tending to chickens, plucking tea leaves, washing dishes and utensils. Surely, he needed someone to assist with these chores. What would these individuals be capable of? Certainly not much. It was likely that within a month, these fated children would find themselves at odds with him. Observing Xianyuan deep in contemplation, the four new disciples grew anxious. As the most talented among the candidates, they feared being left behind. Previously, they had always been the center of attention, cherished like stars, and the thought of disappointment was unbearable. Zhang Quandan, equally impatient, watched Li Xianyuan's indecision. Curiosity piqued regarding his thoughts. Junior brother, what about selecting this one? He possesses good aptitude and decent character. Li Xianyuan's eyes fluttered open as he whispered to his senior. Senior brother, is there one with the least aptitude, completely devoid of spiritual roots, yet capable of enduring hardship and laboring without complaint? Chapter 15. Those with exceptional talent are not desired. Zhang Quandan was taken aback. What does junior brother mean? To choose a disciple without talent? One could simply find any ordinary person outside. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for after all, Li Xianyuan himself had been chosen by their master. Flipping through the roster, Zhang Quandan reached the final page. Indeed, there's one, but he does not meet our Xianyuan selection criteria. It seems he was recruited into the logistics department as a laborer. Upon hearing Zhang Quandan's description, Li Xianyuan's heart leaped with joy. A laborer? Isn't that precisely what I seek? This is it. He nearly burst into laughter. Are you certain? Junior brother, are you sure you are here to select a disciple and not a laborer? Zhang Quandan regarded Li Xianyuan's ecstatic expression with suspicion. Realizing his exuberance, Li Xianyuan quickly adopted a facade of profundity. Senior brother, you misunderstand me. Zhang Quandan furrowed his brow. Misunderstand? What do you mean by that? Li Xianyuan glanced at his senior and then at the four talented individuals below. Senior brother, which do you believe brings greater satisfaction? Mentoring a genius to the pinnacle or nurturing a wastrel to greatness? The question sent a tremor through Zhang Quandan and the four gifted disciples below. Indeed, a true genius requires merely resources to naturally ascend as a paragon. However, a wastrel demands painstaking guidance, and in the end, there is no guarantee of success. It is entirely a gamble. In that case, it is undoubtedly the wastrel. Zhang Quandan murmured. Precisely. Senior brother, was I not also a wastrel when I first began my journey? Yet, why did master choose me? Li Xianyuan's smile held a deeper significance. Zhang Quandan was taken aback. Indeed, master accepted all 12 of U.S. brothers, each a genius. Yet why did he ultimately take in the untalented 13th? Was it not because he saw no sense of achievement in us? Master's strategic move was truly profound. From wastrel to sword saint, master accomplished it. Li Xianyuan nodded, gazing at the four disciples below. You are all prodigies, regardless of whose disciple you become. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Today, I have declined your offer, not due to a lack of qualifications on your part, but rather because your credentials are excessively impressive. A genius must possess the awareness and adaptability befitting their status, enabling them to navigate any adversity with resilience. On the path of cultivation, if one encounters nothing but smooth sailing, how will they cope when faced with even the slightest setback in the future? The four disciples were profoundly shaken. They had never contemplated this question, primarily because their own lives had been remarkably untroubled. Hearing the words of this esteemed senior was akin to a wake-up call. A genius? Humph. A genius that has not undergone growth is merely a stepping stone. Among those legendary figures standing at the pinnacle of the continent, who has experienced a life devoid of turmoil, let us consider, if I were to confront the challenges they face, would I possess the insight to see through them? No, certainly not. Lin Pingyi stepped forward. Master, may I inquire about the realm of this esteemed senior? Lin Pingyi's question echoed the thoughts of the other three. Zhang Quandan chuckled softly. Ah, this is my junior brother, merely 18 years old, and yet he is one of the two sword saints of our Xianyuan. The four were taken aback. 18. A sword saint? It was astonishing enough to be a sword saint, but to achieve this at the tender age of 18 was utterly astounding. No wonder such thoughts had arisen about this remarkable junior. Xianyuan continued to smile. You are mistaken. My junior brother has no spiritual roots. He has ascended to the rank of sword saint solely through his relentless efforts. Have you ever considered the myriad hardships and challenges he has endured? The intensity of his training? Though Xianyuan himself was unsure, he felt compelled to support the narrative presented by Xianyuan. What? No spiritual roots. And yet a sword saint at 18? My goodness. Not even with the finest spiritual roots could one achieve such a feat, however. Could the esteemed leader of Xianxia be lying? Certainly not. He held himself above such deceit. Lin Pingyi clasped his hands respectfully and bowed to Xianyuan, with the other three following suit. In that moment, all their pride was utterly shattered. Master, from this moment forward, please do not focus on cultivating us. Yes, Master. We wish to join the weakest branch of Xianxia. Indeed, Master, please accept us as your disciples. Xianyuan's lips twitched slightly, filled with discomfort. Get out of here. I have my own loyal dog, and that suffices. You shall go outside and heed the arrangements of the sect. Bring in the last-ranked disciple. Leave. The four disciples left in a state of dejection, utterly bewildered by the Master's explosive anger. Observing their pitiful retreat, those in the training hall were thrown into a state of panic. Xianyuan's senior brothers were equally taken aback. What happened? Did none of the best four get selected? Lin Pingyi approached Sun Ru and said, Senior, please summon a disciple named Chengdu. Sun Ru was momentarily stunned. Chengdu? That name sounds familiar. Good heavens. It is the one who, upon failing to enter the ranks, turned to menial tasks. Has the junior disciple lost his mind? Lin Ping shook his head, saying, Senior, you do not comprehend. The sword saint is a remarkable figure. The three followers behind nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The sword saint proclaimed that he wished to train those deemed useless, for the sense of achievement derived from such endeavors far surpasses that gained from cultivating prodigies. Sun Ru was taken aback upon hearing this. How could this junior disciple possess such profound ideological depth? No wonder he is a sword saint, and you're not. Sun Ru nodded, calling, Chengdu, step forth. Among the crowd, a seemingly ordinary youth with no distinctive features straightened his posture, as if unable to believe his ears. It was the moment to select personal disciples, and being summoned meant he was to become one. What a joke. This person has no remarkable traits at all. Indeed, he was the kind that could be lost in a crowd. How could he possibly become a personal disciple? Heaven is blind. A throng of disciples watched with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Chengdu quickly approached Sun Ru. Sun Ru scrutinized Chengdu carefully and nodded slightly. Well, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I truly did not perceive that you possess such fortune. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Chengdu bowed respectfully and entered the training chamber. Inside the training room, Xianyuan and Xianyuan observed the newly arrived Chengdu. He appears capable of handling rough tasks, Xianyuan remarked softly. Xianyuan glanced at Xianyuan, asking, What did you just say, junior disciple? Xianyuan shook his head, replying, I said I'm quite satisfied. He is the one. Senior brother, please help me register him. I wish to take him back to Xianyuan Peak. Without waiting for Chengdu to respond, Xianyuan pulled him away. Following Xianyuan, Chengdu marveled at the fact that this person, slightly older than himself, would be his master. The key point is that he is a sword saint. Chengdu could not help but reflect on the vast differences among people. Just moments ago, he had heard that his master was the 13th junior disciple of the sect leader, having been taken as a direct disciple by the Grand Master from a young age. Yet, his master had no spiritual roots and had been looked down upon for many years. Just yesterday, however, his master assisted the Grand Master in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, attaining the status of a sage. His identity as a sword saint was also revealed. Master, were you truly a useless individual in the past? Xianyuan halted his steps. Chengdu felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain if he had inadvertently touched upon a painful memory. Xianyuan turned back and smiled, saying, Indeed, according to their words, I was considered useless. Chengdu nodded, not daring to pursue the topic further. After more than 30 minutes of climbing, they had yet to reach Xianyuan Peak, and Chengdu was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Master, you could easily fly to the summit. Why do you choose to walk with me? Xianyuan continued on without looking back, because I wish to guide you along the path I once traversed. Chapter 16. Have I followed the wrong person? Is this the abode of my master? Chengdu gazed upon the pastoral aura enveloping Xianyuan peak. Were it not for his awareness of being at the Xiantian sect, he might have thought he had wandered into a quaint agritourism retreat. Potted plants, floral arrangements, fruit trees, and vegetable gardens. What was the meaning of that fish pond behind? Was the cuisine at Xiantian sect so dismal that he had to supplement himself? Had he followed the wrong path? Well, my future. No. Chengdu abruptly shook his head, striving to regain clarity. All of this was but an illusion. His master, possessing an ethereal presence, had ascended to the realm of sword saint at such a tender age. Surely, it could not be so simple. Perhaps his master had transcended the impetuosity of youth, having learned the art of self-cultivation and temperance. Indeed, it must be so. Chengdu instilled a measure of confidence within himself. Adieu, from now on, you shall reside here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the logistics department. And do remember to collect your attire when time permits. Chengdu had intended to inquire how to commence his cultivation, but reconsidered, recognizing it would be inappropriate and overly hasty. Yes, master. Xianyuan nudda, wielding the scissors provided by the system, and began to prune the potted plants. Whoosh! The void ripped apart, and Xianxia emerged. Chengdu had never witnessed such a spectacle and was immediately taken aback by Xianxia's extraordinary abilities. Xianyuan promptly set down the scissors and bowed to Xianxia. Master, adieu. This is your grandmaster. Quickly pay your respects. Chengdu felt a surge of tension, momentarily frozen in place. The sudden appearance of an elderly gentleman was indeed startling. Grandmaster, I am your disciple Chengdu. I pay my respects to you. Perhaps Zhang Quandan had once again whispered tales, for Xianxia's expression was less than amiable. Rise. Xianxia scrutinized Chengdu from top to bottom. Nothing remarkable about his appearance. He lacked the aura of a cultivator and appeared somewhat rustic. The more Xianxia observed, the less favorable his impression became. Although Quandan was foolish, he bore a certain dignity in his every gesture. Sighing at Chengdu, Xianxia spoke. Chengdu, since you have chosen to follow Shisan, you must dedicate yourself to learning. Under no circumstances should you bring shame upon your master. Understood? Xianxia cast a glance at Xianyuan. Those words you spoke were merely for their ears. Do not think to deceive me. Regardless, should Chengdu fail the assessment next year, I would still have to expel him. Xianyuan nodded. Rest assured, master. I am confident. After all, a year is ample time. Others would not dare to speak ill of me. Master. Chengdu gritted his teeth, his gaze brimming with gratitude and determination. It seemed that the Grand Master had intended to bestow a prodigious disciple upon his master. Yet, upon observing Chengdu's lack of spiritual roots and talent, his master had felt a sense of sympathy. The burden of accepting Chengdu as a disciple must have weighed heavily on his master. Master, I shall not disappoint you. I will become your pride and prove to them that even a salted fish can turn over. Xianxia was certainly aware of his thoughts and cast him a sidelong glance. He moved aside to inspect the potted plant that Xianyuan had just pruned. This pair of scissors is quite intriguing. Upon the scissors, two golden dragons entwined around the handle, appearing lifelike. Strangely, the scissors emanated an unusual aura that made Xianxia instinctively wary. Although my Xiantian sword has absorbed the tribulations of lightning and reached the level of a pseudo-immortal artifact, it does not evoke such feelings. Could it be? Xianxia turned in surprise to look at Xianyuan. Are these scissors the immortal artifact, the golden dragon scissors? Xianyuan, taken aback by Xianxia's expression, paused momentarily. These scissors were a gift from the system, with no indication of their grade. They were rather unwieldy and blunt, merely a pair of shabby scissors. Regardless of their status as an immortal artifact, if the master fancies them, he is welcome to use them. Yet, despite Xianyuan's casual dismissal, Xianxia did not believe that Xianyuan was unaware of the scissors' true grade. Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. 13. Possessing an immortal artifact is your fortune. How could the master deprive you of your cherished possession? Besides, as a sage, I cannot make use of such an artifact. Xianxia attempted to lift the scissors with his sage power. He could indeed grasp them, but they refused to open. An immortal artifact that was utterly unusable. He chuckled awkwardly. Xianyuan furrowed his brow. Unusable? Surely not. He approached and seized the scissors, swiftly pruning the potted plant with ease. See? They were just fine. Xianxia broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had clearly witnessed a dragon's spirit manifest from the golden dragon scissors, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. It seemed that the dragon spirit within the scissors was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. If it were to transform, it would become a dragon soul, elevating its status beyond that of a mere immortal artifact. It would then be classified as a celestial treasure. Such an item was intended for the realm of emperors. He was aware that the cultivation levels in the Xianyuan continent were categorized as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, dermic form, divine transformation, void traversing, tribulation crossing, sage, great sage, and emperor. The classification of magical artifacts included magical tools, magical treasures, spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, Xian artifacts, Xian treasures, immortal artifacts, and celestial treasures. Just a step away, these golden dragon scissors were among the pinnacle of celestial weaponry in the Xianxian continent, items that would undoubtedly entice even emperors. But why was 13 able to effortlessly wield the golden dragon scissors? Was he not merely a sage? By heavens! Xianyuan cursed in astonishment, his mouth uttering refined expressions. Chapter 17. Adieu, do your best. I have faith in you. Xianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that 13 was a sword immortal on par with the great sages? Surely not. I would rather believe that the golden dragon scissors were mere trinkets sold on the street for a couple of coins. The enigmatic Zizi felt disoriented, his legs unsteady, yearning to grasp something for support and stabilize himself. Xianyuan chuckled. Master, do you see how easily it can be opened? Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Chengdu. Adieu, come over and give it a try. After all, these tasks will ultimately fall to you. If you cannot manage it, I shall have to procure a pair of scissors myself. Who knows if the system's gifts harbor any peculiarities? Chengdu was taken aback, having just heard the Grand Master refer to those scissors as a celestial artifact. He was momentarily bewildered. A celestial artifact? For trimming a potted plant? Although he did not fully grasp the concept of celestial artifacts, he had often listened to tales of great emperors and saints battling, where celestial treasures and artifacts flew about as if engaged in combat with deities. Me? Chengdu sought clarification. After all, it was a celestial artifact. Xianyuan nudda. Who else could it be? Chengdu approached and effortlessly took hold of the golden jiao scissors. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to confront the sudden surge of power, but soon discovered that the so-called celestial artifact, the golden jiao scissors, was not particularly heavy. Oh, master, it's indeed quite light. With a few swift motions, Chengdu opened and closed the scissors. Zizi exclaimed, why can't I use it? He gazed at Chengdu in astonishment, his heart brimming with joy. It became clear that 13 had not chosen Chengdu by mere chance. Although he displayed no talent and had a rather unrefined demeanor, there must be something within him that 13 had discerned, something Zizi had failed to recognize. Indeed, it must be, Zizi thought, finally witnessing the extraordinary nature of his own 13. From the very first glance, he had sensed that 13 was no ordinary being, and he was proven correct. Zizi patted Chengdu's shoulder, saying meaningfully, Adieu. If you require any resources, go to the resource management department and mention the Grandmaster's name. Chengdu's heart soared, though he concealed his elation to maintain an air of composure. The disciple expressed his gratitude to the Grandmaster. Yet he believed that cultivation should be grounded and ascended step by step. External aids like elixirs were ultimately superfluous. He preferred to rely on his own efforts as much as possible. Chengdu spoke with righteous conviction, and Zizi nodded in satisfaction. Very well. If you prefer not to use them, you need not. After all, your master possesses plenty of fine treasures. Zizi smiled. Then, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. With that, he vanished in an instant. Although it was only their second meeting, the impact on Chengdu was profound. Was this the prowess of a sage? He longed to learn. Master, when shall we begin? Upon hearing this, Xianyuan immediately furrowed his brow. Begin? Begin what? Chengdu regretted his inquiry, realizing it had been ill-timed. Never mind, master. Is there anything I can assist with? Xianyuan nodded in approval. A promising student indeed. Many tasks, such as sweeping the floor, watering the plants, trimming the potted flowers, and feeding the fish, constitute your daily responsibilities. Chengdu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to the duties of a mere servant? Did the master intend for him to serve as a dedicated handyman? No, that could not be right. Despite his lack of spiritual roots, given the master's esteemed status, it was likely that no disciple of the Xuandian Gong would refuse the opportunity to serve as a handyman. The mere presence of celestial artifacts made even a lifetime of such work worthwhile. The master must surely be aiming to hone his mental fortitude. Indeed, the master was a master, employing methods of education that were refreshingly novel. Very well, master, but as it is my first time, I would appreciate your guidance. Xianyuan had initially anticipated some resistance from Chengdu, yet, to his surprise, Chengdu seemed somewhat pleased. Thus, Xianyuan meticulously explained each task to him. Chengdu stood nearby, diligently jotting down Xianyuan's words and requests in a small notebook, fearful of omitting any detail that might incite the master's displeasure. Adieu, dear best. I have faith in you, Xianyuan encouraged, patting Chengdu on the shoulder with a meaningful expression. Chengdu was overwhelmed with gratitude, nodding vigorously in response. Returning to the tea table, Xianyuan began to brew tea when he suddenly noticed a young man dressed in azure, standing hesitantly at the gate, appearing somewhat shy. Upon realizing that Xianyuan had spotted him, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Xianyuan smilat barmri. You must be Dugu Bubi, the disciple of my third senior brother? Dugu Wulei felt a surge of joy within. Although the master had misremembered his name, he at least recalled his surname. Well, Bubi will suffice, he thought. Greetings, little master uncle, he said. Xianyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Is there something you need? Come in for a cup of tea. Why stand at the door so awkwardly? Dugu Wulei performed a respectful bow and cautiously entered. Please sit. Xianyuan poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, little master uncle. Dugu Wulei did not drink immediately, but occasionally glanced up at Xianyuan. Observing the master's serene demeanor and the comforting smile upon his face, he finally steeled himself. Little master uncle, could you offer me some guidance on my swordsmanship? Chapter 18. Enlightenment through the mundane. Swordsmanship? Xianyuan was taken aback. Would it be inappropriate for me to intervene? Dugu Wulei thought similarly, recognizing that he was not technically Xianyuan's disciple. Each had their own teachings, and such conventions must be upheld. Disappointed, Dugu Wulei rose to leave. It was no fault of the little master uncle. It was merely his own impulsiveness. Watching his senior brothers, Chun Ping'an and Su Changqing, distancing themselves from him left a bitter taste in his heart. Most troubling was the fact that he had not been among the 7 who grasped swordsmanship on the last occasion at Sihua Cliff, leading him to doubt his own talent for the sword. Born as a human, I find myself filled with remorse. My dear junior disciple, I apologize for the intrusion. Dugu Wulei bowed deeply, preparing to take his leave. Xianyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. It was evident that this fellow was steeped in negativity. Observing Dugu Wulei's palpable aura of despair, Xianyuan too felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, if he did not assist Dugu Wulei in overcoming his shadows, it seemed he would be forever stagnant. But how could he help? Although he possessed the realm of a sword saint, he lacked the theoretical knowledge and cultivation of one. The system may urge him to put on a facade, yet such pretension must not be adopted frivolously. Unbeaten, for the sake of our shared affiliation in Xuantiangong, I shall make an exception this once. Xianyuan snapped a twig and drew a straight line on the uneven ground, albeit somewhat crooked. Whether you can comprehend this, unbeaten, depends solely on your innate talent. With that, Xianyuan discarded the twig and returned to his tea. Dugu Wulei gazed at the scratch on the ground, his brow furrowing. This seems rather profound. He felt somewhat bewildered, yet he understood in his heart that every action taken by a sage like his junior disciple bore significance. As a mere Yuan-ing stage practitioner, he knew his junior disciple would not toy with him. Resolutely, Dugu Wulei sat on the ground. He vowed that until he grasped the profound meaning of this line, he would seal his sword away. Chengdu strolled out, holding a bucket. Master, we're running low on waste from the cesspit. Shall we dilute it with some water? Xianyuan nodded. Yes, that would be wise. Too salty would ruin the flavor of the vegetables. Chengdu then retreated. Dugu Wulei, failing to enter a meditative state, overheard the conversation between the master and disciple, and couldn't he help but frown. His junior disciple's taste seemed rather strong. Wait, too salty? Dilute with water? Dugu Wulei suddenly had a revelation. Glancing at the line on the ground, he understood. His junior disciple had seen through his dilemma long before. Too salty signified his excessive fixation. Diluting it implied he should relax his mindset, adjusting his perspective to one of detachment. Water devoid of fish is clear. A mind free of distractions is enlightened. I comprehend now, dear junior disciple. Dugu Wulei gazed once more at the line. This time, he was no longer bewildered. The line seemed to convey that the essence of swordsmanship lies not in quantity, but in precision, rather than learning numerous techniques. It is more beneficial to focus on a singular one. He often paid too much attention to form while neglecting intent. I understand. At the cliff of reflection, I was too preoccupied with the appearance of sword marks, mistaking them for a technique, thus failing to perceive the sword's essence. Which technique should I choose? Dugu Wule replayed the techniques from his memory repeatedly, ultimately discovering a foundational move from the basic swordsmanship that would serve as his entry point. This technique is one that every sword practitioner must diligently practice. With a swift motion, Dugu Wule opened his eyes, drew his sword, and stood tall. Swing, swing, swing. Time and again, he repeated the same maneuver, gradually beginning to grasp its essence. At that moment, Chengdu rushed out. Master, accidentally swung too hard just now, and the manure water bent the seedlings. Xianyuan cast a disappointed glance at him. You can't even manage such a trivial matter. The moment you release the force, you must also be prepared to retract it. Do you understand inertia? Chengdu shook his head, perplexed. Inertia? I am but a dullard and do not quite comprehend. Xianyuan found himself at a loss. He picked up a cup and splashed it towards Chengdu, halting the motion midway. The tea within the cup, propelled by inertia, spilled forth in a graceful arc. Do you understand now? Xianyuan demonstrated with unflagging patience, instructing Chengdu in the art of watering vegetables. Chengdu recalled Xianyuan's earlier actions and nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. His eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom as he returned to tend to the seedlings. A teachable child. Xianyuan smiled with satisfaction and resumed, sipping his tea. Inertia? Dugu Wule had observed Xianyuan's movements and was deep in thought. I've understood. With a casual flick of his wrist, he suddenly halted. A surge of sword energy swept towards Xianyuan's potted plant. Suddenly, the plant emitted a golden light, dissipating the sword energy. I've understood. Little master uncle, this is my sword intent. Truly marvelous. Dugu Wule exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. Xianyuan was at a loss for words. He had indeed grasped it. Wule, Riza. Your comprehension stems from your innate talent. Encountering setbacks in life is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is an excessive fixation. Sometimes, taking a step back and choosing a different path may lead you to success. Dugu Wule was taken aback. Little Master Uncle had articulated precisely what he had been contemplating. It was indeed a revelation. Little Master Uncle was here to enlighten him. Dugu Wule looked at his mentor, sensing an even stronger aura of celestial grace emanating from him. A true immortal, unfathomable. Thank you, Little Master Uncle. By the way, I'm called Dugu Wule. Xianyuan felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had misremembered the name. It matters not. Names are merely labels. Dugu Wule nodded, perceiving Little Master Uncle as someone unconcerned with trifles. By the way, Little Master Uncle, regarding names, I humbly request that you bestow a name upon the sword strike I just executed. Dugu Wule clasped his hands, sincerity radiating from him. Xianyuan reflected for a moment, and a name began to form in his mind. The recent maneuver you executed, seemingly unremarkable, harbors profound significance. Let's refer to it as Ping A. Chapter 19. Senior Sister, please exercise restraint. Ping A. In the mind of Dugu Wule, scenes of combat materialized. With a somber countenance and hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, he bellowed with fierce determination. Allow me to present you with a Ping A. Although lacking sufficient vigor, it did possess a certain peculiar charm. Nevertheless, it was a title bestowed by the esteemed sword saint, his junior master. Dugu Wule, however, was not one to be overly sentimental. I express my gratitude for the name, Master. I shall surely endeavor to propagate this technique of Ping A. Xianyuan Nudda. Refraining from further commentary. Just as Dugu Wule was about to take his leave, Chengdu emerged, drying his hands with a towel. This must be the direct disciple of his junior master. Chengdu, greetings, Chengdu. I am Dugu Wule, a disciple of your third master. Upon recognizing his senior brother, Chengdu immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Greetings, senior brother Dugu. Dugu Wule smiled. No need for formality. You may simply call me third senior brother. By the way, Chengdu, as you're newly arrived at our Xiantian sect, allow me to show you around and introduce you to some of the senior brothers. Chengdu harbored similar thoughts, yet hesitated to respond without Xianyuan's approval. Very well, Wule. Take Chengdu around to meet everyone, so that future interactions may proceed smoothly. With Xianyuan's consent, Chengdu promptly replied, I appreciate your kindness, third senior brother. Within the sect, rules were strictly observed, and certain formalities were unavoidable. Dugu Wule guided Chengdu swiftly to the training grounds. Observing Dugu Wule's graceful and effortless flight, Chengdu felt a twinge of envy. Third senior brother, When shall I be able to soar on a sword with such freedom? Du Guwu Lei chuckled, with Master by your side. Why do you worry? Although I have heard you lack spiritual roots, under Master's guidance, such obstacles shall be surmountable. Chengdu clenched his fists, silently resolving to train diligently and uphold his master's honor. Soon, the two arrived at the training grounds, which were divided into two sections, one for direct disciples and the other for inner disciples. As a direct disciple of the 13 protectors of the Xianyuan sect, Chengdu naturally found himself in the area designated for direct disciples. Oh, third junior brother, is this the newly accepted disciple of our junior master, Chengdu? As a prominent figure among the younger generation, Chen Gosheng held considerable prestige. With a grand gesture, he summoned the remaining direct disciples to gather around. Brothers and sisters, this is Chengdu, the direct disciple of our junior master. Let us remember his name, lest we create a spectacle later. The senior brothers and sisters surrounded him. To be frank, Chengdu found it challenging to acclimate to the attention from such talented individuals. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chengdu, and I am a newcomer to the Xianyuan sect. I am not well versed in the customs here, so if I err in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. Everyone regarded Chengdu with humility and courtesy, and their impression of him improved significantly. Were it an ordinary person joining under the tutelage of a young master, they would undoubtedly be insufferably arrogant. Yet, Chengdu was sincere. Some qualities cannot be feigned. Even though they had just met, it was time to disperse. By the way, San Shitty, how did you come to be with Chengdu Shitty? Dugu Wulei smiled, revealing nothing to hide. In truth, I felt a twinge of envy witnessing the rapid progress of my senior brothers, so I sought the guidance of a young master to refine my swordsmanship. Consequently, I comprehended a technique that the young master named Ping A. The previously scattered brothers returned, their eyes filled with envy upon hearing Dugu Wulei's words. Ah, San Shitty, you are truly fortunate to receive personal instruction from the young master. Chen Pingon could not help but admire Dugu Wulei's audacity. Such a sage-like being is typically immensely proud. To intrude uninvited not only risks offense, but could also provoke disdain. Dugu Wulei shook his head. You don't understand. The young master is very kind. To be candid, from this day forth, I shall take the young master as my goal and exemplar, both in cultivation and in conduct. Chen Pingon was well aware of this, having been moved by Li Xianyuan's profound sentiments. San Shitty, demonstrate the technique you have grasped, Ping A. Dugu Wulei urged. As a prodigy, he naturally wished to showcase his skills before everyone, seeking a moment in the limelight. He often felt overshadowed by Chen Pingon and Su Changqing. Thus, Dugu Wulei stepped forward, gathering his energy. With a flourish of his right hand, he drew his sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy that struck the wall of the training ground. Instantly, a red light flickered upon the wall. Yellow, purple, red, and black. These were the unique formations employed to test power within the training arena. Dugu Wulei himself was somewhat incredulous. Red was an extraordinary result. His brothers stood in astonishment. Wow, incredible. San Shitty, your Ping A is on par with mine. Chen Pingon patted Dugu Wulei on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with envy. Su Changqing and the others shared a similar expression. It's all thanks to the young master's guidance. Dugu Wulei's vanity received immense gratification. Hearing Dugu Wulei's words, the brothers turned their gazes toward Chengdu, causing him to feel somewhat apprehensive. Chengdu Shitty, are you free tomorrow? Shall I come to Xianyuan Peak to fetch you? Chengdu Shitty, the moonlight is exquisite tonight. May I accompany you to appreciate it? Perhaps even stay overnight? Chengdu Shitty is single, right? If you have no objections, I could very well become your Dao partner. Chengdu gradually retreated, taken aback by their fervor. Elder sister, please maintain decorum. Chapter 20. Chengdu breaks through the cocoon. When Chengdu returned to Xianyuan Peak, night had already fallen. At this moment, Li Xianyuan had prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his first disciple. The table was adorned with braised fish, blanched greens, and 2 bowls of steaming white rice. Observing the weary expression on Adu's face, Li Xianyuan instinctively knew that he had been frolicking with the senior sisters. Adu, you're back. Come, let us dine. He beckoned. After this meal, you shall take on the culinary responsibilities. Standing before the table, Adu gazed at the dishes meticulously prepared by his master, and the fatigue washed away in an instant. An orphan, he had grown accustomed to scavenging meals from taverns, never having experienced the warmth of a home-cooked feast, until now. Courtesy of his master. Tears welled in Adu's reddened eyes. What troubles you, Adu? Li Xianyuan noticed the signs. Adu merely shook his head. Have you faced any grievances today? Xianyuan thumped his chopsticks against the table. Only I may bully my disciple. No one else shall dare. Speak to me, and I shall rectify any wrongs. Edu shook his head again. Master, there is no such matter. My senior brothers and sisters have been kind and warm-hearted towards me. Xianyuan regarded him with suspicion. Then why do you appear on the verge of tears? In a sudden motion, Edu stepped forward and embraced Xianyuan. Master, thank you. This unexpected gesture left Xianyuan momentarily stunned, yet he could sense the underlying emotions. You are my disciple. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? He responded with a chuckle. Come, savor my culinary skills, dishes that even your grandmaster has yet to taste. Try the greens, they are from the ones you crushed today. Without a hint of hesitation, Edu picked up a piece and tasted it. Delicious, truly delicious. Master S cooking is the finest in the world. Seeing Edu's delight filled Xianyuan with joy. By the way, Edu, do you drink? I do froned slightly. I do not drink, but if master wishes to indulge, I shall accompany you for a couple of cups. Splendid. I shall fetch some, Xianyuan declared, setting down his chopsticks and returning to the kitchen to pour himself a bowl of his homemade peach blossom wine. His tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, so he planned to share equally. This exquisite wine was crafted using brewing techniques imparted by the system, employing peach blossoms from the orchard and pure spring water, both fine ingredients infused with abundant spiritual energy. A daily sip could promote longevity. Though Xianyuan was merely 18, he believed in preparing for the future. Here, Edu, let us share. After pouring the wine, Edu raised his cup. Master, I toast to you. Although I am only 14, I have wandered for several years like a rootless weed, living day by day. Yet today, I am honored to be chosen as your personal disciple. I do. Vow before the light. In this lifetime, I shall never forget the profound grace and virtue of my master. Master, I assure you, I will not let you down. To my surprise, Chengdu suddenly choked, leaving Xianyuan in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel discomfort or not. The crux of the matter was his lack of tolerance for alcohol. Chengdu, noticing the awkwardness of his master, chuckled and said, Master, feel free to drink at your leisure. Unexpectedly, the sword saint, revered for his prowess, revealed a surprising incapacity for drink. Seeing Chengdu's heartfelt words stirred memories of Xianyuan's past. Alas, the similarities between him and his master were indeed striking. However, unlike his master, Xianyuan had the advantage of a system that allowed him to be self-sufficient from a young age, thus avoiding a life of wandering. In a show of camaraderie, Xianyuan downed his drink in one go. Refreshing. Adu, come, indulge in more dishes. This braised fish is exquisite. He served Chengdu a generous piece of fish belly. Master, you have bestowed upon me your best. I shall repay you in kind. Soon, the two had finished their meal. After Chengdu washed the dishes, Xianyuan presented him with a peach. Fruits after a meal. Enjoy, then wash up and rest. Chengdu took the peach and devoured it heartily. Xianyuan, cherishing his health, adhered to a strict routine of sleep. Having consumed some alcohol that night, he retired even earlier. Chengdu sat in the courtyard of Xianyuan Peak, gazing at the moon. The moon in the realm of cultivation appeared particularly large and beautiful. Master, your disciple will not disappoint you. I shall be the one to embark on the path of immortality. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chengdu returned to his slumber. The night at Xianyuan Peak was serene, with only the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze and the sounds of livestock in their pens. Tranquility and comfort enveloped the surroundings. In the depths of the night, Chengdu's room emanated waves of golden light, dazzling and bright. The following morning, Xianyuan rose early to engage in his morning exercises. Chengdu awoke a bit later. Adu, are you up? Xianyuan, performing peculiar movements, captivated Chengdu's attention. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chengdu shook his head, realizing that the profound mysteries of his master were beyond his current grasp. Master, I shall begin sweeping the floor. Chengdu picked up a broom and cloth, commencing his cleaning duties. What is this? Chengdu noticed the scratches on the ground from Xianyuan's earlier encounter with Duga Wuliao. Suddenly, he understood. Grasping the broom, he swung it casually. Whoosh! A sword chi burst forth, striking the formation barrier in the courtyard, sending ripples through the air. Chapter 21. The Spirit Root. Engaged in his morning exercises, Xianyuan suddenly shivered. Chengdu was equally bewildered. What is happening? Master? Xianyuan was perplexed as well. How could a seemingly useless disciple unleash a sword chi, especially with a broom? Who was he trying to intimidate? Could it be that my sincerity from last night moved the heavens? Chengdu felt that this was the only explanation. Xianyuan tapped his head and scolded. What are you thinking? You must believe in science. Don't clean up just yet. Let me take a look. Hastily, Xianyuan took Chengdu's pulse and examined his eyelids and tonsils, yet he could discern nothing. Wait a moment. I shall summon someone. Xianyuan produced a microphone and sound system awarded to him for achieving divine-level singing prowess and began to call out. Senior brother, come here. The microphone and sound system, powered by a small formation, resonated clearly, and a response came swiftly. Within the sect, Xianyuan refrained from addressing Zhang Quandan by name, as a matter of courtesy. Zhang Quandan emerged from the void and arrived at Xianyuan Peak. Junior brother, what is the matter at this early hour? Zhang Quandan yawned, his eyes still bearing dark circles. It seemed that he had either spent the night engrossed in Jinping Fengyue or was deciphering the secrets of the Wooden Man's sword of breaking heaven. Quandan, you must take a look. Chengdu seems to have undergone a change. Upon hearing Li Xianyuan's words, Zhang Quandan perked up. Huh? Isn T Chengdu completely devoid of any talent for cultivation? How could he be imbued with spiritual energy? Zhang Quandan scratched his head, perplexed. Wait here, junior brother. I will fetch a detection stone from Master to ascertain what is happening. Li Xianyuan nodded, and after a brief absence, Zhang Quandan returned with the detection stone and Xianxia. 13. What has happened to Chengdu? Spiritual energy? How has this lad suddenly gained talent? Xianxia promptly produced the detection stone and placed it on the table. Chengdu, please place your hand upon it. Chengdu complied, resting his hand on the detection stone, which then erupted with a dazzling light. Chengdu felt as though something within him was being drawn forth. The stone emitted a brilliant golden glow, nearly blinding those present. Master, this is golden light. Zhang Quandan exclaimed in astonishment at the detection stone. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, our 13 has inadvertently acquired a peerless genius. No, he possesses an immortal spiritual root. Li Xianyuan was puzzled. Master, what is an immortal spiritual root? Chengdu was equally eager to know. Xianxia began to elucidate. Generally, possessing a spiritual root allows one to cultivate and draw energy into the body. A yellow lower-grade spiritual root typically allows one to ascend to the golden core realm. Purple represents middle grade, red signifies upper grade, and black denotes the exceptional. Individuals like Goxing Changxing and several of your senior brothers possess exceptional spiritual roots. Steady progress ensures survival through the tribulation phase. Saints await their fortunes. Naturally, individuals with any grade of spiritual root can attain the status of an emperor, though this remains uncertain. However, immortal spiritual roots are distinct. They are the children of destiny, inherently blessed by the heavenly Tao as fortune. Becoming an emperor is merely a fundamental step. Those on the path to immortality, provided they possess an immortal spiritual root, will find their journey effortlessly unfolding. How shall I put it? In essence, they are all emperors. However, those with celestial spiritual roots traverse the path of immortality with ease, while individuals with other spiritual roots encounter considerable challenges. Perhaps this is what one might call destiny. Listening to the enigmatic explanation, Li Xianyuan was taken aback. Goodness, I merely intended to recruit a miscellaneous disciple, yet I ended up with an exceptional prodigy, a disciple destined for the celestial realm. My own abilities, I fear, may hinder his progress. Anyone can perform menial tasks, but not everyone can be a master. Quandan, today's affair is a closely guarded secret of the Xiantian sect. Only the 4 of us may know, and not a whisper must escape to others. Under certain circumstances, silence may be enforced. As a sage, one does not hesitate to take decisive action. Although Zhang Quandan may appear simple-minded, he recognizes the gravity of this matter. Understood, Master. Xianxia nodded. 13. Fortunately, he is under your tutelage. Extraordinary talents are to be expected. Had he been under Quandan's guidance, the people of Zhongzhou would likely know by tomorrow. Quandan, thou win. Master, please do not use me as a negative example. Li Xianyuan reflected on this. The innocent may suffer due to their virtues. Although the Xiantian sect is a first-rate sect, its strength has reached the level of a sacred sect. Nevertheless, this power pales in comparison to those sects with great saints, as well as the families of emperors in Zhongzhou. They could easily annihilate the Xiantian sect. Moreover, if news of the celestial spiritual root were to spread, those from the demon realm would undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate the source. After all, the current balance of power means none can subdue the others. Should another potential emperor emerge, the equilibrium would be disrupted. By the way, 13. How did you discover the changes in Chengdu's body? Xianyuan shukladruafuli. Yesterday, the disciple of my third senior brother sought my guidance, and I casually drew a straight line on the ground. This morning, upon seeing the line, Chengdu swept his broom and inadvertently unleashed a sword aura. Xianxia, Xianxia, a prodigious master indeed has a prodigious disciple. Chapter 22. The Heavenly Immortal Peach. The talent of celestial spiritual roots is indeed terrifying. Xianxia exclaimed. Xianxia was momentarily stunned and asked, Master, why was he initially assessed as a talentless waste? This question also perplexed Xianxia. I cannot ascertain. Perhaps he encountered a fated individual, which awakened his celestial spiritual root. Xianxia glanced at Xianyuan, who was equally bewildered. Does the master imply that I am Chengdu's fated companion? He found it hard to believe, as he held faith in science. Such ethereal connections seemed like mere illusions. Chengdu pondered and replied, Master, last night I shared wine and song with you. Could it be that the peach blossom wine is the cause? Peach blossom wine? The enigmatic master cast a glance at Xianyuan. What peach blossom wine? Hurry up and bring it out for a taste. Chengdu immediately rose and fetched the jar. Xianyuan shook his head, realizing that this season's wine was likely a lost cause. What a wasteful disciple, renowned for his passion for wine. The master preferred a foundation of 1 jar, followed by 2 for warming up. Ah, this is the one. He briskly approached and removed the wooden cork, releasing a rich aura. The fragrance was intoxicating, with a delicate scent of peach blossoms that tantalized the senses. Excellent wine. Without hesitation, the master took a sip. The initial notes were bold, the mid-notes complex, and the finish enduring. 13. Possessing such fine wine without honoring your master is a disservice to my care for you. Xianyuan shuklat. Master, this is merely 1 jar for the season. I usually drink a bit to promote blood circulation. I don't indulge as you do. The master shot him a disapproving glance. Although the wine was remarkable, its ingredients were rather ordinary. Such effects arose from a unique brewing process. 13. Your unorthodox methods are the most valuable. Yet, after speaking, the master furrowed his brow. It shouldn't be this wine. I doubt it has such a profound effect. Chengdu pondered momentarily. Could it be that peach? The peach? The master was suddenly agitated. Come, let's investigate. Xianyuan led the way to his orchard. Goodness, 13. When did you plant so many fruit trees? The orchard was brimming, with only the peach trees bearing fruit. Xianyuan approached and plucked a peach. Master, come try this. The master took the peach, observing it as an ordinary specimen. If even he couldn't discern its quality, it must surely be a treasure of imperial grade. He took a bite. It was sweet and juicy, a refreshing sensation flowing from his mouth to his dantian. Delicious, he exclaimed, yet his heart remained unfazed. It seemed to be fate's design. Chengdu's celestial root might have been activated for some peculiar reason. A certain state of mind? A specific enlightenment? A unique opportunity? The master was perplexed and shook his head. It appears to be destined, yet this is indeed fortuitous. You too, remember my words? Keep this a secret. Xianyuan nudda. Understanding his master's intent, Chengdu was about to respond when, at that moment, an immense energy burst forth from the master. His aura surged, nearly reaching the threshold of a lower-grade sage. The master was taken aback. At last he understood. It was indeed that peach. He immediately sat down in meditation. All of you, 13, protect me. I require some time. Indeed, it requires time to absorb such immense energy. Most remarkably, this energy is contained within a volume no larger than a single drop of water. Just a mere droplet, and yet it eludes the grasp of a sage. To what extent must this energy be condensed? What kind of peach is this? Xianxia had no time to ponder. He must hasten to absorb this energy. Half a day passed. Xianyuan and Xianxia prepared another dish and sat in the courtyard enjoying a couple of drinks. The so-called protector merely assists in observing, ready to provide urgent care should anything go awry. Junior disciple, this wine of yours indeed enhances the quality of spiritual energy. It is quite remarkable. Xianxia remarked after a couple of sips, feeling his spiritual energy compress significantly. Xianyuan chuckled. Quandan, it's merely a peach tree I planted casually. How could peach blossom wine be so extraordinary? Xianxia, unconvinced, retorted, look at what your peaches have done to our master. You still wish to deceive your senior brother. Teach me the secret of the breaking heaven sword quickly. Xianyuan shot him a sidelong glance, realizing he was still not dissuaded. Perhaps the second volume of Golden Vase and Moonlight will suffice. Truly, he was at a loss with him. Brother, later you can pluck one to taste, and you will know. Xianyuan shook his head. Do you wish for me to explode from within? Master has absorbed it for half a day. I would surely burst on the spot. Only you sages and those with celestial roots can partake. We mere mortals with exquisite spiritual roots are indeed fated to suffer. Were this statement to be uttered in public, it would surely invite scorn from others. Exquisite spiritual roots are already quite rare. To claim one is also fated to suffer is quite audacious. At that moment, Xianxia in the orchard opened his eyes. Huh! He exhaled a long breath. I nearly suffocated myself. This peach must be the celestial peach of immortals recorded in ancient texts. Fortunately, it is not too old. Otherwise, I might have perished from that single drop of celestial energy. Chapter 23. The Transformation of Wisdom. Xianyuan. Master has awakened. Xianyuan set down his wine bowl and followed Xianyuan. He saw Xianxia shaking his head while smiling. The world is ever-changing. Who would have thought my 13 would bestow upon me such surprises? Xianyuan was taken aback. Master, is this peach truly so remarkable? Xianxia nodded. Well, it's just average. It's still a rare find. After speaking, he cast a glance at Xianyuan. Very well. I shall not disturb your master-disciple bond any longer. I must return to consolidate my gains. With that, he took Xianyuan and vanished into the void. In the void, Xuanxi's expression turned grave. Quandan, seal off Xianyuan Peak. No one besides us may enter or leave freely. His demeanor was more tense than when he discovered the celestial roots. Was Master concerned about the secret of the peach being revealed? Xuanxia nodded. Indeed, this peach is no ordinary peach. I am certain it is the legendary celestial peach of immortals. Xianyuan, evidently familiar with the relevant ancient texts, exclaimed in astonishment. Once in 10,000 years does the celestial peach bear fruit, a delicacy that can elevate one to immortality. Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am quite certain. The celestial spiritual root is relatively safe, as it is well concealed within the Xianxia sect, making it difficult for others to uncover. Even if discovered, one would merely face some pressure. The Xianxia sect, allied with the other three sects, could withstand the scrutiny. However, the secret of the celestial peach, once divulged, would not be a matter to be taken lightly. If it were to reach maturity after a millennium, even a sage could ascend to the rank of emperor, or perhaps even transcend entirely. Even emperors might find it hard to resist intervening. Moreover, the Xianxia sect is not as united as it appears. One must discern who is human and who is not through experience. Xianyuan was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Yet, upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. Master, if we confine ourselves to the immortal fate peak, would that not be akin to hiding silver in plain sight? This would only arouse further suspicion. Furthermore, it is only through consumption that the true nature can be discerned. Emperors and sages rarely concern themselves with our Xianxia sect. The crux of the matter is that 13's current status within the sect means disciples occasionally seek his counsel. Therefore, we should let things unfold naturally, remaining vigilant towards those who visit the sect. Xianxia paused at Xianyuan's words, turning to him and noticing a glimmer of wisdom in Quandan's eyes. Where's my naive Quandan? He mused. Very well, as you say. With that, he cast Xianyuan into the void and returned to the Xuanxia Peak. At the immortal fate peak, Master, my head is buzzing, exclaimed Chengdu, neglecting his broom and settling in the courtyard. Xianyuan chuckled. Do not think you are alone. I am equally perplexed. Chengdu's talent is nothing short of monstrous. While Duguwule took ages to comprehend the sword intent, this fellow grasped it with but a glance. Should Duguwule discover this, it would surely infuriate him. Master, what should we do now? Chengdu felt as though his worldview had shattered. What do you mean by that? Xianyuan replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Do you believe that having a celestial spiritual root gives you license to be arrogant? Who do you look down upon? Chengdu immediately stood, shaking his head vigorously. Master, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. Even if I were an emperor, I would still be your disciple. I am merely unaccustomed to the sudden shift from despair to hope. Xianyuan nodded. Strangely enough, I once experienced a similar feeling, which drove me to drink heavily. Chengdu clasped his hands in salute. Master, please assign me more tasks. He felt that every word spoken by his master, every action taken, held profound significance. Xianyuan nodded, satisfied with Chengdu's demeanor. Should Chengdu become conceited, he would lack the patience to guide him back to humility. In the Xiantian sect, there exists no ground for one of your caliber. A talent that is yet to mature serves merely as a stepping stone. Go to the vegetable garden and fetch some cucumbers. I wish to prepare some spicy and sour cucumber slices. Chengdu immediately rose and made his way to the garden. Seizing this moment, Xianyuan pondered carefully how to guide him in the mastery of his martial arts. After all, the realms of swordsmanship and cultivation are distinct. Even if one is a supreme sword master, without adequate cultivation, one meets their demise by the age of 100, utterly pointless, akin to one's own situation. In truth, Xianyuan had never contemplated ascension to a higher realm. A natural death was also a commendable choice. However, with a disciple now in tow, the stakes had changed. If his disciple were to achieve the status of an emperor while he himself succumbed at a mere 100 years, it would indeed render him a laughingstock. It was time to find a suitable cultivation manual for Chengdu. To be candid, he held little regard for the Xiantian sect's teachings. The Tianxian decision was merely a low-grade heavenly technique, a fact Xianyuan was well aware of. The hierarchy of cultivation techniques in the Tianxian continent was categorized as heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, each tier subdivided into 4 minor levels. Yet beyond the heavenly tier, there existed an immortal tier. This revelation had come to him while perusing texts in the Xiantian sect's scripture repository. Regrettably, the immortal techniques of the Tianxian continent were predominantly in the possession of emperors. The prospect of acquiring them? Essentially non-existent. Alas, what was the point of taking on disciples? It would have sufficed to have a mere errand boy. Chapter 24. The Blade Waltz. Oh, I nearly forgot. Xianyuan suddenly recalled that his kitchen knife was a reward from the system for achieving the culinary sage realm. He wondered if it would be as unmanageable as the golden serpent scissors. He remembered last time when he attempted to butcher a chicken. Zhang Quandan had struggled to wield the knife. This had incited Zhang Quandan's ire, resulting in a furious sword chi that obliterated the chicken. What a waste! Thud, thud, thud. Sounds emanated from the kitchen, prompting Xianyuan to feel a twinge of surprise. It appeared Chengdu was indeed able to lift the kitchen knife, much like the golden serpent scissors. However, the rhythm of the chopping was off. The results would surely be subpar. He entered the kitchen to find Chengdu struggling with the task, producing pieces that varied significantly in size. Chengdu, as you slice this cucumber, ask yourself, does it look presentable? Chengdu sheepishly shook his head. Master, this knife feels unwieldy and heavy. Xianyuan skufa. Do you adapt to the tool? Or does the tool adapt to you? Hurry and fetch 2 more. I shall slice them for you. With that, Chengdu hurried off to retrieve and clean 2 cucumbers. Grasping the knife, Xianyuan's demeanor and presence transformed instantly, radiating an imposing aura that caused Chengdu to stagger back a few steps. Master, Chengdu exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Xianyuan. Why does the master transform so completely upon grasping a kitchen knife? It feels as if he has become an entirely different person. There stood Xianyuan, his left hand expertly pressing down on the cucumber, while his right hand danced with the blade, creating a flurry of cuts. The sound echoed thud, 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 swift and precise. Chengdu observed every decisive chop and push, each movement harmoniously synchronized. The cucumber slices seemed to leap into formation, arranged in a visually stunning array. Moreover, the thickness of each slice was indistinguishable to the naked eye. What remarkable skill with a knife! Initially, Chengdu had presumed that Xianyuan was a master of the sword and may not possess proficiency in the art of slicing. To his astonishment, he began to suspect that Xianyuan might also be a master of the blade. As he watched the rhythm and energy of Xianyuan's actions, Chengdu suddenly entered a meditative state. He closed his eyes and stood beside him. In a mere moment, Xianyuan had finished slicing the cucumber and turned to call for Chengdu to fetch a plate. However, upon glancing over, he discovered Chengdu had already shut his eyes. This lad, could it be that he has gleaned some insight from my earlier movements? After a systematic introduction to his own capabilities, Xianyuan was acutely aware that he possessed countless skills, each at the level of sage. Strangely, he felt an unusual aura emanating from himself, capable of captivating others within the flow of his movements. It seemed that Chengdu had indeed perceived something profound. Alas, there is a distinct difference between the mediocre and the extraordinary. Xianyuan shook his head and stepped outside. Those in such a state often lose track of time. In Chengdu's mind, the rhythm of the master's vegetable cutting replayed incessantly, alongside the fluidity of his actions. Each strike was a visual delight, and each sound brought a sense of ease. It was akin to the fluidity of drawing a sword, repetitively striking a single point with a consistent frequency and rhythm. If each strike could maintain the same force, even the most fortified barriers would eventually yield. Understanding dawned upon him. Chengdu opened his eyes and stepped outside, where he found Li Xianyuan sipping tea. "Thank you for your guidance, master." Li Xianyuan smiled and casually tossed a sword to Chengdu. It was the long sword gifted to him in his youth by Xianxia, who had whimsically named it the gentleman's sword. This sword functioned as a magical artifact. Yet Li Xianyuan felt ill-suited to wield it. He typically employed the sword provided by the system for demonstration purposes. Chengdu accepted the gentleman's sword with a nod. In the courtyard stood a wooden post, a remnant of his childhood, when Zhang Quandan had set it up for Li Xianyuan. With the gentleman's sword in hand, Chengdu focused on the wooden post, his figure flickering briefly before he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Swish, 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 before halting abruptly. Li Xianyuan furrowed his brow. Has it begun? Chengdu nodded. It is already complete. Suddenly, the wooden stake shattered into fragments. The trajectory of Chengdu's movements was finally revealed. A straight thrust followed by a retraction, a strike to the left, and then to the right. Ultimately, he returned to his original position, sheathing his sword. Li Xianyuan stood in a daze, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with this technique. Where had he seen it before? Master, based on your guidance, I have comprehended this move. With astonishing speed and frequency, one can strike continuously at the same target, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless. Master, I humbly request that you bestow a name upon this sword technique. The last time, Donggu Wulei's basic attack had resonated deeply with Chengdu. A formidable sword move, if named by a master above the rank of sword saint, would undoubtedly carry an air of prestige. Chengdu even believed it would enhance its striking power, making its execution all the more formidable. Bestow a name? Li Xianyuan shook his head, bemused by his disciple's affinity for such theatrics. Adieu. This move is as swift as lightning, leaving only an ethereal trace in the air, executed with grace akin to a dance. Henceforth, let it be called the Razor Waltz. Chengdu pondered this thoughtfully. Razor Waltz? What a splendid name. Thank you, master, for the appellation. Chengdu knelt down. I shall ensure that the name of the Razor Waltz resonates throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Chapter 25. The Sect Management Association. The Razor Waltz, terrifying in its elegance. Li Xianyuan couldn't help but applaud. After the meal, Chengdu clasped his fists. Master, I shall go gather vegetables to feed the fish. Li Xianyuan nodded and waved him off. Observing Adu's academic achievements, he wore a contented smile. There are indeed advantages to being a genius. Understanding comes effortlessly, and even those who struggle eventually find their own path. In high spirits, Li Xianyuan picked up the bamboo flute gifted by the system and began to play. At Xuanji Peak, Xianxia stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at all that was Xiantian's sect. Suddenly, a stirring in the air heralded the arrival of several figures. Xuanji, living quite comfortably, I see, Ling Suzi remarked as he emerged. Xianxia smiled faintly. Could he not enter through the main gate? This is my sect. Ling Suzi awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't this more convenient? Moreover, entering through the main gate requires formalities, which are rather cumbersome. Xianxia shot him a disapproving glance. In the past, it might not have mattered, but now, with so many secrets on Xianyuan Peak, even friends should not be allowed to know too much, lest it endanger them. In the future, please adhere to the proper procedures and enter through the main gate. I shall also impose restrictions on Xuanji Peak to prevent casual entry. Seeing Xianxia's serious demeanor, Ling Suzi refrained from further comment. Having known him for over 1,000 years, he understood that Xianxia was not one to be arrogant simply because he had attained the dual saint status. Understood, Brother Xuanji. By the way, is your 13 at the sect? To express our gratitude, we have prepared a modest gift for him. Brother Xuanji nodded. Lingshu, since it is merely a token, you should take it back. My 13 is not inclined to accept it. To prevent them from going to Xianyuan Peak, Brother Xuanji adopted a rather unfeeling demeanor. Lingshu felt quite awkward. Just let me have a glimpse. Oh, Lingshu curiously glanced at Brother Xuanji. Brother, when did you ascend to the middle grade saint realm? We are all saints. If one cannot discern, it indicates a superior status. Noticing Brother Xuanji's silence, Lingshu approached the mountain's edge. He beheld Li Xianyuan alone, playing a long flute. The sound resonated, echoing through the valley. Upon closer inspection, the flute's melody imparted a serene sense of tranquility, accelerating the circulation of sacred energy within. It felt as if he had transcended into another realm. Could it be that Brother Xuanji's 13th disciple is an immortal? If he were not an immortal, how could he produce such an enchanting flute melody? This is truly the sound of the great Tao. Lingxi was filled with envy. He began to understand why Brother Xuanji had swiftly ascended to the middle grade saint. Listening to the sound of the great Tao daily, how could one not break through? Brother Xuanji, may I visit you daily from now on? Brother Xuanji shot him a glance of disdain and retorted, Get lost. Lingxi chuckled. Do not be angry. I actually come bearing news. Hearing this, Brother Xuanji turned back. News? Lingxi nodded. Indeed. The personnel from the Sect Management Association of the Tianxin continent are aware of our 4 ascensions to the Saint Realm and intend to send someone to evaluate our 4 sex ranks. Xiantian sect will be renamed Xiantian Holy Sect. Initially, Lingxi assumed Brother Xuanji would be thrilled. To his surprise, Brother Xuanji seemed somewhat dismissive. Had it been in the past, he would certainly have rejoiced. However, the methods employed by the Sect Management Association are formidable, and their knowledge is vast. If they were to arrive at Xiantian sect, they might uncover some secrets. No, we must make early preparations, Brother Xuanji pondered. Observing Brother Xuanji lost in thought, Lingxi urged. Brother Xuanji, we must take the upper-level inspection seriously. If our 4 sects simultaneously ascend to Holy Sect, the strength of the southern region will rise to a new echelon. Henceforth, we would no longer bear the stigma of being the weakest. Would it not be splendid? Lingxi had articulated Brother Xuanji's concern perfectly. Brother Xuanji indeed held this matter in high regard. The Southern Qin Empire, after all, is his homeland. Although the 4 sects stand against the onslaught of the demon realm, the entire continent is aware that the southern region is the weakest force. The reason is simple. The 4 sects lack a saint, resulting in diminished strength. Moreover, this time is led by a sage, which should not be underestimated. Lingxi has emphasized their formidable nature. Brother Xuanji, you must extend a warm welcome. Xuanji, with his fiery temperament, abhors superficial pleasantries. Thus, the 3 of them specially summoned Lingxi to convey this message. Xuanji nodded, acknowledging the situation. Lingxi, settling into a meditative state, began to listen to Xianyuan's performance. He became entranced, as if immersed in nature, drifting freely with the wind. A visage of pure enjoyment. Why are you still here? What are you lingering for? Xuanji's voice snapped Lingxi back to reality. Though reluctant, Lingxi dared not provoke his elder brother's ire. I arrived in haste, my breath not yet regulated. Allow me to stay a while longer. Xuanji retorted, Shamilis. Hurry and leave. Lingxi dodged slightly and hastily tore through the void, preparing to depart. Leave the gift behind, Xuanji reminded him. Lingxi tossed out a shumi ring, completely vanishing into the void. Xuanji inspected it, chuckling softly. These old fellows are quite generous. However, as he gazed towards the direction of Xianyuan Peak, his demeanor grew serious. The Continental Sect Management Association, established jointly by the 4 great empires of Zhongzhou, primarily functions to oversee and unify the management of sects, facilitating coordinated efforts against the demon realm. It appears to be a righteous alliance. Yet Xuanji understands that where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. The association is rife with darkness. Resources from smaller sects are siphoned into the pockets of local officials. Smaller sects are bullied by larger ones, and when reported to the association, most officials, having been bribed by the larger sects, dismiss the matters. Thus, it is said that sometimes human hearts can be darker than even the demons. Xuanji did. It seems preparations must be made. Chapter 26, Xuanji's Concerns. Atop Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan concluded his piece and stowed his long flute in high spirits. A ripple of spatial fluctuation heralded Xuanji's arrival. Xianyuan turned, promptly bowing in greeting, Master. Xuanji regarded the courteous and refined Xianyuan with great satisfaction. Nodding in approval. Is there something you wish to discuss, Master? Xianyuan inquired. Xuanji smiled. 13, just moments ago, while I was consolidating my realm, Lingxi, Jun Changxiao, and Li Taibai sent gifts to you as a token of gratitude for your guidance in their ascension to the saintly realm. Xuanji produced the shumi ring and handed it to Xianyuan. I took a glance. It is quite commendable. Xianyuan accepted it, smiling. The esteemed seniors are truly too gracious. Xuanji shook his head. You do not comprehend. They have profited. Ingyist. One might say that ascending from the tribulation phase to the realm of a sage is an achievement few accomplish in a lifetime. as many remain perpetually ensnared within the tribulation stage. Well, take this. Even if you deem it unnecessary, there's a level of significance, is there not? Upon hearing his master's words, Xianyuan reluctantly accepted the offering. Xianxia nodded, then retracted his smile, his expression adopting a more solemn demeanor. 13. I bear some rather disconcerting news. Xianyuan, sensing the gravity in his master's tone, listened intently. Among our 4 great sects, due to your contributions, a sage has emerged. This news has already reached the ears of the world. The representatives from the Sect Management Association of the Tianxian continent are coming to conduct an audit, and upon approval, we shall be bestowed with the title of Sacred Sect. Xianyuan was somewhat perplexed. Master, isn't this a positive development? Once we attain the status of Sacred Sect, Xiantian Sect will gain widespread renown, attracting numerous disciples. Xianxia sighed. Indeed, it is a positive development, yet fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. My greatest concern lies with the treasures within your garden. Xianyuan began to comprehend. Master, are you implying that you fear the secrets of these treasures may be divulged? Xianxia nodded. Thus, I have come to inform you that it may be necessary to impose a forbidden spell upon Xianyuan Peak, sealing it as a restricted area. Xianyuan was indifferent, as he could still come and go as he pleased. In the end, only a select few of us will have free access. I have discussed this with Quandan, and he believes it unnecessary, yet I remain apprehensive. After contemplating, Xianyuan agreed that perhaps such measures were unwarranted. Master, I lack knowledge regarding the value of these fruits. But if even you cannot discern their worth, I doubt the association will take an interest in my Xianyuan Peak. Suddenly declaring Xianyuan Peak a forbidden area might only draw more attention. Xianxia gazed intently at Xianyuan. Why do you speak as if you share the same thoughts as Quandan? Am I the only one among the 3 of us who appears to lack insight? Your point is valid, yet I remain troubled, Xianxia admitted. Xianyuan smilat reasuringly. There is no need for concern. They are merely trifles. If they desire them, let them have a few. After all, the fruits only ripen once every 3 months. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was taken aback. What did you just say? They bear fruit once every 3 months? Xianyuan nodded with a grin. Indeed, I've been enjoying them for several years now. What on earth? The heavenly immortal peach bears fruit once every 3 months? Wasn't it supposed to be once every 10,000 years? Although the efficacy varies greatly, this is the mortal realm, not the realm of immortals. Without the nourishment of celestial energy, the mere fact that they bear fruit is extraordinary in itself. Xianxia shook his head. Well, do as you wish. Perhaps I am simply overreacting. Xianyuan smiled, understanding his master's concern for the sect's welfare was justified. But he believed in accepting circumstances as they come without excessive worry. Seeing Xianyuan's demeanor, Xianxia chose not to press further. Prepare well. Do not let any secrets slip. Xianyuan nodded, for he had his own plans in mind. The essence of one's system is that the more individuals recognize its prowess, the better it is. The mainland Sect Management Association, being such a vast organization, should certainly capitalize on this opportunity for promotion. How could Xianyuan possibly remain indifferent? Naturally, he cannot. This remarkable chance must be seized with grandeur. I understand, Master, Xianxia nodded, giving Xianyuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It is heartening to witness your potential. It affirms that I did not misjudge you. Though I am unaware of your cultivation level or the realm of your swordsmanship, every individual harbors their own secrets. I do not pressure you to disclose them. As a member of the Xiantian sect, you shall be protected at all costs. Xianyuan gazed at Xianxia, taken aback by his emotionally stirring words. Master, rest assured, I shall always be a part of the Xiantian sect. Xianxia nodded before vanishing into the void. At that moment, Chengdu emerged, dragging his weary body. Although exhausted, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Master, I have completed all tasks for today. If you have no further instructions, I would like to head to the training ground. It is nearing dusk, and there are few people around. The wooden stakes in the training ground are connected to the testing array, allowing for an excellent assessment of the prowess of the blade waltz. Xianyuan nodded. Go ahead, but remember to return in time for dinner. With permission granted, Chengdu hurried off to the training ground. Chapter 27. The 8th Set of Radio Gymnastics. As evening descended upon the training ground, rhythmic sounds of striking reverberated through the air. Chengdu, alone in the empty arena, was drenched in sweat. In the void, Xianxia observed with delight as Chengdu shone brightly. In just 2 short days, he had transformed from a mere waste to a genius, exhibiting exceptional comprehension of swordsmanship. Master, the innate spiritual root truly possesses a terrifying potential, Xianyuan remarked enviously. Although Goxing's talent is commendable, it pales in comparison to Chengdu's. Master, I foresee that within 5 years, Chengdu will catch up to Goxing and the others. Xuanji nodded in agreement. Isn't that a positive development? Typically, these prodigies are lofty in their perceptions, yet now one they deemed less gifted is rapidly closing the gap through hard work. I consider this a favorable turn of events. The news of the innate spiritual root remains tightly sealed, unknown to others, relying solely on Shursin. Otherwise, Chengdu would still be overlooked. Zhang Quandian nodded. Without the celestial peach, the innate spiritual root might not have been activated. Indeed, Master, the list of remnants from the demon clan that we need to clear from Qingfeng Town has been drafted. Would you like to review it? Xuanji shook his head. You are the sect leader now. Your decision suffices. Just as Zhang Quandian was about to present the list, he smiled. Yes, Master. In silence and secrecy, the two departed from the martial arts arena, leaving only Chengdu behind. Upon returning to Xianyuan Peak, it was just in time for a meal. The master and disciple swiftly consumed their repast, and the night passed without a word. The next morning, as the rooster crowed, Li Xianyuan rose early to perform his morning exercises. Chengdu, accustomed to such peculiarities, was somewhat affected by last night's indulgence and sat at the tea table in the courtyard, sipping water. The movements of his master's technique struck him as quite odd and a touch embarrassing. Yet, he reasoned that if it was worthy of his master's attention, it must not be trivial. Without seeking Li Xianyuan's consent, Chengdu took a seat beside him. Li Xianyuan smiled and asked, Adu, would you like to learn? I shall demonstrate once more. With that, he resumed his exercises, beginning with a series of warm-up movements. First, we have the stretching exercises. He extended his arms forward, shifting his weight, and then retracted. Step by step, Li Xianyuan explicated each movement, and Chengdu found himself learning with remarkable ease. They continued until the 8th and final movement, where Li Xianyuan smiled and said, Practice diligently on your own. I must attend to my calligraphy. Chengdu nodded, continuing his practice. After repeating the exercises twice, he felt a newfound familiarity with the routine. However, he was astonished. Although these movements were peculiar and somewhat embarrassing, each action seemed to awaken the spiritual energy within him. His body grew warm, and beads of sweat began to form. In an instant, his spiritual energy had circulated through a complete cycle. It was truly miraculous. There was no need for deliberate effort. Simply performing these exercises allowed the energy to flow autonomously. Chengdu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he experienced this extraordinary sensation for the first time. There were no unusual phenomena, just an inexplicable connection. Chengdu realized he had entered the realm of qi cultivation. His master was indeed a celestial being, having created such an astonishing technique. Whimsically dubbed the 8th set of national radio exercises. Contemplating the name, Chengdu felt a deep admiration for his master's lofty ambitions. It seemed his master's aspiration was to have the entire populace practice this technique, empowering everyone with the ability to protect themselves. Moreover, by cultivating this method, individuals would enhance their own strength, increase productivity, and promote the development of the economy. Such contributions could not be overlooked. While Chengdu was engrossed in his practice, Chen Pingan arrived at Xianyuan Peak. Oh, Dog Sheng, what brings you here? He inquired, noticing Chen Pingan's hesitance, as if he had something difficult to articulate. Little uncle, it's nothing much, just that master asked me to learn the Breaking Heaven's sword, but I can't seem to grasp the essence of it. Li Xianyuan shukulat sufli. Recognizing the futility of the situation, just a mere wooden puppet from which his master had derived that sword technique. The matter at hand is inherently elusive, yet it is a belief held by many. Dog Sheng, in the pursuit of certain things, excessive yearning may yield contrary results. Your inability to grasp this signifies your disconnect from the legendary Sword of Destiny. Upon hearing Li Xianyuan's words, Chen Pingan felt not disheartened, but rather a sense of relief. Little Master Uncle, I share your sentiments. Hence, upon arriving at Xianyuan Peak, I refrained from speaking, he confessed. By the way, Little Master Uncle, we are to venture to Qingfeng Town to vanquish demons, and I wanted to bid you farewell. Li Xianyuan furrowed his brow. Vanquish demons? What do you mean? Chengdu halted in his tracks. Qingfeng Town? Chen Pingan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, news has reached us that the local Qingfeng sect and its populace have been utterly devastated by the demons. The revelation struck Chengdu like a thunderclap. Master, I hail from Qingfeng Town. He suddenly knelt down. Master, I implore you to allow me to accompany senior brother to Qingfeng town, to slay demons and avenge the innocent folk. Xianyuan found himself in a dilemma. Chengdu's current capabilities would only serve as a hindrance, diverting attention from the task at hand. Although Xianyuan could not contribute significantly to the sect, he at the very least wished to prevent any complications. Master, if I do not go, I shall remain restless for all my days. Cheng Pinyin, sensing Xianyuan's indecision, quickly interjected. Little master uncle, rest assured, I shall look after my junior brother. The demons of Qingfeng town are merely of the mid-level nascent soul. We shall be fine. Seeing the determination in both their eyes, Xianyuan felt compelled. Very well. I shall compose a poem to bolster your spirits. The phrase one word conveys the sword's path had already circulated within the sect. The value of little master uncle's calligraphy was not lost on Chen Pinyin, who recognized this could potentially elevate his standing further. With joy swelling in his heart, he knelt before Xianyuan. Thank you, master uncle. Chapter 28. The Power of Poetry. Chengdu, having packed his belongings, set off with his 3 senior brothers, departing from Xianxia's sect. Little junior brother, what troubles you? Are you already reluctant to leave? Zhang Quandan, standing beside Xianyuan, observed the departing disciples with a smile. Xianyuan shook his head. Adu's cultivation is too lacking. If it were you, would you not be concerned? If he does not go, he may live a life of regret. Zhang Quandan acknowledged, patting Xianyuan on the shoulder. Do not worry, I have entrusted matters to the others. I will ensure Chengdu's safety. Without replying, Xianyuan turned and made his way back to Xianyuan Peak. Chen Pinyin, alongside Chengdu, soared through the skies on their swords, trailed by Su Changqing and Duga Wulei. Junior brother, stay behind me at all times, remember. Chengdu, aware of his own limitations, nodded in agreement. By midday, the group arrived near Qingfeng town, which now lay in a haunting silence. Chengdu's lips trembled, clearly overcome with sorrow. Senior brother, how did the demons manage to invade? Chen Pinyin let out a deep sigh. At times, demons can transform into human forms, making them exceedingly difficult to discern. The guardians, in their carelessness, fell victim to a breach. These malevolent beings thrive on chaos, and their invasion often heralds death. My dear junior brother, take heart. Although we know that Chengdu is an orphan, every individual harbors an attachment to their homeland. Chen Pinyin drew his sword, alert and commanding. Everyone, heed my call and accompany me into Qingfeng town. Truth be told, it was Chen Pinyin's first encounter with such a dire situation. Let's first rendezvous with the outer sect elders. As the leader, Chen Pinyin exhibited commendable resolve. The 4 of them traversed the path marked by the Xianxian sect, ultimately locating Elder Li of the outer sect. Elder Li, who had long been stationed at the borders, appeared to have sustained grave injuries. The sight of the lifeless body of an outer sect disciple incited a surge of fury within Chen Pinyin and his companions. Pinyin, we have captured 4 demons of the nascent soul stage, sealing them within the tavern using the 7-star sword array at the cost of our own lifespans. Chen Pinyin nodded, producing a pill to administer to Elder Li. Though his wounds had somewhat mended, the loss of life was irretrievable. Countless souls among humanity had resolutely sacrificed themselves to resist the demons. Junior brothers, join me in the formation to vanquish these fiends. The 4 entered the tavern. Inside, a chilling atmosphere prevailed, filled with scattered corpses and pools of blood. Be cautious, Chen Pinyin warned. The first floor revealed no signs of disturbance. It appeared the threat lay above. As Chen Pinyin ascended the blood-stained stairs to the 2nd floor, the scene that unfolded before them was nothing short of horrifying. A colossal wolf-headed monster was devouring another beast. Most alarmingly, this wolf demon exuded an aura that transcended the nascent soul stage. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Pinyin forcefully pushed Chengdu away. Junior brother, flee. This has spiraled beyond control. Hurry. Realizing the wolf demon's formidable nature from Chen Pinyin's expression of impending danger, Chengdu grasped the severity of the threat. The 7-star sword array of Xianxian sect is indeed formidable. It has cost me the sacrifice of my kin. Even the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect cannot breach it. Li Changfeng, I shall rend your flesh to tatters. The wolf demon cast a sinister glance at Chen Pinyin and his companions, a wicked grin spreading across its face. A few mere children wish to obstruct me? The scent emanating from you is positively delectable. Chen Pinyin understood that even a combined strike from the 3 of them would scarcely harm the wolf demon. Its power was overwhelming, seemingly on the verge of transcending the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect. Chen Pingan delivered a forceful blow to Chengdu. Quickly, return and relay the M. The three individuals refrained from idle chatter and immediately engaged in battle. As the atmosphere filled with the swirling essence of sword energy, the wolf demon stepped back in astonishment. Sword intent? At such a young age, have you truly comprehended sword intent? The wolf demon grew serious. Heavenly wolf of the law. A colossal phantom of a celestial wolf manifested, effectively blocking the trio's sword intent. The sword energy dissipated, and the three were struck by the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, fear and disbelief flickered in their eyes. As prodigies of their generation, they had never envisioned such a day. Though they had arrived with fervor, facing the reality induced an inevitable trepidation. What shall we do, senior brother? Dugu Wutai and Su Changqing asked in panic, turning to Chun Pingan. As the elder brother, Chun Pingan endeavored to maintain his composure. You must flee. I will hold him off. Before he could finish speaking, Chun Pingan lunged forward, gripping the wolf demon's leg tightly. Hurry, senior brother. The two could hardly believe Chun Pingan's audacity in taking such a courageous action. They exchanged glances. Their fear dissipated. Hee. I hope that in our next life, we may still be brothers in the same sect. Recognizing the determination in their eyes, Chun Pingan understood their intent. They too were willing to sacrifice their lives, hoping to inflict a grievous blow upon the wolf demon. It appears I have underestimated you. Blood-red steam emanated from the two as they unleashed their most potent sword intent once more. The wolf demon, unable to evade Chun Pingan's firm grasp, was struck by two sword thrusts. Yet, such strikes were merely superficial. For a demon with robust vitality, they inflicted little real harm. You all shall perish. The searing pain ignited the wolf demon's fury. Its aura surged rapidly, transcending the law's manifestation and ascending to the void realm. Insects! Insects! The wolf demon's might erupted, sending the trio hurtling away outside. It's over. The wolf demon has reached the void realm. Elderly watched in horror as the sword formation in the tavern shattered. You all must die. Everyone shall perish. The wolf demon bellowed desperately. Just then, Chun Pingan's poetry tablet unexpectedly flew from his chest, hovering in midair. The tablet opened, radiating a golden brilliance. From a void emerged a voice, ancient and imposing. In my youth, I dare to be wild. I grasped the yellow and azure. As the verses were recited, a formidable general clad in golden armor appeared above the poetry tablet. I shall draw the carved bow like a full moon, gazing northwest, to shoot the celestial wolf. The general produced a massive bow, knocked an arrow, and drew it back to its limit. What is this? The wolf demon watched in growing dread as the general's bow charged with power, a realization dawning that should the arrow be released, its demise was imminent. This is the manifestation of the poet's sage. When did the Xianyuan sect produce a sage? The wolf demon slumped to the ground in despair. Even though he was at the void realm, encountering a sage was merely a fleeting thought. Originally a vanguard of the demon clan, he charged forth with unstoppable momentum. Had it not been for Li Changfeng from the Xianyuan sect, accompanied by the external elders, his clan would have already seized another city. Break! The general shouted. Releasing his right hand, the arrow was loosed. Waves of energy continuously coalesced at the arrow's tip, forming a swirling vortex. The arrow's speed was remarkably slow. Yet the entire tavern had been imperceptibly locked down, rendering the wolf demon immobile. No. Originally, upon advancing to the void realm, he anticipated returning to his clan as a demon general, envisioning a promising future with several she-wolves by his side. The previously one-sided situation was unexpectedly disrupted by a single poem. Boom! As the arrow approached, the wolf demon surrendered to despair. The majesty of the sage extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. Bang! The entire tavern was obliterated by the immense energy. A tremendous shockwave knocked several individuals off their feet. Senior brother, after fleeing a short distance, he turned back to behold the mushroom cloud, collapsing mournfully to his knees. Chengdu's gaze hardened as he grasped his Junzi sword and resolutely returned. If my senior brothers perish, what face shall I have to return to the Xianyuan sect? What face to confront the sect master and my grandmaster? With unwavering determination, Chengdu dashed back. Chapter 29. The Mad Protector of the Young, Xuanjizi. The overwhelming shockwave dispersed the demonic aura of Qingfeng town, creating a truly spectacular scene. When Chengdu arrived near the explosion site, only a charred poem remained. Senior brother, Chengdu cried, rushing to sift through the rubble. Tears streamed down his face. Junior brother, a faint, weak voice echoed. Chengdu's heart soared with relief, and he hurried to the source of the sound. There, 3 senior brothers and elderly were huddled together, barely clinging to life. Senior brother, don't panic. I'm here. With a sweep, Chengdu emulated Dugu Wutai's swift maneuver, clearing the debris off them. At that moment, the 4 had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chengdu carefully extricated each of them. Whoosh! From the void, Xianyuan emerged. Adieu. What transpired? How could the might of a sage manifest? Goshing, Wutai, Chanqing, Li Shengfem. What happened? Upon seeing his grandmaster arrive, Chengdu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without a word, Xianyuan transported the 4 back to the Xiantian sect, summoning the elders from the alchemy hall to tend to their injuries. Chengdu, however, remained relatively unscathed. Chun Ping'an had sustained a severe injury from the wolf demon's kick. The greatest concern lay with Li Changfeng and Su Changqing, whose actions had severely compromised their lifespans and foundational essence, resulting in irreparable damage. Even Elder Dan Tang shook his head, expressing his impotence. Damn it! Zhang Quandan slammed his palm on the table. Second and third, can you bear this? Sun Ru and third Elder Feng Yuan were also consumed by anger. They had only 1 seedling left. Originally, Xianyuan had envisioned a plan for them to teach indiscriminately and branch out, much like himself, who had taken in 13 disciples. However, the trio was fixated on the notion of quality over quantity, intent on nurturing just 1. Now, with the demon clan wreaking havoc, their frustration was palpable. The damned Tianlang clan, possessing such a perverse talent, devouring their kin to enhance themselves. Master, do not hold me back. I must avenge Dogsheng and the others. Are you coming or not? Zhang Quandan was fuming. Xianyuan shot him a reproachful glance from the side. Having witnessed the suffering of sentient beings, how could he be swayed by such trivial matters? Silence. The noise is unbearable, Xianyuan bellowed, and immediately, Zhang Quandan and the others quieted down. Understood, master. They felt as aggrieved as a young maiden. Let us wait until they awaken, Xianyuan declared, and they dared not disobey. Xianyuan shook his head. The plan had inherent flaws. Without an intersect elder accompanying them, they had actually allowed direct disciples to engage personally. Zhang Quandan, feeling guilty, lowered his head in contemplation. 13. It was my oversight, having assumed it was merely a situation of the nascent soul stage. I thought it could be resolved with ease. Xianyuan remained silent, quietly awaiting the injured to regain consciousness. In Qingfeng City, outside Qingfeng Town, a territory occupied by demons. Crack! A wolf king of the Tianlang clan was swiftly decapitated by Xianyuan, trespassing on our human territory and harming disciples of the Xuantiangong. You deserve death. With that, he casually tossed the wolf's head to the ground. As the head rolled, it left a trail of demon corpses in its wake. Tianlang demon saint, come forth. It's not as though we Haven team met before. The void trembled as a red-haired elder emerged. Huh! Who would have thought that the Xianyuan I once left battered and bruised would rise to sainthood? However, you dare to act recklessly in my demon territory as a newly ascended saint? The Tianlang demon saint unleashed a powerful aura, roaring in fury. Did you consult me first? The overwhelming presence and pressure did not cause Xianyuan to flinch. Ha! No progress. After all these years, you remain a low-tier demon saint. Xianyuan disdainfully brushed the wolf fur from his hands. Witnessing Xianyuan's composure, the Tianlang demon saint was taken aback. You are a mid-tier saint? The Tianlang demon saint regarded Xianyuan with a hint of trepidation. Xianyuan smirked. We shall see. Before he could finish speaking, he had already reached in front of the Tianlang demon saint, locking his neck and lifting him up. You cannot kill me. The demise of a demon saint from the demon clan will undoubtedly have profound repercussions, as you are well aware. In due course, the demon emperor will undoubtedly launch a formidable offensive. The heavenly wolf demon saint, trembling in fear, cast a gaze upon Xianyuan that suggested he might indeed take his life. Yet, Xianyuan had no intentions of slaying him. As he had articulated, the demon emperor would take action. This would disrupt the carefully established peace and the strategies of the human race. Such an act would not be heroic. It would render him a traitor to humanity. Xianyuan released his grip, scoffing, retreat 100 miles, or perish. The heavenly wolf demon saint, having narrowly escaped death, promptly nodded in agreement. Xianyuan vanished into the void. When the conflict between the human and demon races erupts, I shall assuredly claim your head. The balance between the human and demon races had endured for a considerable time, with neither side encroaching upon the other. This incident was merely instigated by a presumptuous subordinate, heedless of the consequences. The heavenly wolf demon, Saint inwardly cursed. Meanwhile, Xuanzi returned to the Xianyuan sect. Xianyuan had already brought Chengdu back to Xianyuan Peak. It was only then that Shun Pingyan slowly regained consciousness. Dog Sheng, how are you faring? Zhang Quandan inquired anxiously. The soul descendant must not come to harm. Shun Pingyan shook his head, indicating he merely needed time to recuperate. By the way, are the junior disciples unharmed? Xuanzi nodded. They are all well, but Shun Pingyan instantly understood the implication of his master's words. Tears welling up once more. Master, I am but a weak disciple, unable to protect my junior brothers properly. Xuanzi sighed and shook his head. Dog Sheng, do not blame yourself. You have performed admirably. Shun Pingyan fell silent, yet guilt lingered in his eyes. Dog Sheng, what transpired during that time? Why did a divine aura erupt in the vicinity of your battle? How were you able to emerge unscathed? Did a saint intervene? A barrage of questions from Xuanzi nearly left Shun Pingyan bewildered. He shook his head. At that moment, the heavenly wolf demon had already devoured its way into the void realm. Had it not been for my junior uncle, we would have long been swallowed whole. This revelation left the room in stunned silence, particularly Zhang Quandan, who had spent the entire day in the company of Xianyuan. Dog Sheng, have you lost your wits? Your junior uncle has never left Xianyuan sect. Shun Pingyan chuckled softly and shook his head. I do not refer to my junior uncle himself, but rather to a verse he composed. A verse? Zhang Quandan questioned, perplexed. Shun Pingyan affirmed, indeed. He recounted the entire sequence of events. Inside the pill hall, there was a profound silence. You mean to say that 13 composed a poem to bid you farewell, and through this poem, a manifestation of divinity struck down the heavenly wolf demon? Xuanzi's expression was one of astonishment. Shun Pingyan nodded. Master's words were accurate. Xuanzi seemed bewildered, although the manifestation of a saint could repel the heavenly wolf demon. However, to obliterate the celestial wolf demon in the void realm, he believed it to be beyond his capabilities. In Xuanzi's perception, only those above the rank of great sage could accomplish such a feat. This leads to but one conclusion. 13 might be a great sage. Otherwise, it would be utterly unfathomable how a mere poem could conjure an image of a general annihilating the celestial wolf. Northwest gaze? Shoot the celestial wolf? How does 13 know it is a wolf demon? Xuanzi was taken aback. Could it be that 13 possesses the ability to divine the secrets of the cosmos? Master, Zhang Quandan glanced at Xuanzi. I noticed 13 has been rather glum today. Upon hearing your words, I suspect the same. 13 likely foresaw that our disciples' actions would lead to significant events. Yet, the secrets of the cosmos must not be disclosed, which has caused him great concern. Xuanzi regarded Zhang Quandan thoughtfully. Your words resonate. I do have a flicker of memory. It appears that 13 truly understands more than we anticipated. The music evolved into a grand melody, and with a mere flick of his sword intent, the celestial peach blossomed forth. Could it be that 13 is indeed an immortal descended to the mortal realm? Xuanzi remained in a state of shock and delight, then shook his head. Quandan, it seems we have underestimated 13. In chapter 30, the sage of Zhengda, Xuanzi began to doubt whether he had inadvertently welcomed an immortal into their midst. Each revelation left him astounded. Could a humble sect like Xianyuan truly accommodate such a divine being? Zhang Quandan was equally astonished. After hearing his master, he felt that Xianyuan had always been putting on an act. While others pretended to be experts, he had feigned mediocrity all along. The strategy runs deeper than I thought, dear junior brother. Xuanzi pondered. This might not be a misfortune for Xianyuan sect after all. At the very least, with Xianyuan, the sect could aspire to great heights. Quandan, I have taken care of the remaining matters for you. Prepare well to receive the inspection team tomorrow. Xuanzi waved his hand and departed the alchemy hall. Master, he marveled. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Xuanzi would reclaim the situation? At Xianyuan Peak, Edu, are you all right? Come, have a drink to ease the shock. Xianyuan clinked glasses with Chengdu. Master, I want to grow stronger. I want to protect those around me, not end up like today, hiding behind my senior brother when trouble arises. With that, Chengdu downed his drink in one gulp. Xianyuan nudda. Indeed, I am heartened by your resolve. Do not blame yourself. The world is unpredictable. You now possess the ability to cultivate, put in the effort, Chengdu gazed into Li Xianyuan's eyes with fervor. The following morning, Xuanji, having arrived early, stood at the entrance of Xiantian's sect with Zhang Quandan, awaiting the arrival of the Sect Management Association. A ripple of spatial energy surged before the gates of Xiantian's sect. An elderly man clad in a gray robe emerged, accompanied by a young maiden and a dashing young gentleman. The gentleman stepped forward to introduce himself. Xuanzi immediately approached to extend a warm welcome. Saint of Jingde, Third Prince. Princess Xianxian, welcome, welcome. The Saint of Jingde serves as the overseer of the sect within the southern territories, akin to a regional director. While his status might be considered modest in the Central Plains, he holds unparalleled authority in the eyes of the southern sections. Xuanzi, it has been years. You have ascended to the rank of saint, remarked the Saint of Jingde, gazing at Xuanzi with a hint of pride. Despite both being saints, their statuses diverge due to the formidable backing of the latter. Sighing inwardly, Xuanzi maintained his composure. Ah, it is merely fate, elusive and mysterious. Observing Xuanzi's unpretentious demeanor, the Saint of Jingde nodded in acknowledgement. Dear guests, shall we retire to the main hall for some rest? Xuanzi proposed. The Saint of Jingde consented with a nod. For the primary purpose of this visit was to assess Xuanzi's cultivation level. Now that this had been accomplished, the remaining agenda consisted of tea, idle chatter, and a meal. Master, please proceed. I wish to explore the surroundings on my own, Princess Xianxian stated, clearly favored and showing no hesitation. The Saint of Jingde smiled. Very well. Off you go. With that, the Saint of Jingde and Xuanzi vanished into the void, heading towards the grand hall of the sect. The third prince, Ingo, hails from the Qin Empire, while Princess Xianxian is a royal from the Liang Empire in the Central Plains. In terms of strength, the Qin Empire dominates the Liang Empire. However, due to Princess Xianxian being a direct disciple of the Saint of Jingde, Ingo finds himself in a subservient position, akin to a sycophant in her presence. Xianxian, I am well acquainted with the Xiantian sect. Allow me to show you around, Ingo said, his expression obsequious and exceedingly humble. Princess Xianxian's demeanor remained icy and unyielding. She replied succinctly, nearly causing Ingo to burst into laughter. For this was the first acknowledgement she had given him throughout their journey. As a prince, he had certainly tasted the pleasures of women and had encountered countless flattery, which had dulled his interest. Yet, upon first encountering the frosty beauty of Xianxian in the palace, he was captivated. Thus, he volunteered to be her guide to his father. Princess Xianxian regarded Ingo's sycophantic behavior with disdain. As a disciple of a saint, her future partner would undoubtedly possess extraordinary grace and charisma, evoking a sense of comfort. Far removed from someone like Ingo, who had been debased by indulgence. This is the martial arts hall, and here is the personnel department of the sect. Ingo recounted with great familiarity, showcasing each location. Xianxian, what do you think of the Xiantian sect as the foremost sect in our southern territories? He inquired. Princess Xianxian coldly replied, mediocre. As a person from the Central Plains, she naturally found such an inconsequential sect to be just that, mediocre, even if a saint has just emerged. In her eyes, he is merely an ordinary figure. To capture her admiration, one must at least possess the stature of a great sage. Those prodigies are invariably distinguished and remarkable. The Xiantian sect? It fails to catch her eye. Ingo led Xianxian along, eventually arriving at the foot of Xianyuan Peak. At this moment, only Li Xianyuan was at home, as Chengdu had gone to attend to the senior brothers. Even the vegetables had been tended to by Li Xianyuan, leaving him in a rather unpleasant state, necessitating a bath. After drying his hair, Li Xianyuan, with his long flowing locks and graceful demeanor, appeared as a true paragon of elegance. Today, he decided to practice a Chinese ghost story. Li Xianyuan, am not to your taste. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Xianxian felt somewhat exasperated by Ingo's presence. She had intended to return her master, but was suddenly captivated by the sound of a qin. Life's journey is like a beautiful dream, long and winding. The trials of the journey, relentless and harsh, confront one head-on. This melancholic and poignant melody rendered Yang Xianxian utterly still. She envisioned herself walking slowly along the path of life, pursuing her heart's desires, yet ultimately lost in confusion, though the path remained, and her heart still held hope. Who is this? Xianxian unexpectedly foched her curiosity. Ingo scoffed lightly. Xianxian, this is Xianyuan Peak. I heard from my father that it is home to Li Xianyuan, the 13th disciple of the Sage of Mystery. Very few have seen him. He always hides away here. I wager he is an exceedingly ugly man, unworthy of being seen. Xianxia shot him a disapproving glance. How could someone capable of such heartfelt singing possibly be ugly? She resolved to investigate. If he were indeed unattractive, that would be another matter. Before she could finish her thought, Xianxia tore through the space and soared upward. The abundant resources of Xianxia had enabled her, at a tender age, to reach the void realm, marking her as a prodigious talent. Even in Xianxia, she held a place of significance. Abandoned by her, Ingo could only ascend on foot. In the void, Xianxia beheld a man clad in a flowing white robe. His perfect abs were exposed, long hair billowing, and his eyes gleamed like cold stars, with brows as finely painted. Could there truly exist such a strikingly handsome man? Xianxia felt that his beauty could render even music pale in comparison. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Xianyuan's face. As the final notes faded, Xianyuan, deeply engrossed in his state, wore a captivating expression. At the sage level, he sensed the presence of someone watching him. Who approaches? Why hide away? Xianxia was taken aback that Xianyuan could perceive her. Her curiosity about him intensified. Exiting the void, she stood before Xianyuan. I am Xianxia, a humble girl, and it is an honor to meet you, my lord. At this moment, Xianxia had completely shed her previous demeanor towards Ingo. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with emotion. Xianyuan stood in a daze, not captivated by Xianxia's beauty, but rather astonished that a female, and one of considerable cultivation, had approached Xianyuan peak for the first time. The young lady was clearly not an ordinary girl. With her level of prowess, she must possess some stature. Xianyuan cast not a glance in Xianxia's direction, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Was it her lack of beauty? Were her legs not long enough, or her figure not ample? Might I inquire your name, sir? How could a humble girl dare to reveal her own? Xianyuan, being a quintessentially straightforward man, showed no interest in such romantic entanglements. If he had nothing to say, she should leave him to his music. Upon hearing Xianyuan's dismissal, Xianxia felt an unexpected pang of heartbreak. His very anger was strikingly handsome. Just then, Ingo, panting heavily, finally approached. How dare you treat a disciple of the Holy One, Zhengde, with such disrespect, Xianyuan? However, as soon as he uttered these words, Ingo regretted them. For Xianxia shot him a glare that seemed to pierce through him, as if he had wounded something dear to her. And you are? Xianyuan Inkidath, clearly unenthused by interruptions. I am Ingo, the third prince of the Qin Empire. Xianyuan Shukladligli. Ingo, you seem more like a sycophant. With your looks, trailing behind this young lady, I doubt you're anything but a devoted admirer. Ingo was immediately incensed by this remark. My appearance ranks among the finest of the princes. On what grounds do you deem me unattractive? Simply on the basis of your demeanor, Xianyuan replied. Ingo was taken aback. Could it be that his elegant, ethereal visage was looked down upon? Even Xianxia chuckled at the exchange. Ingo, hold your tongue. Do not interrupt my conversation with Master Li, she said, casting a flirtatious glance back at Xianyuan, who remained oblivious. Ingo was bewildered. Where had the usually frosty Xianxia gone? Why had she transformed upon encountering a handsome man? He had assumed her icy demeanor was her true nature. Was it that he was simply not to her liking? A surge of emotion welled up within Ingo. Should he confront Xianyuan head-on and provoke Xianxia further? Or should he take a step back and willingly assume the role of the backup? Without much deliberation, he chose the latter. Do not blame me. What can I do? Of course, I must choose to forgive her. To love her is to wish for her happiness. It was evident that Xianyuan represented that happiness for her. As a devoted admirer, Ingo was nothing if not diligent. He harbored the hope that Xianxia would one day appreciate his selflessness and allow him into her world. Xianyuan? Truly, Master Li is as his name suggests. In this world, has anyone ever encountered a gentleman of such remarkable demeanor? Xianyuan shook his head. Fairy, please maintain your dignity. I, Xianyuan, am not your ideal. Xianxia also shook her head. How can you say such things, sir? I merely wish to gaze upon you a while longer, so that I may carry your image in my heart. Ingo felt an inexplicable shattering sound within, akin to fragile glass breaking. Yet, witnessing Xianxia's blissful enchantment, he felt that everything was worthwhile. Tupkarandos, Xianyuan Siga. Why was he so resistant? This story traces back to his childhood. Ever since he exuded an aura akin to that of an immortal, the female creatures of the village became utterly infatuated. The village matron frequently brought him meat, and her daughter even wove garments for him. Consequently, the matron and her daughter became estranged, walking separate paths. Upon arriving at the sect, several senior sisters vied for his affection, leading to fierce conflicts. As a result, Xianyuan explicitly forbade female disciples from approaching Xianyuan Peak. Reflecting on these sorrowful memories, Xianyuan lamented, "Alas, how much effort must I exert before my greatest virtue is recognized as more than mere handsomeness?" He initially believed he was on the brink of success. However, upon seeing Xianxia, he realized he had faltered once more. Ignoring her further, Xianyuan resumed, playing the zither. The melodies he produced possessed an inexplicable allure that captivated all who listened. He had thought he was merely superficial. Yet he found himself endowed with profound artistic cultivation and cultural depth. Truly, he was a celestial being among mortals. The mere fact that Xianyuan could perceive her talents led Xianxia to acknowledge that his cultivation was formidable, far surpassing her own. Young, handsome, highly skilled, possessing an admirable demeanor and refined upbringing. Was this not the very person she had long sought? In comparison to Xianyuan, the so-called prodigies of the Central Plains seemed nothing more than ruffians from the streets. Vulgar. After practicing until noon, Xianyuan put away the zither. Where are you headed, sir?" Xianxia inquired with urgency, desperate not to miss even a fleeting glance of him, as if it were a transgression. Xianyuan did not respond, instead returning to the kitchen to prepare a meal. "He can cook as well. Young Master Li is truly a feast for the eyes," she mused. "If only I could unite with him. Even if it meant leading a secluded life, I would gladly embrace such a fate. To bear 7 or 8 sons, growing old together and resting in the same grave. How beautiful that would be. Who cares about cultivating immortality?" Lost in her thoughts, Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson. Ingo felt a profound, emotional blow. 9,999 damage. Even the way he ate was refreshingly refined. She was utterly entranced. Xianxia was completely captivated by Xianyuan, leaving Ingo feeling utterly helpless. After dining, Xianyuan began to sip his tea. At that moment, the revered Jingde saint arrived at Xianyuan Peak, accompanied by Xianyuan, who bore a look of deep concern. Fears materialized, as it seemed that the Jingde saint, contrary to expectations, had come here. Earlier, during the dispersal of the meeting, the entire sect had searched for Xianxia, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. This caused Xianyuan to feel a rising panic within. "Xianxia, you are truly here. I thought you had gone elsewhere." It was only upon the Jingde saint's call that Xianxia snapped back to reality. Ingo felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for the Jingde saint's presence, for had he not come, the two might have found themselves in an unspeakable situation. "Who is this?" The Jingde saint glanced at Xianyuan, taken aback. The young man before him radiated an aura of ethereal grace, despite his youth, exuding an air of transcendence. Most strikingly, he possessed an inscrutable depth in his gaze, akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Could such a celestial being truly exist in this world? Xianyuan nodded. "This is my disciple, 13 Xianyuan." The Jingde saint's understanding dawned. This was indeed the young sword saint of whom they spoke. At merely 18, he had attained such a remarkable status, truly a testament to his extraordinary fate. A fitting name for one so distinguished. "Xuanji, you have taken on a remarkable apprentice." The Jingde saint, though astonished and captivated by Xianyuan's presence, still found it hard to fully believe. He approached the tea table and took a seat, prompting Xianyuan to rush over. 13. Why have you not yet served tea to the Jingde saint? Xianyuan nodded, presenting a cup of tea with a composed demeanor. "Please." He felt no need for excessive politeness towards an outsider, especially since he had to maintain his own image. After all, rewards from the system were at stake. Having seen much of the world, the Jingde saint's composure began to waver upon observing the tea. He glanced at Xianyuan, who offered an awkward smile. "Is this the kind of tea you consume?" The Jingde saint quickly discerned its significance. Xianyuan nodded. "It's not much, just some homemade by my disciple." "Excuse me, did you say it's homemade?" The Jingde saint was taken aback, having tasted various teas, yet he was still astonished. The Tao Enlightenment tea, known for diminishing effects with each sip, elicited a restrained excitement within him. Xianyuan opened the tea jar, revealing its contents to the Jingde saint, smiling as he said, "Senior, it is indeed my own creation." Upon gazing at the brimful jar, the sage of Xiangde was momentarily taken aback. The Xiantian sect exhibited an astonishing wealth that bordered on the unthinkable. "Wait, this tea jar." The sage of Xiangde was utterly astonished, his worldview shattered into fragments. Upon closer inspection, he discerned two faint characters inscribed upon the jar. Steel Heaven. Chapter 33. The Wholesale Merchant of Xianyuan Celestial Treasures. Utilizing his spiritual energy to probe, he found it as unfathomable as a clay sphere cast into the ocean. This implied but one conclusion. It was a treasure of at least celestial artifact caliber. However, a sudden thought struck the sage of Xianxia. The Stealing Heaven Jar. The phrase echoed in his mind, igniting a sense of panic. In his memories, he recalled the ancient texts he had perused in the Sex Library during his youth. According to legend, when an immortal fell to the mortal realm, a treasure accompanied them, named the Stealing Heaven Jar. It was subsequently acquired by a demon clan from the Void Realm, which utilized its power to ensnare human cultivators and absorb their spiritual energy. The human emperors, upon discovering this, besieged the demon. The demon, wielding the jar's formidable magic, perished alongside several human emperors, causing the Stealing Heaven Jar to vanish once more from existence. To his astonishment, this charming young man possessed such a treasure of Xianyuan celestial caliber. Did the Xianyuan sect not comprehend the adage that possessing a gem could invite calamity? A nefarious thought crossed the sage of Xianxia's mind. He contemplated exploiting his status to seize the Stealing Heaven Jar. He scrutinized Xianyuan, noticing that the young man appeared utterly oblivious to the jar's significance. Could it be that he stumbled upon it by chance? Young man, this jar piques my interest. May I inquire as to its origin? The sage's gaze was fixed intently on Xianyuan's expression, ready to discern any hint of deception. Xianyuan gestured toward the jar. This is a clay jar I crafted myself. Just an ordinary item. If you fancy it, I could gift you one. Xianyuan's demeanor was as calm as a still pond, his eyes radiating sincerity, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. You crafted this? Can you truly fashion a Xianyuan celestial treasure? Spare me your exaggerations. The sage of Xianxia expressed his disbelief. Xianyuan chuckled lightly. It is true, I have many more, all utilized for storage. Upon hearing this, the sage's heart skipped a beat. Might I see them? He pressed, eager to unveil Xianyuan's true nature. Certainly, Xianyuan replied as he rose and retreated to the kitchen. Humph, putting on quite the show, the sage of Xianxia scoffed. After a brief while, Xianyuan emerged, bearing 4 or 5 clay jars, all resembling the Stealing Heaven Jar. With a decisive gesture, Xianyuan carelessly placed the jars upon the table. Humph, indeed worth no more than a trifle. Would you part with a Xianyuan celestial treasure so easily? Look, I even have an empty one. If you like it, it is yours. Xianyuan offered with a gracious gesture. The sage of Xianxia, akin to a holy being, utilized his divine power to scrutinize the jars, discovering that they were all akin to the elusive, sky-thieving jar. The infusion of his sacred energy elicited no response, indicating but one reason. These jars possessed an immensely high grade. By the heavens, are you wholesale distributing celestial treasures and bestowing one upon me? Merely contemplating this is tantalizing. Human greed knows no bounds. Many could perceive this at a glance. Xianyuan observed the sage of Xianxia, captivated in his reverie, and refrained from interrupting. With practiced finesse, he poured tea into a cup. The sage turned to regard Xianyuan and was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Xianyuan gazed back at him with a gentle smile. His warm, amiable expression enveloped those around him like a refreshing spring breeze. His mastery of the art of tea was evident, with each graceful motion accompanied by a trace of Taoist resonance. He appeared as if he belonged to another realm, particularly with those profound eyes that resembled the vastness of the starry sky, boundless and infinite. This gaze he had only witnessed in one type of individual, a great emperor. Furthermore, the sage felt that even the emperor lacked such an ethereal presence. The sage of Xianxia grasped Xuanji's arm, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Xuanji, speak honestly. Does your disciple embody the reincarnation of an immortal? Xuanji, upon receiving the sage's telepathic inquiry, furrowed his brow. Truly, this individual was well versed in the extraordinary. With a mere glance, he discerned the celestial aura of the 13th immortal. Xuanji himself was uncertain, but held a firm belief. Brother Xianxia, let me speak candidly. I discovered his remarkable essence when he was merely 10 years old. At that time, I too was astonished by his unique aura, prompting me to employ secret methods of inquiry. Ultimately, I was left in shock. Do you know why? The sage of Xianxia shook his head, inquiring why. Xuanji smiled softly. I beheld a realm of chaos, wherein someone obscured the heavenly secrets. Moreover, I faced a backlash, nearly becoming ensnared. The sage of Xiongde was utterly astounded. He turned to examine Xianyuan once more, employing his secret arts to probe into Li's cultivation level. Despite exerting all his might, he could only perceive a dense fog. Just as he endeavored to delve deeper, a flash of light surged through the mist, repelling the sage's consciousness. Alas! The sage of Xiongde withdrew his awareness, a trickle of blood involuntarily escaping from the corner of his mouth. By the heavens, he was indeed an immortal. Even when probing the emperor's essence, he had emerged unscathed, devoid of any backlash. Yet, after merely glancing at Xianyuan, his own Taoist heart had become unstable. By the heavens, what a loss! Physical injuries are bearable, yet the damage to his consciousness remains uncertain in terms of recovery time. The wholesale distribution of the sky-thieving jar emanates an immortal aura, an unfathomable cultivation level. The Saint of Xiongde felt compelled to believe. Predecessor, I am Xiongde, a junior, who out of momentary curiosity has peered into your wisdom. I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 34. The 9 Varieties of Preserved Plums. The words of the Saint of Xiongde utterly astonished everyone present. Even Xuanji was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that even Xiongde would be so convinced? The Saint of Xiongde's heart was shattered. It must be understood that prying into the privacy of others is a grave taboo. The backlash of one's consciousness is merely a minor lesson. Let be said that even a great sage, in such a moment, could easily meet their demise. You have been too inquisitive. The Saint of Xiongde believed that Xianyuan might be a reincarnated immortal, now awakened to his memories. Or perhaps he was an immortal all along, simply seeking to enjoy a tranquil life among mortals. One must recognize that the preferences of such masters are often peculiar. Yang Xianxian and Ingo were also left in a state of shock. Just moments prior, she had witnessed the Saint of Xiongde emit a cold snort, followed by the trickle of blood from his lips. Yang Xianxian was somewhat perplexed, but upon hearing her master's explanation, she finally understood. It was revealed that her master had secretly probed into the cultivation of young Master Li and had suffered a backlash as a result. Predecessor? It turns out that young Master Li is an unparalleled expert, even more profound than my master. His charm and grace obscured her vision. Yang Xianxian became even more captivated. It was not that young Master Li lacked cultivation. Rather, her own realm was too low to discern it. Li Xianyuan smilad nuingli, aware that his display of prowess had made quite the impact. This was indeed a splendid form of publicity. Once Xiongde returned to the Central Plains to spread the word. Wouldn't he his own cultivation soar? The mere thought brought him joy. There is no need for such formality. I am but a disciple of the Xiantian sect. Li Xianyuan. Upon uttering these words, the Saint of Xiongde was utterly stunned. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you were an immortal before? You still call me predecessor? The peculiarities of these immortals are indeed strange. If you call me again, I'll kneel before you. Predecessor, you are overwhelming me. Simply call me Little Detsi. The Saint of Xiongde lowered his stature significantly, becoming exceedingly humble. Li Xianyuan nearly burst into laughter. Little Detsi? Yang Xianxian gazed at her master in astonishment. As the district head of the Sect Management Association, the Saint of Xiongde was undeniably proud. The term Little Detsi nearly shattered Yang Xianxian's perception of the world. Master, what has happened to your integrity? Li Xianyuan nudda. Sensing that the Saint of Xiongde was becoming increasingly convinced. The tea is bitter. Have a preserved plum. I have pickled them myself. With that, he opened one of the ceramic jars. The Saint of Xiongde beheld a surge of rich spiritual energy as if it had been long restrained and was now liberated. Rushing forth, Xuanji looked at Li Xianyuan in astonishment. He had never known that there were so many treasures hidden within the 13. It is done. The disciple I inadvertently accepted is truly extraordinary. How could such a humble plum possess such profound spiritual essence? It must be the result of the heavenly thief jar. With this treasure in the Xiantian sect, even an emperor would need to tread carefully. A newfound confidence blossomed within Xuanjizi. The excitement and exhilaration far surpassing any thoughts of the Xiantian sect, transforming into the Xiantian sacred sect. He now believed wholeheartedly in Zhang Quandan's words, while others masquerade as masters despite being mere dregs. 13 presents as a dreg, while truly being a master, an artful display of cunning. What nonsense about the Xiantian sacred sect. Tomorrow, I shall apply to downgrade to a third-rate sect, the Xiantian sect. Just wait for some saints to arrive and flaunt their superiority with a mere slap. They shall be silenced. How thrilling! Saint Zhengde was the first to reach for a plum, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. The sour fragrance invigorated his senses. Upon tasting it, he found the salty and sour flavors complemented by a hint of sweetness, the flesh rich and flavorful. Li Xianyuan smilat. What do you think, Comrade Zhengde? The taste is quite agreeable, I trust. This preserved plum has undergone 9 rounds of curing and repeated sun-drying, hence its name, 9 cured preserved plum. Zhengde was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. To think that Senior Xianyuan would ensure even a simple snack adhered to the principles of the 9 palaces. How admirable! Suddenly, Zhengde felt an odd sensation. As the sour plum entered his stomach, it released a peculiar substance that continually surged forth. Much like the ordinary consumption of a preserved plum, the sourness quenched his thirst, yet this peculiar essence surged directly into his sea of consciousness, perpetually mending his spiritual awareness. Zhengde closed his eyes to fully relish this delightful moment. After a while, he was astonished to discover that not only had his spiritual awareness been restored, but it was now even more potent and stable than before. Gratefully, he gazed at Li Xianyuan, wishing he could prostrate himself in reverence, but alas, his disciple was present. Merely a single preserved plum had facilitated the restoration and fortification of his spiritual awareness. Zhengde looked at the jar of preserved plums before him, feeling an irresistible urge to seize a handful. The senior's generous spirit and disregard for trifles truly earned Zhengde's admiration. Upon returning to the association, he would certainly report this to the senior, lest that blind fool disturb him. Hearing Zhengde's words, Li Xianyuan felt a surge of joy. Was this not the very effect he sought? He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Xuanji's expression had darkened. Chapter 35. Calculating Heavenly Secrets. Confirming the identity of the immortal. Another preserved plum, please, Li Xianyuan requested, prompting Zhengde to retrieve another. However, instead of consuming it immediately, Zhengde carefully stored it in a jade vial from a shumi ring. This treasure was bestowed by an immortal and would be consumed only upon his return when he achieved a breakthrough. At that moment, Chengdu returned. Master Tai, the sage of Zhengde, and the master. It is evident that Zhengde has recently visited the Dan Hall to confer with Chengdu. By the way, Xuanji, in light of the recent incursion by the demon clan, we are fortunate to have your Xianyuan. Otherwise, several nearby towns would have suffered greatly. Your sect's response was indeed timely. Thanks to Li Xianyuan, the current disposition of the sage of Zhengde has markedly improved. Xuanji nodded, affirming that repelling the demon clan is the duty of Xianyuan, and Zhengde Dao brother has overpraised us. Upon my return, I shall promptly compose a report to commend your efforts. The sage of Zhengde smiled. By the way, I recently observed your injured disciples. It seems their highest cultivation level barely reaches the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, according to reports from below, Qingfeng Town once exhibited the might of sage. Was it you, Xuanji, who intervened? Xuanji shook his head, chuckling. Zhengde Dao brother, you jest. If I had intervened, how could there be injured disciples? That would be quite laughable. The sage of Zhengde nodded in agreement, but inquired further. What then transpired? Xuanji cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianyuan, reluctant to divulge too much. He wished to protect Li Xianyuan from excessive exposure. The identity of the immortal remained a conjecture. He was uncertain whether Li Xianyuan truly was an immortal. Were he not, revealing such a truth would amount to deceit. Yet, should one insist otherwise while repeatedly manifesting inexplicable phenomena, how could that be rationalized? Xuanji remained silent, but Chengdu could not contain his tongue. Zhengde sage, our safe return is entirely due to a poem gifted by the master. The sage of Zhengde furrowed his brow. A poem? What is the story behind this? He glanced at Xuanji and Li Xianyuan. Chengdu continued, I learned of it from senior brother. Before our departure, the master bestowed a poem upon senior brother. At a critical moment, the master's poem manifested, conjuring a formidable general who, with a single arrow, obliterated the Tianlang demon of the Dongshu realm. The sage of Zhengde was taken aback. He gazed incredulously at Xuanji, seeking an explanation. Xuanji, with a resigned smile, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. The sage of Zhengde grew anxious. The ability to manifest through a medium is a skill possessed only by peak great sages and emperors. Yet, what the young brother just described, slaying a being of the Dongshu realm to mere fragments, was undoubtedly the feat of an emperor. Everyone knows that beings of the Dongshu realm possess the ability to manipulate space. With a calm demeanor, they could still escape. However, The evidence from the scene indicated that the Dongshu Tianlang demon was indeed reduced to mere shards. Even the entire street bore the scars of a great pit. Relying solely on a poem, the sage of Zhengde pondered, even an emperor might struggle to achieve such a feat in a mortal. Confirmed. Young brother, what did that poem convey? The sage of Zhengde expressed keen interest in the poem's content. Should it contain profound truths, it might be explicable. However, if it were merely ordinary verses, it would be challenging to invoke the essence of heaven and earth, unless it is on the poetic scroll, bestowing something transcendent upon this world. Celestial power. Chengdu reflected on what Brother Chun had just said. In a youthful fervor, I grasped the yellow with my left hand and the azure with my right. I would draw the carved bow like a full moon, gazing northwest to shoot the celestial wolf. As Chengdu finished reciting, silence enveloped the scene. A loud crash echoed as a cup fell and shattered. The saint of Zhengde was undoubtedly confirmed. Xianyuan is truly an immortal. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately knelt before Xianyuan. Xianxia, witnessing her master kneel, dared not delay and promptly followed suit. An immortal descends. Please forgive the negligence of this humble disciple. The saint of Zhengde bowed to the ground, not daring to meet the gaze. Saint of Zhengde, Xianxia, why are you so? Xuanzi did not fully comprehend. Even if Xianyuan possessed the traits of an immortal, it had yet to be verified, had it not? The saint of Zhengde shook his head, his expression grave. Xuanzi, you do not understand. This verse has essentially predicted the entire process with utmost clarity. Only an immortal could calculate the celestial mechanisms with such accuracy. The words of the saint of Zhengde sent a tremor through Xuanzi's spirit. Indeed, although he had speculated in this direction, he had not considered the immortal aspect. Upon this realization, Xuanzi nearly succumbed to kneeling himself. However, a glance from Xianyuan restrained him from joining the fervor. Today, it is my greatest fortune to behold an immortal. The saint of Zhengde bowed once more. Although Yang Qianxian did not understand why her master was convinced that Xianyuan was an immortal, she could sense the tension in her master's demeanor, suggesting that it was indeed true. Immortal, I, Yang Qianxian, feel profound remorse for having sullied your thoughts earlier. Please, punish me. Zhengde glared at his disciple in anger, exclaiming, Qianxian, I did not expect your resolve to be so unstable. I have indeed misjudged you. From now on, you are confined and forbidden from venturing out, lest you tarnish my sacred name. Esteemed immortal, my inept disciple has caused offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Xianyuan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I am weary. You may leave now. I know not what further events may unfold if this continues. The effect has been achieved. That is sufficient. We shall heed the immortal's decree. The saint of Zhengde and Yang Qianxian bowed and rose. Chapter 36. The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. The saint of Zhengde intended to return and inform the higher-ups to send someone for verification. Grasping Qianxian's hand, he prepared to walk out of the mountain gate. In the presence of the immortal, one dared not casually employ spatial techniques. Allow me to see you off. Xuanzi followed closely behind. The saint of Zhengde furrowed his brow, suspecting that Xuanzi had something to convey. He thus waited for Xuanzi and exited together. On Xianyuan Peak, only Xianyuan and Chengdu remained. Master, are you truly an immortal? The excitement within Chengdu is no less than anyone else's. However, he is exhilarated. In truth, he is unwaveringly convinced of his own status as a mere mortal, devoid of any celestial roots. Chengdu is resolutely certain that he is nothing but a waste. Yet, after consuming a mystical peach bestowed by his master, he instantaneously transformed into one with divine roots. What else could his master be but an immortal? Xianyuan smilat. You perceive me as you wish. That is what I shall be. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the system required it thus. Adieu. Do you consider immortals to be of great significance? What difference does it make? Are mortals any less? Are we not all but specks of dust in this vast universe? Xianyuan's words utterly silenced Chengdu. Is this how immortals converse? I have yet to secure my basic needs, and you are already contemplating poetry and distant horizons, suddenly elevated to the heights of the cosmos. The master speaks in an enigmatic manner. What the master conveys, the disciple comprehends. Xianyuan nodded in satisfaction, his spirits lifted. The emotional fatigue caused by playing the zither had been completely restored. He returned to the zither, preparing to play once more. In front of the Xintiangong sect Xuani, your ancestral grave has now emitted green smoke. Indeed, you have an immortal residing within. It is worth noting that the ascension of an immortal is a rare occurrence. Xianyuan, the title of the continent's foremost sect, shall soon be bestowed upon your Xianyuan. Upon my return, I shall certainly report to the higher-ups, advocating for your sect to be granted the esteemed title of Zuanshan Xinjiao, attracting talented individuals from across the land to join your ranks in the fight against the demonic race. The Xianyuan of Xiongda felt a surge of excitement. This could be a monumental achievement for him. Perhaps he could even attain the rank of a great sage. Once the matter is settled, his status shall undoubtedly rise. Immortals disdain outsiders. Thus the task of conveying such news would naturally fall upon him. Initially, Xianyuan was thrilled to hear the Xianyuan of Xiongda's proclamation. However, upon reflecting, he sighed. Brother Xiongda, I hold an opposing viewpoint. The Xianyuan of Xiongda was taken aback. What on earth do you mean by an opposing viewpoint? Does your Xianyuan not desire to have disciples spread across the world? Xianyuan clapped his hands. It is my utmost dream. The Xianyuan of Xiongda, puzzled, asked, then why do you oppose it? Xianyuan shook his head. I have known my disciple for many years. I understand his temperament well. He cherishes tranquility. Although I am delighted that our Xianyuan has produced an immortal, I do not wish for this matter to become public knowledge. The Xianyuan of Xiongda paused, sensing the validity in Xianyuan's words. Now that he is an immortal, why would he wish to join this small sect? Is it not for the sake of peace? If great emperors and sages were to incessantly visit seeking guidance, Xianyuan would find no respite. Let's not forget, the instigator of this matter is none other than himself. The immortal does not recognize others. If blame is to be assigned, it must rest upon oneself. With but a single thought, the immortal fears for his own demise. After arduous cultivation for over a millennium, he finds himself returned to a time before the Common Era. This cannot be. The sage of Xiongda has attained enlightenment. This matter must remain confidential. Even if it were to be revealed, it should not come from his own lips. Let those who wish to speak do so. Fortunately, Xianxia has provided a timely reminder, or else his joy might have led him to commit an irreparable mistake. I understand. The sage of Xiongda and Xianxia exchanged nods. This matter is to be kept in utmost secrecy. You too, in the name of the heavenly way, swear that you shall not disclose today's events to anyone. The sage of Xiongda commanded in Go and Yang Xianxian, although they did not comprehend the reasons behind this. They dare not defy him, and thus made their oaths. The thunder of heaven resounded, sealing their vow. Those who breach it shall face the punishment of 5 thunders crashing upon them, a divine retribution that even the greatest of emperors cannot withstand. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Allow me to express my gratitude to you, Brother Xiongda. Xianxia bowed deeply. The sage of Xiongda promptly assisted him to his feet, smiling as he said, Your Xianyuan sect is destined to soar, and the truth shall eventually reveal itself to all. When that time comes, do not forget me, will you? Xianxia nodded vigorously. Certainly. The sage of Xiongda chuckled, exclaiming, Today's gains are truly substantial. My spirits are high. Xianxian, upon our return, I shall teach you the methods to transcend the Dongxi realm. Yang Xianxian joyfully thanked her master. Just as the sage of Xiongda was about to depart, a gentle yet commanding voice echoed throughout the heavens. Phoenix, O Phoenix, return to your homeland, traversing the seas in search of your mate. A wave of immense energy rippled through the sky above Xianyuan's sect. The sage of Xiongda and Xianxia furrowed their brows, gazing upwards, perplexed by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a large rift tore open in the heavens. Clang! A series of cries resonated forth. A blaze of crimson flame erupted and vanished without a trace. Chapter 37. The Nine-Colored Divine Bird. The sage of Xiongda and Xianxia stood in shock. The flames that had emerged from the rift in the sky instilled in them a sense of dread. The pressure felt as though it inherently suppressed them, leaving no courage to resist. Xian, what is that? I do not know, but the aura is terrifying. Near the Xianyuan sect, above a newly formed pit, one of the 4 phantoms remarked, What was that aura just now? I do not know. It vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. Could it be that, like a millennium ago, another immortal has fallen from the upper realm? Let's hope not, for phantoms appeared above the pit that had just been created. At this moment, the pit offered no clues, rendering their inquiry futile. Let's depart. As they spoke, the 4 phantoms faded away. Xianyuan Peak. Wow, what an enchanting sensation this piece. The phoenix seeks the phoenix, evokes. Xianyuan chuckled softly as he pressed down on the strings. At some point, a small bird with a tail adorned in 9 vibrant colors perched at the head of the zither, gazing intently at Li Xianyuan. "Ah, little creature, have you been drawn in by the melody as well?" he mused, attempting to reach out to the nine-colored bird with his index finger. To his surprise, the bird showed no signs of fear. Instead, it rubbed its head against his fingertip. "What an amusing little fellow," he thought, gesturing to shoo the bird away. For it was perched upon the zither's head, making it impossible for him to play. The nine-colored bird seemingly understood that Li Xianyuan was merely jesting. Leaning back slightly, but not taking flight, curiosity piqued, Li Xianyuan found himself captivated by the peculiar bird, its eyes sparkling with an almost sentient charm that he found irresistibly endearing. "Would you like to listen to my playing?" he inquired, astonished when the bird nodded in response. This startled him considerably. Could it be a creature of the demon clan? Yet, with its multicolored tail and adorable demeanor, it was hard for him to associate it with such a notion. The bird's intelligence seemed remarkably high. "If you prefer to stay, then I shall not send you away. You may reside here on Xianyuan Peak from now on," he decided. This arrangement would suit him well, as he had gained another loyal admirer. With a smile, Li Xianyuan resolved to leave the zither as it was, for the bird seemed so fond of perching upon it. The nine-colored bird settled on the zither's head, revealing faintly the characters Wu Tong obscured by its tail. As Li Xianyuan sat in his rocking chair, he occasionally glanced at the bird, noticing it remained silent and still. It was rather pleasant. "I wonder how many fans Comrade Jingda will bring back from Xianxia," he pondered, growing increasingly elated. Xianxia was bustling with people, and the culture of cultivation was flourishing. A mere whisper in the morning would become common knowledge by afternoon. The thought thrilled him. As he observed Chengdu busily tending to the plants, fertilizing and watering them, Li Xianyuan felt quite content. 13. Did you hear a tremendous noise just now, followed by a burst of flame falling from the sky? Xianxia had somehow ascended to Xianyuan Peak and posed the question. Li Xianyuan, deeply immersed in his music, found it difficult to be swayed by external disturbances. "Master, I did not hear anything unusual. I was playing the zither at the time," he replied. Xianxia furrowed his brow. "Playing the zither?" Li Xianyuan nudda. "Have you ever heard the phoenix seeks the phoenix? The phoenix seeks the phoenix?" Xianxia's mind raced with doubt as he recalled the lines from earlier. O phoenix, return to your homeland, roaming the seas in search of your mate." Li Xianyuan shuklat. "How could you know, master?" The revelation left Xianxia utterly astounded. 13. It seems you truly are an immortal. Based on the melody of 13th's zither piece, it is highly probable that the creature just summoned was the divine beast, the phoenix. 13 astonishingly called forth a divine beast from the celestial realm with the strains of his music. The mystery surrounding 13 deepens. Although he often appears languid and seemingly indifferent, his countenance is perpetually adorned with a disarmingly pleasant smile, coupled with an unmistakable aura of a celestial being. Xuanzi has come to a profound belief. 13 is indeed an immortal. Has the sage of Jingda returned? Inquired Li Xianyuan. Xuanzi nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I have just spoken with him, advising him to conceal your identity. It is crucial to understand that once your identity is revealed, an endless stream of troubles will ensue." Li Xianyuan sat upright with a sudden jolt, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at his master, completely shedding the previous air of cultured ease. "I have assured the sage of Jingda that he has sworn by the heavenly Tao to keep your reincarnation as an immortal a secret," Xuanzi reiterated patiently, a proud expression gracing his features, as though he had accomplished something greatly beneficial for Li Xianyuan. "You need not thank your master. Alleviating your unnecessary troubles is my duty." With that, Xuanzi merged into the void and vanished. Li Xianyuan was left utterly stupefied. After performing for an entire morning, he had anticipated great rewards, only to be abruptly cut short by his master's words. He slumped in his rocking chair, his face ashen. Chapter 38. The Xiantian Sacred Sect. Upon the return of the sage of Jingda to Xianxia, he immediately began to orchestrate the ascension of the 4 major sects of the southern region to sacred sect status. According to protocol, this must be proclaimed to the world. Thanks to the meticulous arrangements made by insiders, the processing of documents proceeded smoothly without any hindrances. The official announcements were swiftly disseminated to the various sections. Is the southern region truly experiencing a boon? For sects attaining the status of sages all at once. Indeed, look at the Xiantian sect. Previously, only Xuanzi and the elders were at the tribulation stage. Now, Xuanzi has also taken that significant step. Wow, take a closer look. Xuanzi has also attained the sacred realm in swordsmanship, exclaimed one. To achieve mastery in both sword and martial arts simultaneously at the sage level is indeed rare. The Xiantian sect seems poised for a rise. In no time, the name of the Xiantian sect echoed throughout the realm. Those sages may abound in Zhongzhou. Those who excel in both sword and martial arts are truly exceptional. In the Qin Empire, at the palace in Xianyuan, Ingo, who accompanied the sage to the Xiantian sect, was questioned by his father, "Did you avoid any fundamental errors this time?" The emperor, Zheng, smiled at his third son. Already aware of the successful elevation of the Xiantian sect, Ingo respectfully nodded. "Father, how could I possibly err? I have taken great care this time." Zheng gazed upon his son with appreciation. The crown prince, the first prince, is naturally destined to inherit the throne. The second prince, however, is discontented, and the two brothers engage in political strife within the court. It seems inevitable that they will clash in the future. Zheng has also traversed a similar path. The bond of brotherhood within the royal family is rendered utterly insignificant in the face of imperial power. His greatest concern lies with the third prince, who shows no interest in state affairs, indulging instead in a life of luxury and extravagance. With a substantial family fortune, he may play without consequence. But his lack of wisdom could lead to dire repercussions should he choose the wrong side one day. "Agu, I wish to arrange for you to join the Xiantian sect. What do you think?" Zheng's tone is gentle, devoid of any imperial authority, resembling that of a venerable father. Ingo, though playful, is not foolish and understands the underlying meaning of his father's words. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, would one still covet the mundane throne? Primarily, this could offer him a chance at survival, whether he achieves success in his studies or falters. The title of a disciple of the Xiantian sect would deter the first and second princes from acting against him. The Xiantian sect is famously protective of its own. In that moment, Ingo seemed to grasp his father's intentions, and he transformed entirely. "Father, I will heed your words. To be honest, he is utterly disinterested in state affairs. Even if Zheng were to abdicate in his favor, he would eventually squander the family wealth." Zheng's eyes brimmed with tears. "Father, I shall return to bid farewell to the beauties of the manor and set forth to the Xiantian sect immediately." Determined, Ingo resolved to sever his emotional ties and release himself from worldly concerns. Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll go. Take care of yourself and watch your health." As an emperor, he is well aware of how enchanting the temptations of the world can be. Ingo nodded and departed the palace. The good times had come to an end. He recalled the pair of twins in the manor, their figures, their looks. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, life is paramount, and he no longer wished to be a person of no use. After bidding farewell to the 38 concubines in the manor, Ingo took up his bundle and, under the protection of the army, set off for the Xiantian sect. This time, he was determined to become a disciple under Xianyuan. At Xianyuan Peak, under the care of the foremost alchemist of the southern region, Chen Goxing had nearly fully recovered. The two junior brothers had lost all their cultivation, their meridians shattered, reduced to ordinary men. Li Changfeng, too, had been appointed as an intersect elder by Xuanjizi, overseeing the distribution of logistical equipment, serving as a consolation prize of sorts. Li Xianyuan sat atop Xianyuan Peak, playfully interacting with a 9-colored bird. Upon hearing the report from Chengdu, he sighed helplessly. While putting on airs is one thing, handling the tangible matters of healing requires genuine skill, something he lacked. "Adieu. If your two senior brothers have nowhere to go, invite them to Xianyuan Peak. The Xiantian sect is a frontline sect against the demon race, and the aftermath work is well structured. Some retired disciples and elders have been assigned work and can live their remaining years in peace. However, the demise of the two direct disciples is something no one can accept. Indeed, Master, but second uncle and third uncle have already gone out to search for rare treasures, hoping to salvage the situation." Li Xianyuan nodded. "Adieu. Will you be visiting your two senior brothers soon?" "Yes, Master. Why do you ask?" Chengdu paused. "Then I shall prepare some nourishing soup for you to take to them, to replenish their vitality." With that, Li Xianyuan headed to the pond, retrieved an old turtle, and began to prepare ginseng from the rice jar. Half an hour later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. How fragrant! I wonder why Master S cooking is always so delectable. Just the scent invigorates the spirit, imbuing one with strength. Li Xianyuan presenta asteaming saramik pot. "Adieu. This is the vitality soup. Ensure they finish it and do not waste a drop." "Yes, Master." Chengdu carefully carried the pot towards the alchemy hall. Chapter 39. Vitality soup. Inside the alchemy hall, the second and third brothers had gone out to search for rare treasures, and it remained uncertain whether their efforts would bear fruit. Xianyuan stood anxiously by the beds of his 3 disciples. Alas, all we can do is to do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Xianxia sighed. It is important to know that burning one's lifespan is akin to premature consumption, with limits. They are still so young, yet they have suffered grievous injuries from the celestial wolf demon of the Dongshu realm, exacerbating their condition and uncontrollably consuming their lifespan. Alas, we can only strive to do our best. Both recognized that Su Changqing and Dugawule had at most a month to live. At their age, they should be showcasing their talents and prowess across the continent. Instead, they were dispatched to Qingfeng town to exterminate demons, even resorting to the drastic measure of burning their lifespan. In contrast, those so-called prodigies who remained in the safety of their abodes, leisurely cultivating, appeared utterly worthless. At that moment, Chengdu entered, carrying the soup. Master, sect leader, you are here too. Xianyuan and Xianxia nodded. This year has been auspicious for the Xiantian sect, yet I cannot fathom why such calamities have befallen us. Chengdu, what do you have in your hands? Is it medicine from the elders? Chengdu shook his head with a smile. This is the vitality soup that Master asked me to bring to my senior brothers. Vitality soup? Xianxia inquired, somewhat puzzled. When did the 13th become adept at making soup? Haha, indeed. Spending all day on Xianyuan Peak, it is only natural to learn a thing or two. Chengdu nodded, yes. It was personally prepared by Master, and it took quite a while. Xianxia gazed at the soup in Chengdu's hands with a sense of comfort, feeling reassured by 13th's concern for his disciples. 13th is truly thoughtful. Xianxia nodded approvingly. As Chengdu opened the pot, a plume of fragrant steam escaped. How delightful! Xianxia and Xianyuan swallowed hard. Chengdu prepared 3 bowls and asked the 2 to assist in feeding it to the 3 individuals, who consumed it eagerly. There was still more than half a jar left. What ingredients did your master use to concoct this broth? It is extraordinarily fragrant. Xianyuan couldn't help but inquire, secretly yearning for a taste, yet feeling too shy to admit it. A turtle and a ginseng, Chengdu replied. Xianyuan nodded, acknowledging the alignment with the principles of medicinal treatment. Initially, the 3 did not exhibit any reactions after drinking the soup. However, after a brief interval, their bodies suddenly flushed bright red. Hot, hot, so very hot, they murmured in a daze. Concerned, Xianyuan and Xianxia moved closer to observe the situation. The trio felt as though they had been scalded by boiling water, their skin glowing crimson. Master, do you feel it? Xianyuan furrowed his brow. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, their vital energy is surging at an astonishing rate. What could be happening? By all accounts, those whose lifespans are exhausted should have little energy left, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Xianxia expressed disbelief, gazing at the pot of broth Chengdu had brought. Could it be that bowl of soup? Xianyuan stared at his master in astonishment. Look at Dogsheng. Xianxia turned to observe Dogsheng, who, despite having not depleted his lifespan, exhibited a similar surge of vital energy. It seemed as though he had not yet exhausted his potential, forging his physical form further. Dogsheng's skin transitioned from a deep crimson to a rich bronze, his muscles becoming distinctly defined and explosive. Quandan felt that Dogsheng now possessed a physique of bronze and iron. To what extent this transformation would reach remained uncertain. It is undoubtedly that bowl of soup. Quandan's eyes sparkled with insight, leaving Xianxia momentarily stunned. Quandan, do you take me for a fool? Xianxia approached, lifted the pot of vitality soup, and inhaled deeply. The aroma was invigorating. He could almost envision himself sprinting 100 laps around Xiantian sect after consuming a bowl. Without further ado, Xianxia served himself a bowl and drank it down, savoring the flavor. Indeed, it was quite delightful, like the 3 resting in bed. He initially felt no reaction. Xianxia settled onto a cushion, bracing himself for the anticipated bodily transformation. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, and finally an hour. The anticipated intense pain of bodily metamorphosis did not materialize. Xianxia was perplexed. Could it be that my age and elevated realm render this vitality soup ineffective for me? He opened his eyes to find Chengdu and Xianyuan staring at him, mouths agape, their expressions full of astonishment. What is it? I consumed it and feel nothing. Xianyuan concealed his astonishment with a smile. Master, you were quite handsome in your youth. Chengdu nodded in agreement. Master, you seem to have regained your youth. You look just like someone in their 20s. Xianxia abruptly stood up. Is that true? He glanced into the mirror and was astonished to see his once gray hair transformed to black. The wrinkles that adorned his face had tightened, revealing a complexion that was now a delicate shade of rosy white. Any woman who beheld him would likely be envious and would surely inquire about his secrets to maintaining such youthful allure. Has my appearance truly returned to 70% of its former glory? Xianxia gazed incredulously at the bronze mirror. Chapter 40. The Potency of the Qi in Blood Soup. Xianyuan shot Xianxia a glance. Can you please behave like a human being? 13. This Qi in Blood Soup can actually restore one's appearance. It truly is remarkable. Without further ado, Xianyuan took a bowl and drank deeply. Chengdu, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. Thus, an entire pot of Qi in Blood Soup was consumed. Master, what are you doing? At some point, Goxing had awakened. Observing the master gulping down the soup, he couldn't help but feel curious. Goxing, how do you feel? Xianxia was particularly interested in the effects of the soup. Goxing stared at the youthful figure before him, momentarily stunned. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. May I ask who you are, sir? Xianxia suddenly forgot that his own visage had reverted to youth and was caught off guard. Oh, how forgetful of me. Goxing, I am your master Xianxia. Goxing was taken aback, furrowing his brow. You are Master Xianxia? Impossible. He shook his head in disbelief. Xianxia shot him a disdainful glance. I truly am your master Xianxia. Enough. Goxing raised a hand to stop Xianxia from speaking further. Sir, I am grateful for your visit. But my master possesses an ethereal demeanor and unparalleled authority, being a sage of the Xianxia sect. You, with such extraordinary and handsome features. Why would you dare to offend my master? Please apologize to him immediately. As the chief disciple of the Xianxia sect, Chen Goxing felt it was his duty to uphold the dignity of the sect sage. Sighing deeply, Xianxia felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Goxing, he truly is your master. Xianyuan hurried over to clarify, recounting their reactions after consuming the Qi and blood soup. Chen Goxing's eyes widened in realization. So that's it. No wonder I felt a surge of warmth and discomfort in my dream, an itch that was hard to resist. He looked at Xianxia in awe. I had no idea my master was so remarkably handsome in his youth. This truly surprises me. Xianxia smiled, secretly pleased by such praise. Goxing, how do you feel? He returned to the main topic. Goxing surveyed his entire body in astonishment, realizing that the wounds inflicted by the celestial wolf demon had completely healed. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. His bronze-hued skin appeared remarkably resilient. Master, my physical power has ascended at least one significant level, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. Xianxia probed with his finger and shook his head, stating, it is more than that. Your physique is likely stronger than that of the Dongxi realm. Both Xianyuan and Goxing were taken aback. That seems rather exaggerated, they murmured. Xianxia chuckled softly, asserting, it is no exaggeration. I conducted a brief test, and the results confirm it. It appears that the blood tonic from Shisan is indeed quite effective. If we can promote it throughout the entire sect, the strength of our Xianxia sacred sect could elevate by at least one tier. Xianyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this statement. Before long, Xianyuan's expression turned grim. He sensed that the effects of the blood tonic were kicking in. He promptly seated himself in meditation, his internal aura beginning to rise. His body, initially tinged with a crimson hue, gradually transitioned to the same bronze color as Goxing. Xianxia believed that Quandan would experience similar effects. However, Xianyuan let out a wry smile and declared, Master, I am about to face the tribulation. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a swell of pride. As the leader of the Xianxia sacred sect, Quandan's cultivation at the Dongxi realm was indeed somewhat lacking. Yet, cultivation is not something that can be taught. The master shows the way, but the journey is personal. Very well, go forth, he encouraged. As a prodigious talent, Xianyuan had no reason to fear this level of tribulation. With so many treasures at the disposal of the Xianxia sacred sect, if he could not withstand it, it would be best to embrace death. Xianyuan nodded excitedly, preparing to leave the alchemy hall and head to the tribulation cliff to summon the heavenly tribulation. Master, will you not come to witness the tribulation? Goxing inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Xianxia shook his head. There is no need for concern. Your master has prepared extensively for this. I am confident it will be no issue. Goxing could only nod in understanding. Why are the two junior brothers not awakened yet? The aging effects from burning their life essence had faded, and they should have regained their vitality by now. Xianyuan was perplexed, primarily due to his lack of experience in such matters. They will awaken in due time. Everything is determined by fate. One cannot force it. Xianyuan possessed a profound understanding of this truth. Gashing nodded and turned his gaze towards Xingdu. Junior brother, thank you for your care these past days. When our two junior brothers awaken, let us ascend to the immortal fate peak together to express our gratitude to the young master uncle. Xingdu nodded, busily packing his belongings in preparation to depart. However, he hesitated, feeling he had omitted something important. Elder brother, next time, do not push me away. Chen Gashing was taken aback, realizing that Xingdu had been harboring feelings about the incident when he had shoved him aside. If the others had not been present, it might not have mattered as much. At this moment, Xingdu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt regarding the incident involving the three individuals. Dogsheng smiled faintly, acknowledging I understand. Junior brother, next time, we shall face life and death together. Xingdu returned a smile, performed a respectful gesture towards Xianyuan, and prepared to take his leave. Just then, an extraordinary burst of radiant light emanated from Chun Dogsheng, Dugu Wulei, Su Changqing, and Xianyuan, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 41. Rise After Destruction, Celestial Spirit Roots. Xianyuan stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Having lived for over 2 millennia, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. A wave of comfort washed over him, as he sensed an enhancement in his affinity for spiritual energy. This was astonishing. His comprehension of martial arts deepened. Xianyuan was genuinely astonished. Moments later, the light dissipated. His cultivation had not advanced. It was merely a transformation of his physical body. What had just transpired remained a mystery to him. At that moment, Su Changqing and Dugu Wulei astonishingly awakened. Second junior brother, third junior brother, you are awake. They exhibited no signs of fatigue from a prolonged slumber, instead feeling remarkably invigorated. Senior brother, Chung junior brother, they glanced at Xianyuan and inquired, who is this gentleman? Could it be that he is the one who roused us? As they rose from their beds, they instinctively prepared to kneel, but Xianyuan quickly intervened. I'm your grandmaster. How could you not recognize me? Xianyuan sighed in exasperation. Though rejuvenated, he had inadvertently attracted considerable trouble. Grandmaster? Su Changqing and Dugu Wulei exchanged incredulous looks, turning to Chen Pingon for confirmation. Chen Pingon nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is your grandmaster, and your awakening is entirely thanks to the efforts of the junior master. Confusion clouded Su Changqing and Dugu Wulei as expressions. But the junior master is not known for his medical skills, and we were burning our lifespans. Even medical expertise would have been futile. Chen Pingon wore a serene smile, offering no explanation. The junior master is precisely that kind of person. If you could fathom his actions, he would not be a celestial being. Suddenly, Xianyuan gasped in realization. You understand? No, he exclaimed joyfully. I comprehend the nature of that light. I once read in the historical Tome Tianchuan Benji about a peculiar phenomenon known as the blessing of the heavenly Tao. The others looked puzzled. The blessing of the heavenly Tao? Xianyuan nodded. There's no need for further discussion. We shall ascertain the truth through testing. He retrieved a testing stone from his spatial ring and initiated the procedure by channeling spiritual energy into it. The testing stone blazed with golden light. Indeed, Xianyuan proclaimed with uncontainable excitement as joy radiated from his face. It was precisely that light. The blessing of the heavenly Tao has elevated our innate spiritual roots to a new echelon. My originally exceptional spiritual root has now transformed into a celestial spiritual root. Chun Pinyin conducted a test, and similarly, the testing stone radiated a golden glow. Spiritual roots, I possess spiritual roots. As an exceptional spiritual root, he naturally understood the significance of such roots. This was a foundation that could yield 100-fold return with minimal effort. Now it was Su Changqing and Dugu Wulei's turn. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of tension. The two of them were on the brink of exhaustion, their lifespans nearly depleted, and their spiritual roots dissipated. Even their dantians had been shattered. This test held profound implications for their future in cultivation. They exchanged glances, and Su Changqing was the first to place his hand on the stone. Buzz! The golden light blazed forth. I have recovered. I have recovered. Su Changqing exclaimed, looking around in excitement before embracing Chun Pinyin. Dugu Wulei, however, was the most anxious. Gritting his teeth, he also placed his hand on the stone. Buzz! Another surge of golden light erupted. Heavens! This time was not Dugawule who exclaimed, but Xianyuan. At this moment, he was not contemplating the miraculous effects of Li Xianyuan's blood tonic, but rather thinking of Zhang Quandan. Quandan, you must hold on. Far away at the Tribulation Crossing Cliff, Zhang Quandan lay exhausted on the ground. The formation set by the sect to counteract the heavenly tribulation had been completely destroyed. Zhang Quandan opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Damn, why is it the 99 heavenly tribulation? Just moments ago, sensing the impending lightning tribulation, Zhang Quandan had felt confident, fully prepared at the pinnacle of the void realm. He had thought to himself that the worst would be the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. However, in an instant, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation mutated into the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. The 9-9 returning to 1 struck him directly. This unexpected turn of events left the unprepared Zhang Quandan utterly stunned. The tribulation lightning of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation surged forth like a tidal wave, rendering the protective formation utterly ineffective. Were it not for the enhancement from the blood tonic, Zhang Quandan likely would have been reduced to ashes. Before long, Xianxia appeared at the Tribulation Crossing Cliff. Seeing Zhang Quandan, who was on the brink of collapse, he rushed over to check on him. Quandan, are you all right? The heavenly tribulation had dissipated. Zhang Quandan had survived, which indicated his safety. Exhausted, Zhang Quandan managed to smile before losing consciousness. Fortune comes from misfortune, indeed. Xianxia felt a surge of joy. The Zhang Quandan who had survived the 9-9 heavenly tribulation was a vastly different being from the one who had endured the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. In the early stages of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, one could easily vanquish those who faced ordinary tribulations. The Xianyuan sect had gained another formidable force. Chengduan, holding a pottery jar, made his way towards Xianyuan Peak. He felt puzzled. Why did everyone else show effectiveness after consuming it, while he felt no reaction whatsoever? This wouldn't he do. He needed to consult his master. Chapter 42. The arrival of Xianxia upon returning to the Fairy Fate Peak. Night had already fallen. Li Xianyuan was still entertaining the birds. He discovered that the 9-colored bird possessed remarkable intelligence. When Li Xianyuan sipped his tea, it would approach for a taste. When it saw him dining, it would also request a morsel. What intrigued Li Xianyuan the most was that the 9-colored bird danced gracefully in tune with the melodies he played, resembling an ardent fan. Master, I have returned, Chengdu greeted, bowing before heading to the kitchen to wash up. Adieu, have you finished the soup? Li Xianyuan inquired. Yes, master, Chengdu replied, emerging shortly after. Your vitality soup is truly miraculous. Li Xianyuan smiled knowingly. Of course, it is miraculous. The broth is brewed from ginseng and turtle. An ordinary person would bleed from the nose after consuming it. Chengdu was momentarily taken aback by Li Xianyuan's words. The master must be well aware of such outcomes. Otherwise, he would not show such concern for feedback. It was astonishing that a severe ailment, which left others helpless, could be alleviated by a mere bowl of hot soup. Nevertheless, Chengdu's curiosity lingered. Master, after drinking the soup, the Grand Master regained the appearance of a man in his 20s. The great uncle consumed it and immediately went to transcend. The 3 senior brothers have also awakened. Those who drank the soup, through misfortune, were blessed with celestial roots. However, I too consumed the soup, yet have experienced no reaction. I seek your enlightenment to resolve my doubts. Chengdu clasped his hands, bowing his head before Li Xianyuan. Clatter. The teacup slipped from Li Xianyuan's grasp, falling onto the table and startling the 9-colored bird. What on earth have I done? It was merely a simple ginseng and turtle soup that led to all this commotion. Truth be told, he lacked such capabilities. The issue might lie with the ingredients, reminiscent of the previous incident with the peaches. Master? Chengdu noticed Li Xianyuan lost in thought and gently reminded him. It's nothing. I was pondering the question you raised. Chengdu suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of guilt. The master was contemplating his query while he himself had shown impatience, interrupting the master's thought process. Truly shameful. Forgive my interruption, master. I shall attend to my duties now. Li Xianyuan chuckled and nodded. He too was unsure how to elucidate this matter. Perhaps Chengdu could only aspire to possess celestial roots. Suddenly, a tremor echoed through the space, and Xianxia emerged, his expression grave and somewhat anxious. Who might you be? Li Xianyuan regarded the youthful stranger, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. It is I, Shurji, Xianxia replied. Li Xianyuan scufaliguli. Huh, do you take me for a fool? My master possesses striking sword-like brows and bright eyes, with silver hair cascading down to his waist. His very presence commands respect without the need for anger. As for you, aside from your good looks, you are utterly devoid of distinction, essentially a complete failure. Listening to Xianyuan's words, Xuanji was neither angered nor pleased. Nonetheless, this recent rejuvenation had undeniably caused him considerable inconvenience, albeit with a hint of secret delight. 13. Do you truly believe anyone still calls you that? Xuanji felt utterly helpless. Xianyuan, upon reflecting on the earlier words of Du, suddenly comprehended. Are you genuinely my master? Xuanji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is I. Without further ado, Xianyuan inquired. Master, is it possible to mass-produce the blood-replenishing soup you prepared earlier? Understanding dawned upon him. His master intended to utilize his own concoction to bolster the sect's strength. Master, do you presume that this is mere street fare? Yet the ginseng took over a year to cultivate. And that old turtle was nurtured from the moment I arrived at Xiantian's sect. Were it not for the fact that I found Dog Sheng's disciples exceedingly polite, I would have hesitated to use them. Clutching his chest, Xianyuan felt a pang of pain. What the hell? Xuanji nearly cursed in frustration. You dare speak of ginseng nurtured for over a year? ISNT ginseng only consumable after a millennium? And as for the turtle, an 8-year-old turtle is still called a turtle? Xuanji could hardly contain his urge to reprimand Xianyuan. However, given Xianyuan's celestial status, he refrained. Nonetheless, Xuanji was thoroughly dissatisfied with Xianyuan's ostentatious display of literary prowess. 13. Do you have any stock? Xianyuan shook his head decisively. None. The response was unequivocal and left no room for doubt. Xuanji sighed and shook his head. It appeared that his aspiration to enhance the sect's power would indeed be challenging to fulfill. Perhaps it would be best to focus on diligent cultivation. Taking steady steps is never a bad approach. At that moment, Chengdu emerged. Master, have you fed the turtles in the pond? And have the ginseng in the garden been fertilized? Chengdu carried a bucket, preparing to collect manure for fertilization. Xianyuan observed the corners of Xuanji's mouth twitching in amusement, and then turned to Chengdu. Adu, you have spent quite some time at Xianyuan Peak and have made some academic progress. It may be time for you to descend the mountain. Chengdu was taken aback. What have I done wrong? Chapter 43. The Phoenix and the Colorful Phoenix. Fear not. 13. Not everyone is suitable for this. Xuanji patted Xianyuan on the shoulder. Only those who can make a significant contribution to humanity or the sect and must also receive your approval. Xianyuan nodded and shot a glare at Chengdu. The turtle is manageable, but ginseng is a delicate endeavor, exceedingly precious. While cultivating ginseng, Xianyuan discovered that it would attempt to burrow into the earth at 6 months of age. Thus, all the ginseng in the garden had been securely bound by Xianyuan. Though the granary is still filled with rice, the harvest has indeed been meager. All right, sure, San. Our sect relies heavily on you. Just look at Chengdu. He is so delighted that he has momentarily lost his composure. A gentle smile graced Zhuangzizi's lips as he departed from Xianyuan Peak. Xianyuan sighed. Adieu. In the presence of others, refrain from speaking recklessly. Do you understand? Chengdu nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. It seemed that his master had forgiven him. He took the bucket and made his way to the vegetable garden. In the tranquil depths of night, Xianyuan Peak was enveloped in the sounds of chirping insects and the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze. The 9-colored bird, nestled upon the Wutong Qin Tai, opened its eyes. A radiant light flickered, and the 9-colored bird transformed into a human form. A woman adorned in a flowing crimson gown. Her figure exquisite appeared. Her slender eyebrows framed a pair of deep, dark eyes. She gently caressed the body of the zither, her voice tender as she spoke. Wutong, after 5,000 years, we finally meet again. No response came. Are you still asleep? Have you not yet regained your strength after such a long slumber? The woman sighed, lost in reminiscence. A millennium ago, she had been a young phoenix, the confidant of the zither sage, Boya, as a divine beast. Her bloodline could awaken the ancient lineage of the demon clan. One day, while Boya was away, the phoenix was captured by the demons. The master of the Wutong Qin Tai, zither sage Boya, charged into the heart of the demon territory with his instrument in hand. Although merely a great sage, none could withstand his might with the celestial artifact. The Wutong Qin Tai. All 10 demon emperors struck simultaneously, yet Boya managed to severely wound 5 of them, vanquishing them in the process. Ultimately, he rescued the divine beast phoenix, who was still in her fledgling form. However, due to overexertion and injuries, he succumbed to death. The spirit of the Wutong Qin Tai, likewise, fell into slumber due to the depletion of its spiritual power. Later, the phoenix activated her bloodline and was welcomed back into the celestial realm by her kin, until Xianyuan, at the level of a saint, played the melody of Feng Xiu Huang, awakening the spirit of the instrument and sending out a signal. The phoenix broke through the celestial realm's barriers, returning to the Xianxian continent. She pondered, what manner of person is your master in this lifetime? After 2 days of observation, the phoenix could not discern Li Xianyuan's cultivation level, only hearing others refer to him as a celestial being. She too believed Li Xianyuan to possess celestial qualities. Although her own abilities were restrained, some secret techniques from the celestial realm remained at her disposal. She was convinced that no one on Xianxian continent could evade her probing, except for Li Xianyuan. If he were indeed a celestial being, he would surely qualify as my confidant. Silently, the phoenix entered Li Xianyuan's chamber, for those in slumber are at their most vulnerable. She sought to once more gauge Li Xianyuan's cultivation level. Though she had formed a rough judgment in her heart, a precise measurement would yield greater accuracy. Tianyin Tong. The secret technique of the upper realm, Tianyin Tong, at its rudimentary level could detect cultivation realms. At the intermediate level, it could discern innate talent, and at the advanced level, it could glimpse into the past and future. Kai Feng firmly believes that although she currently possesses only the cultivation of an emperor, she is still confident in her ability to probe into the depths of one's cultivation. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, illuminating Li Xianyuan as she conducted her scanning. With a sigh, Kai Feng retracted her celestial vision, realizing, once again, that she could not see through him. What she had witnessed was merely layers upon layers of mist, within which danced serpentine bolts of lightning. Even with her emperor-level cultivation, she dared not venture further. Having arrived in the lower realm already wounded, had it not been for the past few days of listening to Li Xianyuan's melodies, sipping on enlightenment tea, and consuming some celestial herbs, she would likely still be unable to assume human form. The unfathomable nature of the situation left her bewildered. Why does the Tianxian continent harbor immortals? Why is he not suppressed? Kai Feng found herself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, she took comfort in the fact that Wutong had found a worthy master, thus increasing her chances of awakening in the future. After spending so many days here, she had yet to properly explore Xianyuan Peak. One's living environment can reveal much about their character. As she strolled, she passed by a chicken coop. Suddenly, an odd sensation surged within her, igniting an impulse. What could this feeling be? Kai Feng opened the coop, only to find the chickens within staring at her with wide eyes, trembling as if they had encountered a beast. How familiar this felt. Closing her eyes, she concentrated. To her astonishment, a cry akin to a phoenix's escaped her lips. How could these chickens possess the bloodline of a phoenix? As a true phoenix, Kai Feng was acutely aware of this. Although the chicken's lineage was somewhat diluted, it was still perceptible. She felt no sympathy for them, despite their phoenix blood. After all, if she were to consume them, her own essence could be elevated. Yet despite her desire, she hesitated. Li Xianyuan's cultivation remained an unknown factor. Should she provoke him? The fate of these chickens might very well become her own. In Chapter 44, the rift appeared, and Kai Feng consumed a sage. She concluded that it would be wise to avoid taking risks. This was not the celestial realm. As a mere emperor in the presence of an immortal, she would be courting death. Exiting the chicken coop, she made her way towards the vegetable garden. As she passed a fish pond, she expected the evening waters to be tranquil. However, reality proved otherwise. The pond was alive with koi leaping energetically to the surface, staring at the vibrant fish. Kai Feng suddenly fell. No, it couldn't be. It simply cannot be. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she struggled to comprehend what lay before her. Each koi that leaped from the water bore a trace of draconic bloodline. Just like the chickens, it was but a whisper of lineage, yet was undeniably draconic. How could this be possible? Kai Feng remained in a state of disbelief. Who exactly was Li Xianyuan to possess such grandiosity? A koi imbued with the bloodline of dragons, and a chicken of phoenix lineage. These beings, if placed within the Tianxian continent and granted sufficient time, could undoubtedly ascend to the realm of emperors. Perhaps in the future, they could even venture into the upper realms. My heavens! These creatures were mere fare upon Li Xianyuan's dining table. It is noteworthy that such extravagance would be inconceivable even in the upper realms. Could it be that Li Xianyuan is an immortal emperor? Only an entity of such extraordinary caliber could traverse from the upper realms to the lower realms while preserving their strength against the edicts of heaven. Gazing at the nearby vegetable garden, Kai Feng felt a twinge of trepidation. She dared not step any further, as though venturing deeper would lead her to even more unfathomable wonders, shattering her worldview. It was time to return and fulfill her role as a bird, as a phoenix. This was her ultimate concession. Yet, within her heart, Kai Feng harbored her own ambitions. An immortal emperor, a figure seldom encountered even in the celestial realm, had fortuitously crossed her path in the Xianyuan continent. No wonder Kai Feng now comprehended wily Xianyuan's melody. Phoenix seeks phoenix, could transcend the rules and summon her. In the eyes of an immortal emperor, what rules could possibly exist? He himself embodied the very essence of those rules. Kai Feng understood, though the reason for the immortal emperor's presence in this inconsequential sect eluded her. Surely, he had his own motives. Could it be that Xianyuan was a reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Suddenly, a wave of joy surged within her. To accompany the reincarnated immortal emperor and grow alongside him would mean she could become his cherished companion. Though devoid of dignity, her status would be exalted. Moreover, being by the side of an immortal emperor would allow her cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate. Who knows, perhaps the immortal emperor might occasionally impart profound truths, from which she could glean insights. Resolved, Kai Feng was poised to transform into a 9-colored bird when she suddenly sensed an unusual presence in the air. How dare someone spy on the immortal emperor? With a disdainful snicker, Kai Feng emitted a call that resonated like the cry of a phoenix. In the heavens above, an ethereal image of a phoenix materialized. This was indeed a phoenix. The white-haired elder was taken aback. As a sacred beast of the Eagle clan, he was tasked with gathering intelligence from the southern territories. Tonight, he was merely conducting a routine inspection with the Xianxian sacred sect as a primary focus. Recently, someone from the sect had invoked the righteous aura of the sage of literature. The demon clan, being inherently malevolent, feared this righteousness above all else. Thus, he had involuntarily probed with his spiritual sense, only to unexpectedly summon a phoenix. The innate bloodline suppression caused the Eagle clan's sacred beast to tremble uncontrollably. It was over. Faced with the apparition of the phoenix, he could muster no semblance of resistance. Furthermore, he sensed that the true master of this phoenix possessed a pressure akin to that of the demon emperor. The hope was merely a pretext for intimidation. The Eagle clan's demon saint silently prayed, yet what awaited him was the gaping maw of the phoenix, which devoured him whole. No, please no. Despair enveloped the Eagle clan's demon saint as he was consumed in an instant. With a swift motion, the phoenix's phantom engulfed him. Burp! The colorful phoenix patted her belly and plucked a twig from a tree to pick her teeth. This ancient creature's flesh was coarse, almost akin to firewood. Shaking her head, she transformed into a 9-colored bird and returned to perch atop the zither. All that transpired remained a mystery even to Xianxia of the Xianxian sacred sect. Only the great emperors from the Four Corners and the demon emperor of the demon race sensed something amiss. A wave of imperial consciousness swept through, yet yielded no discoveries, leading to a collective withdrawal of awareness. South Emperor, why have there been so many peculiar occurrences in the southern territories of yours lately? East Emperor, if you inquire of me, then whom shall I ask? Even those demon emperors found nothing. Indeed, that is true. In Central State, the consciousness gradually retracted. In the demon realm, the source of the earlier oppressive aura remained unknown, instilling a sense of dread. Our heavenly Eagle clan has lost the demon saint. In an instant, the entire Xianxian continent, be it human or demon, was stirred. Yet, amidst all this, Xianyuan remained blissfully unaware in his slumber. Upon the break of dawn, Xianyuan awoke early and commenced a series of calisthenics in the courtyard with Chengdu. The colorful phoenix, having digested the Eagle clan's demon saint, was in a deep slumber and had only just awakened. Observing Xianyuan and his disciples performing peculiar movements, she felt intrigued. What profound technique does the esteemed immortal possess? That each gesture flows with an aura of Tao. The colorful phoenix dared not assume human form and merely mimicked Xianyuan's movements, albeit clumsily. Xianyuan noticed and chuckled. Suddenly, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of Xianxia, accompanied by a young man, none other than the third prince of the Qin Empire, Ingo. Chapter 45, Guessing the Right or Wrong, Stay or Leave. Ah, you, devoted admirer, what brings you here? Xianyuan paused his exercises, questioning with curiosity. Upon seeing the awkward expression on Xianxia's face, Xianyuan sensed something was amiss. Ingo stepped forward slowly and bowed. Xianren, my name is Ingo. Xianyuan nodded and smiled, preempting Xianxia's words. Adu, recently in Xianxia at the foot of the mountain, a group of scholars has organized a poetry gathering. I intend to descend the mountain, which may take a decade or so. During my absence, I hope you will take good care of everything in the courtyard. Chengdu looked bewildered. Just moments ago, he had mentioned wanting to catch fish to preserve for winter, and now he was speaking of descending the mountain. Even the astute Chengdu couldn't fathom the immortal master's intentions. Xuanqizi chuckled softly. 13. Cease the pretense. You must understand the purpose of my visit. Then Jizi turned to Ingo and said, I have brought you here. Whether you are accepted or not is beyond my control. Ingo bowed respectfully to Xuanjizi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your consideration. Xuanjizi nodded, feeling quite helpless. In the days when the Xiantian sect was still known as the Xiantian school, it had been established under the special approval of the Qin royal family. The ancestral teachings clearly stated that each generation of the sect leader must assist the Qin dynasty in a particular task. As the previous leader, he had yet to fulfill this obligation. However, this young man was perceptive. Among the other 12 disciples, who were renowned in the realm of cultivation, he had chosen to become a disciple of Xianyuan. It seemed the last celestial oath had not been taken seriously enough. With a sigh, Xuanjizi glanced at Xianyuan before turning to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a 9-colored bird perched atop Xianyuan's zither. Xuanjizi frowned. Although curious, he was not particularly surprised. It was not uncommon for a phoenix to appear among the 13 families. After Xuanjizi departed, Ingo found himself in an awkward situation, observing the two. To be frank, his previous performance had been rather poor. Xianyuan was right. He was indeed a sycophant. Taking a seat, Xianyuan instructed Chengdu to prepare breakfast. He grabbed a handful of rice and began feeding it to the colorful phoenix, which seemed to relish the meal. She discovered that the rice he was offering was, in fact, spirit rice from the celestial realm. After consuming it, her Tao heart became increasingly solidified, and her cultivation level was significantly restored. Thus, she left Ingo to his own devices, creating an atmosphere of palpable discomfort. Realizing that Xianyuan was ignoring him, Ingo understood that he was looked down upon. To be honest, he held a certain disdain for himself as well. Why should he be worthy? He lacked any spiritual roots and had squandered his life in indulgence, depleting his own body. Having been pampered all his life, he was unfit for menial tasks. Indeed, Xianyuan shared this sentiment. One ade was sufficient, and there was no need for a prince. Clenching his fists, Ingo resolved that even if Xianyuan did not accept him, he had other options. However, he knew that to live a meaningful life, he must achieve something significant. He had come to terms with it. The past indulgent Ingo was no more. With a thud, Ingo knelt down. Xianren, I am aware that you look down on me. Truth be told, I deserve such disdain. As a royal offspring, I have failed to consider the fate of the realm, instead indulging in hedonism. However, Xianren, I swear this time I am serious. Xianyuan shukla legally. Third prince, I truly have no intention of taking on disciples. However, my master has told me to give you one chance. Xianyuan produced a copper coin from his spatial pouch. Guess heads or tails, let fate decide the rest. The colorful phoenix perched upon the head of the zither, gazing in astonishment at Xianyuan. The grandeur of the immortal's perspective was evident. The cycle of the heavenly way must be adhered to, as all things follow this celestial order. Although the method of guessing the outcome seemed rather haphazard, one must respect the way of all things to comprehend its essence. How profound! My immortal! Xianyuan turned to Ingo, urging him to make a choice between the positive and the negative. Positive or negative? Ingo glanced anxiously at the copper coin in Xianyuan's hand. Typically, when he frequented gambling houses, he was akin to a guiding light. Even after a streak of 10 consecutive wins, as long as he bet on the losing side, the outcomes remained favorable. Yet, once he succumbed to fear and ceased betting, the wins would immediately turn to losses. Henceforth, he resolved to abandon gambling entirely. Should he gamble again, he would sever his own hand. This time, however, the stakes were unprecedentedly high, directly impacting his future. His anxiety rendered him almost unable to stand. Xianyuan, I refuse to choose. I always lose when I gamble. Xianyuan chuckled softly, ignoring his protests. Will it be positive or negative? If you do not choose before the coin lands, you must leave Xianyuan Peak. With that, he flicked the coin into the air. Ingo, flustered and at a loss, shook his head repeatedly, muttering to himself, positive, negative, positive, negative. As the coin neared its descent, desperation overwhelmed Ingo. I will not choose either, Why must I decide? Why? Kneeling upon the ground, he clutched his hair, teetering on the brink of madness. As the coin touched the earth, Xianyuan stared at it, rendered speechless. The colorful phoenix nearly tumbled from her perch. Ingo opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the coin. Suddenly, he erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha ha! I pay my respects, master. Chapter 46. The system will not deceive you. To his astonishment, the coin stood upright on the ground, unwavering. In his previous life, he had always evaded the correct answers in the lottery. It seemed that even in this realm of cultivation, with the system's assistance, his luck remained unchanged. Xianyuan felt overwhelmed. He had inexplicably acquired another disciple. Who would bear the costs of sustenance? The crucial point was that he could not go back on his word regarding his identity. Though Xianyuan maintained a facade of calm, turmoil raged within him. Observing Ingo's exuberance, the colorful phoenix was profoundly shaken. This was the essence of the heavenly way. It appeared that this so-called simp truly had a connection to the immortals. What was deemed impossible had indeed transpired. How amusing. It was as if smoke were rising from ancestral graves. In her heart, the colorful phoenix silently inscribed the word simp on her list of acquaintances. With a special note, close association. Xianyuan gazed at Ingo, feeling utterly helpless. It was imperative to clarify matters with Xianxia, urging him to refrain from utilizing backdoor connections. He should seek to engage with other senior brothers instead of entangling him further. Ding! Host, do not be disheartened. Accepting disciples is advantageous for you. Advantageous? Surely you jest. Host, your identity is that of an immortal. You must maintain an air of dignity and refrain from acting recklessly. Thus, a disciple serves as an excellent representative. The host can utilize the disciple to solidify others' recognition of the host status. Train them well. What is destined will unfold. Destined? You say? System, are you certain you are not employing tricks? Xianyuan knew it. It must be the system's mischief. There was nothing on the ground. He had stood up after falling from such a height. Strange indeed. Ingo subtly lifted his gaze to gauge Xianyuan's expression. It was evident that Xianyuan was hesitant and somewhat vexed. Ingo still felt a twinge of concern. Although he had emerged victorious, he had caused Xianyuan to lose face. True, they could admit him as a disciple, but whether they would teach him was another matter entirely. After all, he had embarrassed Xianyuan. In the past, Ingo might have been indifferent. However, he now yearned to learn the ways of cultivation and become a righteous figure among the human race. Master, Ago, shall serve you diligently in the future, ensuring you are never troubled. Ingo bowed deeply. This declaration seemed to ease Xianyuan slightly. I fear you may not thrive in comfort. Rise. Xianyuan waved his hand in resignation. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Given the circumstances, Xianyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Ingo's heart soared with joy, and he immediately began to bow again. Enough, enough. Hasten to meet your senior brother, and allow him to assign your tasks. This arrangement was beneficial. Chengdu, now possessing a spiritual root, could spare some time for cultivation with Ingo's assistance. Senior brother, Ingo respectfully bowed to Chengdu. Chengdu was taken aback. From an earlier conversation, he had learned that Ingo was the third prince of the Qin royal family. For someone like Chengdu, who aspired to enter the Xiantian sacred sect, Ingo was a figure of high status, scarcely worthy of notice. Now, the dignified third prince bows to him? Unimaginable. Although he was a senior brother, Chengdu did not feel particularly superior. Peace Lord and others were all prodigies with lofty aspirations. Yet, had they ever looked down upon him? No. The Xiantian sacred sect fostered an atmosphere of mutual support and camaraderie. It was clear that Chengdu was unaware that all this was due to Xianyuan. Xianyuan had transformed Chun Pingyan, and Chun Pingyan had influenced these inner disciples. A butterfly effect. Ha ha, junior brother Ing, there is no need for excessive formality. Xianyuan was instantly displeased. Adieu, as your senior brother, you can bear this. He is your junior brother. The Xiantian sacred sect has no so-called third prince. Chengdu was taken aback and quickly nodded. Yes, master. His expression transformed instantly, becoming serious. Ago, follow me. I shall discuss the work arrangements with you. Ingo hastily followed suit. Xianyuan sat quietly at the tea table, feeding the colorful phoenix. At that moment, Chun Pingyan, Su Changqing, and Duga Wule approached. Currently, there exists a regulation within the Xiantian sacred sect. Disciples must ascend Xianyuan Peak on foot. Although not formally documented, it is an informal constraint among the disciples. Should one suddenly fly up to Xianyuan Peak, It would be deemed disrespectful by the junior uncle and would attract scorn from all. Hey, Gosheng, Chongqing, and the undefeated one. Are you all well? Xianyuan observed the trio, their spirits high, dispelling any shadows of illness. Chun Pingan nodded, and the three of them knelt down. We are immensely grateful to our junior uncle for the vitality soup you prepare for us. After burning our lifespan and suffering severe injuries, even the Grandmaster had lost hope. We never anticipated that the vitality soup from our junior uncle would cure us. The three of them were overwhelmed with gratitude, tears glistening in their eyes. Thank you, junior uncle, for bestowing upon us the blessings of the heavenly Tao. We now possess spiritual roots. We are confident that restoring our cultivation will be within our grasp. Upon hearing their words, the colorful phoenix lost its balance and tumbled from his ether. Blessings from the heavenly Tao. Chapter 47. The Path of Heaven's Strength. The colorful phoenix was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this ability exclusive to the celestial emperors? In the celestial realm, spiritual roots hold immense significance, essentially determining an individual's future and the extent of their cultivation. This cannot be altered. Of course, there are those with extraordinary fortune who may receive blessings from the heavenly Tao to enhance their spiritual roots, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, a celestial emperor can alter the rules of the heavenly Tao, contributing a fragment of their own celestial fortune to enlighten the beneficiary, thereby transforming their spiritual roots. The celestial fortune of an emperor is exceedingly precious. Even a mere fraction can have a profound impact on the emperor. Yet before us, Xianyuan astonishingly enhanced the spiritual roots of 3 individuals simultaneously, bestowing upon them 3 instances of blessings from the heavenly Tao. Is fortune so freely given? I could use some of that. The colorful phoenix, a formidable being of imperial rank, found itself envying these 3 young men. Amazingly, 2 of them had lost their cultivation, recovering from grave illnesses. And what on earth is this vitality soup? It can even heal the burning of one's lifespan? What are the rules of the heavenly Tao? Have they become obsolete? A person's lifespan is predetermined. Once lost, it cannot simply be restored unless one can achieve a breakthrough. Yet these 2 young men, with their diminished cultivation, how can they possibly hope for such a breakthrough? Had it not been for Xianyuan's presence, she would have immediately subdued the 3 individuals and given them a thorough reprimand to demand clarity. Observing the peculiar demeanor of Kai Feng, Chun Pingan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What was the matter with this bird? Why did its gaze reflect a hint of envy and resentment? When had the junior master begun to keep a bird? You old bird, I am a phoenix. Kai Feng silenti guset. Chun Pingan approached cautiously, gently grasping Kai Feng in his hands. Let go of me, you scoundrel. In his grip, he tenderly stroked her. The gentle caress stirred a sense of comfort within Kai Feng, allowing her to concede to an hour of such affection. She still harbored a tinge of pride. This bird possesses spirit. I noticed it enjoys listening to my music and singing, so I kept it close. The trio suddenly understood. It was no wonder. The melodies of the junior master contained the essence of the heavenly truths, and if I were in their position, I, too, would be enamored. The little one seems to possess an appreciation for the arts, doesn't it? Feeling pampered, Kai Feng refrained from retorting. By the way, you 3 performed admirably this time, showcasing the dignity of our Xianxia sacred sect. Dog Sheng, as the eldest disciple, you remained composed under pressure, skillfully orchestrating the situation, and were willing to sacrifice yourself to ensure your junior brother's retreat. Cheng King, Wu Lei, your steadfastness and refusal to abandon one another embody the spirit that every disciple of our Xianxia sacred sect should uphold. Chun Pingan was taken aback. Not abandoning, not forsaking? Reflecting on the moment, it seemed that he and his 2 junior brothers truly acted as the junior master had described. Even the least experienced disciple was unwilling to leave. In the end, they returned to save everyone. Xianyuan smiled, pleased to see the contemplative expressions on their faces. As a sect, it is essential to establish a sense of spirit and culture. Only in this manner can the disciples unite as one. Disciples are the foundation of a sect. When the foundation is solid, the sect can flourish. Having lived in the Xianxia sacred sect for so many years, Xianyuan had long regarded it as her home. Disciples shall heed your teachings. The 3 responded with cupped fists. At that moment, Chengdu and Ingo emerged, seemingly having concluded their discussions. Chengdu promptly introduced Ingo to the others. They exchanged greetings, and upon learning that Ingo had been accepted as a direct disciple by Xianyuan, the trio was filled with admiration. "Adieu, fetch my writing implements," Xianyuan said, her mood brightening as she dismissed any shadows of gloom. The three disciples, witnessing the junior master's preparation to write, were equally exhilarated. Each time the junior master penned characters, they contained mysterious elements. If they could obtain a piece of her calligraphy, it would be akin to acquiring a celestial tome. Adu entered, and Ingo followed suit to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Together, they cautiously retrieved Xianyuan's writing implements. Although neither could discern the significance of these items, they handled them with utmost care. However, the items utilized by Xianyuan were anything but ordinary street goods. The two unfurled the scroll, securing it with a paperweight. Ingo thoughtfully prepared ink for Xianyuan, a task he had mastered over time, often assisting his father whenever he sought pocket money. Xianyuan accepted the brush Ingo offered, dipping it into the ink. He glanced at Chen Pingyan and the others, a faint smile gracing his lips as he began to write. Cultural heritage. As heaven moves vigorously, a gentleman strives ceaselessly for self-improvement. As the earth is vast, a gentleman bears the weight of virtue. The nine-colored bird, perched atop the paperweight, felt the weight of these words profoundly. The slender, golden brush strokes flowed gracefully, yet bore an undeniable sharpness. Each horizontal and vertical line, crafted by Xianyuan, echoed the majesty of a celestial emperor, commanding authority with great vigor, while simultaneously embodying the gentility and elegance of a scholar, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Heaven moves vigorously. The earth is vast. As a divine beast, the colorful phoenix, with limited exposure to scholarly pursuits, found herself perplexed by these concepts. The others shared her ignorance, aware only of the path of cultivation, yet lacking deeper comprehension. They understood the importance of striving for excellence and the need to embrace all beings as exemplified by one's own conduct. In Chapter 48, Timeless Poetry, Xianyuan offered a succinct explanation, illuminating the minds of his companions. The colorful phoenix, displaying an almost sentient awareness, nodded in recognition. Indeed, the celestial emperor was lofty in vision. She understood that to ascend to such heights, one must possess not only extraordinary talent, but also remarkable perseverance. Every celestial emperor achieved their status through relentless cultivation. The world only glimpsed their brilliance, oblivious to the sweat and toil behind it. Reflecting on her own journey, the colorful phoenix recognized her innate gifts as a divine beast. She had been favored by the heavens, yet realized that with greater effort, she could aspire to more than her current state of imperial realm. In the past, on the Tianxian continent, driven by vengeance on behalf of Boya, she had doubled her efforts, ascending to greatness within a mere millennium. However, upon being welcomed into the celestial realm by her kin, the comforts and strong support allowed her to grow complacent, halting her progress. Were it not for her pure bloodline, she might have already been cast out from the Phoenix clan. With a self-deprecating smile, she recognized her folly in becoming overly complacent. The path of cultivation is endless. Even celestial emperors tirelessly pursue mastery, aspiring to become supreme in the celestial realm. Yet here she was a mere imperial being from the lower realm, feeling a sense of pride, truly a source of shame. As the energy within the colorful phoenix surged, she sensed a newfound understanding. Yet, the constraints of the heavenly laws inhibited her from taking the next step, a lamentable circumstance. With a resigned sigh, she flapped her wings and began to soar around Xianyuan Peak. Observing the nine-colored bird in flight, Xianyuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Since the arrival of the bird at the Xianyuan Peak, it has not been seen in flight. The tail of the nine-colored bird sways gracefully with the wind, its myriad hues particularly striking under the sun. Clang! The colorful phoenix called out twice, signifying its enlightenment of profound truths. However, the onlookers, mere minor characters, remained oblivious to the significance of those calls. Listening to Xianyuan's elucidation, the five disciples present exhibited resolute gazes, each feeling a pang of guilt for their past lethargy. "Understand, Master. We shall certainly strive doubly hard in our cultivation and become individuals of value to society." One disciple, somewhat juvenile in demeanor, looked at Ingo. "Junior brother, let us rise together at dawn. I shall instruct you in your practice." Though Ingo was considered talentless, that did not dampen his fervor. "Indeed, senior brother, I shall exert myself." The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. This spirited atmosphere swiftly resonated with Chun Ping'an and his companions, 2 junior disciples. It is evident what our little master uncle has conveyed. Despite your lost cultivation, you must not succumb to despair. You must strive relentlessly. Su Chang'an nodded. I comprehend. Senior brother, nothing shall hinder my fervor to contribute to the Xiantian sacred sect. Dugu Wale also nodded. Little master uncle, we take our leave. We must journey to the Wujian peak. As the peak master, Xianyuan nodded in agreement. Go forth. Just as the three were about to depart, the clouds above began to gather ominously. Suddenly, a blinding light burst through the clouds, illuminating the calligraphy scroll. The scroll, enveloped in golden radiance, astonishingly floated in midair. All disciples within the Xiantian sacred sect were drawn to the spectacle. At that moment, a series of melodic chants resonated through the air. Heavenly movements are vigorous. A gentleman must strive incessantly. Earthly terrain is vast. A gentleman must bear great virtue. Xianxia soared into the sky, gazing at the beam of golden light atop Xianyuan peak. Is this the righteous spirit? The chants continued to echo. The harmonious sounds emanated from the Xiantian sacred sect, spreading to the city below. The scholars of Jiang City, upon hearing these celestial melodies, could not help but kneel in reverence. Is it the sage of literature? Why do I feel such renewed vigor? Could it be from this verse? Heavenly movements are vigorous. Earthly terrain is vast. O heavens! Our Confucianism is about to give rise to a sage. The sound persisted, unwavering, resonating throughout the entirety of the Qin kingdom. Within the Qin palace, an elderly man emerged from the palace, gazing at the distant golden light and listening to the recited poetry. Tears streamed down his face. Our literary tradition is on the verge of producing a sage. This poem has reached a national significance. It seems destined to continue its dissemination. May this poetry endure through the ages. May the sage impart his teachings. In that moment, a profound sense of historical importance enveloped the air. The literati of the Tianxian continent have all heard this timeless poem. The 4 great emperors floated in the air, gazing towards the southern realm. The southern emperor, unexpected indeed, has produced a sage of Confucianism and Taoism. Ha! The righteous aura of Confucianism and Taoism is the finest weapon against the demon race. I must meet this individual when time permits. Indeed, the Xiantian holy sect has been blessed with good fortune lately. Ah, my esteemed colleagues, do not linger any longer. The Eastern Emperor called out, and the 3 great emperors returned to their positions, seated upon a Bagua diagram. The Bagua diagram marked the 4 cardinal directions. At its center lay a peculiar symbol that resembled a lock. Within the Xiantian holy sect, the poem transformed into dust. 2 colossal golden characters materialized in the air, embodying the essence of the poem. These golden characters soared outward, striking the pillars flanking the entrance of the Xiantian holy sect. The once blank columns now bore the verses, shimmering in gold, warding off malevolence. The poem transcends time, enveloped in sacred light. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated. Golden light enveloped Xianyuan. The enigmatic figure, Xuanzi, exclaimed in astonishment, by heavens! 13 is indeed a literary sage. Chapter 49, the great saint eagle of the demon race. Xuanzi teleported to Xianyuan peak, gazing upon Xianyuan, illuminated within the column of light, resembling an immortal. What is happening? Xuanzi turned to his 3 disciples. Chun Ping'an approached and replied, Master, our little uncle composed a poem for us, and then this occurred. Xuanzi led Chun Ping'an to the entrance of the Xiantian holy sect, surveying the golden verses above. Our Xiantian holy sect is destined for greatness. If these lines were cast into the demon realm, it would surely cause a stir. Even the demon emperor would tremble. The righteous aura is no jest. It is the essence of heaven and earth, impervious to all evil. Disciples of the Xiantian holy sect, heed my command, Xuanzi declared with a firm tone. All disciples of the Xiantian holy sect ceased their tasks. These 2 lines of poetry represent the foundation of our Xiantian holy sect. I hope everyone will remain steadfast and strive diligently. Yes, all disciples knelt on one knee, bowing towards the source of the voice. Xuanzi nodded in satisfaction with their response. Moments later, the beam of light dissipated. Xianyuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if his thoughts had become profoundly clearer. The colorful phoenix perched upon the Wutong zither, observing Xianyuan. Though this holy light posed little threat to a phoenix of imperial status, it still commanded a degree of respect as a force of the primordial essence of the universe. At this moment, Xianyuan radiated with golden brilliance, resembling a celestial being. Every gesture seemed to invoke the very forces of heaven and earth. A gentle smile graced his lips, evoking a refreshing spring breeze, as if the world itself were transforming for the better. System, what is this light? Xianyuan felt an inexplicable sensation. Although it was quite pleasant, it seemed to serve no purpose for him. Host, this is the power of faith. It will prove useful in due time. Xianyuan nudda, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In the demon realm, at the sacred grounds of the Tianying clan, the Xianxian sect was shrouded in mystery. What had transpired within the Xianxian sect? Indeed, the recent fortunes of the sect had soared to unprecedented heights. The great sage, the Red Eagle Demon Sage, had vanished from the Xianxian sect. In the sacred grounds, a throng of Tianying demons was in an uproar. At the altar, an elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow, appearing deeply troubled. The demon sage who had disappeared from the Xianxian sect was none other than his son. Enough of the noise. The elder finally rose to his feet. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his words. The Xianxian sect. You dare to slay a demon sage? You brazenly breach the covenant between humans and demons. Yingli, Shai Sag Justiça. A figure stepped forward from the audience. Chieftain, should we consult the demon emperor? As a member of the demon race, any actions taken against humanity must be reported to the emperor. Consult? Nonsense. When did our demon race stoop to such a level, cowering before humans? A mere Xianxian sect, I could obliterate with a flick of my wrist. The elder smashed his palm down, shattering the stone table. Chieftain, but there are powerful sages guarding the southern borders. Might this not pose a danger? If we are delayed, the emperor may arrive. Ying Skufa. No one can capture my clan. Besides, the demon emperor has bestowed upon me a concealment pearl. Once I eliminate the Xianxian sect, I can obscure my presence and swiftly return to the demon realm. Once I am back, what can the emperor do to me? Without awaiting a response, Ingli vanished from sight. As dusk fell, disciples of the Xianxian sacred sect had finished their meals, some engaging in romance, while others practiced their skills. The atmosphere within the sect was harmonious. Xuanjizi and Zhang Quandan stood at the entrance of the sect, contemplating a couplet of poetry. Heck, Quandan, when will you be able to compose verses like these? Xuanjizi mused, expressing his wonder. Zhang Quandan shot a glance at Xuanjizi. Master, I arrived even before Shursan, and you taught me to read and write. Upon hearing this, Xuanjizi playfully tapped Zhang Quandan on the head. Why is it that Shursan, without even studying, is so formidable while you are not? Zhang Quandan grimaced in pain. Master, each has their strengths. Besides, I'm not lacking in talent. Xuanjizi sighed. Suddenly, an icy shiver coursed through Xuanjizi's body, every hair standing on end as his heartbeat quickened. He turned to gaze down the stone steps and beheld a white-haired elder leisurely ascending. Master, it seemed Zhang Quandan sensed the same presence. The elder was unfathomable, and even Xuanjizi could not discern his cultivation level. He was at least a great sage. Xuanjizi did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly descended alongside Zhang Quandan. Senior, I wonder if your visit to my Xianxian sacred sect is for some matter that requires my assistance? A sage naturally adopts a humble demeanor in the presence of a great sage. Ingli chuckled softly. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely intend to annihilate your Xianxian sacred sect. Xuanjizi furrowed his brow. Senior, as fellow members of the human race, do you not fear the Sect Management Association in your actions? Are you willing to defy the decrees of the four great emperors? Ingli raised his slender white eyebrows. We're the four great emperors to me. Why should I be afraid? I am simply here to eradicate your Xianxian sacred sect and avenge my son. Human race? Who told you I am a despicable member of the human race? Upon hearing Ingli's words, Xuanjizi was taken aback. This is a great sage of the demon clan. Master, Zhang Quandan communicated through thought. Xuanjizi suppressed his anxiousness and calmed himself. Quandan, I will cover for you. Quickly go and report. Xuanjizi had already surmised the situation. The entire region of Xianxian sacred sect had been sealed off by this great sage of the demon clan. The great sage stationed in the southern border would undoubtedly be oblivious to these occurrences. Zhang Quandan needed to return to the sect and use a special communication method to issue a warning. As a dual sage, Xuanjizi still possessed the capability to contend with a great sage for a time. All right. Without hesitation, Zhang Quandan vanished into the void. Oomph. Trying to escape? Ingli raised his right hand, aiming at Zhang Quandan's position. With a mere clench of his fingers, Zhang Quandan fell directly from the void. No one can flee before me. Ingli, seeing the escape attempt thwarted, Xuanjizi had no choice but to devise a means of stalling for time. As a member of the demon clan, how dare you intrude upon the human sect and seek to obliterate it? You are violating the rules set forth by the emperors of both our races. Ingli smirked condescendingly. Oomph. With a step forward, Xuanjizi retreated a step back. Do you think I'm afraid? He certainly was not afraid. Could a great sage not understand these rules? My son vanished the moment he arrived at your Xiantian sect. Even his soul lamp shattered. Xuanjizi was taken aback, filled with suspicion. Your son must have been at least at the sage level. Do you not realize that I have only recently attained sagehood? How could I possibly have killed your son? Perhaps it was the great sage of the southern border. A jolt ran through Xuanjizi's mind as he speculated with near certainty. It must have been Li Xianyuan. Ingli, too, was momentarily taken aback by Xuanjizi's words. He thought to himself, indeed, looking at Xuanjizi's realm, even if my son could not defeat him, escaping should not have been impossible. How could he have died without reason? It was highly probable that it was the work of the great sage of the southern border, or perhaps even the emperor himself. However, as Ingli pondered further, he realized that challenging the great sage of the southern border would equate to declaring war. This matter is of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. Yet, since you have come, you, a mere saint guarding the Xiantian sect, believe you can be extinguished at my whim. Are you afraid to provoke the great saint of the southern territory, but dare to challenge the Xiantian sect? Spare me your empty words. Today, I shall annihilate your Xiantian sacred sect. Oomph. A surge of energy erupted, and Xuanjizi found himself unable to retaliate, being forcefully hurled back to the entrance of the sect. A mere saint dares to flaunt his power before a great saint. Humanity grows more audacious by the day. Xuanjizi, clutching his chest, struggled to rise. Damn it, I'm not so easily subdued. With that, he opened his right hand, summoning the Xiantian sword. Upon seeing the sword in Xuanjizi's grasp, Ingli hesitated. Oomph, a mere pseudo-immortal artifact. No wonder he is so arrogant. But do you truly believe such a trinket can impress me? You are mistaken. Xuanjizi chose silence, forming hand seals. The Xiantian sword instantly transformed into a colossal blade. The sword that shatters heaven. With the cultivation of the sacred realm and the mastery of swordsmanship, this strike radiated immense power, compelling even Ingli to take heed. To think, a dual practitioner of sword and martial arts. What a pity. If I slay you, my demon kin shall suffer far fewer casualties. Celestial Eagle Manifestation. Without further ado, Ingli unveiled his manifestation. The enormous celestial eagle spread its wings, glaring at the Xiantian sword hovering above Xuanjizi. With a roar, the celestial eagle charged directly at the sword. The clash of the eagle and sword resulted in a violent explosion. The blinding light rendered one unable to open their eyes. Xuanjizi spat a mouthful of blood. The chasm in their realms was insurmountable. He was sent flying, crashing against the mountain gate. Humph. Have you tasted the flavor of death? Ingli sneered at Xuanjizi, advancing step by step. I shall claim you now. Just as Ingli prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Xuanjizi, two pillars atop the sect erupted in radiant golden light. The dazzling glow instilled fear even in Ingli, a being of the great saint realm. What is this? The righteous Qi. Ingli was taken aback. Xuanjizi was equally astonished. The heavens move with strength. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, began to recite this verse. On the stone pillars, golden characters emerged, striking Ingli directly. As he attempted to retreat into the void, he found himself utterly immobilized. The human race's literary saint. When did the human race produce a literary saint? Impossible. This cannot be. As the golden characters struck him, Ingli coughed up blood, his once sharp gaze now dulled, leaving only fear in its wake. The earth is steadfast. The chant resounded endlessly, as golden characters flew forth one by one. Eagle could no longer withstand the pressure, and his true form was revealed. Merely a single character, Kuan, shattered the celestial manifestation of the heavenly eagle. Eagle collapsed to the ground, on the brink of death. Impossible. The rumors were indeed true. Once a sage appeared among the human race, the demon tribe was destined to fail. Eagle Lee's physical form disintegrated, and his primordial spirit fled. Heavenly virtue carries all. For golden characters pursued relentlessly. No, please don't. But it was too late. Eagle Li's primordial spirit was once again locked onto. The four golden characters collided, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The once mighty demon saint was unexpectedly vanquished by merely 2 lines of verse, leaving not a trace behind. Xianxia clutched his chest and erupted into laughter. The hope of our human race's resurgence lies within my 13. Chapter 51. The Southern Emperor, Duan Yu. Gazing at the sky filled with exploding golden sparks, Xianxia stood in astonishment. Most literati of the Xianxian continent served as officials, educating the common folk. Who could have imagined that this refined scholar possessed such dominion over the demon tribe? Just a few lines of poetry wielded such formidable power. Though he understood that a sage could infuse their strength into the written word, the potency was nowhere near 1% of this. 13 was truly terrifying. Xianxia rose and hurried to Xianxia's side, helping him to his feet. Master, are you all right? At this moment, Xianxia's joy outweighed his pain, and he chuckled. I'm fine, I won't perish. With a bit of rest, I shall recover. Xianxia looked up towards Xianyuan Peak and murmured, the righteous aura is indeed fearsome. In ancient times, the Xianxian continent had known sages who stood as formidable as emperors to the demon tribe. However, sages relied on their talent and the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which was to say, the righteous aura. To the demon tribe, this righteous aura was akin to an atomic bomb. Yet its effect on the human race was not quite as profound. The human race had also endured a dark period, during which their sages were gradually eradicated in internal conflicts. This led to the current veneration of cultivation and martial prowess, indirectly contributing to the demon tribe's surge. It was only during the arduous resistance against the demon tribe that the human emperors recalled the significance of the sages. Regrettably, it was all too late. Now that 13 has become a sage, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. I hope the human emperors can set aside past grievances and do something beneficial for our kind. Xianxia sighed. Where there are people, there exists a world of strife. Where there are people, there exists conflict. When will the human race unite as one with the demon tribe? How could such a trivial demon tribe instill fear then? At the sacred ground of the heavenly eagle clan, it's over. It's over. The chief's soul lamp has extinguished. What? The chief is a great saint. Could it be that the human emperor has taken action? Chaos ensued within the sacred ground. With the departure of the patriarch Ingli, the status of the Xianyuan clan has plummeted dramatically. It is over. This time the Xianyuan clan is truly finished. The members of the demon clan lay despondently on the ground, despairing. In the imperial capital of the demon clan, they are reeling from the news of Ingli's demise. Could it be that the southern emperor Duan Yu has taken action? How could he have ventured into the territory of the human race without any warning? What should we do now, my brothers? What else can we do? Sigh. In Zhongzhou, the literary sage. Indeed, it is the literary sage. No, it cannot be the sage himself. It must be a masterpiece left by the sage. Southern Emperor, you must pay a visit to the Xiantian sacred sect. The white-clad Southern Emperor Duan Yu nodded slowly. I understand. With that, the four closed their eyes once more. On Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan was playing and singing, oblivious to the scene below the mountain. The same could be said for Kai Feng. As the melody concluded, Xianyuan opened his eyes, smiling at Kai Feng's lingering expression of enjoyment. The night has grown late. Continuing to play would disturb the peace. Kai Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is the situation truly this significant? Alas, time to sleep. Xian streshalazili. Suddenly, the space nearby trembled as Xianxia and Xianxia emerged. Seeing Xianxia in such a feeble state, Xianxia supported him. Master, what has happened to you? Xianyuan rushed over anxiously. To Xianyuan, Xianxia was both a teacher and a father figure, eliciting his deep concern. Ha! Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Looking at Xianyuan, he added, Xianyuan, the master is quite pleased. Kai Feng was bewildered. How can one be so pleased in such a dire condition? Master, what is going on? Before Xianxia could respond, Xianxia interjected. A great sage from the Xianyuan clan has come to the Xiantian sacred sect, seeking vengeance for his son. That scoundrel, who has even seen his son. Perhaps he is off searching for the mother eagle. Xianyuan? Kai Feng was startled. Could it be the one I consumed that night? This is disastrous. If the immortal emperor learns that my actions led to a great sage from the demon clan seeking revenge and injuring the immortal emperor's master, will I not be roasted alive? Kaifeng silently took flight, rising slowly into the night. Ha ha ha, there's no need for concern. That great sage has already been slain. Xianxia laughed heartily. Slain? Xianyuan was puzzled. Could it be that the emperor took action? Zhang Quandan shook his head. 13. Are you truly unaware or merely pretending? That old eagle was directly defeated by the 2 lines of poetry you composed. Zhang Quandan's face lit up with excitement, gazing at Xianyuan with admiration. Poetry? Defeating a great sage? Poetry possesses such power? Xianyuan was utterly bewildered. 13. I never expected that you would emerge as another literary sage in the Tianxian continent after a millennium. The enigmatic figure chuckled. Do you comprehend why the demon race is so audacious while the human race remains powerless? It is because the human race lacks a sage of literature, and no one can wield the righteous qi of the heavens. When the Confucian and Taoist doctrines flourish, the scholars of the world shall become the greatest force. Why is this so? Xianyuan was perplexed. The enigmatic figure continued with a smile, because righteous qi is the nemesis of the demon race, suppressed by the heavenly law. Is it truly so formidable? Xianyuan was taken aback. Xianyuan, have faith, for soon a great emperor shall come knocking. Before the words were fully uttered, a burst of laughter echoed, materializing in the air without a ripple. Ha ha, the human race, the sage of literature reappears, and is still in our southern borders. Upon hearing the voice, the enigmatic figure immediately knelt. I pay my respects to the southern emperor. Chapter 52. The sage of literature is merely my side occupation. The southern emperor? Even Zhang Quandan, the leader of the Xiantian sacred sect, had never laid eyes on the southern emperor Duanyu. I bow before the southern emperor. Zhang Quandan knelt in reverence. Among all present, only Xianyuan stood unaffected. The southern emperor cast a glance, feeling somewhat displeased. Oh, Xuanji, it seems your Xiantian sacred sect has grown quite arrogant of late. Xuanji was well aware of whom the southern emperor referred to, yet he felt no concern. You, an emperor, cannot bear the weight of 13 kneelings. I dare not. I was unaware of the southern emperor's visit. Is there a command? Duanyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xuanji to divert the topic. However, considering the purpose of his visit and the recent actions of the Xiantian sacred sect against the demon race, he decided to overlook the matter. Nothing of great significance, merely that your Xiantian sacred sect has unleashed righteous qi, and I came specifically to witness it. What treasures has the sage of literature left behind that such profound righteous qi could slay Yingli? Xuanji nodded, relieved that the southern emperor had not connected the matter to Xianyuan. Moreover, as a formidable emperor, he would not be inclined to seize the stone pillar. Xuanji gestured invitingly. Southern emperor, this way, please. After exchanging a few flashes, they reappeared at Xianyuan peak moments later. The southern emperor stepped forth, incredulous, shaking his head in astonishment. Xuanji, you are destined for greatness. I have never encountered such intense righteous qi. Which sage of literature bequeathed this? Feigning ignorance, Xuanji replied. It is a legacy from my ancestors, the origins of which are beyond inquiry. Upon hearing this, the southern emperor sighed in regret. Indeed, the internal strife within the human race was a grave mistake. Otherwise, we would not be in such a predicament today. The southern emperor patted Xuanji on the shoulder. Take care to recover. I shall return and discuss with them about granting you a reward. Slaying a demon race great sage is a monumental achievement and certainly deserves recognition, which shall be substantial. Xuanji felt a surge of excitement, stirring his inner energy, causing him to cough up blood. Xianyuan and Zhang Quandan hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Are you all right, master? The southern emperor smiled gently. Do not worry. I have infused a trace of the emperor's power to safeguard his heart veins. He merely needs a period of recuperation. I am preoccupied and could only project a portion of my essence here. Hence I could not entirely eradicate the demonic saint's power within him. However, it matters not. Such a trifling force cannot harm him. Xianxia nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Southern Emperor, for your timely assistance. He turned to Zhang Quandan and exchanged a knowing glance. Southern Emperor, if all is well, I shall return to recuperate. No reward can compare to the Emperor's power within me. I must hasten back to absorb and digest it. The Southern Emperor nodded, granting Xianxia leave. As the space shimmered, Zhang Quandan accompanied Xianxia back to his own mountain peak. The Southern Emperor remained, gazing at the stone pillars at the entrance of the sect below. With a sigh, he remarked, alas, it is time for me to depart. Just then, Ingo and Chung Du stepped forward. Master, Your two verses have thoroughly inspired senior brother Chen Pingyan and the others. They've been contemplating the sword at the penitent's cliff all day. Indeed, master, we wish to see as well. Although Ingo was aware of his own limitations, he still wanted to try his luck. Xianyuan waved his hand. Very well, go ahead, but return promptly. By the way, have you completed your tasks? The two nodded and departed from Xianyuan Peak. Observing the Southern Emperor's astonished expression, Xianyuan inquired with poise, does the Southern Emperor have any further matters? Even the Southern Emperor did not warrant Xianyuan to lower his stance. The disdainful gaze from the Southern Emperor earlier ensured that Xianyuan would not regard him favorably. The Southern Emperor paused. Did your disciples say that the two poems from below were penned by you? Xianyuan nodded. The Southern Emperor furrowed his brow and looked at Xianyuan again, noticing an extraordinary aura about him. Every movement resonated with the rhythm of Tao. His pure and handsome visage bore a hint of a smile, imparting a warmth amidst the chilling night breeze. This person is extraordinary. Could he truly be the sage of literature? No, that is impossible. How could someone so young be the sage of literature? Moreover, the sage typically possesses some level of cultivation. Yet, this individual exudes no trace of spiritual energy. The Southern Emperor collected his thoughts, preparing to engage in conversation. At that moment, Xianyuan had already taken a seat at the tea table, intending to tend to the strings of his guqin. Xianyuan's graceful gestures, flowing hair, and indescribable aura once more left the Southern Emperor perplexed. Something is amiss. There must be something wrong. Could this person have reached the realm of simplicity with all his aura withdrawn? In the Tianqian continent, no one could withstand the Southern Emperor's scrutiny. Any rare and extraordinary treasure would be laid bare before the Southern Emperor. Thus, it is utterly impossible to obstruct his probing with external forces. Only two possibilities exist. He is an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation, or he is an immortal, whose realm surpasses his own, rendering him untraceable. Considering that this individual has two disciples and can compose verses that are revered throughout the ages, could he truly be an ordinary mortal? Surely, that notion is preposterous. Chapter 53. The Southern Emperor's astonishment. The Southern Emperor quickly steadied his mind. Uncertain of the esteemed gentleman's name, he sat across from the Qin table, lowering his posture to inquire of Xianyuan. Hehe, Xianyuan, a junior uncle of the Xiantian sacred sect, the 13th disciple of Xuanzi. Xianyuan replied casually, showing no hint of concern, as if merely giving directions to a stranger. The Southern Emperor was taken aback. Xianyuan, by heavens, is this not a hint of an answer? Suddenly, the Southern Emperor felt a surge of joy. Having long since ascended to the rank of emperor, his emotions had become more stable. Yet, upon hearing Xianyuan's response, he could not contain his delight. What does an emperor pursue? Immortality. What is required for immortality? Cultivation, a tranquil heart, and an opportune moment. He possesses the cultivation, though he wonders if his heart suffices. However, these two aspects can be cultivated. Only the opportune moment is elusive, truly a matter of chance. Otherwise, during the era when emperors were as numerous as dogs, would they not have ascended long ago? Why then would one vie for a chance at immortality? Ecstatic, the Southern Emperor pinched his thigh to regain composure. Esteemed sir, to be relegated to this modest Xiantian sacred sect seems a tad unjust. Why not return with me to Zhongzhou? I shall arrange for you the most serene and spiritually rich environment for your meditative practices. After all, an immortal descending to the mortal realm naturally prefers tranquility, free from disturbances. Xianyuan shuklat. Are you attempting to undermine my foundation? The Southern Emperor was momentarily perplexed. What does undermining one's foundation mean? Xianyuan gazed at him. I have grown up within the Xiantian sacred sect. How could I forsake it now, even with my modest achievements? The Southern Emperor furrowed his brow. Grown up? Was Xianyuan a disciple of the Xiantian sacred sect before attaining immortality? That cannot be right. The Xiantian sacred sect has not existed for many years. How could it have produced an immortal? He reminisced about the establishment of the Xiantian sect, which was merely a small faction at the time. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was how the Xiantian sect managed to secure such prime land through special approval from the Qin Empire. It indeed defies the norms of reason. Could it be that the Xiantian sacred sect is an ancient sect that fell into decline, only to be re-established by a disciple? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, it does not add up. The noble intentions of the gentleman are evident, yet I, Duan Yu, have acted rather rashly. The South Emperor offered an awkward smile. Xianyuan paid him no heed, engrossed in polishing the strings of the zither. The South Emperor remained silent, hesitant to depart, fearing he might regret it. Xianyuan diligently rubbed the zither, and the South Emperor glanced over. On the zither's rest, two characters had become somewhat indistinct. It was possible to discern the words Wudong. Wudong, could it be the legendary Wudong zither, the celestial treasure of the zither sage, Boya from years past? What connection could Xianyuan have with Boya? To be cautious, the South Emperor attempted to penetrate the Wudong zither with his imperial will, only to find it vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. The imperial will was rendered impotent, unable to unveil the depths of the Wudong zither, which seemed as unfathomable as the abyssal ocean. What could the gentleman's connection to Boya be? How could the Wudong zither exist? It was said to be a treasure of the celestial realm, brought to earth by a celestial being and fortuitously discovered by Boya. Xianyuan paused for a moment. Boya. According to the knowledge from my past life, Boya was a zither sage. Could it be that this world also harbors a zither sage named Boya? This zither is a treasure of the celestial realm? Nonsense. It is out of tune all day, unmaintained, and rusting. What kind of celestial treasure is this? I have no connection to it. The Wudong zither is merely a gift from another and hardly qualifies as a treasure. The South Emperor was taken aback. Once, the zither sage, Boya, ventured deep into the demon clan to rescue the phoenix. Would a mere zither sage have the prowess to vanquish so many emperors if it were not a celestial treasure? Is it not excessive? After properly maintaining the Wudong zither, Xianyuan set it down, but due to excessive force, the strings vibrated, producing a discordant sound. In that instant, the South Emperor's form appeared momentarily blurred. I jump. This is not a treasure. It nearly caused my projection to dissipate. By the heavens, you must be a celestial being with a mere shake. You can rattle the projection of an emperor. Boya was not capable of such feats. Just as the South Emperor was about to speak, a small bird with a 9-colored tail swooped down from the sky, perching on the zither rest, gazing expectantly at Xianyuan. The colorful phoenix, hearing the sound of the zither, assumed Xianyuan was about to play and joyfully returned. Oh, I won't play anymore. It's time for bed, Xianyuan said indulgently, gently stroking the colorful phoenix's head. He then turned to the South Emperor. Mr. South Emperor, the night grows deep. If there is nothing further, I wish to take my leave and rest. The South Emperor was unwilling to relent, still unclear about Xianyuan's true identity. How could he find peace tonight? The colorful phoenix, with a look of disappointment, flew up to perch on Xianyuan's shoulder. Sir, the South Emperor watched as Xianyuan rose, feeling a pang of urgency. The colorful phoenix understood. It was this imperial projection causing a stir, preventing the celestial emperor from playing the zither. The vibrant phoenix cast a piercing gaze upon the Southern Emperor. With a melodious cry, the phoenix's sound resonated. The Southern Emperor was profoundly shaken. As the illusion began to blur once more, he looked at the phoenix in disbelief. An imperial realm beast. How astonishing. Chapter 54. Relishing the celestial encounter. The Southern Emperor's expression towards the phoenix began to shift, tinged with caution. With merely a thought, the phoenix could effortlessly dispel his projection. With the phoenix's arrival, all uncertainties evaporated. Who else could possess a pet of such an imperial beast, if not a celestial being? The Southern Emperor swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the phoenix. At that moment, he genuinely contemplated retreating. Xianyuan turned back to stroke the phoenix, admonishing, "Cease your cries. Your voice is too loud, lest you frighten it." The phoenix nodded obediently, displaying remarkable intelligence. Sir, I apologize for my abruptness this time. I shall follow the proper protocol for future visits. The Southern Emperor rose and offered a respectful bow. Begone. The phoenix conveyed telepathically, causing the Southern Emperor's figure to dissipate. Such commanding presence. The phoenix, deprived of song, felt quite displeased. In Central Continent, the Eastern Emperor Huang Yao sensed the Southern Emperor's return and inquired, "You have returned?" Duan Yu nodded, intending to speak, but hesitated, choosing silence instead. A mere utterance of acknowledgement. He had initially wanted to mention the dispersion of his projection, yet the embarrassment was too great, and moreover, it involved celestial encounters. Such information must not be disclosed. Though both were of the human race, opportunities for ascension are rare. Should someone else seize the chance, it would be a lifelong regret. What of it? Have you seen it? The Northern Emperor Hong Lu asked with a smile. Duan Yu nodded. I have seen it. Merely a poetic verse left by our ancestors. His composure remained unruffled, revealing his theatrical prowess. The Western Emperor Ouyang Jianjun proudly declared, "I told you." The Confucian lineage has diminished in Tianxian continent. The sacred aura dissipated. It is hardly easy to produce a literary sage now. Duan Yu continued to nod in agreement. Indeed, Brother Ouyang is correct. It appears to be a case of joy turning to naught. The four originally believed that with a literary sage to safeguard them, they could wholeheartedly suppress and seal. However, Duan Yu chose to keep his thoughts concealed. Yet, he was confident that as long as Xianyuan was present, any demonic clan would merely be a decorative element. The Eastern Emperor Huang Yao remained perplexed but chose to trust Duan Yu, refraining from further inquiries. Duan Yu felt no trace of discontent from the earlier dispersion, only elation. He believed that by nurturing a better relationship with Xianyuan and gaining his admiration, he could attain celestial fortune and embark on the path to immortality. By the way, the winged tiger demon emperor sent word requesting an explanation regarding this matter. What are your thoughts? As the leading figure, the Eastern Emperor Huang Yao had numerous matters to address. The Western Emperor Ouyang Jianjun chuckled. An explanation? Why should we provide one? The Northern Emperor Hong Lu could not help but chuckle. His esteemed disciple had ventured into the realm of humanity only to meet his demise. Was that my fault? The Southern Emperor Duan Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed. We held the moral high ground this time. It was said that Ing Li had stormed the Xiantian sacred sect to avenge his son. As for the reason behind his son's disappearance within the Xiantian sacred sect, it likely pertained to the remnants left by the sage of literature. Huang Yao nodded in concurrence. You are all correct. I shall convey the message that Ing Li is merely groping in the dark, searching for something of no concern to us. Agreed. 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 In the domain of the demon kin, the demon emperor of the Winged Tiger clan had just received a response from the Eastern Emperor, Huang Yao, and with a furious snort, he reduced the boulder before him to mere dust. How outrageous! The human emperor is exceedingly brazen. He bellowed. A small tiger demon with a feline visage entered at his call. Send out a message, commanded the demon emperor. The small tiger demon took heed and departed. The demon emperor revealed a sinister smile. This time, I shall eradicate your human prodigies entirely, and we shall see how audacious you remain. Another delightful evening unfolded as Li Xianyuan slept serenely. In the dead of night, Chengdu and Ingo returned. Observing Chengdu's exuberant demeanor juxtaposed with Ingo's despondence, the outcome was evident. Sheng du pated ying gues shuldi. Junior brother, do not lose heart. If you perform well, Master will not let your talents go unrecognized. Ingo nodded, forcing a smile. I understand, senior brother. I merely lament the time I have squandered. Sheng du shukud. Fear not. As long as you stay by Master's side, there will be sustenance, and one day, you too shall earn Master's favor. Once a mere wastrel, he had transformed into a genius through the blessing of a single peach from Master. He never believed that his talents were merely awakened. He believed they were bestowed by Li Xianyuan himself. The two bathed and retired to their rooms for the night. On the following day, Chengdu and Ingo completed their agricultural tasks in the fields early and returned to engage in morning calisthenics. Chengdu sensed the spiritual energy within him growing increasingly robust, convinced that he would soon reach the foundation building stage. Such progress would be deemed extraordinary in any external context. However, he noticed no hint of surprise from Master Li Xianyuan. It seemed that spiritual roots appeared quite mundane in his eyes. Ingo sensed nothing amiss. He merely felt a lack of fatigue from farm labor, which delighted him greatly. Li Xianyuan rose, refreshed himself, and sat down to play a game of chess. Master, do you know how to play chess? Ingo queried, puzzled. Li Xianyuan shukulat. Am I a chess sage to boast of my skills? What about you? Do you play? Ingo nodded. I played a bit with my father back home. Li Xianyuan beckoned him. Then come, let us play a few games while Adu prepares our meal. Just as they were about to engage in a fierce match, the town of Xianxia below began to bustle with excitement. Extra. The Great Sage's Cave is emerging. The Great Sage's Cave is emerging. Chapter 55. The Great Sage's Cave. On the celestial fate peak, Ingo and Li Xianyuan were engaged in a game of Go. Observing Ingo's expression, one could almost discern the outcome. I'll go. Do you know what the most challenging aspect of playing chess is? Li Xianyuan inquired with a gentle smile, his demeanor radiating kindness. Ingo furrowed his brow in confusion. Is it the skill of the game, or the need to be cautious at every step? Li Xianyuan shook his head. The most difficult part is enduring a long match with someone of your limited Go skills without losing my patience. Ingo scratched his head awkwardly. Since morning, they had played over 30 games, with Ingo losing every single one. Initially, He believed Xianyuan possessed only mediocre skills, assuming he was merely an amateur. However, as the games progressed, it became evident that Xianyuan was intentionally allowing him to win, drawing out the match. Had he played seriously, they would have already completed 100 games. Moreover, only Xianyuan understood that each of his moves was subtly guiding Ingo to follow a predetermined path, creating scenarios for him to navigate and ultimately decipher. The joy of a Go master lay in such simple yet monotonous pursuits. Xianyuan, playing with black stones, made a move. Unsurprisingly, Ingo followed suit with a white stone, adhering to Xianyuan's strategy. "What are you doing?" Xianyuan exclaimed, sweeping the stones off the board. Ingo was taken aback. "Master, your disciple is foolish and truly cannot compete with you. Please forgive my incompetence." Xianyuan let out a long sigh, realizing he might have been a bit demanding. "Well, after such a lengthy session, you have shown some improvement, which is commendable." Hearing this, Ingo felt a flicker of joy. Although he preferred cultivation over playing Go, he recognized that the game could sharpen his intellect and patience, both of which were beneficial for his spiritual journey. Most importantly, it allowed him to spend time with his master. Perhaps he might even be rewarded with a celestial root. At that moment, Chun Ping'an approached. "Dog Sheng, what brings you here?" Xianyuan asked, seated at the tea table, sipping his tea. Chun Ping'an stepped forward respectfully and bowed. "Junior uncle, I heard that the Great Sage's Cave has emerged, and Master sent us to witness the commotion. I came to see if junior brother Cheng has any interest in joining." Since the events in Qingfeng town, Dog Sheng had grown increasingly enthusiastic about Chengdu, often considering him for good fortune. "The Great Sage's Cave?" Xianyuan furrowed his brow. Chun Ping'an nodded, noticing his junior uncle's apparent lack of interest. "Naturally, you may not be keen, but I thought to invite junior brother Cheng for an experience." Xianyuan glanced at Chengdu. Such a significant cave's emergence draws many to the central continent. The cave itself may not pose much of a concern, but human greed can lead to treachery for treasures. However, we shall see what Chengdu wishes. Upon Chun Ping'an's enthusiastic invitation, he sought the permission of Xianyuan. "Master, I wish to go and take a look." Ingo, seeing his senior brother's eagerness, also expressed his desire. "Master, may I join?" Truth be told, Chun Ping'an was somewhat reluctant to bring Ingo along. Firstly, Ingo lacked any cultivation. Should a conflict arise, he would be a burden. Secondly, Ingo had been forced upon his junior uncle by his grandmaster, who likely did not regard him with great esteem. Xianyuan shot him a glance of disdain. "What chaos would you stir up? You lack even the most basic skills. Do you think the outside world is as tranquil as within the sect?" Disheartened by Xianyuan's refusal, Ingo lowered his head. "The most crucial matter is, if you go, who will tend to the farm work?" Seeing Ingo's downcast demeanor, Chengdu mustered his courage to speak. "Master, let him go. My senior brother, and I will keep an eye on him." Although Chun Ping'an was hesitant, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections given Chengdu's plea. Observing the deep bond between the two disciples, Xianyuan relented. "Very well, go ahead, but do not cause any trouble." With Xianyuan's consent, Ingo's spirits lifted. "Rest assured, Master, I am no longer that naive youth." Xianyuan continued sipping his tea, offering no response. "Let's depart. Our Xianxia zone is relatively close to the Great Sage's Cave, and we might secure a front row position." The three nodded, and Chun Ping'an promptly summoned his sword, leading the two toward their destination. The Great Sage's Cave was situated on a peak several hundred miles away from Xianxia zone. After a hurried journey, they finally arrived. "Wow, so many people have already gathered," Ingo exclaimed, astonished at the throng of young individuals before him. Representatives from various sects' younger generations were present. The three were not well known and did not recognize anyone among the crowd. "Brothers, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to flee at the first opportunity," Chun Ping'an, as the elder brother, felt compelled to caution them. After all, these two were his junior uncle's disciples. "Understood," senior brother, Chengdu and Ingo nodded in affirmation. "Say, senior brother, when did this cave come into existence?" Ingo inquired of Chun Ping'an. Chun Ping'an shook his head. "I have only heard rumors from the people of Xianxia. The exact timing remains uncertain." At that moment, a young man patted Chun Ping'an on the shoulder. "Brother, would you like to know the precise information about the Great Sage's Cave?" Chun Ping'an nodded. 100 spirit stones." The young man waved a scroll in his hand. Chun Ping'an scoffed. "Do I look like someone with 100 spirit stones? Earning a mere 10 spirit stones a month. The thought of 100 was preposterous." "TCH, no money, no words," the young man retorted. Chun Ping'an, irate, exclaimed, "You Senior brother, do not be angry, Ingo interjected, stepping forward to snatch the scroll and toss the spatial ring. Count it and see if it suffices. In that moment, both men were astonished to discover that Ingo exuded an air of affluence. He was simply extravagantly wealthy. 100 spirit stones, nearly equivalent to Chun Pingin's annual salary. A prince is indeed a prince, so extravagant. Chapter 56, The Chess Sage, Chewing. Ingo unfurled the scroll, and the three of them glanced at it. Grasping the gist, mere seconds later, the scroll spontaneously ignited, reducing itself to ashes. A case of read and burn? Chun Pingin furrowed his brow. Ingo nodded in agreement, possessing a measure of discernment as a prince. Goodness, I haven't he even had a proper look? What a loss. Brothering, you could effortlessly sell it for 50 spirit stones. Chun Pingin slapped his thigh, exclaiming in regret. Ingo chuckled. Master brother, don't be vexed. I've committed the content to memory, for I have always had a remarkable recollection since childhood. Clearly, Ingo was unaffected by the aftermath of indulgence. Moreover, we shan't incur a loss. Ingo smiled. Chun Pingin was puzzled by his meaning, only to see Ingo find a higher vantage point and call out. Selling information on the Great Sage's Cave for 5 spirit stones per person, with a minimum of 100 participants. The gathering of youths turned at the sound of his voice. Only 5 spirit stones? They hurriedly came to investigate. Surely it can't be a scam? Indeed, that earlier seller demanded 100 spirit stones. Who cares? 5 spirit stones aren't too much, and what if it's genuine? Precisely, 5 spirit stones compared to 100. One cannot ascertain the authenticity of the latter. Those major sects have also offered 100 spirit stones without revealing anything. No matter, at worst, we'll endure a few months of hardship. Thus, a throng of youths encircled the trio. Master brother, please help us collect the money. The crowd surged, and before long, over 200 individuals had paid. Chun Pingin and Sheng Du stared in astonishment at Ingo. Goodness gracious, a business prodigy indeed, turning a quick profit. The young man who had previously sold the information looked pale. The cost of that scroll alone was 10 spirit stones. The read and burn feature serves as a form of encryption to prevent circulation. He had accurately gauged the avarice of those major sections. To their surprise, Ingo directly initiated a group purchase model, reducing the cost of verifying the information's authenticity for everyone. We all paid. Let us hear the information. If it's false, I won't spare you. Yes, you can only depart once the Great Sage's Cave opens. Indeed, if it's a lie, we won't let you off the hook. Ingo was taken aback, not anticipating such circumstances. Chun Pingin cautiously approached Ingo. Brothering, under no circumstances should you reveal that you are a disciple of the Xianyuan sacred sect. For the honor of the sect, Chun Pingin was deeply concerned. He had yet to relish the joy of profit. Ingo, feeling helpless, could only nod and convey the information he had just shared. Esteemed guests, this Great Sage's Cave, belonging to the chess sage Chu Ying from millennia past, is replete with treasures and immense opportunities. According to intelligence reports, the cave's barrier will dissipate in 1 hour, allowing access to the cave. However, the specifics regarding what lies within and how to enter remain undisclosed. Ingo recounted the information in one breath, fearful of omitting a single word. The revelation that it was the abode of a chess sage, replete with countless treasures and immense opportunities, was exhilarating. If I can acquire even a single artifact, I might secure a position as an inner disciple in a prestigious sect. The news of the cave's emergence caused many to overlook the veracity of the intelligence, filling them with elation, as if fortune were theirs to claim. The young man selling the information was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the individual had divulged everything so completely. He gazed at the numerous scrolls within the spatial ring, feeling a pang of distress. Alas, he had unwittingly obstructed others' paths to fortune. The major sect that had purchased the information wore expressions of dismay, realizing they had fallen into the young man's trap. Why hadn't they employed such a tactic themselves? Yet, the transaction was finalized, and it was too late for regrets. They could only silently memorize the young man's appearance, intending to reclaim their losses after the opportunity in the cave had passed. The young man, evidently aware of this, stealthily withdrew from the crowd. With time still on their hands, the gathered individuals sat in silence, eventually initiating discussions about the prodigies present. Did you see that exceptionally poised young man? He is Xianyuan, the foremost disciple of the Golden Flame sacred sect in the western region. It is said that he has reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect at a young age and awakened a rare fire constitution. And there is Lin E from a northern sea sacred sect, also at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect and possessing a unique constitution. They then turned their gaze toward an ethereal maiden, Xianyuan from the Xianyuan sect, whose enchanting performance on the Brahma magic zither could easily entrance anyone. A truly formidable talent. The three individuals seated there followed the discussions with keen interest, observing the remarkable talents being mentioned. There are indeed many prodigies, senior brother. What is your current realm? It is rather embarrassing. I have only just entered the Dharma aspect. And you, Brother Chung? I am still at the Qi refinement stage. Given their limited prowess, they were merely spectators, and in the event of a confrontation, their only option would be to flee. Ingo felt a twinge of regret. Had he heeded his master's advice to remain at home, he wouldn't be in this predicament. As the conversations continued, a tremor shook the nearby mountain. Soil began to cascade down from the mountainside, revealing an expansive platform, seemingly crafted with purpose. The thin veil that had enveloped the mountain dissipated, and the crowd recognized that the great sage's cave had emerged. I, Chu Ing, aware that my time is limited, leave behind the star chessboard. The one who breaks the game shall inherit my legacy. An overwhelming aura of sanctity radiated from the platform, where 9 chessboards appeared. It seemed that only 9 individuals could enter to attempt breaking the game at once. Ha, the star chessboard is mine. An elderly man with flowing white hair instantaneously teleported onto the platform and casually took a seat, revealing himself to be a formidable figure of the cave void realm. The 9 chessboards presented identical challenges, and the first to break the deadlock would seize the opportunity. Allow me to give a try. Another adept of the void appeared on the platform as if they had been concealed in the ether for quite some time. I shall also attempt to break the stalemate. From the crowd, a middle-aged man soared forth and took a seat at one of the chessboards. Judging by the current situation, these individuals were undoubtedly the apex of combat prowess present. As the available seats dwindled, the onlookers could not help but rush forward. Ha! I claim one of these 9 chessboard for myself. Seeking death, taste my ultimate move, the Flash Thunder Whip. Ha! The opportunity is mine. Begone. In a moment, a fierce contest erupted among the crowd as they vied for a place at the chessboards. 3 representatives from the Xianyuan sacred sect, seemingly having procured 3 stone stools from nowhere, settled down. Ingo produced a watermelon from a spatial ring and requested it be sliced. The 3 began to enjoy the fruit. Initially, Chun Pingyan contemplated joining the fray, but was halted by the astute Ingo. The reasoning was simple. None of the prodigies had made a move, indicating that something was amiss. As the combatant of the Xianyuan sacred sect, Chun Pingyan could not act rashly, and thus partook in the watermelon with his companions. The struggle for qualification was exceedingly intense, with most participants facing dire consequences. Ultimately, of the hundreds who ascended, only 6 managed to stand on the platform. This was under the condition that the esteemed prodigies from the major sects had yet to intervene. Everyone remained composed. There was no reason for the Xianyuan sacred sect to lose their composure. Their objective was straightforward, to observe the spectacle and return home safely. As for the so-called grand opportunities, they could go to hell. With an immortal at home, a grand sage was but a trivial matter. Just yesterday, one had been dispatched effortlessly. It was simply the reality of their circumstances. The major sects had even simpler objectives, to secure opportunities or artifacts for their prodigies, especially since they lacked the conditions of the Xianyuan sacred sect. Observing Chun Pingyan and his companions sitting so resolutely piqued their curiosity. How could they remain so composed? Before long, the first elder to seize a qualification suddenly stood up. Ha! The starry chess game is indeed exquisite. Just as everyone believed this elder had broken the deadlock, his skin rapidly withered, vitality draining away. Within 5 seconds, he was reduced to a mere skeleton. A void adept deceased. The onlookers were all left in shock. The representatives of the major sects bore peculiar smiles, as if they had known all along that the situation was far from simple. The scattered cultivators were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. Goodness! Thankfully, I did not participate. Indeed, otherwise we would have met the same fate. Look how ruthless these old schemers from the major sects are, relishing the spectacle. Disgusting. The members of the major sect felt a palpable embarrassment, their faces darkened with dismay. This is humanity, willing to sacrifice anyone for profit, as long as they themselves remain unscathed. My heavens! This is a puzzle that mere mortals cannot unravel. The second strongman of the Void Realm soon met his demise, reduced to a mere pile of bones. The same fate befell the third, the fourth, and all the way to the ninth. Every individual who had ascended to the platform moments ago had failed. Chun Pingan stood in stunned silence. Is the star chessboard truly this terrifying? He cast a glance at Ingo, imbued with a hint of gratitude. He chuckled. Senior brother, such matters are never so simple. We are not the children of destiny. The crux lies in the fact that we have an immortal in our family. What is a great sage in comparison? Ingo disdainfully spat out a watermelon seed. It dawned on Chun Pingan. How had he failed to see this? Indeed, how could a mere great sage bestow upon me the blessings of the heavenly Tao? No one dared to step forward and attempt again. An elder from a major sect in the tribulation stage flew forth, intent on imprinting the chessboard to seek those well-versed in the art of chess. However, before he could even leave the platform, the very chessboard he had imprinted crushed him to smithereens. A wave of panic swept over the crowd. Fear gripped their hearts. Yet the allure of opportunity lay tantalizingly close, making them reluctant to abandon it. The prodigies were also hesitant to act recklessly. Just then, an immense surge of great sage power spread forth, enveloping everyone in a formidable and profound barrier. From beyond the peaks, the voice of Chu Ying resonated. After 9 failures, the barrier had activated. If no one could break through within an hour, everything would be reduced to ashes. The cold, merciless voice of the chess Saint Chu Ying instilled a sense of despair. Truly, there was no way forward or back. It was over. Chun Pingan's heart sank. This time, we are all doomed. Junior brothers, it is my fault that you are ensnared in this predicament, he said, gazing at his 2 disciples with guilt. They too felt a slight tension, their pace of consuming the unfolding drama slowing. To their surprise, they both turned in unison to look at Ingo. As the intellectual pillar of their group, they could only pin their hopes on him. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Ingo shrugged, offering a wry smile. I am powerless in this situation. It seems we're destined for demise. He bore no regrets for joining the Xianyuan sacred sect, as death awaited in the palace as well. In stark contrast to the calmness of the 3, the rest of the crowd was far from composed. Some, brimming with confidence in their chess skills, soared upwards to attempt to break the barrier, only to meet the same fate of becoming a heap of bones. The tribulation stage powerhouses from the major sects sought to consolidate their strength, hoping to breach the barrier. Yet, the barrier rebounded, rendering their efforts into utter chaos. Let me give a try. Amidst the collective despair, Ingo stepped forward. Chapter 58. The Sacrificial Valor of Ingo. The onlookers regarded the unremarkable Ingo, perceiving him as an inconspicuous individual, a mere mortal, aspiring to grasp the grand opportunity of the great sage. One disciple from a prestigious sect chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe you can unravel the star chessboard? Surely, you must be lost in fanciful delusions. Do not even attempt it. Who knows what sort of punishment you might face after a mere 10 failures? Ingo shot him a glance, responding with a smile. Are we to wait here and perish? His words left the man speechless. I simply cannot believe you possess the capability to decipher the star chessboard. Ingo chose not to retort further and instead turned to Chun Pingan. Senior brother, would you be so kind as to toss me over? Chun Pingan found himself in a precarious position, sensing that Ingo was courting death. There is no time left, senior brother, Ingo urged. Chun Pingan gritted his teeth and firmly grasped Ingo's shoulder. At that moment, Chengdu also rose to his feet. Senior brother, take me along as well. I wish to share the fate of junior brother Ing. Ingo glanced at Chengdu and nodded. Chun Pingan chuckled. You speak as if I fear death. When has our Xianyuan sacred sect ever been weak? I fear not for my own life, but rather for the consequences should anything happen to Ingo and the disappointment it would cause our little master uncle. The 3 exchanged glances and shared a laugh. What? These 3 are actually disciples of the Xianyuan sacred sect? Indeed, it seems the elder among them resembles Chun Pingan, the direct disciple of the sect's leader. Chun Pingan? I see the resemblance. Their laughter drew the attention of those from other prominent sects, whose gazes held a tinge of battle intent. It is rare for a sect to achieve such camaraderie. They reflected inwardly, acknowledging that they could never replicate such unity. For their own sects were rife with internal strife as members vied for power. In that instant, a flicker of envy towards the Xianyuan sacred sect ignited within them. Xianyuan approached and nodded at the trio. If you do not mind, I shall assist in taking one of you over. As a prodigy, he held his own pride. Fear, that was not a consideration. At this moment, his faith rested solely in Ingo. Lenny also approached, stating, what brother Yuan can do, I too can accomplish. The elders behind these disciples from prominent sects had perished, leaving no one to admonish them. Chun Pingan smiled. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, brothers. Let us proceed. If death awaits, then so be it. If we survive, we shall live on. With that, the five soared into the air together. Ingo steadied himself and seated himself down. The four surrounded him, serving as a protective barrier. Junior brothering, do you possess a profound understanding of chess? Chun Ping'an inquired, seeking to delve deeper, for even in death, one ought to be prepared. The others looked at Ingo, seemingly eager to hear his response. Ingo chuckled and scratched his head. There was no significant research. This morning, I engaged in 36 games of chess with my master. Upon hearing this, Chun Ping'an felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ha ha, winning against my junior disciple enables me to play against my little master uncle. Surely, his skills must be quite formidable. He turned to look at the others. It's settled. My little master uncle possesses profound knowledge in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It can be said that no one in the contemporary world can surpass him. Once Daoxing spoke these words, both Xianyuan and Lin, he felt the weight in their hearts lift. Ha ha ha, it appears that winning Taoist is a hidden gem, indeed a master of chess. Daoxing nodded in agreement, while Chengdu remained silent. Junior brother, why do you still wear a frown? Isn't this a secure position? Chengdu managed a bitter smile. Winning junior brother played 36 games with a master this morning, and lost every single one. Daoxing, Xianyuan, and Lin, he responded with laughter. Winning Go, however, felt momentarily taken aback. Though somewhat disappointed, he refrained from discouraging Winning Go. Keep it up, junior brother. We believe in you, said Xianyuan. While Lin, he nodded in silent support. Winning Go acknowledged their encouragement with a nod. Let me give it a try, he said, turning his gaze towards the starry chessboard. Suddenly, his entire focus seemed to be drawn into an enigmatic allure. A mere small board appeared to contain the vastness of the cosmos. Each piece was akin to a celestial body, and while the arrangement seemed chaotic, there was an underlying order that suggested adherence to some profound principle. Winning Go became deeply engrossed, unable to extricate himself from this mesmerizing state. At that moment, a wave of trepidation enveloped Winning Go. Not only was he unable to make a move, but even his fingers seemed paralyzed. The experience was overwhelmingly exhilarating. As a mortal, he had never witnessed such grandeur. All at once, he could no longer see the chessboard. He felt as though his body was adrift in the cosmic expanse, boundless and aimless. Just then, a melodious strain of music wafted through the air. The enchanting notes resonated, instilling a sense of calm within him. At times, it flowed like a gentle stream, and at others, it echoed like the whispers of insects in the quiet of night, drawing all present out of their anxious states. Winning Go abruptly opened his eyes, returning to reality. He turned to see a fresh and ethereal beauty across the board, delicately strumming the strings of her zither. Young master, allow me to play a piece titled Clear Heart for you, so that you may focus entirely on breaking through. As a woman, she regretted not possessing the courage to face death as boldly as Xianyuan and the others, yet she wished to contribute in any way she could. Thank you. Very sure, Wan, he replied. Chapter 59, Breaking Through. Sure Wan smiled gently, captivating Winning Go entirely. Please, focus on your strategy, she reminded him. Winning Go nodded, as if infused with newfound vigor. Sure Wan's encouragement stirred envy among the onlookers. For the younger generation, the beauty of Sure Wan ranks among the top 5. A dream for many cultivators. Ingo turned his attention back to the starry chessboard, which had lost its significance for him at that moment. He grasped a black piece and made the first move to test the waters. Suddenly, a white piece appeared out of nowhere, blocking his next move. Ingo furrowed his brow. Being only a novice, he was at a loss for how to respond. The black piece he had just played was something he had learned from Xianyuan that very morning. As he gazed at the chessboard, it became increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he nearly leaped from his seat, realizing that leaving his position would mean forfeiting the game, sending a shiver down his spine. He composed himself and scrutinized the game once more, clarity dawning upon him. Goodness, wasn't this the very game his master had guided him through earlier? A smile broke across Ingo's face. If he followed his master's strategy, victory was assured. Ah, this is what they call the starry chessboard. Nothing extraordinary at all. His master had mentioned how, in his youth, he would set up chess games on the streets, earning enough for 2 meals. Truly, his master was remarkable. Having mastered such a deadly game that claimed so many lives since childhood, Ingo formulated a plan in his mind. Turning to Sure Wan, he smiled with a touch of melancholy. Fairy, I have lived a humble life, never having known a woman. In this endeavor, I'm uncertain of my fate. He hesitated, appearing quite troubled. Despite the somewhat lecherous nature of his intentions, those present were moved by his words. Xianyuan, well aware of Ingo's true motives, felt a warmth rising to her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Agree to him! Agree to him! The crowd, eager for drama, began to cheer. Ingo silently applauded the effect he had created. The atmosphere was charged, yet it needed a spark. He began his performance. If the fairy felt discomfort, then so be it. Perhaps he had overstepped. Ingo feigned disappointment, sighing deeply as he pretended to disrupt the game. Observing his demeanor, Xianyuan felt a pang of compassion. After all, Ingo was quite a handsome figure, possessing a courage that surpassed many superficial cultivators. A true chivalrous man. If they were to survive this ordeal, she would consent to get to know young Master Ing. As she spoke, her face grew increasingly flushed, her head bowed, her cheeks nearly glowing with color. She thought to herself, how shameless it was for a cultivator to utter such bold words about a fairy. Ingo beamed, casting a reassuring glance toward Xianyuan. Fear not, fairy, for no mere starry chessboard can hinder my pursuit of love. He was determined to give his all to break the game and ensure the fairy's safety. Joy surged within him, and any traces of his former sycophantic demeanor had vanished completely. This is true love, to selflessly give oneself to the pursuit of affection, even if it means playing the role of a backup. Keep it up, my lord. Xianyuan smiled and nodded in agreement. The four individuals, Chun Pinyin and his companions, were momentarily taken aback. Having grown up in a sect and accustomed to martial displays, they had never witnessed such open displays of affection. They couldn't help but feel a tinge of respect and a hint of envy towards Ingo. What a master! Ingo collected his thoughts, striving to recall every detail of the game he had played with his master that morning. His remarkable memory came into play at this moment, allowing him to remember even the minutiae, such as how many seeds Xianyuan had cracked and how many sips of tea he had taken. Methodically, he followed Xianyuan's moves, driving the white pieces of the starry chessboard into a corner. He chuckled. With this move, the so-called starry chessboard would be shattered. Ingo grasped a black piece and placed it decisively on the crucial square that determined the outcome. A hum resonated as the starry chessboard erupted with a magnificent force, enveloping Ingo entirely. The chessboard shattered, and a brand new board materialized in the air. It has broken, truly broken. We need not perish. We are truly saved. Ha ha! Young Master Ing has saved our lives. How impressive! Young Master Ing, you have defeated the chess sage. In an instant, everyone erupted in cheers, basking in the ocean of rebirth. In the demon realm, the winged tiger demon emperor stood in disbelief. An uncontrollable surge of imperial power erupted from him, causing several great saints nearby to cough up blood. The starry chessboard has been broken. Who could it be? Who is responsible? I shall have their head. The winged tiger demon emperor glared furiously in the direction of the great saint's cavern. One of the great saints wiped the corner of his mouth and remarked, Your Majesty, that cavern belongs to the chess sage. Even the human emperors could not breach it. How could it possibly be broken? Indeed, we discovered the chess sage's cavern precisely because it was impenetrable, designed to lure in human talents. Little did we know that our attempt to steal a chicken would instead cost us rice. The cavern contained celestial treasures, the starry chessboard. The winged tiger demon emperor seethed with rage. The great saint's cavern had always remained in the demon realm, protected by formations set by Chu-Ing. If one could not break the starry chessboard, they would be reduced to ashes. Had it not been for the intention to entice human prodigies, he would never have released it. He was certain that the humans would also be unable to decipher it. Chapter 60. The Spirit of the Starry Chessboard. Why? Why did only a few hundred rogue cultivators perish? The winged tiger, demon emperor, demanded angrily. One great saint stepped forward to respond. Your Majesty, our infiltrators among the humans, while trafficking information, were thwarted by human. The winged tiger, demon emperor glared at this great saint. Are you implying that the news of the celestial treasures in the great saint's cavern did not spread? The great saint nodded timidly, clearly terrified. Due to inefficacious handling of affairs, he was demoted to the ancestral land of the Tiger clan, tasked with guarding the spirit for a millennium. Although the great sage felt discontent, he dared not voice his dissent. Given the temperament of the winged tiger demon emperor, his life was spared, which was already a considerable concession. The great sage departed from the sacred grounds of the demon clan. The winged tiger demon emperor cast a glance towards the distant cavern of the great sage, gradually concealing his form until he vanished from sight. Within the great sage's cavern, An ancient chessboard began to rise. A multitude of celestial treasures and spiritual artifacts erupted from within the cave, and the cultivators, having abandoned their previous unity, resumed their quarrels in a fierce competition for the coveted items. Xianyuan flew to Ingo's side, opting not to contend for the treasures. "Young mastering," she called out, but Chen Pingyan stepped forward to halt her. "Fairy, please wait." A beam of light shot forth from the star chessboard, enveloping Ingo. His eyes glazed over, as if his consciousness had entered another ethereal realm. In this white expanse stood a bare little girl before him. "The true solver of the chess puzzle is not you," she declared, pointing at Ingo. "Or rather, not entirely you," wiping the blood from his nose. Ingo smiled and nodded. "It is my master." The girl chuckled mischievously. "However, you may be considered a participant. I shall grant you this great fortune on the condition that you promise me something." Ingo nodded. "Please speak." The girl gazed at him intently. "Where's the place in your memory where you played chess? Who was that person? And how did that chessboard end up in his possession? Take me to meet him." Ingo stared at her in disbelief, astonished by her ability to delve into his memories. He shook his head. "Though I do not know your intentions, I cannot betray my master." The girl's brow furrowed, her anger palpable. "Do you dare?" A wave of pressure descended upon Ingo, causing him to kneel. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "You need not intimidate me. I would rather die than betray my master." Her expression softened. "Ah, forget it. In truth, I am the spirit of the star chessboard. The chessboard you played on with your master is one that has lost its spirit. I merely wish to return to my original place. Please, young sir, help me." As the oppressive aura dissipated, Ingo felt a sense of relief and rose to his feet. "Very well," the spirit instructed. "Calm your mind. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity." With that, she placed her hand upon Ingo's forehead. "This is the celestial essence of Chu Ing, which I grant to you. I hope you will cultivate diligently and carry forth Chu Ing's legacy, to safeguard the lives of the people and protect our human race." Ingo remained silent, accepting the inheritance. Chen Pingyan and the others, observing Ingo's sweat-drenched and contorted expression, mistakenly believed he had suffered some harm. Just as they were about to intervene, Ingo awoke with a smile. "Senior brother, I'm fine." Chen Pingyan and Cheng Du both felt a sudden sense of relief. Ingo turned to Xianyuan and smiled. "Fairy Xianyuan, I am fortunate not to have disappointed your expectations." Xianyuan, her face blooming like a peach blossom, shyly lowered her head. Before long, the contest had reached its conclusion. Many members of the prominent sects had successfully seized a considerable amount of resources, while some loose cultivators also obtained valuable treasures. Those who failed to acquire anything had mostly perished. Consequently, the crowd bowed deeply to Ingo, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving intervention that day. Ingo nodded, a wry smile crossing his face as he regarded these exceedingly hypocritical individuals. "Young mastering, until we meet again," they said as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, a few individuals soaring in midair exploded without warning. Hadn't the formation barrier been dispelled? What was happening? The crowd looked at Ingo in confusion. He shook his head, stating, "The chess game has been broken, the formation dismantled. It seems someone wishes to keep us here." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal phantom appeared in the sky. "Ha ha! It is you who unraveled the star chess formation? You possess no cultivation? How is that possible? Quickly hand over the celestial treasure." The voice of the great emperor reverberated, causing the crowd to lose their composure. Those with fragile minds bled from all 7 orifices, while the talented individuals struggled to maintain their composure amidst the chaos. "It is the demon emperor," Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "To think it is the demon emperor. It appears we are doomed." He shook his head with a bitter smile. "Once the demon emperor appears, there is no escape for anyone. Surrender the celestial treasure, and I shall allow you to leave here alone," the winged tiger demon emperor bellowed. Ingo shook his head. "What celestial treasure? I have not heard of such a thing." As Ingo feigned ignorance, the winged tiger demon emperor cursed angrily, seeking death. A wave of sound surged toward them. Ingo and his companions felt the specter of death encroaching. He closed his eyes, gripping Xianyuan's hand tightly and pulling her behind him. Boom! A tremendous explosion shattered the air. Chapter 61. Ingo's Dragon Bloodline. Suddenly, an immense power erupted from Ingo, dispersing the sound waves of the winged tiger demon emperor. Ha ha! It truly is a celestial treasure. Its protective capabilities are remarkable. The winged tiger demon emperor looked down upon Ingo with disdain. "Hand over the item. You do not deserve to possess it." The crowd was astounded. It was indeed a celestial treasure. Only such a treasure could withstand an attack from the phantom of a great emperor. They never expected to find a celestial treasure within the great sage's cave. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed in Ingo's mind. My strength has been depleted. I may soon fall into slumber. Find a way to escape. The voice of the artifact spirit grew increasingly faint until it faded away. Artifact spirit, awaken. Hold on. I will surely bring you back. Artifact spirit, artifact spirit. Ingo roared within his mind, yet received no response. At this moment, the scattered cultivators and the members of the prominent sect on the opposite shore struggled to maintain their footing, let alone muster the courage to confront the demon emperor. Chen Pingyan drew his sword and positioned himself before Ingo. Chengdu also unsheathed the Junzi sword. Though he was merely at the qi refining stage, he remained undaunted. Even Yu Wenyin and the others felt a surge of fear beneath the overwhelming pressure emanating from the demon emperor. However, the three from the Xianyuan sacred sect exhibited not a trace of trepidation. A mere demon emperor's aura held no sway over them, especially considering they had an immortal in their midst. The winged tiger demon emperor observed the crowd sprawled on the ground and then glanced at the resolute trio from the Xianyuan sacred sect. His curiosity piqued. Why did these three persist in their defiance in the face of absolute power? They appeared almost unfazed by the situation. Junior brothers Ing and Cheng, you must leave. Chen Pingyan, as the eldest disciple, felt a duty to protect his junior brothers. Senior brother, have you forgotten your promise to me? I will not leave, Chengdu replied, and Ingo nodded in agreement. Chen Pingyan was incensed. Foolishness. Are you disregarding your senior brother's words? Your death is inconsequential. But the immortal treasure must not fall into the hands of the demon emperor, otherwise it will spell disaster for our kind. Depart. Chengdu shook his head and stepped forward. Junior brother Ing, senior brother speaks true. Fairy Shi Wan, could you please assist in escorting Ingo away? Sure, Wan hesitated. Gazing at Ingo, he released her hand and laughed heartily. Ha ha, do not underestimate me, Ingo. I will not flee, especially since the demon emperor has erected a barrier. Can we even escape? Both of them were momentarily taken aback. Ingo was right. In their eagerness to protect, they had forgotten that everyone was trapped. The winged tiger demon emperor was bewildered. What on earth were these insects doing? Were they still playing out a tragic farewell scene? You, a mere figure at the Dharma manifestation stage, believe you can allow them to escape? It is laughable. Hey, have you indulged in your inner drama for too long? Hurry up, or I shall be forced to use my power to retrieve you. Yet, the demon emperor dared not reveal too much of his strength. The barrier could only sustain itself for a limited duration. If he expended too much power, it would inevitably shatter. Once the barrier broke, the human emperor would certainly sense it and come to their aid. A swift resolution was imperative. Seizing the moment as the winged tiger demon emperor appeared distracted, Chen Pingyan unleashed his full Dharma manifestation, a sword, yet to be named. Though he had yet to master it, this was already his most formidable technique. Heaven-slaying sword. The sword above him instantly enlarged and descended upon the winged tiger demon emperor. The demon emperor sneered. Interesting technique, but sadly lacking in power. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the Dharma's sword, sending the assembled crowd sprawling. Insects, I have no time to play with you. With a mere thought, the winged tiger demon emperor gestured with his right hand, intent on pulling Ingo towards him. Ingo's body felt as though it were being pulled towards the winged tiger demon emperor. In a desperate attempt to resist, he grasped the stone on the ground tightly, his fingers straining as the surge of the demon emperor's will bore down upon him, causing the veins in his hands to bulge. Gritting his teeth, his face grew somewhat ashen. At that moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Ingo, illuminating his form and rendering it nearly blinding. The winged tiger demon emperor gazed in astonishment at the golden glow emanating from Ingo, sensing an innate pressure that suggested a connection to dragon blood. Could it be that this individual possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan? This revelation filled him with elation. Capturing him to extract the dragon bloodline would enable the activation of ancient bloodline powers, empowering him to easily obliterate any human emperor. The glint of greed sparkled in the demon emperor's eyes as his pull on Ingo intensified. Suddenly, Ingo emitted a resonant dragon roar. The golden light coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon, which glared fiercely at the winged tiger demon emperor. The dragon opened its maw wide and charged forward. The pressure from the dragon's bloodline grew overwhelming, forcing the demon emperor to relinquish his hold on Ingo and unleash a fearsome tiger roar. The clash of the tiger's sonic wave and the golden dragon resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that toppled both large sects and scattered cultivators to the ground. Many were left with bulging eyes, appearing grotesque, while those of weaker cultivation or resolve succumbed to death. The plaza was nearly decimated. Yet the 6 individuals on the platform were shielded from the sound waves by the golden dragon. Remarkably, the spectral form of the winged tiger demon emperor was pushed back 2 steps. However, the disparity in cultivation levels proved too great. The golden dragon was ultimately dissipated, and Ingo lost consciousness. Cursed be the oversight of not evading. The demon emperor, momentarily dazed, decided against further engagement. With another sweeping motion, he exerted a powerful pull towards the 6 individuals on the platform. Just then, a wooden figure emerged from Chun Pingan's chest, floating into the air. Chapter 62. The Celestial Level Breaking Sword. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the wooden figure radiated a bright white light, from which a humanoid silhouette emerged. The winged tiger demon emperor felt a flicker of fear. The pressure exuded by this apparition surpassed that of the golden dragon significantly. Little master uncle? Master? Chun Pingan and his companion gazed in astonishment at the figure hovering in the air. The likeness of this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Xianyuan. Chun Pingan furrowed his brow. The wooden figure was modeled after the Grandmaster. Yet why did the figure that emerged resemble Little Master Uncle? The expressionless visage of the Xianyuan lookalike was devoid of emotion, radiating coldness, with piercing eyes fixed intently on the winged tiger demon emperor, silent yet imposing. A sword appeared out of thin air, held aloft by both hands, as the wielder uttered 4 words with a measured calmness. Heaven-splitting sword. Unlike the strike delivered by Chun Pingan, the person resembling Xianyuan cleaved the heavens themselves, carving a distinct boundary through the clouds above. As if intent on bisecting the sky, the winged tiger demon emperor was thrown into disarray. The pressure emanating from this sword was such that even his true form might struggle to withstand it, let alone confront it directly. He was undeniably a celestial being, without an ounce of resistance. The winged tiger demon emperor could only watch in horror as the immense sword cleaved him in 2, dissipating into the ether. The sword's might did not diminish upon striking the demon emperor. Instead, it carved an insurmountable chasm between the realms of humanity and demons. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, realizing that had such power been unleashed within the city, it would surely have upturned the entire settlement. Fortunately, the winged tiger demon emperor had chosen to establish the great sage's cave on the boundary of the human realm, sparing them from greater calamity. Xianyuan sheathed his sword and gazed skyward. With a whoosh, he soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Was it a miracle? Was he truly a celestial being? That previous strike was nothing short of terrifying. Only an immortal could wield such formidable swordplay. The puppet slowly descended, and Chun Pingan retrieved it. At that moment, the puppet had lost its former vivacity, appearing dull and lifeless, with cracks beginning to mar its surface. Chun Pingan understood that the puppet had lost its spiritual essence, reduced to mere mortal remains. His mind replayed the earlier spectacle. His little master was indeed awe-inspiring. Just a wooden figure had manifested such profound sword intent, an extraordinary feat. Grateful for his master's guidance in understanding the wooden figure, he realized that a twist of fate, driven by Zhang Quandan's selfishness, had inadvertently saved this group of disciples. Brother Chun, I heard you all calling him Little Master. What is the story behind that? Yu Wenyin and Lin Yi stepped forward, eager to inquire. Chun Pingan replied with a serene smile, "The individual you just witnessed is my little master, the mentor of both Cheng Shidi and Ing Shidi." Yu Wenyin was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the Zhuantiang Shengzong just recently ascended to the status of a holy sect? How could there be such an eminent figure within its ranks? The two exchanged glances with Cheng Du and Ingo, their expressions now tinged with envy. "Ha ha ha, Cheng Shidi. You two are truly fortunate." Lin Yi stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Though Cheng Du was merely at the Qi refinement stage, he did not dare to underestimate him. Perhaps their master was merely waiting for the right moment to unveil a grand revelation. After all, Ingo possessed no cultivation, yet displayed such audacity and capability to break the impasse. Could an ordinary person achieve this? Lin Yi and Yu Wenyin reflected upon their own limitations, acknowledging that they would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving such feats. Even if they possessed the courage to step forward, they could never unravel the intricate web of strategies at play. Thus, despite Ingo being merely a mortal, The fact that he could be a disciple of such a remarkable figure speaks volumes about his potential. Furthermore, the earlier encounter with the Demon Emperor showcased a golden dragon's prowess, which was utterly infuriating. How foolish it was for them to take pride in their own talents and cultivation, for in this life-and-death scenario, they were utterly helpless, truly worthless. Indeed, Brother Cheng, Xianyuan continued, the futures of you two are bound to be limitless. Here, I possess a precious elixir, a gift from my master upon my departure. You should administer it to Brother Ying. He ought to awaken swiftly. Xianyuan produced a jade vial and entrusted it to Cheng. Du Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, showing no reluctance. Thank you, esteemed brothers. I shall administer it to my junior immediately. As he prepared to give the elixir to Ingo, Xianyuan interjected, allow me to do it. She carefully took the elixir and fed it to Ingo, her gaze upon him gradually transforming. Initially motivated by gratitude, she had agreed to the meeting with Ingo, yet according to her status, she should seek a prodigy as her partner in the future. Ingo's mortal identity would surely not endure. However, the situation had changed. Ingo's master was surprisingly formidable, and the dragon blood coursing through Ingo's veins foretold that his future achievements would rival those present. The more she observed him, the more delighted she became. On the other side, those who had been unconscious gradually awoke, and through the introductions, they learned of the events that transpired. They bowed deeply to Chen Pinyin before departing. Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. As Ingo neared consciousness, it was imperative to return him to the sect for healing. Gentlemen, we must take our leave. It has been a pleasure to meet you today, and we shall surely visit again in the future, Chen Pinyin declared with a respectful fist salute. Xianyuan and Lin felt a tinge of disappointment that Chen Pinyin had not invited them to the Xiantian holy sect to witness the grandeur of the immortal world. However, they considered that an impromptu visit might be intrusive. It would be better to return to their sect, summon their master and others, and arrange a proper meeting. Safe travels. Xianyuan and Lin clasped their fists in farewell. Seeing the three preparing to depart, Xianyuan hesitated momentarily, then resolutely spoke, young Master Ying. May I accompany you back to the Xiantian holy sect? I have already arranged for my master to meet me there. The journey from Qingyin sect is long, and I am somewhat injured. Chen Pinyin glanced at Ingo and nodded. Very well, let's travel together. Xianyuan joyfully assisted Ingo, and they took flight, each supporting one another. Lin observed, I dare to predict that the achievements of these three will undoubtedly rival those of the prodigies from the central continent. Xianyuan remarked with admiration. Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, there exists a master who, in due time, shall undoubtedly elevate the Xiantian sacred sect to the pinnacle of the Tianxian continent sections. Brother Yuan, let's dispense with idle chatter. It is time for us to take our leave. The two clasped their fists in farewell and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Once they departed, four ethereal figures emerged. Have we arrived too late? The Eastern Emperor, Huang Yao, surveyed the ground strewn with corpses and furrowed his brow. Duan Yu shook his head. It should have concluded. No, wait, look at that formidable sword intent. The four turned their gaze toward the chasm. Who could it be? To wield such sword intent is truly remarkable. One can only imagine how challenging it would be for even an emperor to endure. The Northern Emperor, Hong Lu, gazed at the chasm in terror. The Southern Emperor, Duan Yu, immediately thought of Xianyuan. This must remain a secret. It could very well be a reclusive sword immortal who has devoted themselves to swordsmanship. Otherwise, how could one explain this? The four nodded in agreement, for amongst the human race's imperial powers, they were the only four. There is no way to conceal this. Southern Emperor searched for any survivors to ascertain the truth of the matter, commanded the Eastern Emperor, taking on the role of the elder brother. Duan Yu of the Southern Emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this incident occurred in the southern region. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep hidden. Chapter 63. Of course, the choice is to forgive her. Dogsheng led the three companions towards the Xiantian sacred sect, and soon they returned to the sect. Xianyuan gazed at the grand entrance of the Xiantian sacred sect, feeling no particular astonishment. It was rather ordinary. One might even say it did not compare favorably to their own Qingyin sect. Tianxing Jian, observing the couplets inscribed on the stone pillars flanking the entrance. She began to recite them aloud. Suddenly, Xianyuan felt a profound respect for the Xiantian sacred sect. The once unremarkable entrance was instantly elevated by the grace of those couplets. Brother Chun, does your Xiantian sacred sect have a historical legacy? She wished to inquire whether the sect held a prominent position during the era of imperial contention. Chen Dogsheng shook his head. Such distant history is beyond our knowledge. Neither my master nor grandmaster has ever spoken of it. What is the matter? Xianyuan also shook her head. It is nothing. I was merely struck by the 2 couplets inscribed at your esteemed sect's entrance. The ability to compose such righteous verses indicates that this esteemed predecessor must be a person of great renown. Shen Dogxing chuckled. Ah, you mean this? These are penned by my little master uncle. I forgot to mention, my little master uncle is also a literary sage. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan nearly lost her balance, managing to steady herself with great effort. A literary sage? Who exactly is this little master uncle? Xianyuan felt an overwhelming curiosity. Senior brother. The faint voice of Ingo reached her ears. Ingshidi, how are you? Chun Pingyan inquired urgently. Ingo smiled and shook his head. It is nothing serious. Let's return to Xianyuan Peak. All right. Chun Pingyan did not obstruct their journey, feeling that it was best to return to the Dan Hall at this moment. However, recalling the vitality elixir of his junior apprentice, he felt at ease. There was an abundance of supplements at the Xianyuan Peak. What was the need to visit the Dan Hall? The 4 of them soared through the skies, arriving at the foot of Xianyuan Peak. Chun Pingyan instinctively halted. Brother Chun, why don't we fly up? Xianyuan asked, puzzled, as she usually flew freely around the Qingyin sect without any reservations. Chun Pingyan smiled lightly. In our Xianxia sect, there's an unwritten rule that one must walk up Xianyuan Peak to show respect to our junior master. It is an agreement among us disciples. Xianyuan nodded, sensing the esteemed position of this junior master within the Xianxia sect. Soon, they would meet the legendary junior master, and she found herself feeling somewhat anxious. As they progressed halfway, Ingo suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if struck by a thought. Miss Shi, could you please wait for me at the base of the mountain? I will come down to find you shortly. Xianyuan furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Young mastering? I have come this far. How can I not pay a visit to your master? Even someone as astute as Ingo could find no reason to counter her. At this moment, he merely hoped that his master was not present at Xianyuan Peak. Yet, he knew that his master seldom left the peak. Remembering the tragic fate of young Xianxian, Ingo began to feel a sense of foreboding. I'll let us go. He sighed and was assisted onward. Suddenly, a melody wafted through the air. Ingo's heart skipped a beat. He understood now. His master had begun to play the zither once again, showcasing his flair. This was disastrous. The sound of the zither is so exquisite and melodious. Could it be that someone on Xianyuan Peak possesses such remarkable skill? Is it perhaps your master's wife, young mastering? Ingo awkwardly shook his head. It is my master playing. He loves to play the zither in his leisure time. He is only 18 this year and unmarried. What can Ingo do? Xianyuan appeared astonished and began to sway her head to the rhythm, reveling in the music. Young mastering, I find myself increasingly curious about your master. Ingo forced a smile as they finally reached the summit, just as the final notes of the piece lingered in the air. Li Xianxia, Ingo, who was being supported and hurried over. Ingo turned a glance at Xianyuan, and his heart shattered. At that moment, Xianyuan gazed at Li Xianyuan, utterly entranced. Her large, dark eyes sparkling with an unusual light. She resembled the blooming peach blossoms of spring. Such a remarkably handsome man exists in this world. Xianyuan unconsciously approached. I am Xianyuan from the Qingyin sect. Honored to meet you, senior. She said shyly, casting a lingering gaze at Li Xianyuan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Who is she? Li Xianyuan gazed at Ingo with a look of confusion. Master, this young lady has assisted junior brother Ing in escaping the illusion, and has even agreed to court him. Chengdu promptly informed Li Xianyuan. Ingo immediately cast a grateful glance in his direction. Are you all right? Seeing Ingo's frail state, Li Xianyuan hastily inquired. Ingo shook his head, replying to his master, for now, I am fine. Even if there were issues, I wouldn't dare to rest. Then help him over to sit down. Adieu. Please heat the fish soup in the pot to replenish his strength. Chengdu complied and entered the kitchen while Li Xianyuan assisted them in taking a seat. Go Sheng. What happened? Chun Pingyan's composure wavered upon hearing the tone of Li Xianyuan, which carried a hint of reproach. Go Sheng failed to protect junior brother. I request punishment from a junior uncle. Li Xianyuan shot him a disapproving glance. No one is punishing you. Quickly recount the events. Thus, Chun Pingyan relayed the entire sequence of events to Li Xianyuan. This is how it is. I feel that the whole affair is in fact a conspiracy. A conspiracy? Li Xianyuan was perplexed. Chun Pingyan elaborated. Indeed, it is a scheme of the demon race. With the emergence of a great sage's cave, it is suspicious that someone could sell accurate intelligence. Li Xianyuan nudatut fully. Indeed, who knows whose cave it is, and why would information surface? Based on their earlier recounting, Xianyuan derived two conclusions. First, the demon race intends to exploit the human race to unravel the celestial chess game and obtain the treasure sealed within the cave by the chess saint, Zhuang. Second, the demon race orchestrated a trap to lure monsters, launching a grand strike to annihilate the human prodigies. As for the motive, Xianyuan found it incomprehensible. The reason for the failure of this demonic conspiracy was rather simple. The news spread too slowly, and the rewards were not enticing enough. The true prodigies did not come from the central continent. They simply looked down upon it. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Xianxia, unexpectedly imparting a lesson to him this morning through unforeseen circumstances. However, Chun Pinyin was unaware of the matters concerning celestial roots and weapon spirits. And thus Xianyuan was also in the dark. Chun Pinyin retrieved a wooden puppet from his chest and placed it before Xianyuan. Junior uncle, this puppet has lost its efficacy. Xianyuan nodded, picking up the puppet. It indeed appeared somewhat worn. He had not anticipated that the puppet could still manifest divinity, even slaying the phantom of the demon emperor with a single strike. Initially, he thought the lessons imparted by the system were frivolous, yet he found such extraordinary effects. System, how many secrets do you still harbor? Junior uncle, this puppet was regarded as a treasure by the master, but now, Chun Pinyin found himself in a quandary. Although this puppet had saved their lives, he was unsure how to account for it. If the key secrets were to be revealed that the puppet was destroyed, it would merely be a trifling matter, but Zhang Quandon's misuse of public resources is a grave concern. At that juncture, the sect members would undoubtedly accuse the master of favoritism, alleging that he had clandestinely bestowed the best upon his favored disciple. Chun Pinyin feared that his master might face repercussions. Xianyuan, para saving Shen Pingan's distras, shukladligli. Dogsheng, it is merely a broken puppet. There is no need for concern. Just wait a moment. With that, Xianyuan retreated to his chamber and retrieved a chest. A pang of apprehension gripped Chun Pingin's heart. Given Xianyuan's recent habits, he logically deduced that this chest must be filled with puppets. Trembling, Chun Pinyin grasped his teacup, but his unsteady hands caused the tea to spill, leaving him parched. Select one to take back for your report. They are all intact, Xianyuan said, pushing the wooden chest toward Dogsheng, seemingly indifferent as he resumed sipping his tea. Good heavens, an entire chest of puppets! Chun Pinyin exclaimed, peering inside. Each puppet resembled the first, imbued with an astonishing lifelike quality, as though they were real beings. This was his moment of fortune. He began to extract them one by one. This one, no, perhaps this, or this one. He felt an exhilarating rush, akin to possessing numerous celestial treasures, pondering which to wield today. Closing his eyes, he randomly selected one. This shall do, little master uncle. Xianyuan smilad knowingly. Indeed, only a child would dither over choices. He stood and retrieved 6 more puppets from within, tossing 3 to Chun Pinyin. One for your master, and the other 3 you may share with Chongqing and Wu Lei. He then tossed 2 to Ingao. One for your senior brother later. The final puppet he held with great care, regarding Xianyuan with seriousness. Her cheeks flushed with surprise. Could it be that she too would receive one? She had witnessed the puppet's formidable power, capable of combating even the mightiest of beings. This is for you, my dear, in gratitude for your support of my disciple. With that, Xianyuan tossed the puppet to her. Xianyuan caught it, her face radiant with joy, nearly rushing to embrace Xianyuan in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. There is no need for such formality. It is my duty, he replied with a nod, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Esteemed elder, Xianyuan hesitated, then spoke again. Might you offer guidance on my musical skills? I have been stagnating at the juncture of strings and fingers, unable to transcend the constraints of my heart's devotion to the zither. After speaking, she felt a tinge of guilt for her impertinence. The elder had already gifted her a puppet, and now she sought further instruction. It felt rather presumptuous. Though the melody from earlier had allowed Xianyuan to envision Xianyuan's appearance while playing, she yearned to witness firsthand the posture of an immortal at the piano. Merely contemplating it caused her cheeks to flush. Observing Xianyuan's demeanor, Ingao felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding his own life. He held no blame towards his master, truly. Xianyuan furrowed his brow. If it were about learning the art of music, he could certainly offer guidance. Why don't you play a piece for me? He glanced at Xianyuan. Ecstatic, she promptly retrieved her instrument and focused her mind to perform a piece. However, just as she reached the halfway mark, stop. To Li Xianyuan's ears, it sounded akin to rubbish being poured into his ears. The notes were present, yet the essence was absent. Her fingerwork was proficient, but she was merely showing off her skills. Utterly worthless. How did your master instruct you? Do you not comprehend that the essence of a piece lies in its artistic conception? Xianyuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such stringent criticism from Li Xianyuan. His unrelenting critique brought tears to her eyes. Had they not been in someone else's home, she might have wept aloud. At that moment, a mature and composed voice interjected. I taught her. Do you have any objections? Chapter 65. Suruyu. Li Xianyuan was momentarily stunned as a regal and elegant woman approached. Xianyuan gasped in surprise and hurried over. Master. The woman nodded, affectionately stroking Xianyuan's hair. My dear disciple, you must have been startled. It's my fault for not considering everything thoroughly. Upon receiving the news, she had rushed over. Xianyuan was her most cherished disciple. Had anything gone awry, the sorrow would have been unbearable. The woman turned to face Li Xianyuan, suddenly captivated by his striking beauty. The breeze tousled his long hair, the delicate strands dancing in the air. His gaze was profound, reminiscent of a vast expanse of stars. His demeanor was ethereal, as if he were a being from another realm. How could such a fresh and transcendent individual exist in this world? The woman was momentarily entranced. Master. Xianyuan gently shook her, prompting the woman to regain her composure. Watching her reaction, Li Xianyuan sighed in resignation. Yet another superficial individual fixated solely on appearances. Was there truly no one who could recognize my depth? Ingo could only manage a bitter smile. It's over. It's a buy one get one free situation now. Wan, is this the senior you spoke of? The woman turned to Xianyuan, skepticism evident in her eyes. According to the information Xianyuan had sent back, a disciple of a senior had brought a puppet carved by this senior, shattering the illusion of the demon emperor with a single strike. She had envisioned an elderly figure, not a strikingly handsome youth. Something was amiss. Such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age is indeed rare. One must acknowledge that the treasures capable of reversing the effects of aging in the Xianxian continent are few and far between. Even the mightiest of emperors are often but elderly men. The beautiful woman turned her gaze toward Li Xianyuan, realizing that with every gesture he made, it seemed as though he could summon the very laws of heaven and earth. A profound aura of Tao surrounded him, exuding an otherworldly grace. A visage imbued with celestial energy. It was clear he was an immortal. The beautiful woman swiftly confirmed Li Xianyuan's identity upon witnessing her astonishment reflected in her expression. Poetic Xianyuan nodded in approval at the beautiful woman's surprise. The woman hastily bowed, acknowledging her previous indiscretion in speaking out of turn, for she had been unaware that she was in the presence of a senior. Suruyu dared not act rashly, instead patiently awaiting Li Xianyuan's response. Li Xianyuan, having long grown accustomed to such reactions, waved his hand dismissively. Did you have doubts about my earlier words? This query startled Suruyu considerably. The elder was displeased. She quickly offered an explanation. I was merely anxious to protect my disciple and spoke without thought. I implore your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Li Xianyuan let out a cold chuckle. You may question my cultivation, but you cannot claim that I lack proficiency in the art of the guqin. So tell me, was my earlier statement erroneous? Suruyu hastily shook her head. If it came from your esteemed lips, it certainly cannot be wrong. So you concede, Li Xianyuan remarked, displeased. Now, you shall perform a piece for me, and we shall see if you possess the audacity to refute my assertions. Panikin suedin suruyu. I dare not, she exclaimed. When commanded to play, she found herself in a predicament. To comply would be folly. It was my fault. Please do not take it to heart, esteemed elder. Her complexion paled with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She dared to steal a glance at Li Xianyuan, only to find his gaze piercing and laced with a hint of ire, as if her dignity had been challenged. I command you to play, and you shall do so without further discussion, Li Xianyuan declared, rising from his seat after taking a sip of tea. To ensure fairness, you shall perform a piece, and I will follow suit, using the same guqin. He gestured toward the Wudong guqin. Suruyu found herself in a dilemma, but could only acquiesce as she approached the instrument. Play your finest piece for me, Li Xianyuan instructed. Faced with no other option, Suruyu steeled herself and placed her hands on the guqin. Closing her eyes to gather her composure, she began to move her fingers. Suddenly, she was struck with disbelief. She found herself utterly incapable of plucking the strings. The guqin strings felt as unyielding as steel, remaining obstinately still regardless of her efforts. "Esteemed elder, are you jesting with me? Is this truly a Guqin?" she exclaimed in utter disarray, scrutinizing the Wutong Guqin with growing trepidation. Having surveyed the surroundings, there appear to be no issues. How peculiar. Su Ryu gradually grasped the reality of the situation. If even she could not play the zither, it must surely be an artifact of celestial grade or higher. Yet, upon closer inspection, the instrument seemed utterly unremarkable, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, and thus did not resemble a celestial artifact. Su Ryu promptly rose to her feet. "Senior, I cannot play this zither." Xianyuan was taken aback. How could such a fine instrument be unplayable? "Come forth, allow me to give it a try." It was amusing to hear her boast of her prowess, only to falter now. As Xianyuan seated herself, her entire demeanor transformed. Su Ryu noticed how Xianyuan appeared to radiate an air of elegance. Her fingers glided gently over the strings, as if imbued with a hint of melody, seamlessly merging with the essence of nature. There was an ethereal quality about her, reminiscent of celestial being. Su Ryu stood before Xianyuan like a dutiful student, patiently awaiting the performance. As an ardent admirer of the zither, Xianyuan also approached, well aware of Xianyuan's formidable skills. On the other hand, Ingo lacked interest. He was accustomed to the cacophony of multiple performers at home and preferred the delicate melodies of courtesans playing the Hongxiu Zhao. With a resounding note, Xianyuan immediately captivated the attention of Su Ryu and her disciple. The sound deepened, drawing them into a trance. Su Ryu and Xianyuan closed their eyes. Enveloped by the enchanting illusion conjured by the zither's music, they found themselves transported to an extraordinary realm, soaring through the skies with a sword. Marveling at the breathtaking landscapes, towering mountains, cascading streams, and magnificent waterfalls, all intertwined with lush forests. Vivid images of exquisite scenery unfolded within their minds. High mountains and flowing water. Su Ryu instinctively conceived the title of the piece. She opened her eyes, captivated by Xianyuan's passionate artistry. Each pluck of the strings resonated with her emotions. This was the essence of artistic conception. Su Ryu realized that it was not merely Xianyuan who lacked this understanding. She herself was equally deficient. A moment of enlightenment struck her. Her connection to the zither had finally transcended boundaries. What followed was a surge in her cultivation. From the initial stage of Dongxiu, she advanced through to the mid and late stages with an unstoppable momentum, as effortless as slicing through tofu. Beside her, Xianyuan experienced a similar transformation, leaping from the early stage of yuanying directly to its pinnacle. Had Su Ryu not nudged her, she might have remained oblivious to her own progress, even in the presence of the Xiantian sacred sect. The two exchanged a glance, a sigh of relief escaping their lips. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Now they understood why Xianyuan had urged Su Ryu to play the zither. It was merely a guise of competition, intended to offer guidance. Su Ryu glanced at the zither pillow, where two characters could be faintly discerned. Wudong. Chapter 66. The 18 Styles of a Way. Wudong. As a master of zither artistry, Su Ryu was well aware of that historical significance. Wasn't this the famed Wutong immortal zither, associated with the zither sage Boya? Her heart raced with exhilaration. The founder of her sect, Qingyin, shared profound ties with the zither sage. If her predecessor knew Boya, then they were undoubtedly an acquaintance of Qingyin. Unable to contain her eagerness, Su Ryu was tempted to interrupt Xianyuan. Yet, she understood that to disrupt another's performance was exceedingly impolite, especially towards an elder. How could one adhere to the principles of a virtuous sect without courtesy? Although her heart burned with urgency, she restrained her excitement and awaited patiently. At last, the piece concluded. Xianyuan opened his eyes and regarded Su Ryu with pride. "Did you see my Dior?" he inquired. Su Ryu paused, then shook her head. "I did not look." Xianyuan chuckled, surprised that she did not take the bait. Just as he was about to rise, Su Ryu rushed to kneel before him once more. "Elder, do you know the zither sage Boya?" Xianyuan thought to himself that she had discerned the zither's origins. After all, who did not know Boya? "Yes, I'm aware of him," he replied. Su Ryu was taken aback by his response. It seemed the elder's connection to Boya was not very profound. "But elder, how did Boya's Wutong immortal zither come to be in your possession?" she asked, pointing to the Wutong zither. Xianyuan smiled and said, "This zither was gifted to me by a friend. Is there a problem?" Su Ryu shook her head. "Elder, my sect, Qingyin, has ties with the zither sage Boya." Upon seeing you possess the Wutong immortal zither, I assumed you were acquainted with him. She felt as if she were on the verge of clinging to Li Xianyuan's leg in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Even without your words, I'm aware. It seemed to her that Li Xianyuan was deliberately withholding information. It was understandable, given the Elder's elevated cultivation level. He likely preferred to remain undisturbed during his retreat at the Xiantian holy sect. If his identity were revealed, he would inevitably attract a flood of sycophants. However, she felt fortunate, having suddenly broken through to the late stage of Dongxiu, elevating Qingyin from being a lesser sect in the east. Due to specializing in the art of the Fanine demon zither, her offensive capabilities were regrettably lacking. She could even be defeated by some second-rate sections. The Fanine demon zither was ineffective against those with formidable mental strength and unwavering resolve. Thus, despite reaching the late stage of Dongxiu, it remained merely a nominal title. In one-on-one confrontations, she was essentially courting death. In the end, I can only serve as a support in the team battle. Senior, please save my Qingyin sect. Suru Klang Dispriklitoli Xianyuan. It is well known that the area around the thigh is rather sensitive. Li Xianyuan nearly jumped in surprise. Su Ryu, quickly let go. Su Ryu shook her head, fearing that Li Xianyuan would struggle free, and thus tightened her embrace, pressing her face closer. Li Xianyuan's face flushed crimson as he instinctively stepped back. In the process of retreating, his hand accidentally brushed against the strings of the zither. Pluck! The zither string resonated, sending forth an invisible wave of sound that struck the peak of Zhang Quandan's sect, shearing off half of the mountain. Both Li Xianyuan and Su Ruyu were left in stunned silence, as was Xianyuan. This, Su Ruyu's eyes widened in realization. I understand. The senior intends to hint to me that the techniques of our Qingyin sect emphasize spiritual attacks, but lack tangible offensive power. They want me to infuse my spiritual energy into the zither strings, generating sound waves, thus transforming this ethereal spiritual assault into a corporeal strike. Senior, I comprehend. Su Ryu immediately released Li Xianyuan's leg, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Su Ryu hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Is there any guidance on this technique, or any precautions I should be aware of? She yearned to inquire, but hesitated, fearing that if she required the senior to clarify everything, she might be looked down upon. Shaking her head, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. So that's it. The stronger the infused spiritual power, the greater the attack's potency. How simple. Why even ask? Moreover, this sound wave attack is elusive and nearly impossible to defend against. This is nothing short of a celestial-level technique. No, given by a transcendent. How could it possibly be merely celestial? It must be at least of divine rank. I never anticipated that our Qingyin sect would possess a divine-level technique. Furthermore, most sects in the Tianxian continent emphasize the cultivation of qi, whereas Qingyin's sect focuses on the cultivation of a spirit. Therefore, this technique is tailor-made for a sect. Suruyu promptly prostrated herself in gratitude. Her formerly smooth and fair forehead now bearing an imprint from her bow. Alas! Li Xianyuan shook his head and sighed. Su Ryu, puzzled, wondered why the senior sighed. Could it be that the senior lamented seeing her, a disciple of an old acquaintance, reduced to such a state? Or perhaps the senior, unwilling to reveal their identity, wished to assist but dared not overtly do so? Su Ryu was increasingly convinced that Li Xianyuan was indeed an old friend. It's nothing. You may leave now. If you linger too long, Zhang Quandan will return, and you will find it difficult to depart. Li Xianyuan busied himself with tea, no longer paying attention to the two. Su Ryu, understanding that the senior was hinting at their departure, felt it inappropriate to linger further and turned to call her disciple. Xianyuan, however, hesitated, reluctant to leave. Master, please go ahead and wait for me. Xianyuan stepped in front of Ingo, at which point people finally remembered him. There's no need to elaborate. I'm already aware. Ingo forced a smile, fearful that Xianyuan would discern the sorrow hidden within him. However, Xianyuan merely chuckled. I am returning with my master. If you have the time, young mastering, you may visit me in the Eastern Realm. With a graceful wave, Xianyuan left Ingo with a radiant smile. He stood there momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that Xianyuan was not enamored with her master. Her heart still harbored feelings for him. Unbeknownst to him, Ingo gradually shifted from being proactive to passive. The two of them descended the mountain step by step. Wan, who was that young mastering just now? You two seem to share a story. Su Ryu observed the budding feelings within Xianyuan. Blushing, Shi Wanwan replied softly. He is a direct disciple of my senior, the one who saved us all. Oh, the poised and elegant Su Ruyu nearly stumbled. She quickly grasped Shi Wanwan's arm. Do you have feelings for him? Does he feel the same? Shi Wanwan nodded. Su Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. With one hand tearing through space and the other holding on to Shi Wanwan, she continued, you are still young. And there are many matters of the heart you have yet to comprehend. When we return to the sect, your master will teach you the awakened 18 techniques. Once you have mastered them, you can invite young Master Ing for a discussion. I guarantee he will be utterly devoted to you. Shi Wanwan, not fully understanding what the awakened 18 techniques entailed, assumed they were methods of handling romantic affairs. She simply nodded and followed her into the void. Chapter 67. The Versailles Literature of the Immortal Fate Peak. At Immortal Fate Peak, Chengdu brought out the warm soup and poured a bowl for Ingo, who was seated nearby, observing. Go, what is the matter? Why did you bring a girl back? Li Xianyuan fainat anje. You need to be mindful of your conduct. Do you understand? Don't let this get out and tarnish my reputation as your master. Ingo chuckled lightly. Master, it's nothing more than mutual admiration. He gingerly tested the soup, finding it slightly hot. By the way, master, what is a celestial spiritual root? Li Xianyuan smilat. Celestial spiritual root? Your senior brothers, including Dog Sheng, all possess celestial spiritual roots, which signifies superior talent. Why do you ask? Initially, Ingo thought the chess saint's legacy mentioned by the artifact spirit was something extraordinary, but he soon became disheartened to realize it was rather commonplace. It's nothing. I merely broke the chess formation, and the artifact spirit of the starry chessboard granted me the celestial spiritual root of the chess saint's legacy. Li Xianyuan's heart tightened. What did you say? Starry chessboard? Artifact spirit? When Ingo mentioned the artifact spirit, Li Xianyuan completely overlooked the significance of the celestial spiritual root, deepening Ingo's disappointment. It became clear that the celestial spiritual root was not as remarkable as he had hoped. The instrument spirit. It shielded me from the demon emperor's strike and fell into slumber. Li Xianyuan nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. A hint of envy flickered within him. The golden scissors for trimming bonsai at home were said to be divine artifacts, yet he had never encountered an instrument spirit. Wasn't the Wutong Qin of the Saint of Qin, Boya, also a celestial treasure? But what of the instrument spirit? Indeed, it seems that all splendid treasures belong to others. Chengdu approached. Master, junior brother possesses the bloodline of the dragon clan. Li Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. The bloodline of the dragon clan? As a descendant of dragons and a connoisseur of countless novels, Li Xianyuan held a notion that the dragon bloodline was quite formidable. With high potential, undoubtedly a child of destiny. As for the extent of its prowess, perhaps as lofty as 3 or 4 stories. Li Xianyuan was not well versed in the lore of cultivation, thus he lacked a concrete understanding. The two disciples incessantly recounted amusing anecdotes from the great sage's cave dwelling when a figure emerged from the void. Zhang Quandan's countenance was ashen, radiating rage. Sectmaster. Chengdu and Ingo simultaneously offered their respects. Zhang Quandan nodded impassively. Brother Quandan, what is the meaning of your forbidding demeanor? Li Xianyuan inquirat, finding ignoranza. Zhang Quandan stood in the position of the Wutong Qin, casting a discerning glance towards the sect master's peak. After a moment of contemplation, he slammed his palm onto the table. 13, you have gone too far. Why did you recklessly assault my sect master's peak? Zhang Quandan glared at Li Xianyuan, who felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Brother, are you aware of the dragon bloodline? Zhang Quandan was momentarily taken aback by Li Xianyuan's abrupt change of topic. The dragon bloodline? I know a bit, but not as well as the master does. What is the matter? Chengdu interjected. Sectmaster. The demon emperor claims that junior brother Ing has the bloodline of the dragon clan. Zhang Quandan's hand slipped on the table, causing him to stumble. Him? The bloodline of the dragon clan? Doubt was evident in Zhang Quandan's expression. He felt it was utterly implausible. He was well aware of Ingo's capabilities, a debauchee, neglecting his duties. Aside from his indulgences, he was nearly indistinguishable from Li Xianyuan. Li Xianyuan nudda. If the demon emperor spoke of it, it should not be false. Zhang Quandan also sensed the gravity of the situation. The emergence of a dragon bloodline within the sect was no trifling matter. After all, dragons are divine beasts, and those with dragon bloodlines possess limitless potential. 13. I shall call the master to come and assess this matter. Once resolved, we can discuss the issues concerning the sect master's peak. With that, he turned and stepped into the void. Li Xianyuan let out a wry smile and turned his gaze towards the Wutong Qin. He was puzzled as to why merely plucking a few strings could produce such a powerful sound wave. It was truly beyond his comprehension. Soon after, Xianyuan arrived at Xianyuan Peak with Xianxia in tow. As Xianxia emerged from the void, he approached Ingo directly. Please describe the scene at that moment. Xianxia gazed at Ingo, who in turn looked towards Chengdu. At that time, the demon emperor sought to seize a celestial treasure obtained by his junior brother, thus employing his will to manipulate him. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped the young disciple, coalescing into the form of a golden dragon. He even exchanged a blow with the demon emperor. Xianxia erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, truly the bloodline of the dragon clan. Xianyuan, perplexed, inquired, Master, why does a human possess the bloodline of the dragon clan? Xianxia sighed, explaining that this matter traced back to the ancestors of the Ying family. He recounted a tale of how the ancestor of the Ying family, while tending to cattle, saved a dragon. In gratitude, the dragon infused a drop of its essence into the Ying ancestor. Consequently, with this drop of blood, the ancestor's cultivation soared, leading to the establishment of the Qin Empire. Over time, as various foreign bloodlines diluted the dragon lineage, it eventually vanished entirely. Ingo, I never anticipated that the concentration of your dragon bloodline would meet the activation threshold. Under the duress of life and death, you awakened. A surge of joy filled Ingo's heart. He realized he possessed a hidden potential. No wonder you are so fond of beautiful women. It is a trait of the dragon bloodline. Yet, Xianxia cautioned him, do not rejoice too soon. Even if you have met the activation criteria, the concentration remains quite low. Nevertheless, it is a noteworthy discovery. To temper Ingo's exuberance, Xianxia doused him with a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his fervor. Ah, life is truly a roller coaster, Ingo sighed. Xianxia chuckled, you are young. Why do you speak with such maturity? Ingo forced a smile. I thought obtaining a celestial spirit root through inheritance was impressive, only to find it commonplace. I believe my dragon bloodline was significant, yet it is merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, and I lack a suitable cultivation method. I finally befriended a spirit tool, only to fall into a deep slumber. I have risen and fallen thrice. He downed a bowl of fish head soup as if it were wine. Master, are you all right? Xianyuan quickly supported Xianxia. Upon hearing Ingo's words, Xianxia nearly lost his footing. What did you just say? Repeat that, he exclaimed, pointing at Ingo with indignation. Ingo chuckled. The celestial spirit root of the chess Saint Chu Ing, granted to me by the spirit tool. Xianxia quickly pressed his finger against his pressure point, striving to keep his temper in check. Celestial spirit root. Xianxia turned to Xianyuan, feeling bewildered. He could hardly comprehend Xianyuan's choices. He was certain that both disciples were casually accepted by Xianyuan. Yet, the reason behind their acceptance eluded him. When the two first arrived at Xianyuan Peak, they were nothing short of worthless. Yet in the end, Xianyuan took them as disciples. What did this signify? This indicates that Xianyuan had discerned the potential of these two individuals early on. Xianxia vowed never to interfere with Xianyuan's selection of disciples again, fearing that his own misjudgment might lead to Xianyuan rejecting a genius out of consideration for his feelings. Just as Xianxia was engulfed in shock, an unusual occurrence began to manifest in Ingo. Chapter 68. The Secret of Fish Head Soup. This is the essence of dragon energy. Xianxia gazed at Ingo in bewilderment. Logically, Ingo should not possess such overwhelming dragon energy. What could be happening? Ingo's body became feverish, and he promptly shed his garments. His skin radiated heat, resembling a piece of glowing charcoal. It was evident that he was in great agony. His face contorted as if he were truly ensconced in a furnace. The air around him continued to heat up, prompting even Xianxia to take a cautious step back. Chengdu had unknowingly fetched a basin of water, intending to douse Ingo to alleviate the flames. Xianxia swiftly intervened, explaining that the dragon blood within Ingo was transforming his body, which was ultimately beneficial for him. Upon hearing this, Chengdu refrained from acting recklessly. However, Xianxia pondered the sudden surge of energy within Ingo. The crowd encircled him, offering mental support and encouragement. At last, the fiery sensation subsided, allowing them to approach him. Ingo, how do you feel? Xianyuan inquired with concern. Ingo opened his mouth, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Xianxia extended his arms, ushering the others behind him. Ingo felt an odd sensation. The crowd, sensing the unease, became vigilant. His gaze was dazed, his complexion flushed, As he looked at the four men, instinctively shaking his head. Suddenly, Ingo stood up, causing the hearts of the four to race with apprehension. It appeared as though he were possessed, sniffing the air as he cautiously advanced towards the chicken coop. The coop erupted in a cacophony of clucking, and those with keen ears could discern a hint of a phoenix's call. After what felt like an hour, Ingo emerged with a relaxed expression. Xianyuan assumed that Ingo had devoured all the chickens and exchanged a knowing glance with Chengdu. Chengdu promptly understood and entered the coop. Haha, delightful. Ingo swaggered over to the tea table, sipping his drink. Chengdu soon reappeared. Master, the chickens are unharmed. Suddenly, Xianyuan was struck by a thought. Staring at Ingo in astonishment, Xianxia was equally taken aback. The group simultaneously turned their gaze towards Ingo, who, while sipping tea, wore a smile. Upon closer inspection, tears streamed down Ingo's face. Xianxia patted Xianyuan on the shoulder. This matter shall remain between us. With that, he led Zhang Quandan away from Xianyuan Peak, wishing to grant Xianyuan space to process the situation. In the void, Master, why did the chickens in the coop remain unscathed after winning against my nephew? Zhang Quandan was perplexed. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. The transformation of one's body through the essence of dragon blood not only alters the physical form, but also influences other aspects, leading to a surge of vitality that may incite lewdness. Given the dragon clan's nature, promiscuity is commonplace. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhang Quandan fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction, reminding him to keep this matter confidential as if it had never occurred. It would be detrimental for Ingo, who has only recently emerged as a prodigy, if this were to circulate, potentially tarnishing his reputation within the Xiantian sacred sect. Zhang Quandan, with a serious demeanor, nodded emphatically. At Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan and Chengdu stood in silence, observing Ingo as he sipped his tea. After a moment of reflection, Xianyuan sighed helplessly and approached Ingo, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on today's events. I trust that the Grandmaster will not mention this to anyone either. Go take a hot shower and wash away your troubles, he encouraged. Hearing Xianyuan's words, Ingo felt as if a dam had burst, and he collapsed into Xianyuan's embrace, weeping profusely. Xianyuan gently stroked his head, smiling as he reassured him. Enough now, it's all behind you. With that, he playfully pushed Ingo away. Ingo nodded, fetching a bucket of hot water from the kitchen before heading to the bathroom. Noticing Ingo's departure, Xianyuan hurriedly filled another bucket with hot water and retreated to his private bathroom for his own cleansing ritual. The garments he had worn earlier were stowed away in his spatial ring, with intentions to incinerate them when the opportunity arose. While bathing, Ingo vigorously rubbed his body with the homemade soap from Xianyuan. No matter how many times he washed, he felt persistently unclean. Wanwanching, I am truly sorry, he lamented. In the eastern region, at the Qingyin sect, Su Ruyu and Shi Wanwan had returned to their enclave. Su Ruyu promptly ascended to her peak, embarking on the task of documenting her insights. The sound wave attack could be regarded as a boon from the celestial beings, a significant reform for the Qingyin sect, an unprecedented transformation aimed at enhancing its previously lacking offensive capabilities. Thus, engrossed in her writing, Su Ruyu became increasingly absorbed until the late hours of the night. Finally setting down her pen, it was complete. Surely it would be comprehensible. Perhaps she should show it to her master. With her manuscript on sound wave techniques in hand, Su Ruyu soared to the back mountain of the Qingyin sect, where the ancestral master was in seclusion. Yet, an unease settled within her. It was rather late, and she wondered if her master was already asleep. Perhaps it is best to return tomorrow. There is no rush, she mused. Just as she turned to leave, a frail, ancient voice echoed from within the cave. Ruyu, is there something urgent at this hour? Su Ruyu hesitated for a moment before hastily responding. Master, I have composed a martial arts technique and would like your esteemed review. A voice from within questioned skeptically, a technique? From you? Suere Junadith. It was gifted by an old acquaintance, and I believe it could significantly impact our Qingyin sect, hence my late-night intrusion. As she spoke, her master, Long Wenjun, emerged. Despite her advancing years and silver hair, her skin remained taut, a testament to her youthful beauty. Long Wenjun accepted the manuscript and began to scrutinize it intently. As she delved deeper into its contents, her astonishment grew. Ruyu, could you demonstrate it? She inquired eagerly. Suryu nodded, of course. She summoned her cherished instrument, the Tianqin, a treasure-grade zither, akin to the unrefined Xianyuan sword. Seated, Su Ruyu positioned her fingers upon the strings, entering a profound state. Lung Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Has Ruyu truly reached the realm of constant intention? She marveled, admiring Su Ruyu's innate talent, which had blossomed at such a young age. To think that she herself had only attained this level at the age of 600. Lost in contemplation, Su Ruyu's fingertips danced across the strings, unleashing a sonic wave that struck the opposing cliff face, carving a scar akin to a sword mark. My heavens! Is this the power of sonic arts? Our Xianyuan sect finally possesses a means of tangible attack. Chapter 69. The Wuji Sect. Ruyu, who imparted this technique to you? It has seemingly unraveled our long-standing challenges. Lung Wenjun expressed with urgency. Sueru Yusmaid. It was an old friend of our Xianyuan sect. An old friend? Ling Vinyun Quilit Pilplix. Su Ruyu proceeded to recount the entire tale. In light of this, it appears that this senior indeed has ties to our Xianyuan sect. Lung Wenjun reflected, astonished. A formidable ally has unexpectedly emerged. We must express our gratitude. Su Ruyu shook her head. Master, I believe this would be ill-advised. Why do you say so? Ling Vinyun asks, confused. Su Ruyu, exuding confidence, explained, the fact that this senior is reluctant to acknowledge their connection to the Xianyuan sect suggests a desire for solitude during their cultivation. Therefore, if we were to visit hastily to express our thanks, it could inadvertently expose their identity. This might not only backfire but also provoke their disdain, severing any ties with our sect entirely. Upon hearing Su Ruyu's analysis, Lung Wenjun felt it resonated with her. However, the thought of not embracing a robust ally left her feeling unsettled. What to be done? Su Ryu smiled reassuringly. Master, fret not. I have devised my own plan. A direct disciple of our esteemed elder has a profound affection for Wan, a mutual sentiment indeed. Although we cannot approach the elder directly, if we foster a good relationship with the elder's disciple, what is there to fear about establishing connections with the elder? The bond between master and disciple is forged for the sake of the sect, thus honesty prevails. Listening to Su Ruyu's explanation, Lung Wenjun felt a surge of joy. Indeed, while an embrace with a formidable ally may not be possible, could they not at least seek the slightest favor? Master, I intend to teach Wan the AI 18 techniques. Suru is gauge sharpant, seemingly resolute. Taken aback, Lung Wenjun did not expect such decisiveness from her. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she could not remain passive. Therefore, she retrieved a bamboo slip from her spatial ring and handed it to Su Ruyu. Ruyu, I possess an enhanced version of the AI 18 techniques. You must teach it to Wan at your earliest convenience. Su Ruyu nodded. Thank you, Master. By the way, I am confident that tomorrow I will solidify our Xianyuan sect status as a premier sect. Lung Wenjun nodded in agreement. Taking Su Ruyu's sound wave technique and returning to the cave, Su Ryu also departed with her zither. Lung Wenjun opened the bamboo slip containing the sound wave technique and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, she closed the slip. Realizing that perusing the text was merely a preliminary step, the essence lay in practice. Despite the late hour, disturbing the peace was of little concern. The cave acted as a resonator. Waves of zither music, sounds of piercing air, and the crashing of stones echoed throughout the Xianyuan sect. The following day, the morning at Xianyuan sect was always filled with the lingering melodies of the zither. The uniformity of female disciples had long been a source of envy for sects in the eastern region. Xianyuan sect's ascent to a premier sect was largely due to Lung Wenjun's contributions during the struggle against the demonic tribes. As a supportive force, Lung Wenjun was irreplaceable. The Vanine demon zither could bestow buffs upon allies and weaken the demonic tribes, sowing chaos among them, and it did so on a group scale. Thus, the other three major sects consistently supported Xianyuan sect, ensuring its position at the pinnacle. However, one must also be formidable in their own right. In this era of peace, the significance of Xianyuan sect was diminished. The second-tier sect, Wuji sect, had begun to stir restlessly. Wuji sect's audacity stemmed largely from its powerful backing. The merciless Shengzong of the eastern region. Just as the disciples of Xianyuan sect were immersed in their zither practice, an explosion echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha! Su Ruyu, come out here at once. A boisterous voice rang out as Wei Wuji unleashed a palm strike, sending an energy wave crashing into the outer disciples of the training ground. Bang! The martial arts arena erupted in chaos. Some disciples of the Xianyuan sect, who were perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion, were obliterated before they could even utter a cry. Bang! Another strike resonated. The disciples of the Xianyuan sect, their eyes wide with terror, found themselves paralyzed, forgetting to flee. They had once believed that joining a sect would shield them from harm and prevent their descent into the mundane world. Yet, they were confronted with the harsh reality of the immortal realm, where lives were as expendable as grass. Just moments ago, over 100 had perished in a single blow. Despair clouded their eyes as they could only pray for divine intervention. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a zither pierced the air, its sonic waves colliding with the energy shock waves, providentially rescuing the beleaguered disciples at a critical moment. Wei Wujia, your audacity knows no bounds. Su Ruyu, seated gracefully in midair, poised her fingers over the strings, ready to unleash a counterwave. Wei Wujia was taken aback. Is there a master present? He could hardly believe that the recent sonic wave originated from Su Ruyu. Wei Wujia, you have gone too far. In your ambition to ascend to a top-tier sect, you dare to cause trouble on my doorstep? Are you not afraid of the consequences from the Continental Sect Management Association? Wei Wujia scoffed, retorting, the immortal realm operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. The strong prevail by natural law. Besides, I have powerful allies. Even if I were to annihilate you today, the association would remain indifferent. Su Ryu felt a jolt of astonishment. She had heard rumors of the association's corruption, but never expected to witness it firsthand. Composing herself, she replied, you are correct about survival of the fittest. If it were yesterday, I might have had difficulty dealing with you. But today, you are courting your own demise. Wei Wujia laughed, as if he had heard a jest. What can your Xianyuan sect do to me? Your feeble attempts at disrupting my spirit with your music are inconsequential. Enough of this banter. Quickly concede and relinquish your claim to the top-tier sect status, or face death. No sooner had Wei Wujia spoken than a sound reverberated. Thud! Su Ruyu plucked the zither strings, and Wei Wujia found himself stifling laughter. I have already told you, your wretched music is powerless against me. Yet before he could finish, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Those hidden in the void of the Wujizong emerged. Wujia, an elder cried out in agony. In that instant, Wei Wujia was violently disintegrated, annihilated to nothingness. You, despicable wretch! The elder seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ruyu. A wave of panic washed over her, for she was aware that Wei Wujia's cultivation was on par with her own prior abilities. However, now she stood at the pinnacle of the Dongshu realm, empowered by the Xianyuan sonic arts. Eliminating Wei Wujia would have been trivial, but this elder was at the apex of the tribulation phase, and she doubted her sonic arts could affect him, given the vast difference in their realms. Turning her gaze toward the back mountain, she could only hope for her master's timely intervention. Do not look away. Today, Lung Wenjun shall perish, as will you and all of your Xianyuan sect. Just then, Lung Wenjun stepped forth. Coldly gazing at the elder, Wei Ying remarked, you are excessively arrogant. Chapter 70, The Heartless Sage. Wei Ying looked at Lung Wenjun and coldly chuckled. Your disciple has slain my son. It is entirely justifiable for your entire sect to pay with their lives. Both were at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, and Wei Ying was brimming with confidence. Although he was unaware of the peculiar techniques that your Xianyuan sect had acquired, it could not alter the outcome. As soon as Wei Ying finished speaking, he made a swift motion, causing a disciple in the training ground to explode on the spot. Ha ha ha. If you hesitate for a moment, I shall take another life. No sooner had he spoken than Lung Wenjun produced a guqin. Today, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of my Xianyuan sect's sound wave technique. After settling into a meditative posture, she began to play. With a resounding thrum, an invisible sound wave was unleashed. Those who had not reached the tribulation stage would be utterly unaware of the trajectory of the wave. However, as a tribulation stage cultivator, Wei Ying easily evaded it. A trivial skill. Do you possess any other techniques? Seizing the opportunity, Wei Ying unleashed a powerful strike. Lung Wenjun deftly plucked a string, which struck Wei Ying's energy wave directly. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion at the center. Just as Wei Ying relaxed his guard, several more notes rang out. Thrum, 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 thrum. Caught off guard, he was struck by one of her attacks. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Wei Ying stared in astonishment at Lung Wenjun, who had approached him, her gaze icy. Weren't you quite boastful a moment ago? Did you not anticipate this? Panic surged within Wei Ying. In the past, even if he could not defeat Lung Wenjun, he would never find himself at such a disadvantage. But how had the Xianyuan sect suddenly grown so powerful, and why had he received no news of it? This time, he truly found himself in a dire predicament. Humph. Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of the heartless sage? At this point, he could only reveal his backing, wagering that Lung Wenjun would hesitate. He believed she would never dare to kill him. In the past, she certainly would not have. Yet today, Wei Ying had gone too far. If he were not eliminated, who would prevent others from provoking the Xianyuan sect in the future? Kill him. Lung Wenjun was also a veteran of the battlefield. Decisiveness in matters of life and death was a fundamental practice. Observing the resolute determination in her eyes, Wei Ying felt a surge of fear. She lifted her long guqin, poised to pluck the strings, only to find that no matter what she tried, she could not make a sound. Wenjun, let us show mercy where we can. The heartless sage, shrouded in holy light, stepped forth. Always leave a thread of hope, he turned to Wei Ying. You have failed today. For a century, you are prohibited from laying a hand on the Xianyuan sect. Lung Wenjun understood that the heartless sage had likely been present all along. Sage, do you truly deserve such a title? The Wujia sacred sect slaughtered 100 of my disciples. Where were you then? Before me, one by one. My disciples are being ruthlessly slaughtered. Where are you now? The tides have turned, yet you advise me to leave a thread of hope? Have you lost your senses? With a sharp tongue, Lung Wenjun relentlessly confronted the unfeeling sage, rendering the sage's expression dark and leaving him speechless. When it comes to matters of the sage, who are you to intervene? Disrespect towards the sage warrants punishment. Upon finishing his words, the unfeeling sage waved his hand, and Lung Wenjun, at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed into the earth, creating a gaping crater. Master, Grandmaster, Su Ruyu and Xianyuan leaped into the pit simultaneously. There lay Lung Wenjun, blood oozing from his mouth, clutching his chest. That old wretch. If it weren't for the potential repercussions, the unfeeling sage would have undoubtedly eliminated him. According to the sage's temperament, if he did not kill today, he would certainly resort to underhanded tactics later. Consider this a lesson to curb your arrogance. The unfeeling sage tore through the void and exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Ying. Comprehending the cue, Wei Ying rose to depart, turning back to mock Lung Wenjun. A century hence, I shall return to challenge you, and by then, I shall come as a sage. Ha ha ha! Lung Wenjun could hardly bear such humiliation, rising to curse. You wretched sage and your sycophant Wei Ying conspire together to usurp my sect's esteemed position? Abandon such thoughts. This time, I shall report you to the association. You shall await my wrath. Upon hearing this, the unfeeling sage turned, his eyes blazing with murderous intent directed at Lung Wenjun. This time, he truly intended to kill. The two vanished into the void, leaving Lung Wenjun seemingly doomed. At this moment, his expression was vacant. Had he known better than to insult, he would not find himself ensnared, unable to escape. Su Ryu quickly positioned herself in front of Lung Wenjun. She could perish, but he must not. Closing her eyes, she prepared to embrace her fate. Master Wanwan, we shall meet again in the next life. Xianyuan hurriedly stood up, unexpectedly placing herself before Su Ryu. Master, you cannot die. With that, she turned and closed her eyes. The murderous aura struck her chest. At that moment, a radiant white light erupted from her, blinding even Lung Wenjun, who was at the tribulation stage. Wanwan, Su Ryu cried out in anguish. Xianyuan had grown up under her watchful eye. As the white light receded, Xianyuan remained steadfast. Before her stood a figure strikingly similar to Xianyuan, wielding a long sword. He has arrived. Xianyuan had witnessed this scene before. Master, Grandmaster, it is this immortal. Lung Wenjun and Su Ryu were left in stunned silence, captivated by the figure of Xianyuan. With a sword in hand, Xianyuan swept from the lower left to the upper right. A simple yet powerful strike. A blade of sword energy surged forth, striking directly at the void where the unfeeling sage had vanished. In the midst of the ethereal realm, the unfeeling sage and Wei Ying remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Return to recuperate. In a few days, I shall take you to seek the opportunity for sanctification, commanded the unfeeling sage. Indeed, uncle, Wei Ying responded, revealing their familial bond. Such assistance cannot be overlooked, he scoffed. How dare a mere tribulation stage cultivator insult a sage? The unfeeling sage seethed, shaking his hand dismissively. Wei Ying nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, uncle, we must not let this go unpunished. At that moment, both sensed an overwhelming surge of sword energy approaching. They turned in unison, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld the specter of death looming before them. Several hundred miles from the Xianyuan sect, the air itself erupted with a thunderous crack. Bang! Cold Wenjun, situated far from the chaos, felt the unmistakable essence of the sword energy that had just been unleashed. The unfeeling sage is finished. Wei Ying is finished. She uttered in disbelief, shaking her head. Master? What do you mean by finished? Asked Su Ryu, perplexed. That sword energy just now has slain both the unfeeling sage and Wei Ying in the void beyond 100 miles. Cold Wenjun replied. Heavens! A celestial being. Without further ado, Cold Wenjun knelt in reverence. Su Ryu followed suit, both expressing their gratitude. Thank you, celestial being, for your aid. Xianyuan did not turn around nor acknowledge their thanks. Instead, he gazed skyward. With a swift motion, he shot into the heavens, vanishing from sight. In the wake of his departure, a wooden puppet fell from the sky, its body marred with cracks, devoid of spiritual essence. Chapter 71. The Fusion of Sword and Guqin Arts. Wanwan's. Is this the puppet you mentioned? Su Ryu gazed incredulously at the puppet in Sure Wanwan's hands. Sure Wanwan nodded. Yes, master, it was indeed this senior before, albeit with a different technique. Su Ryu slapped her thigh in realization. Wanwan's, how foolish. Sure Wanwan looked bewildered. The puppet has saved us all. Why does the master lament? I should have been the one to take it, so the Xianyuan sect could have another trump card. With a smile, Sure Wanwan revealed another puppet from her robe. Master, young Shitty, secretly gave me his. Su Ryu was overjoyed, nearly shouting. Young Shitty said this trinket is worthless. His master enjoys carving them in his spare time, and he promised to bring me another next time we meet. Su Ryu beamed, turning to Cold Wenjun, who was left agape. This thing is worthless? Just a pastime? Ryu, has the enhanced version of the Away 18 techniques begun to be taught? As Su Ryu reached to seize it, Cold Wenjun had already snatched it first, exclaiming, Is this the puppet? Long Wenjun still felt a lingering sense of dread. A single stroke of sword energy had pierced the void, striking with deadly precision as if it had locked onto its target. Once unleashed, there was no escape. Ryu, this puppet has now become the treasure possession of my Xianyuan sect. I shall temporarily safeguard it, Long Wenjun stated, scrutinizing the puppet closely. Su Ryu and Sure Wanwan dared not contest her words. Very well, master. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, Su Ryu sensed an unusual aura. She glanced up at Long Wenjun, only to find her eyes closed, seated in meditation. Master, Sure Wanwan, noticing the oddity of the Grand Master, could not restrain her curiosity. Hush! Su Ryu gestured for silence. You should return. I will guard the master. With that, she too settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. Sure Wanwan did not linger, as the responsibilities of the eldest disciple weighed heavily upon her. Within Long Wenjun's mind, the image of the sword strike delivered by Xianyuan replayed incessantly. Was it merely a simple attack? That stroke emphasized a certain nonchalance, executed with effortless grace devoid of any ostentation. Could the essence of the sword integrate with the music? Long Wenjun believed it could. The fundamental principles remained unchanged. It was akin to the sound wave technique wielded by Su Ryu the previous night. Did it not mirror the very essence of sword intent? Long Wenjun began to simulate this notion within her consciousness. Su Ryu observed her master's fluctuating expressions, ranging from furrowed brows to disappointment, and could not help but feel intrigued. What occupied her master's thoughts? What prompted such a demeanor? At that moment, a tremendous force emanated from Long Wenjun, nearly sending Su Ryu hurtling away. Master, you have broken through. Long Wenjun smiled softly and nodded at Su Ryu. At the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, a breakthrough would lead her to become a sage. This was the moment of her tribulation. Simultaneously, Long Wenjun and Su Ryu gazed upward at the sky. Above the Xianyuan sect, dark clouds began to gather ominously. Master, Su Ryu looked at Long Wenjun, her face etched with concern. It was crucial to note that Long Wenjun was already severely injured and now faced the trials of ascension. Long Wenjun smiled reassuringly. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. Ryu, we must confront what we must confront. I have finally taken this step. Nothing shall hinder me. Su Ryu was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding, following her master as they soared toward the site of the tribulation. Each sect typically prepared a designated area for tribulation, unlike solitary cultivators who often faced failure and peril at the hands of their enemies. To mitigate risks, most sects established focused areas within their confines for the purpose of undergoing tribulations. With unwavering resolve, Lung Wenjun was determined to transcend her trials. At Xianyuan Peak, Li Xianyuan sat before the Wutong King, casually tending to his birds. Kai Feng observed the aura emanating from Ingo with quiet astonishment. The purity of his dragon blood was astonishingly high, rendering him akin to a living dragon. Yet, how could there be a trace of phoenix energy within him? Kai Feng found herself perplexed. For the past few days, she had been in search of the Wutong tree. Once she located it, she could restore the Wudong Qin, thereby awakening its spirit. Yesterday, she was unfortunately absent. Otherwise, she would have been able to assist. Master, given my constitution, what cultivation methods should I pursue? Ingo approached, his excitement palpable as he had finally acquired a cultivation physique after years of being deemed worthless. This marked the 10th time he had posed a question to Li Xianyuan that day. How could Li Xianyuan possibly know? Let your bloodline fully adapt first. He replied. Ingo understood his impatience, yet he could hardly suppress it. Forgive my intrusion, master, he added. Li Xianyuan nodded, indicating that he bore no ill will. Adieu, go and kill a chicken. We need to prepare some broth, as I'm feeling somewhat weak. Li Xianyuan shota. Chengdu emerged, curiosity evident on his face. Why would Li Xianyuan suddenly decide to kill a chicken? Such occurrences were rare. Li Xianyuan signaled to Chengdu, explaining, Your junior brother was severely injured yesterday and requires nourishment. Chengdu immediately grasped the situation and returned to the chicken coop to catch one. Master, it is this one. He presented the chicken. Li Xianyuan nudda. Kill it. Kai Feng was on the verge of leaping with excitement. She had long desired to consume these chickens to purify her phoenix bloodline, but out of respect for Li Xianyuan, she had refrained. Now, to her delight, he had taken the initiative. However, why did this chicken exude a dragoness aura? Perhaps it was due to the proximity of the chicken coop to the pond. Following his orders, Chengdu went back to kill the chicken and prepare a broth, creating a dish of white-cut chicken. After all, no feast is complete without chicken. Ah, go. Ensure you finish this chicken and drink all the soup. Do not let Master S' good intentions go to waste. Li Xianyuan placed the chicken and soup before Ingo. Although Ingo felt some aversion to the chicken, he remembered his Master S' words. To overcome fear, one must first confront it. With a surge of determination, he began to partake in the meal. Kai Feng flew over, nudging Ingo's hand with her head. He seemed to understand her unspoken desire. Do you wish to drink as well? He offered her the bowl. Thus, the two, one human and one bird, devoured the soup and chicken ravenously. Ingo noticed that neither Chengdu nor Li Xianyuan had taken any chicken for themselves. Master, why aren't you eating? He inquired. Senior brother? Chengdu seemed momentarily stunned. Junior brother, I do not particularly enjoy chicken, he replied. Agu. This is for you. I have grown weary of it. The two responded, their expressions betraying a hint of unease. Ingo nodded, a wave of emotion welling in his eyes. Thank you, master. Li Xianyuan offered an awkward smile in return. No need for thanks. Just enjoy it. Chapter 72. The Celestial Instruments of the Stars. How marvelous it is. As Kai Feng savored her meal, she was astonished. The phoenix chicken, after being steamed, had remarkably refined its bloodline. As she continued to eat, Kai Feng sensed something unusual stirring within her. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she spread her wings and soared away from Xianyuan Peak. Li Xianyuan found no oddity in Kai Feng's departure. It was not uncommon for her to take occasional flights, always returning afterward. He had grown accustomed to it. Ingo, on the other hand, felt nothing extraordinary after eating. He merely found it delicious. As evening fell, Ingo and Chengdu completed their tasks, freshened up, and retired for the night. Li Xianyuan sat by the chessboard, arranging the celestial chess game, eager to explore the 48th method of resolution. Just then, Zhang Quandan approached. Li Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was unusual for him to visit at night. Zhang Quandan held a puppet, appearing quite anxious. Guanzang, why aren't you home watching the golden vase and the wind of the moon? What brings you to Xianyuan Peak? Li Xianyuan chuckled, setting down his piece. Zhang Quandan's face was filled with urgency. 13. This puppet is not the same as the previous one. Li Xianyuan shot him an incredulous look, expecting something of greater concern. Don't dismiss this matter lightly. Master holds great significance to the original puppet, as there are emotions attached. Zhang Guanzang, seeing Li Xianyuan's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Isn't it all the same, Quan Dan? Besides, given the urgency of the situation back then, you should be thankful. Xianyuan snatched the puppet away. If you don't want it, just return it to me. Jiang Quan then exclaimed in exasperation. Friend, you can't be serious. If Master inquires, you must help me explain. After all, the younger disciples are keenly observing this. Zhang Quan Dan suddenly grew earnest. 13, thank you. Otherwise, Go Sheng would be lost. For Zhang Quan Dan, Go Sheng was his lifeline. Otherwise, he would have misused the puppet to specifically assist Go Sheng in mastering sword techniques. Xianyuan waved his hand, smiling. Go Sheng is a good child. What are you saying, senior brother? Zhang Quan Dan nodded and departed from Xianyuan Peak. Noticing both disciples were asleep and the surroundings were quiet, Xianyuan found a secluded corner and burned yesterday's garments. At last, he felt refreshed. With that, he happily retired for the night. In the deep of night, Kai Feng returned, perching upon the Wudong Qin. At that moment, she radiated vigor, her feathers gleaming with newfound luster. How extraordinary it is that my bloodline has been so profoundly refined. Kai Feng gazed at the chicken coop, swallowing hard. Perhaps it would be best to refrain, lest the next meal be bird soup. With that thought, she laid down upon the piano to rest. Suddenly, a cascade of light emanated from Ingo's room. Kai Feng jolted awake, her instincts heightened as she observed the interior. At that moment, a girl devoid of any clothing stepped out from Ingo's chamber. Could this be a spirit? Kai Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? She watched as the girl paused at the chessboard. Kai Feng began to surmise the girl's identity. The girl appeared ethereal, and Kai Feng discerned that she must have expended considerable energy. It was likely that the chicken Ingo consumed earlier had infused the girl with the vitality of the phoenix bloodline, allowing her a brief resurgence. Kai Feng chose not to intrude upon her. At last, I have found you, the girl uttered weakly, her form growing increasingly translucent. Regrettably, she was merely a spirit, unable even to be touched. Kai Feng understood that the girl needed to enter the chessboard to replenish her strength. Delay could lead to her very essence dissipating. Just as the girl transformed into a wisp of spirit light and merged with the chessboard, the starry chess formation recently deciphered by Xianyuan expanded like a projection, continuously ascending and ultimately enveloping the entire sky. Kai Feng looked upward, noticing that the stars seemed to respond to a calling, shining with extraordinary brilliance. Meanwhile, a vortex appeared on the starry chessboard. At that moment, beams of starlight converged, piercing directly onto the chessboard as the vortex absorbed them in a rhythmic manner. Was this a summoning of star power? The chessboard, once silent, suddenly spoke. Could it be? Was it the earlier starry formation? The current master of the chessboard possessed such abilities. Could he be an immortal? Ha 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 ha. At last, I can awaken completely. Juzing, ohat juzing, ishon aven yu. The starry chessboard ceased its speech, choosing instead to bask in the starlight's embrace, gradually mending itself. The spirit's energy began to replenish slowly. After what felt like an hour, the starlight dimmed. Ah, this power surpasses even my peak. How exhilarating! The starry chessboard trembled with joy. Just then, a cough echoed from Xianyuan's room. Cough, cough. The starry chessboard immediately stabilized, realizing it had disturbed its master. Kai Feng chuckled softly. She too had a mission to restore the spirit. Starry chessboard, what is your name? A voice of inquiry emerged from within the chessboard. Who? Who speaks? It sensed the presence of only a bird observing her. Is it you? Who are you? Kai Feng flew onto the chessboard. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Suffice it to say, I am far more formidable than you. I too wish to restore the spirit of the Wudong Qin. Do you possess any methods? The starry chessboard paused momentarily. The Wudong Qin, the Wudong Immortal Qin. That dilapidated instrument is also a profound treasure. The colorful phoenix nodded. However, the Wudong is gravely injured, rendering it incapable of awakening. I previously contemplated seeking a Wudong tree for restoration, yet I am uncertain of its efficacy. The starry chessboard expressed a degree of sympathy. It had merely been tasked by Chu Ying to guard the cave, having always enjoyed its freedom. The fact that the Wudong Immortal Qin cannot even speak is indeed pitiable. You may call me Starry. To restore the spirit, one must first mend the vessel. The spirit is a symbiotic entity of the vessel, which can nurture it. Once the spirit absorbs sufficient spiritual energy, it shall awaken. However, you must prepare yourself psychologically. Upon awakening, the spirit's previous memories will likely be non-existent. It is akin to creating a new spirit altogether. The colorful phoenix nodded. How long might this take? Starry pondered for a moment before replying. Approximately 10,000 years. I suppose. By the heavens. The colorful phoenix nearly felt compelled to shatter the starry chessboard with a swipe. 10,000 years is far too long. Is there no alternative? Starry contemplated once more. Unless it can absorb the stellar energy of the cosmos, as I just did. Seek out the master. Perhaps they can summon it. The colorful phoenix turned her gaze towards Xianyuan's abode, feeling a surge of excitement. The Wutong had exhausted its spiritual energy to save her, and she was determined to rescue it. The only course of action is to first restore the chessboard, and then beseech Xianyuan. Yet, despite searching for so many days, the Wutong tree remains elusive. The colorful phoenix even began to doubt whether the Tianxian continent possessed any Wutong trees at all. Chapter 73, 7th Senior Sister, Dong Dong Dong. Starry, noticing the colorful phoenix's silence, inquired, Little bird, do you know the identity of the master? How is it that the master can manipulate stellar energy? The colorful phoenix turned and glared at the starry chessboard. What little bird? I am a phoenix. Though I may not compare to the master, I'm still of imperial status. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to refer to Xianyuan as master. Perhaps it was the profound shock Xianyuan had instilled in her. As for the master's identity, it is best that you remain uninformed. I can only reveal that, in the eyes of the master, even immortals are but mere ants. What is required to manipulate stellar energy? The suppression of the laws of heaven. Do you understand? The colorful phoenix bore a serious expression, tinged with a hint of warning. The starry chessboard trembled slightly, falling silent thereafter. The colorful phoenix chuckled. I must express my gratitude. Let us coexist harmoniously from now on. Starry replied, Very well, brother Phoenix. How dare you? I am female. Call me Colorful Phoenix. The colorful phoenix nearly scratched the chessboard again. Very well, Sister Colorful Phoenix. The colorful phoenix immediately rolled her eyes in response. The spirit's intellect was rather limited, which she had come to realize. By the way, Xingluo, what is your unique ability? Kaifeng inquired with curiosity, as each spirit possessed its own distinct power, much like Wudong. Wudong, being a zither, had the capability to conjure illusions and launch sonic attacks. After a moment of contemplation, Xingluo replied, My ability lies in formations. Based on a chessboard, everyone is merely a piece upon it. Kaifeng was taken aback. This ability was indeed formidable. Now that my strength has been restored, I intended to set up a formation to protect this mountain peak, only to discover that the mountain where my master resides already possesses a formation. One far superior to anything I could create. A formation? Kaifeng pondered, perplexed. How could I have never noticed? Such an advanced formation exists. Yet I was entirely oblivious to it? Xingluo smiled gently. Indeed, but I'm not entirely certain, as I have not yet established a connection with my master. Kaifeng nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Tomorrow, I will continue my search. Xingluo remained silent, falling into a tranquil state. The following morning, Kaifeng set off from Xianyuan Peak at dawn. Xianyuan also rose early, noticing the disarray on the chessboard and mistakenly attributing it to Kaifeng. With a chuckle, he gathered the pieces. Xianyuan engaged in morning exercises in the courtyard, while his two disciples awoke as well. Good morning, master, they greeted, with a tinge of guilt weighing on Chengdu's heart. Since arriving at Xianyuan Peak, he had never awakened earlier than Xianyuan. Xianyuan nudda, and the two disciples joined the morning exercise routine. Initially, they thought the exercises would be rather mundane. However, Ingo was increasingly astonished as he performed them. Once devoid of spiritual energy, he found himself rapidly absorbing it during the exercises, and his circulation improved significantly. Upon completing the routine, changes began to manifest in Ingo. Ingshidi, you managed to channel energy into your body so quickly, entering the initial stage of Qi cultivation. Impressive, Chengdu exclaimed, astonished at Ingo's swift progress. He had not anticipated that Ingo would advance in cultivation faster than himself. Xianyuan cast a glance and shook his head, contemplating why, after years of practice, he had seen no results. Clearly, the guidance of his master and senior brother was more effective. Elated by his transformation, Ingo exclaimed, I have turned over a new leaf. Chengdu, smiling, encouraged Ingshidi, keep it up. By this time next year, we will participate in the assessment. We must secure the first place for Xianyuan Peak. Upon hearing this, Ingo felt exhilarated. As a prince, he relished the opportunity to show off. An assessment? Isn't that the perfect stage for me to shine? Xianyuan promptly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Do not become complacent. Should you lose to others, you may have to leave Xianyuan Peak. Ingo was taken aback to discover such a peculiar rule. Indeed, spirit roots are commonplace. What merit is there to boast about? At best, one starts from the same point as others. However, they have already taken a lead. How can one pursue them? Even with dragon lineage, what does it truly signify? This bloodline merely facilitates an 8D transformation, offering little else. It can be said to be utterly devoid of value, bordering on uselessness. Ingo understood. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Senior brother, let us strive together. Chengdu nodded in agreement. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the immortal fate peak. Little junior brother, have you missed me? The voice was exceedingly enchanting, laced with a hint of teasing seduction. Upon hearing this voice, Xianyuan's body jolted, and he instinctively tightened. Oh no, disciples, say that I am not here. Just as Xianyuan contemplated slipping away, a delicate jade-like hand grasped his belt, leaving him in a state of shock. What is the matter? Seeing me makes you want to flee? How rude, after such a long time apart. You don't even bother to come find me. A thankless wolf. Xianyuan awkwardly turned and whispered, Seventh sister, there are little ones present. Seventh sister Dong Dong glanced at Chengdu and Ingo, laughing. Children should not eavesdrop. Go play in the mud. Chengdu smiled and respectfully replied, Seventh master. We are still practicing our exercises. Are you here to discuss matters with master? Rest assured, we will not interfere. Xianyuan cast a grateful glance at Chengdu, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Zongzong Smigen Li, Oha? I was thinking of having your seventh sister guide you in your cultivation during my free time, but it seems that one tea be necessary. Ah, my disciple possesses extraordinary beauty. Her smile could outshine the moon and flowers. Ingo trembled and firmly declared, Seventh master speaks truthfully. Senior brother, let us be obedient and play in the mud, as seventh master and master may have matters to discuss. Ingo respectfully addressed Dong Dong. Seventh master, you may not know, but I excel at playing in the mud. I even won a silver medal in the children's division of the clay figurine competition back in the northeast of the Qin Empire. Zongzong note positive, expressing her admiration for Ingo. Ingo then pulled Chengdu back to the vegetable patch. Junior brother, why are you holding me? As a straightforward boy. Chengdu was oblivious to the underlying reason. Ingo chuckled helplessly. Senior brother, a man and woman are discussing matters. Why are you interjecting? Do you wish for master to remain single forever? Upon hearing this, Chengdu suddenly understood, exclaiming, Oh, junior brother, how foolish of me. I nearly disrupted master's lifelong affair. It's all because senior brother is rather dull. Ingo shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't solely about seventh sister. It was mainly concerned for master's romantic life. Let us avoid appearing for at least 2 or 3 hours. Let us just practice here. The degree of understanding was merely a nod. He comprehended little. Junior brother, shall we reminisce about the past? Dong 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 gently caressed Xianyuan's face, their proximity intimate. Gazing into the enchanting eyes of the seventh senior sister, Xianyuan was reminded of bygone days. Chapter 74. Xianyuan's past in those days. Xianxia roamed far and wide to recruit disciples, prioritizing their entrance into the sect based on seniority. Thus, despite his youth, Xianquan, having entered first, naturally assumed the role of the eldest brother. When seventh senior sister Dong 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 was brought back to Xiantiangong, she captivated Xianquan and his companions. At that time, she was merely beautiful, her figure yet to fully mature. The admiration was innocent, as they were all quite young and pure-hearted. Later, when Xianyuan was brought back to the sect by Xianxia, he was specifically instructed to take good care of Xianquan. Xianquan indeed extended his care. Now, more than 2 years since Dong Dong Dong's arrival at the sect, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her form perfectly proportioned. The group of Xianquan found themselves with a daily spectacle each afternoon, fueled by youthful vigor, as they had yet to claim their own peaks. Residing in the disciples' dormitories, the separation of genders did little to deter Xianquan and his companions. In secret, Xianquan would sneak into the women's bathing area to steal glances. On one such occasion, Xianyuan happened to exit and, misinterpreting the scene, called out, Eldest brother? This innocent utterance triggered a cacophony of piercing screams from the bathing area. Having practiced cultivation for 2 years, Xianquan had acquired a certain level of agility, and upon hearing the outcry, he swiftly fled. Consequently, Dong 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 and the sixth senior sister, Duan Chunlian, apprehended Xianyuan. Who would have thought that this seemingly innocent young lad would dare to spy on the girls bathing? Duan Chunlian, her face flushed, pointed an accusatory finger at Xianyuan. However, Dong 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 remained composed. Observing the purity and innocence in Xianyuan's eyes, she surmised the truth. Junior brother, do tell me which elder brother it was? Xianyuan, remembering Zhang Quandan's kindness, remained silent. Dong 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 resorted to various tactics, tempting him with delicacies, enticing him with techniques, and even threatening him with punishment. Yet not a word escaped Xianyuan's lips. Thus, the bond between Zhang Quandan and Xianyuan flourished. As time passed, Xianyuan matured, his demeanor growing increasingly refined and his appearance handsomer. Moreover, Dong Dong Dong, feeling that her body had already been seen by Xianyuan, relentlessly pursued him. Had it not been for Xuanjizi's intervention, she might have succeeded. Recalling this chapter of his past, Xianyuan felt a twinge of trepidation. "Heh, 7 senior sister, you jest," he replied, stepping back. "May I inquire what brings you to my Xianyuan peak?" Seeing her initial attempt thwarted, Dong 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 playfully pouted. "How vexing. Can I not visit my junior brother without a reason?" Xianyuan exaladepoli. If senior sister 7 remains silent, should I inform master? In the entire Xiantian sacred sect, perhaps only Xuanzizi can subdue her unruly spirit. As for senior sister 7, Zhang Quandan is merely a decoration. After all, she feels guilty. Upon noticing Xianyuan's demeanor resembling Xuanzizi, Dong 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 also ceased her playful antics. This morning, Su Ruyu sent someone to convey a message, expressing her gratitude towards you. Xianyuan was perplexed. Grateful to me? Dong 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 nodded. Yes, she mentioned that her master has ascended to the status of a saint and wishes to thank you. Junior brother, have you once again revealed your talents? Xianyuan, being an immortal, was known to all 12 of his senior brothers and sisters. At least, that is what they believed. When will you open your heart to senior sister and engage in sincere communication, using your strengths to compensate for her shortcomings? Look, master has become a saint, and the eldest senior brother has obtained a celestial root, while senior sister 7, who has cared for you since childhood, has received no benefits at all. Can you bear such a reality? As the conversation continued, Dong 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 leaned closer. Xianyuan nearly crouched on the table. Senior sister, what benefits are you seeking? Xianyuan was thoroughly intimidated by this senior sister. In the past, he had been naive, and although he possessed mature thoughts, he rarely reacted. However, things were different now. He found himself responding more readily. Xianyuan believed that his current aversion to women stemmed largely from her influence. Upsharbing Xian's capitulation. Dong 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 was uncertain about what to ask for, primarily because she was unaware of what Xianyuan possessed. Little junior brother, as your senior sister 7, I practice the art of seduction. Do you have anything suitable for me? I do not seek anything too precious. Some celestial artifacts will suffice. Xianyuan shot her a glance of disdain. You are rather unreserved. Where would I procure so many celestial artifacts? He recalled a time when he practiced calligraphy and had copied a collection of internet quotes, which might come in handy. Please hold on, senior sister. I will retrieve something. Xianyuan returned to his quarters, rummaging through his belongings until he finally produced a bamboo slip. Dusting it off, he revealed the title inscribed upon it, the Manual of Green Tea Cultivation. Senior sister, I dare assert that there is no other seductive technique in the world that rivals this. As long as you can comprehend it, I swear you will undoubtedly become the most enchanting woman in the Tianxian continent. Dong Dong Dong, somewhat confused yet intrigued, treated the bamboo slip as a treasure and stored it carefully. Haha, I knew little junior brother would not forget me. By the way, there's one more item that Su Ryu sent for you. With that, Dong 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 produced a cloth bundle from her spatial storage, concealing its contents. All that could be discerned were several thick, elongated objects. What is this? Xianyuan hesitated to open it at once. Dong 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 shook her head. Respecting others' privacy is a principle of the Xiantian sacred sect. Xianyuan nudda. By the way, senior sister, how do you know Su Ryu? Dong 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 smiled lightly. In the past, during her missions, she had partnered with him. Otherwise, how could she have entered last time? Chapter 75, The Green Tea Cultivation Manual. So that was the case. Xianyuan nudda. Dong Dong Dong, holding the Green Tea Cultivation Manual, became curious. Junior disciple, what exactly is green tea? Dong 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 was indeed perplexed. In a distant eastern land, there exists a kingdom where green tea describes women who are refreshingly elegant and transcendently ethereal. It is generally said that these women possess profound powers, capable of effortlessly manipulating even the most advanced male cultivators. Xianyuan rambled on, attempting to explain. Dong 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 suddenly understood. So, there is such a marvelous kingdom. I must visit it sometime. With the bamboo slip in hand, she turned to leave. Junior disciple, I shall return to my studies now. You can open the cloth bundle yourself. By the way, Su Ryu mentioned that when Xianxia has time, he should visit the Xianyuan sacred sect. With that, Dong 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 vanished from sight. Xianyuan felt as if a colossal burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This seventh senior sister was like a fire, capable of melting even the iciest demeanor. Xianyuan opened the cloth bundle and discovered a tree branch, roughly the width of an arm. What has Su Ryu sent? He mused, placing the branch on the table and disregarding it. At that moment, the void shimmered, and Xianxia emerged. Xianyuan shot him a disdainful glance. You actually decided to show up? Xianxia chuckled. I've been here for a while. I would have come out sooner if it weren't for seventh senior sister. Xianyuan felt defeated by his antics. By the way, 13. The Xianyuan sect is looking to elevate to the Xianyuan sacred sect and has even expressed a desire to foster a good relationship with our Xianyuan sacred sect, intending to form a friendly alliance. What are your thoughts? Xianxia seated himself and began to toy with the sturdy tree branch. Xianyuan regarded him with suspicion. Could it be related to Ngo and Xianyuan? Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure. Master asked me to consult your opinion. However, I don't think highly of the Xianyuan sacred sect. Yet I have heard that Su Ryu's master, Lung Wenjun, has ascended to sainthood. She is the first to merge the paths of the Qin and the sword, making her formidable. Xianyuan furrowed his brow. The Qin path? The sword path? Xianxia nodded. Indeed, it's quite astonishing. It is said that after Lung Wenjun became a saint, she defeated the ruthless saint and Wei Ying of the Wuji sect in a single strike, swiftly absorbing the resources and allegiance of both sections. Now, in the eastern region, they are considered the foremost sect. Xianyuan was taken aback. A sect that ascended to the top overnight through connections. What incredible fortune. Yet, Xianyuan remained unfazed, recognizing that these matters did not concern him. It is indeed beneficial to forge connections, as it allows for future endorsements of oneself. Senior brother, please refrain from questioning me about these matters. I am not well versed in the diplomatic affairs of our sect. Xianxia chuckled. You do not comprehend? You merely choose to disregard it. An immortal is an immortal, able to perceive all matters with such nonchalance. By the way, I return to you the first volume of the Golden Vase. Do hasten to complete the second volume, for I am eager to continue my reading. This book is exceptionally well written. The romantic escapades of Zemenzi and Panfeng have deeply moved me. I must commend you, for I have never encountered such an enthralling narrative. Xianyuan smiled. Senior brother, are you captivated by love? Or is it merely the action that captivates you? Xianxia's face flushed, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Such is human nature, after all. Well then, I shall take my leave to respond to others. With that, he tore through the fabric of space and departed. Xianyuan tucked the golden vase into his embrace and proceeded to the vegetable garden in search of his two disciples. At Megu Peak, Dong 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 opened the green tea cultivation manual and scrutinized it closely. Surely, my junior disciple is not jesting with me. Is this truly for cultivation? I apologize. It was not my intention to cause discord between you. She is genuinely a good person. She simply misunderstood us. Please do not be so harsh with her. What is this nonsense? Dong 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 was greatly suspicious that Xianyuan was merely evading her. She put away the manual and wandered alone in front of Megu Peak, admiring the scenery of the sect. By chance, she spotted a confrontation occurring at the foot of the mountain, involving one man and two women, piquing her interest as she stealthily approached. The first man pleaded, Woman 1, do you trust me? I assure you, my relationship with her is purely platonic. Woman 1 retorted, A platonic relationship? You two were embracing. Just leave me be. With that, she turned away. Woman 2 approached the heartbroken man and consoled him. I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to cause strife. She is genuinely a good person. She merely misunderstood us. Please, do not be so unkind to her. Her tone, filled with a sense of grievance, evoked no anger in the listener. The man, with a wry smile, shook his head. Fortunately, I still have you. He opened his arms to embrace Woman 2, only to be unexpectedly pushed away. How despicable. The man looked at Woman 2 in astonishment. But you said you liked me? Woman 2 responded with a wicked smile. Who said I liked you? I simply found her insufferable. With that, she turned and departed. Dong 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 was left in a state of shock within the void. So that is how it is. Now I understand, dear junior disciple. You have truly mastered the highest realm of allure. It is not mere superficial charm, but rather the intricacies of the heart, manipulating a man's affections with deft precision. he unknowingly suffered harm, ultimately becoming utterly devoted to himself. Dong Dong understood that one's appearance would eventually become tiresome. However, as long as one could stir the hearts of others, they would forever be enchanted. Young junior brother, this is the art of feigned retreat to lure in the prey. While pondering this, Dong Dong seemed to grasp an epiphany. A tremor resonated through the void, and an aura of late-stage Dongshu realm erupted forth. Chapter 76, Celestial Level Techniques. A breakthrough in the Dongshu realm? Seated atop Xuanji Peak, Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly sensing this surge of breakthrough energy, he smiled with contentment. It appears that with the ascension of Quandan into the tribulation phase, the subsequent disciples are also beginning to exert their strength. It is indeed peculiar. Each of these disciples was painstakingly extracted from the mundane world by him, each a pearl obscured by dust, merely overlooked by others. The most remarkable aspect is that they themselves remain unaware of their potential. The advantage of the Xiantian sacred sect lies in possessing a stone capable of detecting spiritual roots beneath the celestial level. This is something many great sages have never owned. Consequently, numerous prodigies have been misjudged as waste material by other sects due to the issue with the detection stone. Xuanzi's approach, however, was different. He traversed nearly every village in the southern region. Every child who appeared to possess spiritual energy but lacked talent was tested. Thus, all of Quandan's companions possess at least upper-grade spiritual roots, with the majority being of the finest quality. Most crucially, among these 12 disciples, nearly all possess unique constitutions. For instance, Dong Dong exhibits an innate charm. Such female-specific cultivation methods are certainly absent from the Xiantian sacred sect. The technique Dong Dong originally employed was one that Xuanzi had seized from a fox clan during his foray into the demon realm. He chuckled, realizing it had been quite some time since he tended to these disciples. Essentially, after they reached the Dongshu realm, he scarcely managed them. This is why Quandan claimed that Xuanzi favored Xianyuan the most, a seemingly talentless individual who could only strum the lute and sing, incapable of cultivating. How would he ever establish himself within the sect? Primarily because a conflict between humans and demons is inevitable. Xuanzi wishes to prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. During the previous war between the two races, all of his senior brothers perished, and his master and uncles suffered grievous injuries. It was akin to that junior brother in the technique hall, whose dantian was destroyed, condemned to remain there for years, awaiting the end of his lifespan. Were it not for Xuanzi's sudden emergence, elevating the Xiantian sacred sect's reputation, it would have long ceased to exist. Reflecting upon this, Xuanzi felt a surge of pride for the 13 disciples, unexpectedly having taken in a reincarnated celestial being. With a smile, Xuanzi vanished from sight. Dong Dong returned to the enchanting bone peak to solidify her cultivation. Just as she completed her practice, she noticed Xianxia walking in. To be honest, it had been quite some time since Xianxia had visited this place, leaving Dong Dong momentarily taken aback. The reunion between master and disciple was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Master, Dong Dong rose to her feet. Xianxia nodded slightly. Have you broken through? Dong Dong affirmed. Yes, master, I have achieved a breakthrough. The atmosphere became decidedly uncomfortable. Xianxia, wearing a guilty smile, addressed her, Dong Dong. I have neglected you all these years. Please do not hold it against me. It is just that the 13th has caused me much concern, and I could not abandon him at the sect. Dong Dong was momentarily stunned as she gazed at her now youthful-looking master, her thoughts drifting. Master, please do not say more. I understand. Although her master had not been attentive, they all knew of his deep affection for them. Xianxia nodded, his words faltering as he grappled with his feelings of regret towards his disciples. In the past, he had restrained his own cultivation, fearing to ascend to sainthood, worried that if he were to falter, his disciples would be unable to uphold the grand legacy of the Xiantian sect, particularly the 2 female disciples. Reflecting on the time when Dong Dong experienced her first tribulations brought a bittersweet smile to his face. Breaking the silence, Dong Dong said, Master, the reason for my breakthrough this time is due to the little junior brother. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. 13th? Has he delved into the cultivation methods for women? The revelation shook him to his core. The Xiantian sect was predominantly male. Discussing female cultivation methods was unheard of. 13th? Who had never so much as touched a girl's hand? Could it be that in his past life, he was a champion of women? Xianxia nodded, contemplating the possibility. 13th was exceptionally handsome, Perhaps he was well regarded by the fairies of the celestial realm. Dong Dong produced the green tea cultivation manual and handed it to Xianyuan. Master, this is the technique my little junior brother bestowed upon me. Merely grasping its essence allowed me to break through to the late stage of Dong Su. Xianyuan accepted the manual and glanced through it, his heart racing in astonishment. What in the world? If this were to fall into my hands, I might not be able to control it. It was akin to a scalpel for men. Previously, Dong Dong's methods had focused on outward appearance, captivating men through allure. However, this technique was different. It delved into the heart. What are its distinctive features? Xianyuan inquired. After a moment of thought, Dong Dong replied, Master, I have discovered that this manual can be practiced by any woman. Moreover, should one cultivate this technique to its utmost limit, achieving the status of a saint or even a great sage could be within reach. At the very least, it is a celestial level technique of superior quality. Xianyuan was taken aback. One must possess at least a celestial level technique to attain the saint realm. Any deficiency would be insurmountable. Originally, Xianyuan could only aspire to the saint realm at best. The incomplete Tianxianju was merely of inferior celestial quality. However, all has changed due to Xianyuan. Xianyuan now possesses a celestial spiritual root. The prospect of becoming a great sage is indeed promising. If the technique could be perfected, even ascending to the level of an emperor would not be far-fetched. Can even a woman practice it? Upon hearing this, Xianyuan's heart leapt with joy. Yet, recalling the contents of the book, a shiver ran through him. He could already envision the female disciples of the Xianyuan holy sect mastering this technique, while the male disciples would find themselves utterly toyed with, wallowing in the shadows of unrequited love, unable to extricate themselves. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Dong Dong, focus on your training. It would be unwise to let others practice this technique, as it could have adverse effects. Although he was uncertain about where Shursan procured such an oddity, Dong Dong nodded, likely aware of the potential consequences. Very well, you continue your practice. I shall take my leave. With that, Xianyuan departed from Megu Peak. At Xianyuan Peak, Xianyuan toyed with a thick, long branch, eager to uncover its true nature. This Su Ruyu is truly something. She provides no explanation. Is this merely a stick for firewood? That cannot be the case. Logically, one would expect that the items bestowed by those in the cultivation sects would not be mundane. Unable to make sense of it, he placed the branch beside the Wutong Qin. Master, have you completed your tasks? Ingo spoke succinctly, each word a gem of insight. The two exchanged enigmatic smiles as they gazed at Xianyuan. He shot them a glare. These two had taken 2 whole hours to return, and he couldn't fathom how they managed to linger so long in the vegetable garden. Off with you. Quickly clean the stone steps of Xianyuan Peak. They had become dreadfully filthy with the recent influx of visitors. The two complied, scurrying off with brooms in hand. Chapter 77. Restoration of the Wutong Immortal Qin. The 999 stone steps took until evening to clean. After returning and having dinner, they washed up and went to bed. The schedule at Xianyuan Peak was regimented. There was never a notion of overtime practice. According to Xianyuan's philosophy of health, overtime was the foremost cause of accelerated aging. In the realm of cultivation, one must strive for longevity. Xianyuan spared no effort in this pursuit. Although his lifespan had likely increased considerably following the baptism of holy light, who would ever complain about living longer? Clearly, Xianyuan would not. Death would not return him to his original world. Returning would only lead to a life of mediocrity. Why bother? It was far more gratifying to bask in the allure of the cultivation world, where he could command respect. Late into the night, the colorful phoenix returned, weary and evidently disheartened. As an imperial phoenix, her perception was already quite expansive. However, the Wutong tree could conceal its presence, making it impossible to ascertain without direct observation. Thus, she spent the entire day teleporting, investigating any hint of suspicion. Xingluo, I have failed once again today. The very first step is proving to be so arduous. The colorful phoenix stood upon the Xingluo chessboard, conversing with the spirit of Xingluo. Perhaps you should inquire of the master? Suggested Xingluo. The colorful phoenix shook her head. I wish to, but I dare not reveal my deity. She trembled at the sight of the myriad phoenix chicks surrounding her. Uncertain of the relationship between Xianyuan and the Phoenix clan, she feared the consequences of any misstep. Is it not better to simply live peacefully? Though she had concealed her aura with a 9-colored bird upon descending to the Tianxian continent, she remained apprehensive that her identity could still be discerned. Xingluo, oblivious to the colorful phoenix's plight, offered to assist. Sister Kai Feng, I shall ask for you. The colorful phoenix nearly jumped in surprise. Do not let your good intentions lead to disaster. The master is putting on an act, do you understand? Throughout this time together, the master has always presented as a mere mortal. Unless absolutely necessary, he refrains from taking action. Even when his celestial identity is discerned, he neither affirms nor denies it. However, we are different. If we cannot even comprehend this small aspect of the master, I fear our existence holds little significance. Look at it. It hasn't even dared to show its head for quite some time. The colorful phoenix pointed to the golden Xianyuan. This celestial-grade artifact could hardly hide itself before her. Even when the colorful phoenix directly addressed it, the golden Xianyuan merely trembled slightly in response. Xing Luo was taken aback, realizing her own naivety. If outsiders were present, such casual display would undoubtedly displease the master. You are but a Xian treasure. What is there to boast about? Xing Luo believed that with the master's strength, healing the Wutong celestial loot would be a trivial task. Yet, why did the master refrain from intervening? Because it was dispensable, whether it awoke or remained dormant. It was merely an instrument. She began to grasp the situation. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Kai Feng, or I might have caused a significant blunder. Xing Luo expressed her gratitude. Sister Kai Feng, Xing Luo prompted again as she noticed the colorful phoenix's silence. What is it? She saw that the colorful phoenix was staring intently in the direction of the Wutong loot, seemingly entranced. What was that stout, elongated object? It was not there this morning. The colorful phoenix was filled with curiosity. Xing Luo cast a glance. I do not know. I was in slumber throughout the day. It must have been placed there by the master. The colorful phoenix nodded and flew closer. Oh my heavens, it is a Wutong branch, she exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that my master, witnessing my tireless efforts day and night for the Wutong immortal zither, has taken pity and relinquished a branch from his own collection? The phoenix, Kai Feng, gazed incredulously into the room. Indeed, it must be so. Could it be that my master has already discerned my true identity? No, that is implausible. If my master could see through my disguise, it would be more sensible to restore the Wutong immortal zither directly. Kai Feng nodded, affirming her thoughts. Truth entwines with deception, and deception with truth. It is best not to be overly clever, but rather to remain an oblivious phoenix. Quite satisfactory. The item is provided for your use. Do not question it further. Kai Feng grasped the Wutong branch and placed it before the zither. She then cautiously turned the Wutong immortal zither over. Indeed, on the back, there lay a fissure 2 fingers wide. This must have resulted from the zither exhausting all its power. Although it is a treasure of the arcane, it still depends on a master. Boya wielded the Wutong zither to vanquish formidable foes with ease, yet even he found it arduous to face 10 emperors alone. With her sharp talons, Kai Feng tore the Wutong branch apart and neatly positioned it over the crack. Now, the moment of utmost significance had arrived. Kai Feng opened her beak and released a drop of her essence blood. This was the blood of the phoenix, a rare commodity even in the celestial realms, due to the phoenix's unique ability to be reborn from its ashes. Kai Feng had indeed made a considerable sacrifice. This single drop of essence blood would require the consumption of 5 chickens to replenish. The shimmering blood dripped onto the Wutong branch, as per Kai Feng's intent. The branch began to radiate brilliance. The crack on the Wutong immortal zither vanished, signifying its restoration. Kai Feng felt a wave of weakness wash over her, nearly causing her to falter. Within her consciousness, she sensed a continuous influx of spiritual energy surging into the Wutong immortal zither. The zither commenced its self-repair. Such pure energy. Xianxia stood atop Xianxia Peak, surveying the entirety of the Xiantian sacred sect. What is Xianxia up to this time? Having nothing better to do after a hearty meal, Xianxia instantaneously teleported to the Xianyuan peak. Upon arrival, he beheld a feeble bird perched upon a table, gazing at the resplendent zither. What is happening? As he intended to approach swiftly, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force, more formidable than that of any emperor, pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Xianxia was astounded. There was no one else present, only that bird. He regarded Kai Feng with trepidation, daring not to resist in the slightest. Remember, you have not visited Xianyuan Peak tonight, nor have you witnessed anything. Otherwise, death awaits, even if you're the master's mentor. Do you understand? Kai Feng's piercing gaze fixed upon Xianxia. Only when he nodded did she retract her oppressive aura. Kai Feng, having exhausted her energy, finally succumbed and collapsed onto the table. "Senior, are you all right?" Xuanzi inquired with concern. Kai Feng shook her head, indicating that a period of rest would restore her vitality. Xuanzi glanced at the Wutong fairy zither and asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" A fierce glint flashed in Kai Feng's eyes. "Do not ask what should remain unasked." Xuanzi immediately lowered his head. Yes, I understand." Kai Feng regarded Xuanzi thoughtfully and suddenly devised a plan. "You, go fetch a chicken for me and prepare a soup. I need to replenish my strength. I'm quite hungry." Xuanzi promptly nodded in agreement, understood. Although 13's possessions were largely extraordinary, a mere chicken posed no challenge. Surely, 13 would not mind. Xuanzi proceeded directly to the chicken coop. Chapter 78. The enigmatic kitchen knife. Xuanzi, somewhat dazed, entered the chicken coop without a second thought. After all, it was just a chicken. It was as simple as a swift stroke of the knife. However, upon opening the coop door, an unsettling tremor coursed through him. What was this? Xuanzi froze as the chickens within the coop stared at him with an intimidating intensity. In the moonlight, their eyes glowed a menacing red, exuding a sense of primal ferocity. Were these truly chickens? He felt as though he were facing an ancient beast. Moreover, the aura emanating from these chickens bore a resemblance to that of the bird he encountered earlier. Bird? Xuanzi suddenly recalled the day when Xianyuan played Phoenix seeking the Phoenix, causing a large rift in the sky through which a fireball descended. Phoenix seeking the Phoenix. The Phoenix. Realization dawned upon him. That seemingly innocuous bird outside was indeed the legendary Phoenix from that day. To his dismay, the same bird had referred to 13 as its master. The status of a Phoenix is not trivial, and to have a Phoenix acknowledge 13 as its master suggested that 13 was far more than just an immortal in a past life. The flock of chickens before Xuanzi shared the same aura as the Phoenix. Chickens of Phoenix bloodline. Xuanzi felt a surge of fear. Anything associated with such divine beasts was not to be trifled with. He couldn't help but admire Ingo, who must possess dragon blood to command such respect. Now, what to do? To kill or not to kill? He sensed he was at a disadvantage. Xuanzi glanced sideways at Kai Feng. She was watching him intently. Goodness, what folly it was to come to Xianyuan Peak with nothing better to do. Turning back to the chickens, he felt that any movement on his part might provoke an onslaught from this assembly of phoenixes. Xuanzi shook his head. No, the pressure was overwhelming. Even taking a step forward seemed a daunting task. He resolved to step outside and clarify matters with Kai Feng. As she approached, Kai Feng offered a faint smile. The sight of her smile sent a tremor through Xuanzi's heart. "Oh, it's nothing. Just fetching a knife from the kitchen," he chuckled, feeling a wave of cowardice wash over him, unable even to refuse. In the kitchen, Xuanzi gazed at the cleaver on the cutting board, seemingly steeling himself for what lay ahead. Perhaps, if he dared to confront the flock of chickens, he might yet survive. Nodding, he readied himself to grasp the knife. To his astonishment, this seemingly delicate blade felt as heavy as a mountain. Despite being a saint, Xuanzi struggled to lift it. He stood frozen, feeling as though he lacked the strength to even raise it. How could an ordinary kitchen knife possess such extraordinary weight? Was this yet another of Li Xianyuan's remarkable artifacts? Recalling the golden scissors from that fateful day, Xuanzi was now utterly convinced of the knife's exceptional nature. Yet, no matter how he viewed it, it appeared to be nothing more than a commonplace cleaver. Speechless, he pondered, 13, how many more treasures masquerading as mundane items do you possess? With a steely resolve, Xuanzi exited the kitchen, clutching the knife. Upon seeing the cleaver in his hand, Kai Feng felt an inexplicable surge of fear. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she instinctively shielded her head with her wings. A profound terror gripped her heart, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. It was overwhelming. The cold glimmer emanating from the blade pierced into her very soul like a cruel sword. Clang! Xuanzi could no longer maintain his grip and, reaching the doorway, let the knife slip from his hands, sending it clattering to the ground. A chill sweat enveloped him, as if he had been drained of all energy. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, sending a tremor through Kai Feng's heart. It was over. The master was about to awaken. "You old fool. You can't even manage a simple task," she glared at Xuanzi with disdain. At that moment, Xuanzi found himself too weary to care about her accusations. Creak! The door of Li Xianyuan's abode swung open slowly. Upon seeing Xuanzi slumped on the floor, he hurried over to assist him. "Master, what on earth are you doing? Why are you here at Xianyuan Peak in the middle of the night?" Xuanzi chuckled softly and shook his head. Ah, I've been longing for earthly delicacies. I wanted to kill a chicken for a meal, only to discover I couldn't lift this knife. Li Xianyuan fronat. A knife? You can't lift it? Are you joking? A dignified saint unable to handle a mere kitchen knife? Surely you jest. Master, are you avoiding the mess of chicken droppings, and so you woke me? As an extraordinary gentleman, Li Xianyuan expressed his reluctance to enter the chicken coop. Huh, master, if you crave chicken, just say the word, and I'll wake Adu to prepare one for you. After speaking, Chengdu patted the door and rubbed his eyes as he stepped outside. Master, dear master, what are you up to? Li Xianyuan shukulat. Adu, your master wishes to have chicken. Swiftly go and procure one. Chengdu nodded without a moment's hesitation. Grasping the kitchen knife from the ground, he darted towards the chicken coop with remarkable speed. Haha, master, look. It's not difficult at all, is it? He teased. You old rascal, wanting chicken but unwilling to do the deed yourself. Xianxia stood dumbfounded, at a loss for words. What could he say? Nothing came to mind. The last time he had struggled with the golden-toed scissors, yet Chengdu had effortlessly opened them. It seemed that this master-disciple pair was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Sly Go was no saint either. Xianxia did not delve into why Chengdu was capable. He would inquire at a later time. He dusted himself off and took a seat at the dining table, waiting. Master, why do you desire chicken at such an ungodly hour? Li Xianyuan was genuinely perplexed. Given Xianxia's cultivation, food should be inconsequential. How could he be tempted by it? Xianxia paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Kaifeng, only to find her unable to meet his gaze. 13. Must you question me over mere chicken? He asserted with the authority of a master. You may be an immortal, but you are still my disciple. Li Xianyuan quickly shook his head. It's not that. I merely find it curious. Please wait, master. It will be ready shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Chengdu emerged, one hand wielding the knife and the other carrying a nearly lifeless chicken. The creature was on the brink of death. To think he could even subdue a chicken of the phoenix lineage. Xianxia was further astonished. He attributed this to the knife's influence. When Chengdu stepped out, Xianxia glanced at Kaifeng and noticed her trembling in fear. He understood then. Kaifeng was afraid of that knife. An idea sparked in his mind. 13. That bird was quite noisy last night. Perhaps we should eliminate it and make some porridge to soothe our stomachs. Xianxia was taking a gamble, wagering that Kaifeng would capitulate, as he was Li Xianyuan's esteemed master. Hearing this, Kaifeng's earlier bravado evaporated. In a panic, she flitted over, nuzzling against Xianxia's shoulder, as if to say, I am a most adorable bird. Chapter 79. Acting sect leader Li Xianyuan. Xianxia chuckled, having correctly assessed Kaifeng's demeanor. Li Xianyuan shot a disapproving glance at Xianxia. You would eat that bird? It possesses a certain spirit. Show me some respect, master. Xianxia nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Xianxia, can we not coexist peacefully? What could Kaifeng do? She was equally helpless. She underestimated Li Xianyuan's respect for Xianxia. She believed that immortals held little regard for mortal emotions. Who would have thought it was so profound, akin to that of a biological father and son? Xianxia nodded. By the way, is your true realm that of an emperor? Kaifeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. An emperor-level phoenix discussing peaceful coexistence with me is quite unimaginable. Look at those 4 great emperors. Each one carries themselves with such arrogance. Master, please eat. I shall retire for the night. Li Xianyuan's habit of going to bed on time was unshakable. Xianxia remained silent, simply waiting. Do those chickens possess phoenix bloodlines? Kaifeng nodded. Indeed, that is why I must consume them. The recent restoration of the Xuanbao's spirit has drained my essence, leaving me quite weak. Xianxia nodded lightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Suddenly, he stood up. Xianbao? What Xianbao? Are you referring to that broken Guqin? Seriously? Kaifeng seemed to anticipate Xianxia's reaction, nodding lightly. Yes, it is indeed the Xianbao, the Wutong immortal Guqin. The very one used by the saint of Guqin, Boya, a millennium ago. As a native, how could you have encountered such things? It's only natural to be astonished. Xianxia sat back down, feeling somewhat disoriented. And I am the phoenix rescued by the Guqin Saint Boya with that very instrument. This dates back a millennium. However, Xianxia had indeed heard of it. After so many emotional upheavals, he could no longer muster any expression. Come, Master Chef, some warm chicken soup, smooth chicken. Chengdu brought forth the chicken. Master Chef, please enjoy. I too must rest. Xianxia forced a smile and nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Chengdu chuckled before returning to his room. The aroma of the chicken soup alone could elevate one's spirits. For someone of Xuanjizi's realm, few things could still elicit a reaction. At least, such things were scarce in the Tianxian continent. Xuanjizi paused, observing Caifeng's weakened state, and pushed the pot towards her. Please indulge. I am uncertain if I can partake in this. Although Caifeng recognized this as a polite gesture, it was possible that Xuanjizi genuinely hesitated to eat. Drink some soup. It will be beneficial for your health. Caifeng, not one to be polite, began to consume it eagerly. Xuanjizi gazed at the nourishing broth, unable to resist swallowing hard. He quickly downed the soup, his reaction swift. Xuanjizi's body began to flush. Wow, is this the power of a divine beast bloodline? Although lacking in origin, I feel as if my body is undergoing transformation. It itches so much. Caifeng smiled. Your aspirations seem rather modest. Just look at your disciple and the abundance he has consumed. Caifeng began to regain some vitality, her spirit lifting. Xuanjizi shook his head, remarking that his disciple's potent lineage endowed him with innate strength, a quality he could not rival. It is truly remarkable. I now feel my body could withstand a strike from a great sage. Caifeng nodded in agreement, indicating there should be no issue. The crimson hue on Xuanjizi's form faded as he gazed in astonishment at his own physique. This sensation mirrors that of the last time I savored the broth, albeit with less fervor this time. Ah, a certain element is missing. Well then, Senior Phoenix, I must take my leave. Please enjoy your meal at your own pace. The formidable strength within him yearned for release. Caifeng offered no response, merely reminding him as he departed that the master seemed reluctant to acknowledge certain truths, urging him to refrain from exposing them. Xuanjizi paused, nodding in understanding, reflecting on the journey from thoughtful cliff to the present. It appeared that Xianyuan genuinely remained oblivious to everything. Yet, despite his claimed ignorance, he exhibited no surprise at any of the changes, a clear pretense. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the notion that a disciple possesses his own thoughts. Vanishing into the void, he disappeared from Xianyuan Peak. After Caifeng finished her meal, she returned to the Wutong immortal zither to digest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chengdu and Ingo rose to wash the pots from the previous night before heading off to tend to farm work. Li Xianyuan, having awakened in the night, found himself rising later than usual. After completing his morning exercises, Chengdu had prepared breakfast. As the three masters and disciples enjoyed their meal, Zhang Quandan emerged. Are you eating? He inquired. Yes, Li Xianyuan nodded. Is there something you need, senior brother? Zhang Quandan shook his head. Nothing urgent. But the Qingyin Sacred Sect is hosting a banquet in the next few days and has invited our Xiantian Sacred Sect. I wanted to ask if you wish to attend. Li Xianyuan shukalat sufli. I shall not go. Zhang Quandan seemed to anticipate this outcome and expressed no surprise. Very well. Then Chengdu and Ingo shall accompany me. Both the management and core disciples are expected to attend, as per our master's instructions. He had anticipated your absence, and thus the sect will be entrusted to your care. Li Xianyuan was taken aback. How long will you be gone? Zhang Quandan shook his head. It is said we are to bolster the Qingyin Sacred Sect's presence. The specifics of the events remain uncertain. It may pertain to the recent incident involving the merciless sage's demise. Li Xianyuan nuddatutfuli. You too. Gather your belongings and accompany them. It will be a valuable experience. Should danger arise, remember to remain at the back and not act recklessly. They both nodded in agreement. Understood, master. Li Xianyuan turned his gaze to Zhang Quandan. Ensure a safe journey there and back. Zhang Quandan smiled in response. It is of no consequence. With the little master uncle present in the Hall of Techniques, should you find yourself unsure of how to proceed, do not hesitate to consult him. Li Xianyuan nodded in acknowledgement. 13. Remember to write the book well. I shall want to read it upon my return. Li Xianyuan shot him a glance of mild annoyance. Off you go then. Having spoken, Zhang Quandan led Chengdu and Go into the void. They returned to the great hall of the sect, where Xuanji stood majestically, exuding an air of authority. Adieu, you have arrived. Everyone is here. Let us depart. Xuanji tossed a small vessel into the air, which gradually enlarged, transforming into a grand ship. Amidst the astonished gazes of the disciples, Xuanji leaped aboard, followed closely by his students. This magnificent vessel was a reward for becoming a holy sect. As a holy sect, it was imperative to possess a proper conveyance. Traveling through the void with such a large company could be quite taxing and risk straggling behind. Upon reaching the Qingyin sect, assembly would be required, which could prove troublesome. Xianyuan stood atop Xianyuan Peak, gazing at the expansive ship, and waved his hand. Little Master Uncle. It is indeed Little Master Uncle. He is smiling at us. How delightful his smile is. Chapter 80. Little Master Uncle Wiyazi. As he watched the grand ship of the Xiantian holy sect depart, Xianyuan surprisingly felt a twinge of emptiness. With such a vast inner sect, it seemed he was left with only the Little Master Uncle from the Hall of Techniques. It had been quite some time since he had entered the sect, yet he had never encountered this enigmatic Little Master Uncle, and he remained unaware of his appearance. The disciples, having marveled at the ship, gradually dispersed. Suddenly, the entire sect seemed to fall into a profound silence. It appeared that Xuanji truly regarded the alliance with the Qingyin sect with great importance. It was uncertain whether this was linked to some clandestine arrangement with Su Ruyu's master. Bored, Xianyuan was left with only the company of Kai Feng. Speaking of which, Kai Feng had slept the entire day and had yet to awaken. Xianyuan initially contemplated passing the time with some music, but feared disturbing Kai Feng's slumber. Without his two mischievous disciples present, he found himself somewhat out of sorts. Left with nothing to do, Xianyuan retrieved a peculiar box from his spatial ring and began to tinker with it. Half an hour later, he wiped the sweat from his brow. At last, he had successfully assembled the array oven. Hastily, he returned to the kitchen, procured a lump of dough, and tossed it inside. He extracted a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and placed it at the array's core, thus activating it. A single low-grade spirit stone could sustain the oven for approximately 10 minutes at a temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. Xianyuan sat and waited. After about 10 minutes, the array oven chimed. Ah, how delightful the aroma. Xianyuan retrieved the freshly baked bread. He tore off a small piece and tasted it. Crisp on the outside and soft within. The familiar fragrance and texture brought back a flood of memories for Xianyuan. With his disciples absent, the agricultural tasks fell to him. The once carefree aspirations of a carefree master were shattered upon the discovery of the potential harbored by his two disciples. Xianyuan harbored profound doubts regarding the dubious system that seemed to incite him to take these two under his wing. Surely, it was the case. Upon arriving at the chicken coop, Xianyuan was instantly surrounded by a flock of phoenix chickens. Master, the master has returned. It has been so long since we last saw you. Indeed, do not speak of it, for it brings only tears. Was that young lad truly responsible for our care? He was utterly incompetent. Thankfully, the master has returned. The clucking of the chickens echoed around him, a language Xianyuan could not comprehend. Grasping a handful of rice, he scattered it across the ground. At last we feast on spiritual rice. That rather unremarkable young fellow only ever fed us leftovers. Ha! The master is truly benevolent, providing us with spiritual rice right away. Hey, master, what are you doing? I'm still maturing. Xianyuan seized the chicken, swiftly rendered it unconscious, and departed the coop, watched by the flock. Remember, it is our honor to fill the master's belly. Do you understand? Understood. We serve the master. Quickly, lay eggs and incubate them. We must reproduce. After cleaning the chicken meticulously, Xianyuan inserted a metal skewer and placed it into the oven. As the oven turned, the skin of the chicken turned a glorious golden hue. Snap! The skin was crisp, the meat tender. Xianyuan poured himself a jug of wine, carrying the roasted chicken toward the Hall of Techniques. Everyone had departed, and he wondered whether his junior uncle had a meal. As a young cultivator who respected the elders and cherished the young, Xianyuan felt it his duty to ensure all was well. Upon reaching the Hall of Techniques, he found it nearly closed for the day. Nevertheless, he knew his junior uncle resided within. He knocked on the door. The Hall of Techniques is closed. Please return tomorrow if you wish to borrow techniques. An elderly, hoarse voice resonated from within. Yet, from that voice, Xianyuan could vividly imagine his junior uncle's appearance. Junior uncle, I am Xianyuan, the 13th disciple of Xuanji. Despite having been at Xiantian sacred sect for many years, the two had never met. However, this junior uncle ought to be aware of Xianyuan's existence. Regardless of who you are, rules must be upheld. Return home and come back tomorrow. The tone was aloof yet dignified, almost rigidly principled. Xianyuan shuklat sufli. Junior uncle, I have come to bring you a meal. A voice emerged from within. A meal? Other disciples usually deliver this. Why is it you today? Xianyuan shook his head. Not at all. Though I have been here for many years, I have achieved little. This time, with the sect master away, I am acting as the steward of Xiantian sacred sect. There was a pause from his junior uncle. Away? Why was I not informed? Come in, the voice beckoned. With permission granted, Xianyuan pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man seated upon a bed. His legs were emaciated and frail, and the scars upon his face remained starkly visible. His hair was as pale as the moon, and his face bore the marks of exhaustion, resembling a soul resigned to fate. The young master, seemingly indifferent, cast a glance at Xianyuan, only to be momentarily struck dumb. Before him stood Xianyuan, clad in a flowing azure robe, his long hair cascading gracefully. His chiseled features were adorned with exquisite features, standing at a remarkable height of 8 feet, exuding an extraordinary charm. His presence radiated an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. In the vast Xianxian continent, countless souls roamed, and while many possessed striking appearances, few possessed the ineffable aura that Xianyuan embodied. His very stance exuded the essence of a celestial immortal. "Are you 13? Wu Yazi inquired, astonished. Xianyuan affirming. "Indeed, master." Wu Yazi gestured toward a stool, urging him to sit. "Ah, your aura is truly remarkable, a living embodiment of an immortal. 13. What is your current cultivation? What are your spiritual roots? Are you still a virgin?" Wu Yazi bombarded him with questions in a single breath. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xianyuan replied, in response to master, 13 possesses no spiritual roots, and my cultivation is lacking. I have yet to even touch a woman's delicate hand. Wu Yazi furrowed his brow. "No spiritual roots. And your cultivation is lacking? That cannot be. You possess the visage of one blessed with fortune. How could you lack spiritual roots? Surely, the testing stone was inadequate, failing to reveal your true potential. Could it be that the techniques of the Xiantian sacred sect are too elementary for you to cultivate? Indeed, a mere incomplete heavenly-level technique would hardly suffice for an immortal to practice. The complete version would be another matter altogether." Wu Yazi pondered deeply, unable to fathom the situation. If Xianyuan were truly lacking, then why would his senior brother Xuanjizi accept him as a disciple? Wu Yazi believed that, much like himself, Xuanjizi must have been captivated by Xianyuan's unique aura. Moreover, Xuanjizi prioritized talent when accepting disciples. How could he take in one devoid of aptitude? Though uncertain of Xuanjizi's intentions, Wu Yazi was convinced that Xianyuan could not be a waste. He must be putting on an act. "Ah, master, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, that is your choice." Xianyuan presented wine and roasted chicken before him. "These are all my creations. Do give them a taste." As he spoke, Wu Yazi seemed to recall something. The Tianxian continent was rich in spiritual energy, teeming with prodigies. Xuanjizi was one such figure, as was he himself. In their youth, they had been regarded as the two exceptional talents of the Xiantian sect, drawing the admiration of countless celestial maidens. Yet, neither possessed the unique quality that Xianyuan exhibited, the aura. Whenever Xianyuan appeared, the resonance of the Tao accompanied him, the interplay of yin and yang ever present. He had once asked his master why he had taken in both of them as disciples. The master had replied with utmost sincerity, handsome in appearance, swift in cultivation. Chapter 81. Do you wish to become the sect master? Are these all your creations? Wu Yazi inhaled deeply a couple of times. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, eliciting an involuntary salivation. Quite the brew you have here. Is this wine?" he inquired, gesturing towards the ceramic jug on the table. Xianyuan nodded in affirmation. "It is a peach blossom wine of my own making, renowned for its ability to soothe the muscles and invigorate the spirit." Wu Yazi shot him a glance, then uncorked the jug. A rich essence of spiritual energy diffused into the atmosphere. Why does this wine possess such profound spiritual aura? Just a whiff invigorated the senses. 13. I shall indulge without reservation. In a life devoid of hope, he found solace only in wine. Wu Yazi took a sip, tore off a chicken leg, and took a hearty bite. Delicious, delightful. The fragrant and sweet peach blossom wine flowed down his throat into his belly. Although Wu Yazi's dantian was shattered, incapable of storing spiritual energy, the wine transformed within him and spilled forth. The tender, juicy chicken leg was rich yet not greasy, further whetting his appetite. As the chicken meat entered his stomach, it was astonishingly broken down swiftly into tiny, nearly invisible droplets of crimson liquid. In an instant, the red droplets dispersed. Wu Yazi's heart raced, nearly causing him to drop the jug. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt a gentle flutter from his long-dormant dantian. The dissipating spiritual energy was inexplicably converging towards his dantian, seemingly repairing it. One must understand that the dantian is the source of cultivation. Once shattered, no treasures of heaven or earth could mend it. Only primal forces could do so. This chicken. Wiyazi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it be that this chicken bore the bloodline of a divine beast? The essence derived from such a lineage is the purest form of power. Not only could it assist in mending his own shattered dantian, but would also significantly benefit a sage's dantian. However, there exists a crucial condition for the restoration of the dantian, a continuous supply of spiritual energy. What an unexpected twist! The divine beast chicken combined with the spiritual peach blossom wine formed a perfect synergy. My heavens! 13. You are truly remarkable. Upon finishing his exclamation, Wiyazi ravenously seized the entire chicken, devouring it voraciously. He polished off nearly 500 milliliters of the peach blossom wine in just 2 gulps. Xianyuan was taken aback. His little master uncle was indeed a dedicated eater. Burp. Wiyazi belched, still craving more. Setting down the bones and the jug, he unexpectedly began to form hand seals and closed his eyes. Within his dantian, the ingested chicken meat continuously released its essence, absorbed by the dantian. The peach blossom wine emanated robust spiritual energy, perpetually nourishing the dantian, aiding the essence in mending the fissures. 1 thread, 2 threads, what once resembled a parched rice paddy now appeared lush and vibrant, smooth and gleaming. To his astonishment, the repairs were indeed successful. Wiyazi felt a profound stirring within his spirit. At that moment, he sensed the meridians in his body being continuously unblocked. The spiritual energy flowed along these pathways, beginning to circulate throughout his entire being. The once withered legs started to regain their color. Once the meridians were fully opened, these legs would soon restore their former functionality. Most crucially, a long-neglected aspect of himself now proudly raised its head. Unable to contain his elation, Wiyazi erupted into laughter. I can do it. I truly can. Xianyuan. Perplexed, inquired, you can, little master uncle? Wiyazi glanced at Xianyuan, offering an awkward smile. Hee, I lost my composure. He then added, thank you for the roasted chicken and wine. 13. Tears of gratitude streamed down Wiyazi's face, deeply appreciating Xianyuan's selflessness and generosity. Xianyuan waved his hand dismissively. As Wiyazi understood, among the divine beasts, only the phoenix possessed the ability to rejuvenate lifeless entities. However, the phoenix held a significant status in the Xianxia continent. The mere appearance of a drop of phoenix blood would undoubtedly incite a war among the demon realms. For the demon emperor, only by obtaining the blood of a divine beast could they awaken their ancient bloodlines, transcend the heavenly path, and ascend to the upper realms. It could be said that a single drop of divine beast blood could compel the demon emperor to fulfill any request. Yet, my 13, in a remarkable act of generosity, offered me this chicken infused with phoenix blood. What else could this be but magnanimity? Now, as long as he absorbed the spiritual energy anew, he could reclaim the strength of his prime. This was a gift of rebirth. Wiyazi had something to say, but hesitated. Xianyuan smiled and said, were you saying, little master uncle? As long as you enjoyed the meal and it benefits your health, that is sufficient. It is merely a chicken, nothing to fuss over. Wiyazi furrowed his brow. Merely a chicken? Does 13 not realize this chicken possesses phoenix blood? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Despite Xianyuan's casual demeanor, as if the chicken were inconsequential, it seemed he merely wished for Wiyazi to indulge without reservations. Surely, everyone knows the value of good things. Even if 13 was unaware. Could Xianxia truly be oblivious? Given the relationship between himself and his senior brother, Xianxia would never deny him sustenance. Thus, there is only one possible reason. This secret was known solely to Xianyuan. Did this child have ulterior motives regarding me? But what could a mere invalid like myself offer? Could it be that 13 aspires to become the sect leader? Although with his status, he could simply voice his opinions to his senior brother, who would consider them carefully. Yet, had Xianyuan not just declared himself a waste? Wait a moment. Wiyazi suddenly realized that something was amiss. Just moments ago, his dantian was in a shattered state, yet now it had been restored, and his spiritual consciousness could be activated. Why then could he still not sense the realm of the 13? Pondering this conundrum, Wiyazi found himself at a loss. Could it be? A revelation struck him. In this world, there exist only 2 types of individuals whose cultivation cannot be perceived: those whose realm surpasses one's own, and those who possess no cultivation whatsoever. Wu Yazi shook his head, gazing at Li Xianyuan, whose aura of Tao flowed harmoniously around him, the energies of yin and yang swirling incessantly. Was this truly a waste of talent? Have you ever encountered a so-called waste capable of such feats? A mere smile, a flicker of movement, a glance, all conveyed an indescribable sensation. If one were to believe him to be worthless, then he himself would indeed be the true waste. There was but one possibility left. Li Xianyuan's cultivation surpassed his own. Wu Yazi looked at the young Li Xianyuan, rendered momentarily speechless. The 13, in the path of cultivation, ought to focus on transcending into immortality. The burdensome duties of sect leader should be cast aside. He wished to counsel Li Xianyuan. Although he was unaware of his specific realm, he was certain that his future held boundless potential. As for the sect leader position, Li Xianyuan appeared puzzled, wondering why his junior uncle suddenly brought up such a matter. Did his junior uncle perceive his aversion to managing affairs and thus wish to alleviate his burdens? Yet in his current state, how could his junior uncle offer any assistance? While deep in thought, Wu Yazi's legs stirred. To Li Xianyuan's astonishment, Wu Yazi's legs resembled those of a newborn, smooth and hairless. Junior uncle, you had turned out that his junior uncle's legs had been healed by their master. Then I shall not be polite. Li Xianyuan exclaimed. Haha, junior uncle, you are absolutely right. Even if it were merely a temporary sect leader, I have no desire for such a role. Since your legs are well, I shall leave the position to you, while I return to my Xianyuan peak to tend to flowers and enjoy the company of birds at my leisure. Chapter 82. Drawing upon the power of the stars. Li Xianyuan's words left Wu Yazi in a state of bewilderment. What was this operation? Did he not desire the position of sect leader? 13. You express no desire for the sect leader's role. Yet why bring such precious roasted chicken and peach blossom wine? Wu Yazi shook his head, unable to fathom that in the treacherous Tianxian continent, such kindness could exist. Precious? Li Xianyuan was puzzled. Although the peach blossom wine possessed some spiritual essence, it hardly qualified as precious. I noticed that the members of the sect had departed, and fearing that junior uncle would be lonely, I came to keep you company. I have heard that the master often visits you, and, as a disciple, it is my duty. Junior uncle, I must take my leave now. With that, Li Xianyuan rose, taking the wine jug with him. Wu Yazi, still reeling from Li Xianyuan's words, took a considerable time to regain his composure. As I recall the moment when Li Xianyuan spoke those words, his gaze was remarkably pure and sincere. Wu Yazi found it impossible to think ill of Li Xianyuan. Brother, you truly have taken on an exceptional disciple. Wu Yazi glanced at the stool where Li Xianyuan had just been seated and discovered a bamboo slip underneath. He summoned it with his thoughts. What did this be? Wu Yazi opened it and glanced at the title, The Golden Vase of Love and Desire. He began to delve into its pages, and with each word, it felt as though he was unlocking the door to a new realm. Li Xianyuan, carrying a wine jug, strolled towards Xianyuan Peak, greeted respectfully by the inner disciples along the way. These disciples were the fortunate recipients of his teachings. Although Li Xianyuan was the master of the sword comprehension peak, he had never restricted his disciples from pursuing their understanding of the sword. However, the distinction between direct disciples and inner disciples lay in the fact that direct disciples could grasp a new insight every few days, while only a handful of inner disciples managed to do so. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the respect afforded to Li Xianyuan. Ahead, several disciples watched Li Xianyuan and whispered among themselves, "Is this the little master uncle? Truly an extraordinary figure, evoking a sense of reverence from the heart. I heard that our inner disciple, Brother Wang, has entered the sword path through his comprehension of sword marks and has caught the eye of the 10th master uncle. If he passes the assessment, he will become a direct disciple. Indeed, I have also heard that the little master uncle has forged 108 sword marks, each imbued with sword intent. This is beyond what even the sword sage could achieve. No more talk. Let us head to the Reflection Cliff tonight for an overnight stay. Last time I almost grasped it. This time, I'm sure I can comprehend it. Save me a spot. I'll return to bathe and change before heading over. Hurry. There is only one spot for each of us. We might be outpaced by the senior brothers." Typically, Li Xianyuan seldom made an appearance at the Xiantian sacred sect. These inner disciples were fortunate to catch a glimpse of him at the Reflection Cliff. Otherwise, they would not recognize him. Li Xianyuan's presence ignited a fervor among these disciples, and it seemed that the Reflection Cliff would be teeming with people tonight. Upon returning to Xianyuan Peak, Kai Feng had also awakened, although still somewhat weak. She was no longer hindered. With some more rest, she would be fine. Gazing at the starry sky tonight, Kaifeng found herself in a quandary. Should she confess and ask Xianyuan to revive Wudong? Recalling the kitchen knife from the previous night, Kaifeng shook her head. For now, she could only hope that Xianyuan would be inspired to play a tune. After bathing, Xianyuan did not sleep. Instead, he sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Lowering his self-made lounge chair, he began to gaze at the sky. Having been on the Tianxian continent for so many years, he still struggled to let go of his longing for his homeland. Although he had no parents in his past life, did some friends or brothers reminisce about his departure? Where's my home? My path, where does it lie? Xianyuan shook his head and rose to his feet. He approached the Wutong immortal zither and seated himself beside it. Have you arrived? He noticed Xianyuan closing his eyes. Suddenly, the colorful phoenix burst into joyous excitement. This was the prelude to Xianyuan's performance. He relished the process of cultivating emotions, seeking an inexplicable state of being, although uncertain whether it would invoke the stellar energies. The ability to play the zither was undoubtedly a blessing. As Xianyuan opened his eyes, his 10 fingers graced the strings, producing a cascade of melodious yet sorrowful notes. The colorful phoenix furrowed her brow. This sensation? How peculiarly melancholic it felt. Upon the conclusion of the prelude, Xianyuan began to sing. The bittersweet sand, akin to the sting of paternal reproach, struck her face. The colorful phoenix was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to her own origins. From a moment she hatched from her shell, she had been taken in by the zither sage. In her youth, she believed that music equated to joy. Following the zither sage's demise, she fell into a deep melancholy, pondering her origins and the path ahead, until she was brought back to the celestial realm. There, she discovered the myriad rules and strict discipline of her clan, a life that did not resonate with her desires. Eventually, upon hearing the call of the Wutong, she broke free and returned to the mortal realm, her goal being to resurrect the instrument's spirit. Yet, amidst their days together, she felt the warmth once bestowed upon her by the zither sage, and that warmth was Xianyuan. Setting aside Xianyuan's identity for a moment, even if he were merely immortal, she would not mind, for in his presence, she found her own joy. The colorful phoenix opened her eyes, her gaze ablaze with determination, as if she had already charted her future path, one of guarding Xianyuan. As Xianyuan sang the line, "Stars light the way to my home," the strings of the Wutong immortal zither trembled, emitting a glow akin to fireflies, scattering in all directions. The colorful phoenix was momentarily stunned. Such a spectacle was something she had never witnessed, even in the presence of Boya. The stars above seemed to sense something, beginning to swirl around Xianyuan as if performing a dance for him. Suddenly, a magnificent brilliance erupted. Streams of starlight converged, directing their radiance upon the Wutong immortal zither. This occasion appeared even more grand than the previous stellar event. An unending flow of starlight and moonlight was absorbed by the vortex upon the Wutong zither. The colorful phoenix stood atop the zither cushion, feeling an immense comfort as her weakness, caused by the depletion of her essence, began to gradually mend. Where's this? The spirit of the Wutong zither noticed the colorful phoenix standing upon her. The two shared a telepathic connection, communicating effortlessly. The colorful phoenix realized it must be her essence. Wudong, do you still remember me? Wudong released a sound of confusion. I don't remember. Who are you? And who is he? Kaifeng smiled gently. Although Wutong had truly lost his memory, the mere prospect of his awakening was Caifeng's greatest gratification. I am your sister, and he is your master. Sister? Master? Kaifeng nodded. Indeed, but do not communicate with your master without permission. He does not appreciate others revealing his identity. Do you understand? Like a child, Wudong responded with a tender voice, I understand, sister. Chapter 83. The encouragement of love, the power of the stars continued to pour forth. Xianyuan Peak stood like a beacon within the Xianxia sacred sect. Oh, what is that? Is there an inner disciple breaking through? Can a breakthrough provoke such a grand spectacle of heaven and earth? Yet, it appears to be from Xianyuan Peak. Could it be our little master uncle? Is he about to create another sword mark? Who knows? What does it matter to us? That is the privilege of inner disciples. That is true. At the thought-reflecting cliff, alas, we still fall short. Junior brother, it seems we are unable to compare with the direct disciples. Indeed, although our little master uncle has permitted us to observe the sword peak at will, it appears to be of no avail. Is our talent truly lacking? It seems in this lifetime, we shall not attain immortality. Sigh, Once our potential is exhausted, we shall guard the borders of the demon tribe, contributing our last efforts for humanity. Your resolve is admirable. I plan to request the sect to assign me to the mortal realm to manage properties in my old age. Ultimately, only a few can ascend to immortality. You and I are like dust, fading into the world. The inner disciples, having lost their confidence, hung their heads in despair. At that moment, a melody arose. Let a little light warm the hearts of children. The inner disciples looked up in bewilderment towards Xianyuan Peak. It is our little master uncle. He is singing. As the crowd marveled, the stars above shimmered. Rays of starlight enveloped the inner disciples like silken threads. The inner disciples felt a profound comfort, as if cradled in a mother's embrace. The gentle starlight fell upon them, akin to a mother's warm hand caressing them, filled with love, encouragement, and support. I should not give up. Indeed, the path of cultivation, defying the heavens and altering fate, cannot be obscured by a heart laden with despondency. I can do it. Let us go, everyone. One by one, the inner disciples sat down in meditation. Under the embrace of the starlight, they began anew to comprehend the sword. Buzz. In an instant, a powerful sword intent erupted forth. Ha ha ha, I comprehend it. I have finally understood. This inner disciple was overjoyed. For heaven does not forsake those with a determined heart. He had at last grasped the essence of the sword. Although he only possesses the pinnacle of the golden core realm, with his comprehension of sword intent, he has begun to cultivate a sense of confidence. Indeed, he merits such self-assurance. Mastering sword intent at the golden core pinnacle allows him to rival most prodigies. From this day forth, he shall no longer be an inconsequential figure. His disciples, with tears of gratitude in their eyes, turned towards Xianyuan Peak and bowed deeply in sincere respect. Thank you for your encouragement, dear junior uncle. At that moment, a buzzing sound reverberated like that of flies. A surge of sword intent erupted forth. All the disciples who came to contemplate at the cliff of reflection tonight, to observe the sword scars and grasp the sword path, comprehended the essence of sword intent. The previously scattered sword energies converged, forming a colossal beam of sword intent that soared into the heavens. The sword scars on Sword Comprehension Peak seemed to respond, and 108 sword scars released 108 ethereal sword figures. Behold, that is the invincible sword intent, and they are the swift sword intent, the boundless sword intent. Each ethereal sword figure inscribed its name beside the scars. From then on, every sword intent bore its own designation. More than 30 inner disciples turned to gaze at where Li Xianyuan stood, aware that everything they had gained this night was bestowed upon them by him. Thank you, dear junior uncle. They chorused in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, yet failing to eclipse the singular melody of Li Xianyuan. What kind of realm does junior uncle truly possess? It is unwise to speculate. One thing is certain, he cannot be inferior to the sect leader. Junior uncle genuinely cares for us inner disciples. From now on, he shall be the deity in my heart. On Xianyuan Peak, as the starlight faded and the melody concluded, Li Xianyuan awoke. He touched the corners of his eyes, wiping away traces of tears, evidently moved by the performance. Kai Feng, witnessing this scene, began to ponder. Could it be that the master longs for the celestial realm? Yet, she quickly shook her head, realizing it must be a yearning for his mother. A dignified celestial emperor missing his mother. Such a sight is not one that many are fortunate enough to witness. Li Xianyuan rose and clapped his hands before returning to his chamber. What kind of person is the master? Why did I experience such peculiar visions while listening to that melody? Wu Tong found herself perplexed. Sister Kai Feng, how is it? Is Wu Tong awake? Kai Feng not dead? Yes, she is awake. Wu Tong, greetings. I am Xing Luo. You may call me Sister Xing Luo. Wu Tong felt a wave of joy, her loneliness dissipating. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Techniques, Wu Zi, now capable of walking, stood at the entrance, gazing at Xianyuan Peak. I underestimated him. It is not merely that his cultivation surpasses mine, but he is an immortal who can even manipulate the laws of heaven. Wu Zi shook his head, cradling a bamboo scroll in his hands, a crooked smile adorning his face as he reclined on the bed, engrossed in his reading. The following day, at the Qingyin sacred sect, the consecration ceremony was set to take place. This event was a private affair. Typically, when a sect ascends to the rank of a sacred sect, a grand ceremony is held, yet the Xianyuan sacred sect opted not to do so. Xuanzi wished to keep Xianyuan's identity concealed, Hence he suppressed the proceedings as much as possible. Early on, Xianyuan awaited at the entrance. Ingo emerged. Junior brother Ing, did you rest well last night? Xianyuan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, surprised by the shyness evoked by her master's teaching of the Away 18 forms. The peculiar postures and the names of the techniques were quite astonishing. Ingo nodded. As a child of fortune with dragon blood, his physique was indeed formidable, though he could only endure for so long. Fairy was quite good. Xianyuan's face reddened further, fidgeting slightly. Junior brother Ing, my master asked me to inform you that the ceremony will commence in about an hour. He is currently receiving the guests outside the sect. Ingo nodded. I shall convey this to my grandmaster. Thank you, Fairy. Xianyuan covered her mouth with a smile and turned to leave. After reporting back, Ingo followed Xianxia to the venue, where they found a suitable spot and arranged for the disciples to sit. As the highest-ranking guest, he naturally joined Lung Wenjun. Holy Xianxia, thank you for your support today, said Lung Wenjun, who was new to the realm of saints and was still learning the ropes, often requiring Xianxia's guidance. Xianxia nodded. It is my duty. I hope that the Qingyin sacred sect and the Xiantian sacred sect may foster a lasting friendship. Lung Wenjun smiled. That will surely be the case. With me sending disciples to your door, how could we not? Amidst their conversation, a formidable aura descended upon the two saints. Haha, two mere ants who have just stepped into the realm of cultivation dare to unite. Chapter 84. The Great Sage Yongda. Unbeknownst to them, a figure emerged from the void. With silver hair tied back and clad in white garments, his expression was devoid of emotion, and his eyes dimmed like distant stars. It seemed that no one within the room could stir his interest. The once festive atmosphere abruptly turned oppressive. Not a single one of Zhang Quanden's peers could stand in the face of such overwhelming pressure. The third-generation disciples were reduced to prostration on the ground, their faces drenched in sweat, terror evident in their eyes as they gazed upon the man in white. Had he just entered the sacred sect, already displaying such arrogance? The white-clad figure cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia. Xianxia braced against the pressure, cupping his fists. I am unaware of where I may have offended you, esteemed senior. But if there is any fault, I beg for your forgiveness. The man in white snorted in anger, fixing his gaze upon Lung Wenjun. You killed the son of my old friend, and you expect me to forgive you? Lung Wenjun was perplexed. Old friend? She suddenly recalled the merciless saint of unfeeling. Was her senior here to avenge the saint of unfeeling? The man in white sneered disdainfully. It was a question posed with full knowledge of the answer. Lung Wenjun was taken aback. You are the great saint of Yongda. It is said that in the past, the father of the saint of unfeeling had saved a dying saint on the battlefield, even exhausting his own lifespan to revive him. That individual was none other than the great saint of Yongda. After recovering, the great saint of Yongda had promised the father of the saint of unfeeling that he would lend assistance whenever the unfeeling sect encountered trouble. This matter was widely known at the time. Many regarded the father of the saint of unfeeling as a fool, engaging in a losing venture to save a solitary saint with no backing. The idle chatter of outsiders led the great saint of Yongda to leave the unfeeling sect and vanish from sight. Unexpectedly, today he appeared in the Qingyin sect. Having become a great saint, this was a predicament. Such was the bond of life and death. Lung Wenjun feared she might not escape this calamity. It seems you possess some insight. The great saint of Yongda pulled up a chair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of wine and taking a sip. Bah! He spat the wine onto the ground. What swill is this? Is it even drinkable? Lung Wenjun stepped forward and spoke. Great saint of Yongda, the events of that day have nothing to do with my sect or these friends. I am willing to bear the consequences alone. Please spare them. Upon hearing this, Xianxia raised an eyebrow. He had not expected Lung Wenjun to still seek to absolve her sect and the Xiantian sect at such a moment. An idea began to form in Xianxia's mind. Ha! The great saint of Yongda laughed heartily. You are truly naive. Today, all of you shall perish. Not a single one shall escape. Mark my words. Lung Wenjun seemed to foresee this outcome. It appeared that the negotiations had collapsed. Great saint of Yongda, are you aware that members of the Sect Management Association are on their way? If they witness the destruction of the Qingyin sect, can you bear the consequences? With no other choice, Lung Wenjun sought to pressure the great saint of Yongda with the impending arrival of the Sect Management Association, hoping that he might spare the Qingyin sect for their sake. We can forfeit all the resources we acquired from the unfeeling sect and the Wujizong. Let us settle this matter once and for all. What say you? Seeing that the great saint of Yongda remained silent, Lung Wenjun assumed he was weighing the pros and cons and added fuel to the fire. Ha ha ha, look. The great saint of Yongda pointed at Lung Wenjun and laughed loudly. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? As a solitary cultivator, would I fear the Sect Management Association? Once I unleash my divine sense, I can eliminate all of you in an instant. Do you believe you can escape? A solitary cultivator, free from sect or faction, stood alone. There are truly no lingering concerns. Even if the Xianyuan sect were to be eradicated, one could simply retreat to the demon realm and remain concealed. Should the Emperor discover one's whereabouts, the pact between humans and demons would prevent any repercussions. After a passage of time, as the news of the Xianyuan sect's demise fades, one could return with great aplomb. In the face of the demon race's threats, the significance of a saint pales in comparison to that of a great saint. It is believed that the emperors would not err in their judgment. Lung Wenjun never anticipated that the great Saint Yongda would offend the Sect Management Association on behalf of the ruthless saint. It seems today's predicament is inescapable. By the heavens, what manner of ruckus is this? Ingo exclaimed, storming forth and pointing an accusatory finger at the great Saint Yongda, unleashing a torrent of invective. How dare you, a mere great saint, prance about so audaciously? Do you even know who my master is? Ingo showed no mercy, typically the one to intimidate others. He could hardly tolerate such arrogance. Initially, he thought the individual was formidable and refrained from speaking, but observing Xianxia's indifference, even a semblance of tranquility, Ingo concluded that this person was not as impressive as he presumed. The great Saint Yongda stood in bewilderment, having not endured such a scathing rebuke in many years. Anger welled within him, and he contemplated striking Ingo down with a single blow. Yet, observing the complete lack of concern from Ingo despite his immense pressure and aura, he pondered the true identity of this audacious youth. It was evident that Ingo's cultivation was merely at the Qi refining stage, a realm typically unworthy of Yongda's attention. Nonetheless, a practitioner of such a level daring to scold him under his oppressive aura commanded his respect. Young man, Yongda sneered, even if your master possesses great prowess. Should I choose to end your life, he would be unable to intervene in time. I understand youthful bravado, but risking your life for it is hardly wise. You fear not the Emperor's presence. Would you then fear your master? Who is he? An immortal? I'll grant your master some courtesy. You may leave, for I shall not take your life. Indeed, Yongda was slightly intimidated by Ingo's audacity. Fewer enemies are always preferable, particularly when the life of a Qi refining practitioner holds little significance. Senior, your words seem rather excessive. A voice interjected as all eyes turned towards Chengdu, who would step forward. By the heavens, Yongda nearly toppled from his seat. What was unfolding before him? Another practitioner of the Qi refining stage, equally unperturbed by his imposing presence. Are the youth of today so brazen? And who might you be? Yongda inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Chengdu. The enigmatic Zhuangzizi, standing behind Lung Wenjun, approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile and nod. There was no need for concern. The arrival of these two was essentially a harbinger of safety, regardless of whether San would come to assist. The treasures possessed by these individuals could satiate the gluttony of the great sage Yongda. Moreover, Zhuangzizi still had his trump cards yet to be revealed. At this moment, he felt an inner calm, even contemplating a sip of peach blossom wine. In Chapter 85, titled A Startling Swan, I initially intended to advise my junior brother against meddling in others' affairs, but your actions have crossed the line. Today marks a significant occasion for the Xianyuan sect as it ascends to a holy sect. How could you, as a great sage, lack the moral integrity to disrupt such a momentous event? Does vengeance not observe the appropriateness of timing? Chengdu's barrage of words left the great sage Yongda somewhat bewildered. Must one truly select a date for retribution? Have I erred in my understanding? With a flourish of eloquence, Yongda's anger flared, and he raised his hand as if to strike Chengdu. Halt! Zhuangzizi finally stepped forward. Yongda, should you dare to harm either of them, it is you who shall meet your demise in the next instant. Zhuangzizi, undaunted, boldly admonished the great sage Yongda. Yongda regarded the fearless Zhuangzizi, then turned his gaze toward the audacious Chengdu and Ingo. What was transpiring? If the younger ones were ignorant of decorum, what of the elder's indulgence? Yet these two youths showed no sign of trepidation in the face of his authority. Perhaps they were backed by one of the four great emperors. Only under such auspices could they exhibit such confidence. The pressure of a great sage was insignificant in comparison. They likely bore the aura of an emperor, forming a protective barrier. If they were disciples of an emperor, Yonda certainly would not dare to kill them. To strike at an emperor's face? Even hiding in the demon realm would be futile. The demon emperor might very well aid in their capture. With great restraint, Yonda suppressed his fury as he regarded Chengdu and Ingo. Young men, there is merit in mercy. Do not overstep your bounds. Yonda's patience was wearing thin. When had he transitioned into the role of the oppressed? How vexing. I came seeking vengeance, and I am justified in my pursuit. Should this escalate to the emperor's attention, I would still occupy the moral high ground. Ingo shook his head, unconcerned with Yonda's plight. Who told you to threaten the annihilation of my entire sect? You may leave. Should this escalate, it will not bode well for you. Upon hearing this, the great sage Yonda exhibited a flicker of uncertainty. Lung Wenjun, however, was alarmed. This situation could not be allowed to unfold unchecked. Even if he appeared momentarily intimidated, the Qingyin sect was not akin to your Xianyuan holy sect. Your sect has a celestial being among its ranks. Should you depart, my Qingyin sect would face annihilation. Did you not hear him assert that even the emperor cannot control him? The great sage Yonda pondered this carefully. If I were to eliminate Lung Wenjun now, spare the Xianyuan sacred sect, I believe that even an emperor would find it difficult to intervene in this matter, for I am justified in my actions. Should these two disciples of the emperors dare to interfere, I shall not hesitate to teach them a lesson, and I doubt there would be any repercussions. My young brothers, let it be known that today, Lung Wenjun is doomed. You may return and declare that I am the one who has slain him. I harbor no fear. I have vowed to the previous leader of the ruthless sacred sect to exact vengeance. The great sage Yonda has already lowered himself to the utmost degree. As a loose cultivator, he has always been one to act with decisiveness on the Tianxian continent. Never has he felt such humiliation. Before anyone could respond, the great sage Yonda had already taken action. He raised his colossal hand, and in an instant, a phantom of a massive hand appeared behind him, exerting an overwhelming pressure that forced Lung Wenjun to the ground. The descent of that hand was slow, as if something were obstructing it beneath. Xianxia exerted every ounce of his strength in an attempt to pull Lung Wenjun away, yet he found himself utterly immobile. The great sage Yonda scoffed. Do you now comprehend the distinction between a saint and a great sage? Surrender, Xianxia. Return to your Xianyuan sacred sect. Perhaps in the future, we may yet be friends. Xianxia gritted his teeth, struggling not to succumb to despair. It was not the weight of the hand he resisted, but rather the urge to collapse within himself. Lung Wenjun's eyes were already fixed upon death. Master, Grandmaster, Su Ruyu and Shi Wanwan rushed in. As they reached the threshold, the pressure rendered them unable to move. Lung Wenjun yearned to utter something, yet words eluded him. In that moment, a white, humanoid figure erupted from Lung Wenjun's embrace, radiating a brilliant light. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as the white glow receded. Li Xianyuan Amarja. Master? 13? Little junior brother? What is this? The Xianyuan sacred sect was left in a state of bewilderment. Apart from Chun Goxing and a few others who had witnessed such a spectacle before, the rest of the sect had never experienced it firsthand. Although they had heard of it for long, nothing compared to the shock of witnessing it in reality. Li Xianyuan appeared like a celestial being, stepping forth from the luminous light. The great sage Yonda was taken aback. This was indeed a member of the Xianyuan sacred sect. So this was their master? No wonder the Xianyuan sacred sect exuded such confidence. With each step this figure took, the range of Yonda's oppressive aura diminished. The realm of his presence was entirely above Yonda's own. Yet Yonda knew that this was merely an apparition, not the true form. Should this individual truly manifest, it would undoubtedly be he who lay prostrate on the ground. Elder, let us converse amicably. Yonda trembled with fear. He had encountered emperors before, yet none possessed such overwhelming might. This is not merely a human. It is a celestial being. Li Xianyuan uttered no responses to any inquiries, instead raising his long sword to shoulder height, pointing it at the great sage Yonda. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike akin to a startling swan. Li Xianyuan's expression remained impassive, resembling a cold-blooded assassin. Suddenly, the air around the crowd chilled ominously. Spare me, esteemed elder. The great sage Yonda's heart quaked with terror, compelling him to muster every ounce of his strength. His aura surged to its utmost limits. Whoosh! Li Xianyuan vanished from his original position. Clang! He reappeared behind the great sage Yonda. This left the onlookers momentarily speechless. The sword strike, just executed, was as swift as lightning, its momentum seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of space itself. Nothing could stand in its way, embodying an unstoppable force. Clang! The figure had arrived before the sound. The formidable barrier surrounding the great sage Yonda shattered with a thunderous crash. Splutter! The great sage Yonda coughed forth a mouthful of blood and staggered back 2 paces. The massive hand hovering over cold Wenjun exploded, vanishing into thin air. Just as cold Wenjun anticipated that Xianyuan would press the advantage and decisively eliminate the great sage Yonda, Xianyuan slightly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Whoosh! Xianyuan propelled himself into the sky. The matter was far from resolved. You are leaving? The great sage Yonda chuckled, understanding dawning upon him. This was a protective artifact, capable of replicating and storing one's techniques within a vessel, to be unleashed at a critical moment to vanquish formidable foes. Had it not been for his own formidable cultivation, he would have faced dire consequences. Wait, the great sage Yonda was struck by a revelation. He recalled that when the ruthless and the boundless had stirred trouble at the Qingyin sect, an enigmatic figure had emerged, severing space with a single sword and annihilating 2 individuals in an instant. Good heavens! The one responsible for the demise of the ruthless and the boundless was, in fact, a member of the Xianyuan sacred sect. What to do now? The great sage Yonda was perplexed. To kill would provoke the extraordinary celestial being from earlier. To spare would mean letting his own son, the ruthless one, go unavenged.